I, Chen Fan, was just a third-year high school loser, an orphan with nothing to my name. A century has passed since the resurgence of spiritual energy, and the world has plunged into chaos. Ferocious beasts prowl at the edges of cities, martial arts clans and capitalists scheme in the shadows, creating constant turmoil. Humanity struggles to survive in the tight crevice between superpowers and brute force. I'm just one of those pathetic souls trapped in that crevice. When I awakened in F-grade non-attribute power, I was ashamed to even speak of it. All it could do was make a faint white light appear at my fingertips, completely useless for physical enhancement or combat. A true waste among wastes. It didn't stop there. My fiancée, the school beauty Su Qingyue, publicly called off our engagement with great fanfare. Then martial arts prodigy Qin Hao stomped me into the ground and humiliated me to the extreme. I nearly died on the spot before being thrown into the notorious Beast Alley, a place known for its deadly danger. It felt like stepping straight into the domain of the Grim Reaper. But who could have guessed? Just when I was at death's door, the dangerous sign-in critical hit system suddenly bound to me. I heard the system chime, ding. Signed in at a D-grade danger zone. Basic reward, physical enhancement elixir. Moments later, another chime, ding. Triggered 100x critical hit. Congratulations on awakening the Thunder Monarch physique and an S-grade lightning ability. From that moment on, the more dangerous the place, the safer it became for me. The more I risked my life signing in, the more I defied the heavens to change my fate. Signing in on the school rooftop? I unlocked the Thunder Monarch sword manual. Signing in at a ferocious beast's lair? I summoned a lightning dragon avatar. Signing in on an interstellar battlefield? I claimed the creation god sword. Accumulating satisfaction points became critical for me, slapping villains' faces triggered critical hits, and breaking through desperate situations multiplied the rewards. My road to a loser's reversal of fortune became a wild, unstoppable ride. Qin Hao, you think your B-grade wind blades make you invincible? Have a taste of my thunder explosion technique and see what King of Thunder truly means. Capitalist bigwigs want to monopolize secret realms? Sorry, but my sign-in rewards are richer than your entire wealth. What can you possibly use to fight against me? Intergalactic Reapers want to treat Earth as their testing ground? I, Chen Fan, wield the Thunder God sword with lightning surrounding me, ready to burn the heavens and wash the cosmos clean. Today, I'll protect Earth with thunder and show them all that our blue star is not to be trifled with. From a despised bottom feeder to a lightning-wielding guardian of the city, and then to a fearless leader of humanity across the stars, I, Chen Fan, have just one thing to say: as long as I dare to step into danger zones, sign-ins will trigger critical hits and make me a god. No one can stand in my way. In the city of Jiangcheng, June's sun hung in the sky like a giant fireball, baking the asphalt until it seemed almost to smoke. The air was rich with the fragrance of gardenias and the bustling excitement of graduation season, as if the whole place were hosting a party. At the entrance of Jiangcheng First High School, a red banner reading "Happy Graduation" flapped noisily in the hot wind, making it look like it was dancing disco. Students in blue and white uniforms clustered in groups of 3 or 4, either hugging each other goodbye or excitedly chatting about the upcoming martial arts examination. Their faces were full of hope for the future, like a group of kids eagerly tearing open blind boxes. I, Chen Fan, stood silently in the shadow of a camphor tree, clutching the straps of my faded canvas bag so hard my fingers had turned white. I had just finished delivering takeout for my morning shift, and my blue delivery uniform was still on, with a few grease stains on its hem and accidental splash that I hadn't yet changed out of. Compared to the clean and polished students around me, I looked like someone who belonged to the beggars' sect. At 18, my frame was so thin and lanky I could have been mistaken for a bamboo pole. My sallow complexion betrayed years of malnutrition. Only my eyes, partially hidden beneath low-hanging eyelids, carried a trace of stubborn determination, as if silently declaring, I, Chen Fan, will not give up so easily. I was an orphan, raised in a welfare institution on the outskirts of the city, surviving on government subsidies for the impoverished and part-time jobs delivering food and handing out flyers. That's how I barely managed to finish high school. The only things that kept me going through those tough, sleepless nights were my faint hope in martial arts and a promise I had kept hidden in my heart for years, my engagement to Su Qingyue, the school bell of Jiangqing First High. This engagement went back to an event 10 years ago. Back then, my dad, now deceased, a retired soldier, had saved Su Qingyue's father's life. Over liquor, the two families casually arranged our marriage, pledging that we'd marry once we came of age. At the time, the Su family was just an ordinary family. Who could have imagined that 5 years ago, during the wave of spiritual energy resurgence, Su Qingyue's father would awaken a B-grade plant control ability? Overnight, he elevated the Su family to the ranks of Jiangqing's martial aristocracy. The Su family transformed from a lowly sparrow into a phoenix. As for me? Last year's ability awakening test revealed that I possessed the lowest tier F-grade non-attribute ability. It could only emit a faint white light at my fingertips and was utterly useless. Everyone labeled me as a waste among wastes. From that day on, the Su family never mentioned the engagement again. I understood the immense gap between our families. But sometimes, in my dreams, I would still recall the little girl with pigtails calling me Brother Fan in her innocent, childish voice. Today was graduation day, as well as the final day for registering for the Martial Arts Unified examination. Summoning every ounce of courage within me, I came to school. First, I wanted to register for the examination. Even though the chance of success was slim, I still wanted to give it a try, like buying a lottery ticket. Who knows, maybe I'd hit the jackpot. Second, I wanted to ask Su Qingyue in person whether there was still hope for the engagement between us. Taking a deep breath, I prepared to head toward the teaching building when a burst of ear-piercing laughter echoed behind me. "Hey, isn't that our F-class loser, Chen Fan?" A mocking voice rang out, and the disdain in it was so palpable that it felt like it dripped into the very air around me. Turning around, I caught sight of Qin Hao approaching with 4 lackeys dressed in the specialized training uniform of the martial arts class, escorting a slender young woman. That young woman was Su Qingyue. She was dressed in a pristine white dress, her long hair cascading over her shoulders. Her skin was as fair as milk, her delicate features as if sculpted by an artist's hand, and a faint aura of spiritual power surrounded her. That was the hallmark of an A-class ability user, a radiance akin to a celestial being descending to Earth. Qin Hao was the young master of the Qin family, one of Jiangqing's martial arts aristocratic families. He had awakened the B-class ability Wind Blade. With his prominent family background and considerable strength, he had been relentlessly pursuing Su Qingyue and harbored a deep grudge against me, the supposed fiancé. "Chen Fan, shouldn't you be off delivering takeout? What are you doing at school?" Qin Hao stopped in front of me, looking down at me with a sneer as his gaze lingered briefly on the grease-stained delivery uniform I was wearing. He let out a derisive chuckle. "What, are you here to give Qingyue a graduation gift? With that shabby look of yours, what could you possibly afford that's worth giving?" Hearing this, the surrounding students began to gather, pointing and whispering about me. Their murmurs buzzed around my ears like a swarm of flies, their noise sharp and grating. "Look, it's Chen Fan, the F-class loser. He still has the nerve to go after Su Qingyue? His hide must be thick. I heard they had some childhood engagement, but now that the Su family has risen to prominence, how could they still be interested in him? Not even an average family would consider someone who can't even reach the threshold of a martial artist, let alone the Su family." My cheeks flushed instantly, growing as red as ripe apples. My fingers tightened around the canvas bag I was holding, the knuckles whitening. I suppressed the humiliation welling up inside and looked toward Su Qingyue, my voice slightly hoarse. "Qingyue, I want to talk to you." "There's nothing to talk about." Su Qingyue's voice was as cold as ice, devoid of any warmth. She didn't even spare me a glance but instead turned her head slightly toward Qin Hao and said, "Qin Hao, get rid of him." Qin Hao's face immediately lit up in a smug grin upon hearing this. With a shove, he pushed me backward. "Did you hear that? Qingyue told you to scram. Hurry up and disappear, stop being an eyesore." Stumbling 2 steps back, my chest felt weighed down as if a boulder had settled there. My eyes rested on Su Qingyue's stunning profile, and the stark contrast between the warm memories of the past and her current cold demeanor wrenched at my heart like an invisible hand tightening its grip. I could barely breathe. "Qingyue, about our engagement." I tried to fight for a sliver of hope, even if it was just a 1 in a million chance. "Engagement? Su Qingyue finally turned her head. Those beautiful almond-shaped eyes regarded me, but there wasn't a trace of emotion in them. Instead, there was an icy aloofness and a faint but unmistakable disdain. Shen Fan, you don't actually believe that I, Su Qingyue, would marry an F-class loser like you, do you? Her voice wasn't loud, but each word stung, piercing into my heart like icy needles. The promise from 10 years ago was nothing more than idle words spoken after some casual drinks, Su Qingyue continued, her tone so detached it was almost frightening. The Su family of today is no longer the Su family of the past. I am an A-class ability user, destined to attend one of the top martial arts academies. And you? You can't even achieve the level of a martial apprentice. You'll always be one of life's bottom-feeding ants. There was never any possibility for us. Her final words were like a bomb detonating, shattering the last fragments of hope I had held in my heart. The surrounding whispers grew louder, every gaze a mixture of mockery, pity, and schadenfreude, all converging on me. I wanted nothing more than to crawl into a hole in the ground and disappear. Well said. Xin Hao burst out laughing, clapping his hands in exaggerated amusement. He then stepped forward and brazenly slid his arm around Su Qingyue's shoulders, fixing me with a taunting glare. Did you hear that, loser? Qingyue is my woman now. Take a good look at yourself in a puddle, do you think you're even remotely worthy of her? Su Qingyue didn't push Xin Hao's hand away, merely furrowing her brows slightly, her reaction silently affirming his words. Rage boiled inside me, and my fists clenched so tightly that my nails dug into my palms, drawing thin lines of blood. It wasn't that I lacked pride, it was that I had set aside my dignity time and again for the sake of the promise we shared in our youth. But now, that very pride was being ruthlessly crushed underfoot, reduced to dust. Xin Hao, don't push it. My voice trembled with suppressed fury, a sharp glint momentarily flickering in my eyes. Excessive? Xin Hao's expression twisted as if he'd just heard the world's biggest joke. I am excessive. What can you do about it? He cast a quick glance at the 4 lackeys standing behind him and gave them a subtle signal. Teach him a lesson. Let him understand who he can't afford to provoke. The 4 lackeys immediately grinned viciously as they stepped forward. They were all students in the martial arts class. While they were only at the early stages of martial disciple, dealing with a useless F-rank trash like me, someone who hadn't even managed to become a martial disciple, was hardly a challenge. Kid, daring to compete with young Master Qin for a woman? You must be tired of living. Today, we'll show you just how pathetic trash like you are meant to be. The first lackey swung his fist directly at my face, the punch carrying a faint ripple of spiritual energy, a clear sign he had activated his abilities. I instinctively tried to sidestep, but my frail physique betrayed me. My reactions were far too slow. His punch landed squarely on my shoulder. A sickening crack echoed in the air as a searing pain coursed through my entire body. The force sent me toppling to the ground, my shoulder blade feeling as though it had been shattered. Bang! My back slammed hard onto the unyielding concrete ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Blood rushed violently in my chest, leaving a bitter taste of iron in my throat. Before I could even attempt to get up, another lackey's foot came crashing into my stomach. Ugh! I let out a guttural groan, curling into a ball as my body trembled uncontrollably from the pain. The next few minutes were nothing short of a waking nightmare. All 4 lackeys descended on me with fists and kicks, showing no mercy, their mouths spewing a vicious barrage of insults. Trash! Garbage! You dare glare at me? Curling into a fetal position, I covered my head, doing my best to shield my vital areas. But the pain only worsened, each blow more excruciating than the last. My vision blurred, and my thoughts began to waver. I could hear the gasps and murmurs of the surrounding students. I could hear Xin Hao's cold, casual conversation with Su Qingyue. I could even hear the dull thuds as my bones absorbed their relentless assault. Young Master Qin, that should be enough, right? If we keep going, he might actually die. One of the lackeys hesitated, finally ceasing his attack. So what? Xin Hao sneered, casting a dismissive glance at my battered and broken body on the ground. He's just a piece of trash. Even if he dies, no one would care. He walked up to me with an air of superiority, pressing his shoe against my head to pin it against the ground. Dust and dirt mixed with the blood on my face, the earthy grit filling my mouth along with the sharp tang of coppery blood. My eyes, however, fixated unwaveringly on him, burning with an unyielding fire. Chen Fan, Xin Hao leaned in closer, his voice dripping with disdain. Remember this lesson. Next time you see me or Qingyue, make sure to steer clear. Got it? I remember, I forced the words through clenched teeth, every syllable carrying the weight of my defiance. You dare glare at me again? Infuriated, Xin Hao's face twisted with rage. He suddenly raised his foot and delivered a brutal kick to my chest. Ugh! Blood sprayed out of my mouth as my body launched into the air like a kite with its string cut, colliding violently into a trash bin by the roadside before crumpling to the ground. The sheer force of that kick left me gasping for air. My internal organs felt scrambled, and darkness began to creep into the corners of my vision. I was on the verge of passing out. Xin Hao. Su Qingyue furrowed her brows slightly, finally showing a hint of unease. Though she didn't intervene, her voice carried mild reproach. Don't overdo it. Causing a scene here isn't a good look. Relax, Qingyue. I know what I'm doing. Xin Hao smiled coolly. His gaze drifted toward where I lay crumpled, just beyond the school's back gate. That spot marked the entrance to a desolate alley infamous among students. The alley, nicknamed Beast Alley, was notorious for its dangerous reputation. Situated near the outskirts of the city, it bordered a zone frequented by low-tier wild beasts, which occasionally wandered in to scavenge among the stinking piles of trash. No one ever ventured into the area unless they had a death wish. And now, my broken body lay at the very entrance of that feared alley, teetering on the edge of life and death. Throw him in there, Xin Hao commanded, a sinister smile tugging at the corners of his lips. Let him get a taste of being torn apart by beasts. Consider it a little entertainment for our graduation season. The four lackeys exchanged glances, visibly hesitant at the idea of entering Beast Alley. But under Xin Hao's steely gaze, they complied. Dragging my limp, bloodied form along, they threw me deep into the heart of the alley. Thud! My bruised and battered body landed amidst a pile of rotting garbage, the putrid stench instantly assaulting my senses. The sickly mix of decay and blood churned my stomach violently. I struggled to lift myself. But no matter how hard I willed it, my body refused to obey. Every inch of me throbbed with agony. Even the faint trace of spiritual energy within me had dissipated into nothingness. My vision blurred further as consciousness slipped away. The encroaching shadow of death loomed over me, cold and unrelenting. From the depths of the alley, I could hear the low, guttural growls of beasts growing louder, their presence punctuated by faint tremors in the ground. They were coming for me. Am I really going to die here? The thought echoed distantly through my mind. No. I wasn't ready to give up. I hadn't yet achieved my dreams. I hadn't yet escaped the crushing hand of fate. I hadn't yet made those who looked down on me pay for their arrogance. Images rushed through my mind, a vivid tapestry of everything I couldn't bear to lose. The kind face of the orphanage's matron. The grueling nights delivering takeout to make ends meet. Su Qingyue's cold, detached gaze. Xin Hao's smug, contemptuous sneer. I wasn't ready to die. Not here. Not like this. Endless regret and unwillingness surged in my heart, tears mingling with blood as they slid from the corners of my eyes. If I could become stronger. If I weren't such a waste. Just as my consciousness was about to sink completely into darkness, an icy mechanical voice suddenly echoed in my mind. Detected, host is in a near-death state, needing activation conditions for the danger sign-in system. Danger sign-in system is binding. 10%. 30%. 70%. 100%. Binding successful. Host, Chen Fan. Current location, Beast Alley, D-Class Danger Zone. First time binding detected. Novice sign-in available. Sign in now? This voice was like a thunderclap, exploding in my deathly still mind. I abruptly opened my eyes wide, my previously glazed pupils focusing instantly. A system? A danger sign-in system? As someone who often read web novels, I wasn't unfamiliar with the word system. But I never imagined something that existed only in books would actually appear in me. Could this be heaven's way of granting me one last chance? The roars of the feral beast in the alley drew closer and closer. The tremors of the ground grew more intense, and a foul, pungent wind blew from the depths of the alley. It was clear the beast was not far from me now. The threat of death loomed overhead, yet within my heart, a faint, weak spark ignited. Life or death, it was time to gamble everything. Sign in. With the last ounce of strength I could muster, I silently uttered in my heart. Detected, host has confirmed sign in. Calculating current danger level and trigger events. The cold mechanical system voice echoed ceaselessly in my mind, like a beam of light cutting through the darkness, illuminating my fading consciousness. Current danger area, Beast Alley, D-Class, danger rating, 7.8 out of 10. Triggered event 1, engagement rejection humiliation, level, S-Class, host was publicly spurned by betrothed, endured extreme humiliation, meeting preconditions for despair-driven comeback. Triggered event 2, near-death crisis, level, SS-Class, host has suffered malicious assault, sustained life-threatening injuries, and is on the brink of death, meeting conditions for life and death critical hit. Dual event overlap detected. Excitement value base doubling triggered. Current base excitement value, 1000 points. My consciousness jolted suddenly, as though the blurred edges of my perception were awakened slightly by the sound of that voice. Excitement value? Critical hit conditions? I hadn't yet fully processed this information when the system's prompts rang out again, this time with unprecedented vigor. Detected, host's first sign-in triggered. Novice perk unlocked, critical hit rate temporarily boosted by 100%. Calculating critical hit. 10x. 50x. 100x. Congratulations, host. 100x ultimate critical hit triggered. Boom. It was as if a thunderbolt had exploded within my mind. I felt my consciousness instantly engulfed by a vast and boundless torrent of information. Reward 1, Thunder Emperor Physique, SSS Class, the inherited physique of the ancient Thunder Emperor, immune to all lightning attacks, with immense physical resilience, boosts cultivation speed for lightning techniques by 1000%, and grants immunity to most mental attacks. Reward 2, S-Class Lightning Ability, grants dominion over the power of heaven's thunder and lightning. At initial stages, enables the release of lightning bolts and spheres. At advanced stages, permits the creation of thunder dragons and the summoning of heavenly tribulations, with limitless potential. Rewards being issued. Commencing physical and meridian transformation. An indescribable searing energy, like molten magma, surged from the void into every fiber of my being. The shattered bones within me emitted sharp crackling sounds, not of further breaking, but of repair, remodeling, and reinforcement. Fractured meridians were instantaneously widened several times over. Pathways that had been once clogged and sluggish now expanded and became vast like mighty rivers, roaring with scorching energy. The wounds covering my body began to heal at a visible pace. Scabs formed, then flaked away, revealing fresh skin that gleamed with a faint, bronzed luster. The sickly, waxen pallor caused by long-term malnourishment faded rapidly, replaced by a vibrant, healthy flush. My once frail figure suddenly grew upright and robust under the nourishment of the energy. My muscles took on smooth, powerful contours, brimming with explosive vitality. It felt as though my body had been thoroughly emptied and then filled anew. Every single cell seemed to cheer in ecstasy, every inch of my skin greedily absorbing the vast energy. The weakness of impending death vanished without a trace, replaced by an unprecedented sensation of strength, as though, should I but will it, I could shatter the wall before me with a punch or topple the nearby trash bin with a kick. What delighted me even more was the newfound awareness in my mind. I could distinctly perceive the volatile electric elements drifting through the air, their chaotic currents coursing thickly around me. Yet somehow, they felt gentle to me, like docile lambs circling me, awaiting my demand. I tried to channel the energy within my body. Instantly, a cluster of blue-violet lightning coalesced at my fingertips, crackling with an oppressive force that made hearts race. This is the power of an S-rank lightning ability? My eyes shimmered with an unprecedented brilliance, the ecstatic joy of being reborn after despair, the thrill of gaining power for someone once weak. Roar! At that moment, a low, menacing growl echoed from the depths of the alley, accompanied by the heavy sound of footsteps. A shadow, no smaller than a young calf, rapidly approached. It was an F-rank feral beast, the iron-toothed rat. Its body was covered in tough, dark brown fur, its razor-sharp teeth gleamed coldly, and foul-smelling drool dripped from the corners of its mouth. Clearly, it had been lured here by the earlier scent of blood. The iron-toothed rat moved at an astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, it was in front of me, baring its gaping, bloodthirsty maw, aiming to bite down on my neck. The old me, when faced with such a feral beast, would have been utterly defenseless. But now, as someone possessing the Thunder Emperor physique and an S-rank lightning ability, there wasn't a trace of fear in my eyes, only a cold indifference. I raised my right hand, and the lightning at my fingertips surged explosively, transforming into a thunderous bolt as thick as an arm. Accompanied by a sizzling noise, it struck the iron-toothed rat with unrelenting force. Zap! The lightning bolt hit the iron-toothed rat's head dead on, and the wild energy of the strike instantly pierced through its entire body. The beast froze violently, its dark fur was charred black, smoke wafting from its body. The savage gleam in its eyes extinguished in an instant, and its massive form crashed to the ground. After a few twitches, it lay completely still. A single strike. I had killed an F-rank feral beast with just one attack. I stared at my right hand, a surge of overwhelming shock filling my heart. This was the power of an S-rank ability? It was even more formidable than I had imagined. You have slain the F-rank feral beast, iron-toothed rat. Reward, 50 thrill points. Current accumulated thrill points, 1050. The system's notification chimed again, making the corners of my mouth curl into a cold smile. Thrill points not only triggered critical strikes but could also be earned through killing feral beasts. It was practically made for my personal path to advancement. That guy, he's still alive? Oh, for crying out loud. Today really topped the charts on absurdity knocking right at my door. Just then, from the mouth of the alley came a voice dripping with shock and malice. Wow! I looked up and, well, if it wasn't Zhang Chang, Qin Hao's lackey, standing there with two followers. Their expressions were nothing short of seeing a ghost, their eyes almost popping out of their sockets. Zhang Chang was a die-hard servant of Qin Hao. Gifted with an F-rank strength enhancement ability, he had beaten me senseless before, like a rabid dog. Qin Hao, worried I hadn't been finished off, must have sent them to deal the killing blow and grab some spoils. Yet here I stood, alive and well. And beside me? A roasted iron-toothed rat carcass. The sight left them utterly dumbfounded. Li Tao, one of the lackeys, gawked like a goldfish, shouting, "How the hell is this waste still alive? He was almost dead just now." They remembered how Qin Hao had kicked me, leaving me battered and barely breathing. Never in their wildest dreams did they imagine I'd not only recover so quickly but would have even taken down a feral beast. Zhang Chang recovered faster than his comrades, a glint of greed flashing through his eyes. His expression became that of someone who just stumbled upon a pile of gold. Who cares? An F-rank loser. Even if he's not dead yet, he can't cause any trouble. That iron-toothed rat's core gem can fetch a decent sum. Let's take him out first and collect the core. While only an F-rank gem, such a core was still worth a tidy fortune for regular students, enough for about half a month's worth of cultivation resources. With those words, Zhang Chang charged at me like a raging bull, his fists clenched tightly. Augmented by his strength ability, he swung a vicious punch at my head while yelling, "Trash! Time to die!" His two lackeys flanked me from both sides, eager to pounce. The bloodthirsty grins on their faces were like wolves eyeing a helpless lamb. In their eyes, I was nothing more than an easy target, an F-rank weakling completely out of his depth. But little did they know, I was no longer the same coward they used to bully. The pain of their beatings, the despair of being thrown into the feral alley, I remembered it all. Retribution? I was more than ready. I let out a cold chuckle, my body tilting lightly to the side as if dodging a low-tier attack in a game. Zhang Chang's punch missed and slammed into a nearby trash can with a resounding bang. The trash can caved in from the impact, a testament to his strength. But to me, his movements were laughably slow, like watching something in slow motion. The Thunder Emperor physique wasn't just for show. It had significantly enhanced my strength and defense while also drastically improving my reflexes and perceptive abilities. Zhang Chang's pupils shrank, disbelief written all over his face. I could almost hear his thoughts, "What the hell? How did he dodge that?" Before he could process what was happening, I raised my right hand, a basketball-sized orb of volatile lightning forming at my fingertips. With an overwhelming surge of energy, I hurled it mercilessly at his chest. No! Zhang Chang's face changed drastically, unable to dodge in time. Boom! The lightning sphere struck his chest, and the force of the violent electricity erupted instantly, piercing through his body. His body jolted violently, shrouded in a layer of lightning. His clothes instantly turned to ash, his skin charred black, smoke billowing from him. Letting out one final scream, he collapsed stiffly to the ground, twitched a few times, and then breathed his last, reduced to a scorched corpse. Another instant kill. Li Tao and the other lackey following behind him turned pale as they watched Zhang Chang get vanquished in an instant. Their steps faltered, and their bodies trembled uncontrollably. The way they looked at me was as though they were staring at a monster. They were probably thinking, "Is this really that F-ranked loser?" He took down Zhang Chang, who awakened a strength-enhancing ability, in a single move. This is absurd. Li Tao's voice trembled as he said, "Why you, what kind of monster are you?" His legs were weak, barely holding him up. I ignored him and began approaching them step by step. Each of my movements felt like they shook the ground beneath me, and the violent electric energy in the air became even more rampant, leaving them with a feeling of dread. The other lackey, overcome by fear, turned and ran, desperately trying to escape this hellish place. But how could I let him have the chance? With a flick of my finger, 2 bolts of lightning shot out like venomous snakes, precisely striking their backs. Ah! 2 agonized screams echoed. They were instantly pierced by the lightning and fell lifelessly to the ground, reduced to scorched corpses. The entire sequence lasted no more than a dozen seconds, and the 3 who had earlier been cocky and arrogant were now reduced to ashes, their deaths as miserable as could be. System notifications rang continuously in my mind. Killing Zhang Chang awarded me 100 points of gratification, killing Li Tao and Wang Hao each granted 50 points. My current accumulated gratification points totaled 1,250. I didn't pay much attention to the notifications, standing by the 3 charred bodies with a cold gaze. The pent-up frustration within me finally eased, if only slightly. This is just the beginning. Xinhao, Su Qingyue, all those who looked down on me, who bullied me, they will all pay the price. At the entrance of the ferocious beast alley, Xinhao was draping his arm around Su Qingyue's shoulder, his face brimming with smugness as if he had just won the lottery. He believed I was as good as dead, whether at the claws of a ferocious beast or by Zhang Chang and his gang's hands. The surrounding students were gloating, claiming that I was overestimating myself, and said I deserved this for offending Xinhao. Frowning slightly with some unease, Su Qingyue asked, "Young Master Qin, do you think Zhang Chang and his group might run into a ferocious beast?" Though she didn't like me, she didn't want the whole mess to escalate into anyone's death. Xinhao chuckled dismissively, "Relax, Qingyue. Zhang Chang and his group are at the early stage of martial discipleship. Handling a low-tier ferocious beast is nothing to them. Even if there's danger, they could always escape." But just as he finished speaking, shrill screams echoed from within the ferocious beast alley. Qinhao's smile froze instantly, and Su Qingyue's expression changed. Frowning deeply, Xinhao sensed that something was amiss. At that moment, I stepped out of the depths of the alley, walking toward them. The me at that moment was completely different from before. Though my delivery uniform still had some stains, it had been dried by the electric energy around me. My once sallow and thin face was now sharp and defined, and my gaze was piercing, like a blade. A faint aura of lightning surrounded me, and my demeanor resembled that of a king descending among mortals. Every step I took was steady, each one seemingly aligning with the heartbeat of those around me, causing an unspoken pressure to fall upon their chests. The onlooking students were in an uproar, their faces filled with shock and disbelief. Xin Hao's eyes widened in horror as he fixed his gaze on me, his voice trembling as he shouted, "Impossible! How are you still alive?" Su Qingyue's pupils contracted, a flash of doubt and astonishment in her beautiful eyes. She could sense the aura emanating from me. It wasn't something an F-rank loser could possess. It was a presence far beyond that of ordinary martial disciples, intertwined with a violent electric energy that even caused her, an A-ranked ice manipulation ability user, to feel a tinge of fear. I disregarded their shock and Xin Hao's questioning. My gaze swept across the crowd before finally falling on Xin Hao and Su Qingyue. When I looked at Su Qingyue, there wasn't a trace of affection left in my heart, only cold indifference. This girl who had once haunted my dreams, who had struck me down at my most desperate moment, was now utterly insignificant to me. My gaze locked onto Xin Hao. The corner of my mouth tugged into a chilling smile as I said, "Of course, I'm alive. As for those 3 lackeys you sent? They're never leaving that alley." Xin Hao's face paled, and he glanced toward the ferocious beast alley, where he could vaguely see 3 charred corpses. His voice trembled. You killed them?" He couldn't believe it, no matter how hard he tried. That an F-ranked loser like me had somehow killed his 3 subordinates? I sneered coldly, my gaze growing even icier. "So what if I did? Xin Hao, weren't you acting all high and mighty just a moment ago? Didn't you think I was nothing but trash, unworthy of even speaking to you about a marriage proposal? Didn't you want me to die in that ferocious beast alley?" I took a step toward him, the electric aura surrounding me intensifying with each movement. The sizzling sounds of electricity crackled in the air, and the temperature around us seemed to plummet. Xin Hao was intimidated by my aura. Unconsciously, he took a step back and tried to maintain his composure, saying, "Chen Fan, don't get too cocky. I'm a member of the Qin family. If you dare touch a single hair on my head, the Qin family won't let you off." He was attempting to use the Qin family's influence to scare me. In Jiangchang, the Qin family was a martial arts aristocratic family with vast power that no one dared to offend. But I was no longer afraid. With the system and my S-level thunder ability, I was no longer the low-level ant who could be manipulated by anyone. Forget the Qin family, no matter how powerful an enemy might be, if they dared provoke me, I would take them down without hesitation. I sneered dismissively, "The Qin family? I'll be waiting. But before that, you owe me something, and it's time to pay it back." As my voice faded, a flash of sharpness glinted in my eyes, and I raised my right hand slightly, allowing a wisp of lightning to converge at my fingertips. Xin Hao's face turned pale. Terrified, he stumbled backward, hiding behind Su Qingyue and shouting, "Chen Fan, don't you dare! Qingyue, stop him now!" Su Qingyue frowned, her expression complex as she watched the escalating tension. She could sense my killing intent and newfound strength. She knew that if I acted, Xin Hao wouldn't stand a chance. But she also couldn't ignore the influence of the Qin family. If I killed Xin Hao, the consequences would be unimaginable. She spoke up, "Chen Fan, stop. Killing someone means taking legal responsibility, and the Qin family won't let this go easily." I let out a cold laugh. The law? When they surrounded and attacked me earlier, where was the law then? The Qin family won't let it go? In that case, I'll wipe out the Qin family. As soon as I uttered these words, a chill passed through everyone present. Xin Hao was scared pale and trembling all over. Su Qingyue's pupils contracted again. Her gaze at me now reflected not only shock but also a hint of complex emotions. Perhaps she was wondering how this former F-grade waste had changed so drastically, exuding a kind of dominance and resolve she'd never seen before. I ignored them and allowed the lightning energy at my fingertips to slowly dissipate. I had nothing against killing Xin Hao, but I felt that the time wasn't right. Xin Hao was no more than a clown, it would be too easy to kill him outright. I wanted him to witness my rise step by step, to see the Qin family crushed underfoot, forcing all those who once looked down on me to grovel at my feet. Today, I won't kill you. My voice was cold as ice. But this is only temporary. Xin Hao, remember the humiliation of today. The next time we meet, I'll make sure you understand what it means to wish for death but be denied it. With that, I turned and walked away, my back straight and my presence exuding a solitary arrogance. A faint electrical aura surrounded me, like an emperor on the verge of rising. The crowd of students instinctively parted to make a path for me, their gazes filled with awe and shock. It wasn't until my figure disappeared at the end of the street that they snapped out of their daze and burst into heated discussion. What just happened? It feels like Chen Fan has really become stronger, terrifyingly stronger. He killed Qin Hao's 3 lackeys and even dared to threaten Qin Hao and the Qin family. This is nothing short of a defiance of fate. Qin Hao collapsed to the ground, his face as pale as a sheet, drenched in cold sweat. The killing intent I had exuded earlier had nearly frightened him out of his wits. Su Qingyue remained standing in place, her eyes fixed on the direction I had disappeared. Her beautiful eyes flickered with a myriad of complicated emotions. She took out her phone, dialed a number, and said, "Investigate someone for me. Jiangqing First High School, Chen Fan. I want all his information, particularly any recent changes." After ending the call, her gaze shifted toward the direction of Fierce Beast Alley. Her heart was filled with doubt. She must have been wondering what kind of experiences had transformed me, someone she'd once dismissed as a worthless fiancé, into someone so radically different. And what was the source of the lightning power emanating from me? Meanwhile, I walked along the streets of Jiangchang, feeling the surging power coursing through my body. A confident smile curved at the corners of my mouth. The dangerous check-in system, the Thunder Emperor physique, the S-level Thunder ability, from this day forward, my life was set to change completely. The martial arts entrance exam, the Qin family, Su Qingyue, all of them were merely the beginning of my path to rise above. My goal was the peak. Leaving behind the chaos of Fierce Beast Alley, I turned into a quiet, shaded pathway at the corner of a street. The old locust trees lining the path cast dappled shadows, shielding me from the scorching heat and muffling the noise of the outside world. I found an empty bench to sit on, closed my eyes, and sank my consciousness into my mind, summoning the system that had changed my destiny. The virtual interface of the dangerous check-in system immediately appeared before me. The light blue screen radiated a sleek, futuristic feel, with clear listings of various data. Host, Chen Fan. Physique, Thunder Emperor Physique, SSS level. Ability, S-level Thunder System Ability, Beginner. Martial Arts level, none, not yet reached Martial Disciple realm. Current coolness value, 1250 points. Critical hit probability, base 10% plus newcomer benefit temporary 100%, ended. Unlocked features, dangerous region check-in, coolness value critical hits, inventory. Inventory items, none. So, I haven't broken through the martial disciple realm yet? I was slightly taken aback but quickly came to terms with it. The system earlier had only transformed my physique and ability foundation. While my physical strength and reaction speed far surpassed those of ordinary martial disciples, the spiritual energy in my body had yet to meet the standards for the realm. My meridians had only been broadened, and the flow of spiritual energy was exceptionally fast. But it doesn't matter. With the Thunder Emperor physique and an S-level ability, even as an ordinary person, I can crush martial disciples with ease. A confident smile tugged at the corners of my lips. My gaze fell upon the 2 core functions of sign-ins in dangerous zones and ecstasy value critical hits, and the system's detailed rules appeared on the interface. Rules for sign-ins in dangerous zones, *. 1. Dangerous zones are categorized into levels: F-level, slight danger; E-level, minor danger; D-level, moderate danger; C-level, high danger; B-level, extreme danger; A-level, deadly danger; and S-level, or above, desperate danger. The higher the zone level, the richer the rewards for signing in. 2. One basic sign-in is allowed daily. I must personally reach the dangerous zone and stay there for over 30 seconds to trigger it. 3. The same zone can be signed into repeatedly, but the rewards will gradually diminish, with the first sign-in offering the best rewards. Rules for ecstasy value critical hits, *. 1. Ecstasy value can be gained from events that evoke intense emotional reactions, such as humiliating villains, turning the tables in desperate situations, defeating enemies above your level, or astonishing others. The greater the impact of the event, the more ecstasy value is obtained. 2. Rewards from sign-ins can be spent to trigger critical hits. The multiplier for critical hits ranges from 10 to 100 times, and the more accumulated ecstasy value, the higher the probability of a high multiplier. 3. Once accumulated ecstasy value reaches specific thresholds, permanent privileges can be unlocked, e.g., increased critical hit chances, expanded inventory, special skills, etc. So that's how it works. I had an epiphany. Dangerous zones served as the foundation, while ecstasy value acted as an amplifier. The two complemented each other to maximize the system's benefits. Earlier at Beast Alley, it was the combined effect of the high-level events humiliation from being forced to annul an engagement and narrow escape from death that triggered a 100x ultimate critical hit, propelling me to where I am now in one leap. Looks like I'll have to frequent dangerous places and create some major headlines to accumulate ecstasy value quickly and grow stronger. A clear plan had already formed in my mind. Just then, the sound of hurried footsteps broke the serene atmosphere of the tree-lined path. I opened my eyes to see Chin Hao charging forward, accompanied by 5 or 6 martial arts students. Their faces were filled with rage, and their eyes burned with malicious intent. Clearly unwilling to let things go, Chin Hao had returned after rounding up more people and tracked me down. "Chen Fan, stop right there." Chin Hao, panting heavily, halted and pointed at me, his face twisted with anger. "You dared to kill my men. If I don't grind your bones to dust today, my name is not Chin." The students behind him spread out to surround me, each emanating spiritual energy waves of an early-stage martial disciple. Undoubtedly, they were either members of the Chin family or elite fighters brought in by Chin Hao. A crewcut student gritted his teeth and growled, "Young Master Chin, this brat killed Zhang Chang. We must make him pay with blood." This was Lu Feng, one of Zhang Chang's closest allies, who had awakened an F-level ability called Speed Enhancement. Another student chimed in, "Exactly. A worthless F-level scum daring to commit murder in Jian City, he's outrageous." Chin Hao glared at me, his eyes brimming with a toxic mix of resentment and dread. My display of power earlier in Beast Alley had clearly left a lasting shadow in his heart. But now, with this many reinforcements and the confidence of a mid-stage martial disciple himself, he believed that the odds were on his side. He was convinced that I couldn't possibly take on so many opponents at once and thought my performance earlier might have relied on some kind of trickery or even the beast's interference. I slowly rose from the bench, brushing off the dust on my clothes. My face betrayed no hint of fear, only a teasing smirk. "Chin Hao, you really don't know when to give up, do you?" My tone was calm, yet my gaze held an icy mockery. "Weren't you scared enough in Beast Alley? And now you've dragged along a gang of lackeys here? Is it because you're looking to bury them alongside you? You're courting death." Chin Hao's face turned ashen with rage, and he bellowed, "You think just because you killed Zhang Chang and those pathetic fools that you can do as you please? Let me tell you something, this is Jiang City, the Chin family's territory. Today, you either surrender and come with me to the Chin family to face your punishment, or you get beaten to death and have your corpse dumped in the wilderness." Occasional passers-by caught sight of the tense situation but hurriedly avoided the scene, too intimidated to linger or witness what might unfold. When I heard the words Chin family, the sneer on my lips deepened. "The Chin family? Do you think it's that impressive?" I took a step forward, and the air around me suddenly became oppressive as streaks of lightning flared up, crackling ominously and freezing the atmosphere. "Did you just say the Chin family wouldn't let me go?" Chin Hao was startled by my imposing manner, instinctively retreating half a step. Forcing himself to stay collected, he said, "Of course. The Chin family is deeply rooted in Jiang City. Even the Martial Arts Bureau has to give us some respect. You killed my people, which means you've declared enmity with the Chin family. The only end for you is death. Is that so?" I sneered, my gaze sharp as a blade. "Then let's see whether your Chin family has more people or if my lightning is deadlier. But before we start, let me remind you of something." My eyes swept over the students standing behind Chin Hao, and I said coldly, "Next time you send people to kill me, make sure to bring more urns so there's enough for all the bodies, instead of leaving them lying around." As soon as I said those words, Chin Hao and the students behind him froze. They hadn't expected me to be this brazen, speaking such provocative words in their faces. It was outright defiance. You're arrogant. Qin Hao was trembling with anger, pointing a finger at me and shouting to the students behind him, "Get him! Cripple him! No matter what happens, the Qin family will bear the consequences." "Yes, young Master Qin." Lu Feng was the first to charge forward. He was incredibly fast, his figure becoming a blur as he dashed toward my back, holding a short blade gleaming with a cold light. He aimed to use his speed to launch a surprise attack, hoping to finish me in one strike. The other students sprang into action as well. Some swung their fists, while others unleashed faint traces of abilities, surrounding me with a coordinated assault. But against my Thunder Emperor physique, their attacks seemed to move in slow motion. I didn't even bother to turn around, just shifted slightly to the side, and effortlessly dodged Lu Feng's ambush. At the same time, I casually waved my right hand, releasing a thin bolt of lightning that struck Lu Feng square in the knee. Ah! Lu Feng let out a blood-curdling scream as intense pain shot through his knee. Losing his balance, he crashed heavily to the ground, his short blade flying out of his grasp. He tried to get up but found that his knee, damaged by the lightning, was completely unable to support him. The scene made the other attacking students freeze in their tracks, their faces filled with shock and fear. In just one move, I had incapacitated their fastest member. Was my strength truly this terrifying? Qin Hao's expression darkened further, and the unease in his heart grew stronger. I didn't give them a chance to recover. My steps moved swiftly, my figure flitting like a phantom through the group. Bang! 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 Ah! Ah! Screams rang out one after another. Every time I struck, a flash of lightning accompanied it. My movements were as fast as lightning itself, my power far exceeding that of ordinary martial artists. Combined with the paralyzing effects of lightning, the students stood no chance. Some were struck on the arm by lightning, losing feeling in their limb instantly, others were sent flying by my punches, spitting blood as they tumbled, still others were directly paralyzed by the lightning, collapsing to the ground, unable to move. In less than a minute, all 5 or 6 students Qin Hao brought with him were on the ground, either severely injured or incapacitated, groaning in pain. On the tree-lined path, only Qin Hao remained standing, alone. His face was ashen, his entire body trembling. His eyes were filled with an overwhelming fear. As he took in the scene before him, a veritable slaughterhouse, and looked again at my cold, unyielding gaze, his legs nearly gave way beneath him. For the first time, he realized I hadn't been bluffing. I truly had the power to crush every one of them. The so-called F-class loser he used to torment had become someone he couldn't even afford to provoke. I walked step by step toward Qin Hao, each step like a heavy hammer pounding on his chest. Qin Hao, do you still think the Qin family can protect you now? My voice was chillingly cold. Qin Hao staggered backward in terror, stammering incoherently, "And no. Don't kill me. Chen Fan, I was wrong. I shouldn't have provoked you." The arrogance he displayed moments ago was completely gone, replaced by pure fear and desperate pleading. I looked at his pathetic state, feeling not the slightest bit of sympathy. Back in the beast lane, when Qin Hao wanted me dead, he hadn't hesitated for even a second. Kill you? I chuckled coldly. Killing you now would be far too easy a punishment. My gaze landed on the corner of a red piece of paper peeking out from Qin Hao's chest pocket. It was the engagement contract the Su family had sent when the two families arranged the marriage. Qin Hao had been carrying it ever since, flaunting it to Su Qingyue in an attempt to humiliate me. Little did he know it would now become a tool for me to humiliate him instead. You're still carrying this agreement? My eyes turned even colder. Qin Hao instinctively covered his chest, his face growing even paler. I didn't give him a chance to react. Stepping forward, I snatched the engagement contract out of his pocket in one swift move. The red paper bore the signatures and seals of both families, a witness to a pact long since discarded by the Su family. I looked at the handwriting on the paper, and the last wisp of lingering attachment to the past in my heart vanished completely. In front of Qin Hao, I raised the engagement agreement high. From today onward, this agreement is null and void. As the words left my mouth, I applied slight force to my wrist. Rip! The crisp sound broke the silence of the tree-lined path. The red agreement was torn in half. I didn't stop, continuing to tear it apart until the agreement was shredded into countless fragments, which I then tossed into the air. The red scraps of paper fluttered like scattered butterflies, drifting in the air and landing on Chinhao's pale face, mocking his incompetence and absurdity. Su Qingyue, the Qin family, and everyone who has ever looked down on me, my voice echoed around, filled with unyielding dominance and determination. From today onward, I, Chen Fan, cut ties with the past. Everything you owe me, I will reclaim one by one. From now on, I will walk my own path, and no one will ever control me again. Qinhao stared at the fluttering paper fragments, then at my cold, resolute gaze, trembling until he collapsed weakly to the ground, unable to utter a single word. He knew I was serious this time. The so-called useless person he once dismissed was truly rising, and he knew both he and the Qin family would soon face my reprisal. At that moment, a black sedan slowly pulled up at the corner of the street. The window rolled down, revealing Su Qingyue's stunning profile. She hadn't left but had been silently watching from afar. She had witnessed every detail of my tearing up the agreement. As she looked at my proud and aloof silhouette and listened to my bold, decisive words, a subtle but complicated emotion surfaced in her beautiful eyes: shock, confusion, curiosity, and an almost imperceptible sense of intrigue. She had never imagined that the once submissive and spineless fiancé she deemed useless could possess such brilliance. The confidence and dominance exuding from me were unlike anything she had ever seen in other men. "Miss, shall we go over now?" the bodyguard in the driver's seat asked softly. Su Qingyue shook her head, her gaze fixed on my retreating figure. She spoke slowly, her tone layered with an unyielding command: "No need. Investigate him. I want every detail about Chen Fan, including his upbringing, all his activities since his awakening, and every single thing that happened in Beast Street earlier. Don't leave out a single detail." Her voice had a commanding presence. Clearly, my transformation had piqued her curiosity. She had to uncover what had happened to me to bring about such an earth-shattering change in such a short time. The bodyguard nodded, immediately retrieving his phone to contact people for the investigation. The sedan drove off slowly, disappearing around the corner. Meanwhile, on the tree-lined path, I didn't spare Qinhao another glance as I turned and set off towards Jiangcheng High. There were things I needed to gather at school, and the registration point for the martial arts exam was also located there. I had to sign up as soon as possible. Among the onlookers, some recognized me, quickly pulling out their phones to take pictures and videos, chattering incessantly. "Oh my god, is that Chen Fan, the one who was dumped by Su Qingyue? He's incredible now. He single-handedly took down the group Qinhao brought and even tore up the engagement agreement. That's so badass. We all underestimated him before. He wasn't useless at all, he just hadn't shown his potential. Qinhao and the Su family are definitely in trouble now. There's no way Chen Fan would let them off the hook." I heard all the discussions but paid no attention to them. What others thought of me no longer mattered. Now, I only cared about becoming stronger than anyone else. I had to control my own destiny and protect those I wanted to protect. As I arrived at the gates of Jiangcheng High, most of the students had already left, though a few lingered. When they saw me return, they gathered around, their eyes filled with awe and curiosity. The events on Beast Street and the tree-lined path had already spread like wildfire through the school via mobile phones. Everyone now knew that I was no longer the F-rank loser anyone could bully. Ignoring the stares, I walked straight into the school, heading towards the academic building. My steps were steady, my gaze resolute, and faint traces of electric energy surrounded me, as though I were a king about to ascend to the pinnacle. In the hallway of the academic building, a number of students were still packing up their belongings. When they saw me approaching, they instinctively made way, avoiding my gaze. I proceeded to the door of my classroom, pushed it open, and stepped inside. A few students were still tidying up their things. When they noticed my presence, they froze and cast complex glances in my direction. Among them was my deskmate, Zhao Lei. Zhao Lei was tall and robust, with a straightforward and honest personality. He had awakened a C-rank strength enhancement ability and was one of the few in the class who had never mocked me. When he saw me enter, Zhao Lei froze for a moment before quickly striding over, lowering his voice to ask, "Chen Fan, are you okay? Just now, everyone outside was saying you got into a fight with Qin Hao and his guys." Looking at Zhao Lei's concerned expression, I felt a faint warmth in my heart. In this campus where people were either opportunistic or indifferent, Zhao Lei was one of the few who remained relatively kind to me. "I'm fine." I smiled lightly, my tone calm as I replied, "It was just a small issue, and it's already resolved." "That's good." Zhao Lei breathed a sigh of relief, though he still looked slightly worried. "But Qin Hao is part of the Qin family, he won't let this go so easily. You should watch out." "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing." I patted Zhao Lei's shoulder, feeling the strength emanating from him. Inwardly, I thought to myself, Zhao Lei's sea-level strength-enhancing ability shows real potential. If properly cultivated, he might just become a valuable ally in the future. I didn't say much else and walked to my seat to start packing up my things. There wasn't much on my desk, just a few worn textbooks and an old, chipped pencil case. I quickly gathered my belongings and stuffed them into a canvas bag. As I was about to leave, the sound of footsteps came from the classroom door. A group of students wearing martial arts training uniforms blocked the entrance. Leading them was Wang Hu, the class leader of the martial arts class. Wang Hu was bulky and possessed a D-level rock skin ability. He was a loyal lackey of Qin Hao and often used Qin Hao's influence to behave tyrannically around school. Upon hearing that Qin Hao had been dealt with by me, he was unhappy and rallied several martial arts students to block my path, intending to teach me a lesson. "Chen Fan, stop right there." Wang Hu stood with arms crossed, looking at me arrogantly. "I hear you're quite the fighter now, huh? You even dared to oppose young Master Qin. Is it because you think you've grown wings and can fly?" I halted, turned, and looked at Wang Hu. A cold glint flashed in my eyes. Just after handling Qin Hao, another brainless fool showed up. It seemed that until they were given a proper lesson, none of these people would understand who the real stronger one here was. "Oh? Are you volunteering to share Qin Hao's fate?" My voice was icy, carrying a touch of unquestionable authority. Wang Hu's heart skipped a beat under my gaze, but he quickly regained his courage, relying on his D-level ability and the backup of his companions. "Share his fate? You sure think highly of yourself." Wang Hu sneered. "You only took down a few useless nobodies and now you think you're some kind of martial arts master? Today, I'll show you what real strength looks like." As soon as he finished speaking, a faint gray glow began to shimmer across Wang Hu's body. His skin hardened, taking on the texture and appearance of solid rock. It was the manifestation of his D-level rock skin ability. Behind him, the other students activated their abilities, readying themselves for a fight. The other students in the classroom, witnessing this scene, were so scared that they quickly hid themselves in the corners, too afraid to make any noise. Zhao Lei frowned, stepping protectively in front of me on instinct. He addressed Wang Hu. "Wang Hu, what kind of fight is this? So many of you ganging up on one person, don't you feel any shame?" "Zhao Lei, this has nothing to do with you," Wang Hu said dismissively, casting a glance at Zhao Lei with disdain. "If you know what's good for you, get out of the way. Otherwise, I'll deal with you too." I placed a hand on Zhao Lei's shoulder, signaling for him not to worry. "You don't need to lift a finger. I can handle these small fry myself." I strode out of the classroom into the hallway, standing before Wang Hu and his group. Looking at them, I let a cold smirk cross my lips. "Since you're so eager to die, I'll gladly grant your wish." A new clash was about to erupt. The teaching building at Jiangchun High was built into the hillside. From the third-floor hallway, one could see the camphor trees of the school's forest. The midday sunlight filtered through the leaves, scattering dappled light across the ground. It mingled with the remnants of the lively chaos left by the graduation season, creating an atmosphere that was both spirited and a little disorderly. As soon as I stepped out of the classroom, a towering figure blocked my path. Wang Hu stood there with arms crossed, leaning casually against the hallway railing. Behind him were 3 martial arts students, all standing tall and imposing, eyeing me with unfriendly intent as if I were a lamb on its way to slaughter. Wang Hu stood at an impressive height of 1.9 meters, his broad shoulders emphasized by the tight martial arts training uniform stretched taut over his massive frame. There was a faint scar on his face, a souvenir from his last skirmish with a wild beast. Now, coupled with his menacing sneer, the scar added to his fierce and intimidating demeanor. As the leader of the martial arts class and Qin Hao's top henchman, Wang Hu had always been known for throwing his weight around the school. Especially when it came to someone like me, a so-called F-level loser, he had never taken me seriously. The news of Qin Hao's defeat had just reached his ears, and Wang Hu was furious. To him, my victory was nothing more than dumb luck. Defeating a bunch of untrained lackeys in no way meant I could stand against a properly trained martial arts student with a legitimate D-level awakened ability like himself. In his mind, I was still someone he could easily crush. "Chen Fan, why are you running so fast?" Wang Hu sneered, taking a step forward. His massive shadow loomed over me, and his tone was filled with undisguised contempt. "You think pulling off a few clever tricks out there makes you someone important now?" A tall, lanky student behind him immediately chimed in, "Brother Hu was right. This guy's just a show-off nobody. He killed a few useless lackeys, and now he dares to strut around the school? I bet he's scared of young Master Qin and is trying to escape in a hurry." Another short, stocky student joined in, his eyes full of mockery. The students in the corridor, who had been packing up their things, now crowded around after hearing the commotion, gathering on both sides of the hallway and whispering among themselves. "It's Wang Hu. Why's he here? He must be here because of Qin Hao. Wang Hu is one of Qin Hao's die-hard followers. Chen Fan's in trouble now. Wang Hu has awakened a D-rank rock skin ability and is at the mid-stage of the martial apprentice realm. He's even stronger than Qin Hao. Chen Fan might have managed to defeat Qin Hao's lackeys just now, but that could have been pure luck. Against Wang Hu, I think he's doomed." The murmurs reached my ears, making the smirk on Wang Hu's face grow even more pronounced. He raised his voice deliberately, ensuring everyone could hear him clearly. "Chen Fan, do you think tearing up a silly agreement and beating up a few small fries is enough to turn your life around? Let me tell you something, you'll always be nothing more than an F-rank trash who can't even reach the martial apprentice stage in my eyes. Do you even know who young Master Qin is? Someone like you has the nerve to defy him? If you want to save your miserable life, kneel down now, bang your head on the floor 3 times, then crawl to beg for young Master Qin's forgiveness, and maybe I'll spare you." Wang Hu's words grew increasingly arrogant, every syllable a blatant provocation of my patience. I stood motionless, my expression calm, though my gaze turned icy by the second. I had no desire to stir up a significant ruckus at school, not with the martial arts entrance exams around the corner. It wouldn't be wise to create unnecessary complications. Yet these people were like flies, buzzing incessantly, refusing to give me a moment of peace. "Wang Hu, do you not understand human speech?" I spoke slowly, my voice quiet yet carrying an icy sharpness that cut straight to the bone. "Qin Hao knelt before me just now, trembling and begging for mercy. What do you think you are, acting so high and mighty here?" "What did you say?" Wang Hu's facial expression darkened, a flash of anger glinting in his eyes. "You dare claim young Master Qin begged for mercy? Look at yourself in a mirror before spewing such nonsense." To him, Qin Hao, as the Qin family's young master, stood high above others, both in status and strength. How could someone like me, a so-called failure, make him kneel? He was certain I was bluffing. "Whether it's nonsense or not, you can ask Qin Hao yourself," I said, a mocking smile curling at my lips. "Though if my guess is right, he's probably still trembling on the avenue outside." "You're asking for death." Wang Hu was utterly enraged. He lunged forward with a roar, his body instantly cloaked in a dense gray aura. His skin transformed, becoming rough and textured like hard rock, his D-rank ability, rock skin, fully activated. This power didn't just fortify his defense but also amplified his strength, making it a near-perfect ability for close combat. Among martial apprentices, it was without a doubt a top-tier ability. "Since you're so stubborn, I'll teach you a lesson on behalf of young Master Qin. I'll show you what true martial power looks like." Wang Hu bellowed, swinging a fist the size of a casserole dish directly at my chest with a deafening roar. The force of the punch tore through the air with sharp intensity, carrying faint fluctuations of spiritual energy. It was evident he was going all out. The surrounding students gasped in alarm, many shrinking back and shutting their eyes out of reflex, as if they could already envision me being pummeled across the hallway, bones shattered and tendons broken. Next to me, my deskmate Zhao Lei's expression twisted in panic. Instinctively, he surged forward to intervene, but I stopped him with a firm grasp. Relax. I'll be fine. I turned back to Zhao Lei with a calm smile, the confidence in my gaze unwavering. Just as Wang Hu's fist was about to connect with me, a mechanical sound echoed in my mind. Detected, host located in a human-caused danger zone, school building hallway. Danger level, E rank. The current location meets the conditions for a system sign-in. Would you like to sign in now? Sign in. I silently commanded without hesitation. Simultaneously, Wang Hu's provocation and the impending attack triggered a surge in satisfaction points. Triggered event, antagonist publicly provokes you, C rank. Rewarded with 300 satisfaction points. Triggered event, imminent cross-rank counterattack, anticipated. Rewarded with 200 satisfaction points. Current total satisfaction points, 1,750. Detected, satisfaction points fulfill critical condition requirements. Would you like to consume 500 satisfaction points to activate a critical hit? Activate. I made the decision instantly. Exchanging 500 satisfaction points for a critical hit reward was absolutely worth it. Critical hit calculation in progress. 30x critical hit. Congratulations, host. Reward obtained, Lightning Shield, active skill, at. Skill description, consumes a small amount of spiritual energy to conjure a bluish-purple lightning shield. Capable of defending against attacks below the Martial Master realm, with a 50% chance of reflecting the attack back at the opponent. Duration, 10 minutes. Cooldown, 30 minutes. The moment the system prompt sounded, a light blue lightning shield instantly enveloped my entire body. The surface of the shield was covered with dense electric arcs, crackling with a menacing sound that exuded an aura of terrifying pressure. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. To an outsider, it appeared as though I had simply stood still while this mysterious lightning shield inexplicably materialized around me. What is this? Wang Hu's fist was already inches away. As soon as he saw the shield, a flash of shock crossed his eyes, but his momentum was already too far gone, there was no stopping now. Boom! A deafening crash rang out as Wang Hu's punch collided fiercely with the lightning shield. The horrific scene of mangled flesh he had anticipated didn't happen. Instead, an intense surge of electrical shock rebounded from the impact. Wang Hu felt as though his fist had struck a scalding iron plate. Not only did his attack fail to harm me in the slightest, but the powerful recoil left his arm numb. Immediately afterward, the arcs of electricity on the shield slithered up his arm like venomous snakes, spreading across his entire body in an instant. Arg! Wang Hu let out a blood-curdling scream, his whole body convulsing violently. The rocky texture of his skin began to crack under the lightning's assault, and the once vivid gray glow dimmed noticeably. He could feel his spiritual energy being thrown into chaos by the power of the lightning. His meridians screamed in pain, and a metallic taste rose up from his throat. Thud, thud, thud. Wang Hu stumbled back 7 or 8 steps before barely managing to steady himself. His face had gone ashen, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. The fist that once seemed as solid as stone was now swollen and trembling, clearly injured beyond measure. This can't be possible. Wang Hu's eyes widened in disbelief, fixed on the lightning shield around me with sheer terror. His D-rank rock skin ability, which could withstand the full-force attacks of a mid-tier fighter, had been completely countered and left him grievously wounded. How could a single shield do this? What kind of ability did I possess? The nearby students were utterly stunned. A moment ago, the hallway had been alive with whispers betting on my defeat. But now, silence fell like a thunderclap, everyone frozen in shock at the spectacle before them. The lightning shield, Wang Hu's devastating counterattack, these were sights no one could ignore. My God! What kind of shield was that? It even rebounded Wang Hu's attack. But Wang Hu's a D-rank enhancer, at mid-tier fighter level. How did he fail to land even one hit? What's Chen Fan's ability, really? Wasn't it said he was just an F rank, an unremarkable deadweight? Deadweight? Are you kidding? He's clearly a hidden powerhouse. He's not a failure anymore. Chen Fan is no failure, he's unstoppable. Someone in the crowd shouted first, and soon, cries of astonishment and excitement erupted throughout the corridor. The students' gazes transformed from doubt and contempt to shock, awe, and even traces of fervent admiration. No one had expected this. The laughingstock they'd mocked for an entire year, labeled as simply an F-rank loser without attributes, turned out to possess such overwhelming power. For him to drive back Wang Hu, a D-rank enhancer, with a single move, this kind of strength was elite even by martial arts class standards. Standing off to the side, Zhao Lei looked equally astonished. He stared at my back, his eyes brimming with joy and respect. He had always believed in me, convinced that I wasn't just anyone ordinary. I had merely lacked the opportunity until now. My time had finally come. I had risen. I gradually dissipated the lightning shield, the electric energy surrounding me retreating as well. But my gaze remained icy as I fixed my eyes on Wang Hu. Wang Hu, do you still think I'm a failure? I asked, my tone calm, yet laced with irrefutable authority. Wang Hu shuddered violently, his eyes reflecting nothing but fear as they met mine. It was as if he were staring at a monster. He wanted to retort, to fight back, but found that he lacked even the strength to speak. All he could muster was a hoarse rasp as blood flowed more profusely from his lips. The lightning attack had not only ravaged his body, but also disrupted his meridians, rendering him unable to recover in the short term. The three lackeys behind him were similarly terrified, their faces pale and bodies trembling uncontrollably. None of them dared to step forward. Earlier, they had eagerly mocked and taunted me alongside Wang Hu, but now, it was as if they had been courting death itself. I was unstoppable today. Turning to Wang Hu's lackeys, I uttered a single word, scram. That one word alone carried such a powerful force that it utterly subdued them. Wang Hu's three followers scrambled to carry the injured Wang Hu away, their movements clumsy and panicked, without daring to even utter a parting threat. It was clear they feared I might decide to give them a dose of tough love. The students in the hallway exploded into chatter, their discussions buzzing with excitement as if watching a theatrical performance. They looked at me like I was some kind of grand deity, their gazes filled with awe and reverence. Wow! Chen Fan is practically an unbeatable war god now, someone exclaimed. Even Wang Hu got beaten to the point where he couldn't find his bearings. Who would dare mess with him from now on, another said. I heard he even dealt with Qin Hao's three sidekicks before defeating Wang Hu. Qin Hao's really hit a wall this time, a third chimed in. What do you guys think Chen Fan's ability tier is? That lightning shield earlier, wow, that was stunning. It's got to be above grade A. How else could he be this powerful? They chattered on, but I didn't take their words to heart. I turned and headed back to the classroom to pack up my things. There wasn't much on my desk, a few worn-out textbooks, a pencil case I had used for years, and a yellowed photograph. It was a picture of me with the motherly director of the orphanage. I carefully tucked the photo into the inner pocket of my canvas bag. Just thinking about the orphanage director warmed my heart. She passed away the year I started high school, leaving this photo as my only keepsake. Back then, I was weak and lived at the bottom of the social ladder in misery. I couldn't even protect myself, let alone bring honor to the director. But now things were different. I had a system and an immensely powerful ability. My fate was destined to turn around. Silently, I murmured to myself, Orphanage Director Mom, don't worry. I'll become incredibly strong, so no one dares to look down on me again. After packing up, I slung the canvas bag over my shoulder and prepared to leave. As I passed by Zhao Lei, his excitement was almost cartoonish, like that of a hyperactive husky. He quickly caught up to me, enthusiastically shouting, Chen Fan, you were incredible. That move earlier was beyond amazing. What's your ability anyway? I didn't bother withholding the truth and responded directly, lightning abilities. Hearing this, his eyes widened like saucers, filled with shock. Lightning? And it's grade S? Holy crap! In the entirety of Jiangchang High, only Su Qingyue has a grade A ability. And you're saying you're grade S? That's practically cheating. Lightning abilities were already known for their ferocity, powerful attacks, and incredible speed. A grade S lightning ability boasted nearly limitless potential. Zhao Lei quickly understood why I was able to defeat Wang Hu and Qin Hao's lackeys so effortlessly. I downplayed it a bit, saying, "It's just luck." But deep down, I knew it was all because of the system. Without the dangerous situation check-in system, I'd probably be nothing more than another corpse in the Beast Alley. Zhao Lei, however, didn't see it that way. He was practically bouncing with excitement. Luck? This is all skill. Chen Fan, with your ability, the martial arts unified exam is a guaranteed golden ticket. You could definitely get into a top-tier martial arts academy. Don't forget about me when you make it big. I patted him on the shoulder and smiled. Don't worry. I won't forget. Zhao Lei was an honest and reliable guy, one of the few good friends I had at school. When I rise to the top, I'll definitely remember him. We walked side by side out of the teaching building. Along the way, the students' gazes were unmistakably filled with awe, and many even approached to greet me respectfully. Back in the day, I wouldn't have dared to imagine any of this. At the school gates, some students were still gossiping about the event earlier, with even a few recording me with their phones, calling out, "Master Chen Fan." I wasn't in the mood to entertain them, I had much more important things to do. The registration point for the Martial Arts Unified exam was located in the school's administrative building. I had to hurry and sign up, then focus on training and enhancing my strength. Only by becoming strong enough could I stand out in the exam, gain admission to a prestigious martial arts academy, and access more resources and opportunities. I turned to Zhao Lei and asked, "Zhao Lei, I'm heading to the administrative building to register for the Martial Arts Unified exam. Want to come along?" He nodded fervently. Of course. I've been wanting to register for ages, but I never had the guts. With you around, I feel much more confident. Zhao Lei's ability involved grade C physical enhancement, putting him at the beginner level of a martial disciple. While not extraordinary, he still stood a chance of getting into an ordinary martial arts academy. The two of us headed toward the administrative building, sunlight casting long shadows behind us. Excitement bubbled within me, this exam would be my first major stage of transformation. I planned to shine as brightly as I could, proving to everyone that the former grade F loser had now become an invincible force. But I didn't anticipate what awaited me at the registration point in the administrative building. There sat Qin Hao in the lounge area, his face as dark as a storm cloud. His eyes glared daggers at the doorway. After I left him trembling and humiliated earlier, he had returned to school, stewing in anger and frustration. Determined to get revenge, he brought along several of his lackeys to the registration point, plotting to cause trouble the moment I showed up. One of his lackeys tentatively asked, "Young Master Qin, are you sure Chen Fan will come to register?" Qin Hao gritted his teeth and hissed, "Of course he'll come. With his newfound strength, he's bound to take the Martial Arts Unified exam to prove himself. But over my dead body." He added that he had already spoken to the registration officer, instructing them to disqualify me under the pretext of intentional harm if I dared to set foot there. Zhao Lei and I walked into the registration point. When Qin Hao saw me, a flicker of murderous intent flashed in his eyes before turning into a sinister glare. He stepped forward, blocking the registration window with a mocking smile on his lips. "Chen Fan, you really have the courage to come here, huh? Do you think you can register smoothly after killing one of my people?" I stared at him, a cold glint of killing intent flashing in my own eyes. I thought to myself, this Qin Hao really won't shed tears until he sees the coffin. Once this farce at the entrance of the administration building was over, I had no interest in wasting time sparring with him. Grabbing Zhao Lei, I left immediately. I knew for sure Qin Hao wouldn't stop causing trouble, so rather than waste time here, it'd be better to find a quiet place to assess the current situation and complete today's basic system check-in. During graduation season, the campus was bustling with people. Many students were whispering about me, their pointing fingers and curious glances making me feel uncomfortable all over. Zhao Lei followed behind me, asking curiously, Chen Fan, aren't we registering now? Xin Hao's blocking the door and might pull some dirty tricks. Without breaking stride, I glanced up at the top of the academic building and said, no rush. Let's lie low for a while and come back later. Xin Hao's petty tricks won't stop me from registering. I was calculating in my mind. We had already caused quite the uproar in the stairwell earlier. If we headed to the administration building now, we'd definitely draw more attention. Besides, I hadn't completed the system's daily basic check-in yet. It'd be better to find a suitable high-risk area for the check-in. The teaching building of Jiangchang No. 1 High School was an old structure. Its rooftop, neglected over the years, had rickety railings and was close to Beast Alley on the outskirts of town. Occasionally, low-level beasts would wander up near the roof, so the school classified it as an E-level danger zone. Normally, no one ever went up there. For me, it was perfect, both quiet and meeting the system's criteria for a check-in. We climbed the creaky staircase. The stairwell was cluttered with abandoned desks and chairs, with sunlight cutting through layers of swirling dust. The air was thick with the smell of mildew. When we reached the top floor, the iron door to the rooftop was ajar, with a rusted-out no-entry sign hanging on it. The lock was corroded and had already broken off. I pushed the door open, and a gust of hot wind carrying a mix of dust hit me in the face. The rooftop was small. Its concrete surface was riddled with cracks, with weeds sprouting out here and there. The surrounding railings were rusty, parts of them were broken, with jagged steel rods exposed. Looking down, I could see the back wall of the building and a thicket of shrubs. A little farther out, the hazy outline of Beast Alley came into view. The wind howled incessantly, whipping my hair into a mess. In the distance, faint roars of beasts from Beast Alley could be heard, lending a perilous atmosphere to the rooftop. Zhao Lei moved cautiously to the railing, leaned forward for a quick peek, and then retreated immediately. This railing is way too dangerous. No wonder they don't let people up here, he muttered. I didn't respond, my attention fixed on the center of the rooftop. The system's notification sound chimed right on time. Detected, host is in a dangerous area, teaching building rooftop, E-level. Meets basic check-in conditions. Would you like to execute today's basic check-in? In my head, I answered, check-in. Check-in successful. Current danger level, E-level. Basic rewards have been issued. Detected, host has recently accumulated 1,750 satisfaction points. Would you like to consume 500 satisfaction points to trigger a critical hit? After a brief moment of thought, I decided against it. My satisfaction points weren't particularly high at the moment, and it'd be more worthwhile to save them for higher-level danger zones. The rewards from an E-level danger zone should still be decent without wasting the points. Rewards being issued. Congratulations, host has received Basic Swordsmanship, Perfection level. Skill description includes basic sword techniques such as slashing, cutting, thrusting, lifting, and parrying. At Perfection level mastery, the host can instinctively perform sword moves without deliberate practice. The skill is perfectly compatible with all types of abilities and boosts the power of combat techniques. As soon as the system notification finished, a flood of information surged into my mind. The essential techniques of countless sword moves, how to exert force, transition stances, and every intricate detail felt as if they had been etched into my very bones. In an instant, I completely mastered them. It felt as though I had been training in this swordsmanship for over a decade. Every action was so deeply familiar, so precise, that I could naturally execute the fastest and most lethal moves without even thinking. My body moved on instinct. So this is what perfection level swordsmanship feels like? I was overwhelmed with astonishment. Back in the orphanage, I had secretly watched martial arts students practice sword techniques. I knew that while basic swordsmanship might look simple, it was deceptively hard to achieve. Getting started took months, mastering it could take a year, and reaching perfection level where one achieved oneness with the sword required years or even decades of dedicated practice. Yet, the system had allowed me to skip all of that, directly equipping me with complete mastery of the sword. Zhao Lei noticed me zoning out and shot me a curious look. Walking over, he asked, Chen Fan, What's going on with you? Snapping back to reality, I smiled and said, nothing, just had a sudden realization about something. I then spotted a few discarded mop handles in the corner of the rooftop. Their wooden shafts were somewhat decayed, but the length and thickness were just right for resembling a sword. I walked over, picked up the sturdiest one, and weighed it in my hand. Its weight was perfect. I gripped the mop handle tightly, closed my eyes, and images of the fundamental sword techniques flashed through my mind. My body moved instinctively. My movements were agile and fluid, and the mop handle in my hand seemed to come to life. Slash, chop, stab, thrust, flick, every move was as smooth as flowing water, without a single hitch. When slashing, the force was so powerful that I could hear the whistle of wind. When stabbing, the speed was as quick as lightning. The flicks were so nimble that they were unpredictable. The perfected level of the fundamental sword techniques exuded astonishing power under my hand. Even with an ordinary mop handle, it radiated a sharp, menacing aura. To my surprise, I activated my innate lightning ability, and blue-purple electric currents began to course up the mop handle, enveloping it entirely. Each move carried the effects of paralysis and burning from the lightning. When I slashed down with a move, the mop handle, infused with lightning power, struck the cracked cement slab beside me with immense force. With a loud boom, the slab split into two halves instantly. The fracture emitted black smoke, a clear sign of lightning-induced scorching. Shadowy, who was watching nearby, gawked in shock and yelled, "Oh my god! Chen Fan, your swordsmanship is insane. When on earth did you practice this?" He had been my deskmate for 3 years and had never seen me practice sword techniques before. Yet here I was, suddenly this skilled, even seamlessly merging my supernatural powers with my swordplay. The resulting power was doubly astonishing. I stopped my movements, feeling the seamless flow of spiritual energy and lightning abilities within me. My heart leapt with joy. The combination of perfected fundamental swordsmanship and an S-rank lightning ability was mutually enhancing, further elevating my combat prowess significantly. In my current state, I could easily overpower an average martial apprentice at the mid-stage solely with this technique and my lightning ability, without even needing my lightning shield. I offered a simple response, just figured it out, without elaborating. The secret of the system was not something I could reveal, so figured it out would have to suffice. Although Shadowy found it unbelievable, he didn't press further. Instead, he exclaimed with an admiring expression, "Incredible! Chen Fan, with your current strength, you'll easily score a top rank in the martial exam." I smiled slightly, neither confirming nor denying his words. My confidence had grown far more than he could imagine. The more I understood the system, the clearer its mechanics became. The higher the danger level of an area, the more generous the rewards for signing in, the greater the accumulation of thrill points, the higher the probability and magnitude of a critical bonus. If a mere E-rank danger zone could grant me perfected fundamental swordsmanship, then wouldn't D-rank, C-rank, or even higher-level danger zones offer heaven-defying rewards? The thought of this made my excitement uncontainable. I gazed at the distant Fierce Beast Alley, my eyes brimming with anticipation. That area was classified as a D-rank danger zone, with its core even reaching D+ rank. It was teeming with fierce beasts and potentially abundant sign-in rewards. I secretly resolved, it seems I'll need to visit Fierce Beast Alley more often in the future. Only by challenging increasingly dangerous areas and accumulating more thrill points could I rapidly enhance my strength and stand out in the martial exam. I turned to Shadowy and said, "You head down first. I'll practice my swordsmanship here a bit longer and then go to the administration building to sign up." Shadowy nodded and replied, "Got it. Just be careful. If Hao tries to cause trouble again, don't hesitate to call me." Although he knew he wasn't much help, he patted his chest with a chivalrous air. Warmth filled my heart, and I nodded with a smile, "Don't worry about it." After Shadowy left, the rooftop returned to silence, save for the sound of the wind and the faint roars of fierce beasts in the distance. I gripped the mop handle once more and resumed practicing. This time, I was even more focused, deliberately channeling my lightning abilities into each sword move. The lightning power flowed along with my techniques, at times condensing to the tip for a powerful piercing force, at other times radiating outward for an area of effect paralyzing attack, or wrapping around the blade to enhance the slashing force. My movements became faster, the techniques smoother. The perfected fundamental swordsmanship was fully unleashed in my hands. On the rooftop, flashes of blue-purple lightning illuminated the space intermittently, accompanied by the sizzling sound of electricity and the howling of the sword slicing through the air. The momentum was nothing short of overwhelming. After practicing for over half an hour, I finally stopped. Beads of sweat dotted my forehead, and my breathing was slightly ragged, but my gaze grew sharper. Through the practice, I had thoroughly mastered the fusion of the fundamental sword techniques and my lightning abilities, further elevating my combat strength. Even more importantly, I could feel the spiritual energy within me being constantly refined during its circulation, growing ever purer, bringing me closer to breaking through to the martial apprentice stage. I thought to myself, at this rate, breaking through to the martial apprentice stage is just a matter of time. I glanced at the system interface. Host, Chen Fan. Physique, Thunder Emperor Physique, SSS Class. Ability, S-Class Lightning Ability, Beginner. Martial Rank, None, about to break through to Martial Apprentice stage. Current Thrill Points, 1950, 200 points added, sourced from Zhaolei's admiration and the personal breakthrough achieved through rooftop sword practice. Critical Bonus Probability, Base 10%. Unlocked Functions, Danger Zone Sign-In, Thrill Point Critical, Backpack. Backpack Inventory, None. Skills Mastered, Basic Swordsmanship, Perfection Level, Thunder Shield, Active Skill. The satisfaction points increased again by 200. It was a bit unexpected. It seemed that not only slapping the faces of antagonists could earn satisfaction points, but personal breakthroughs and admiration from others could accumulate them as well. This would make my accumulation speed even faster. I put away the mop handle and walked to the edge of the rooftop, gazing at the distant administration building. By now, the commotion should have subsided. Xin Hao, even if he wanted to stir up trouble, might not succeed. The Martial Arts Unified Examination is a national test with strict registration qualifications. Xin Hao, relying on the Qin family's influence to revoke my registration, wouldn't find it easy. And even if I were truly made a target, with my current strength, I could handle the situation. Taking a deep breath to suppress the excitement stirring in my heart, I turned and headed towards the stairwell. Just as I reached the staircase entrance, I heard sounds of argument coming from downstairs. Among the voices, Xin Hao's was particularly distinct as he exclaimed in anger. "How can you allow him to register? He's a deliberate assailant. I've already submitted evidence. He killed my 3 underlings and even injured Wang Hu. Someone like him doesn't deserve to participate in the Martial Arts Unified Examination." An elderly voice responded, likely belonging to the registrar. "Young Master Qin, that's not how things work. We've looked into the situation with student Chen Fan. Based on eyewitness testimonies, it was your followers who attacked first, making student Chen Fan's actions a case of justified defense. Moreover, his ability test results meet the eligibility criteria for registration. We have no reason to refuse his application." Xin Hao sneered in fury. "Justified defense? He killed people and you call that justified defense? Registrar, are you taking bribes from him?" The registrar's tone turned firm. "Young Master Qin, please mind your words. The registration rules for the Martial Arts Unified Examination are set by national authorities. I'm merely following procedure. If you have any objections, you may file a complaint with the Martial Arts Administration Bureau. However, at this moment, I must proceed with registering student Chen Fan." A cold smile curled at the corner of my lips. As expected, Xin Hao was trying to pull strings, but fortunately, the registrar remained impartial, not succumbing to the Qin family's influence. Quickening my steps, I headed straight for the administration building. Approaching the building's entrance, I saw exactly what I had anticipated. Xin Hao was still in a heated argument with the registrar. His face was red with frustration as the elderly administrator tried to reason with him helplessly. Nearby, a few students waiting to register looked on, whispering amongst themselves. The moment Xin Hao spotted me, his eyes locked onto mine, brimming with resentment and malice. Gritting his teeth, he spat venomously. "Chen Fan, how dare you show up? Let me warn you, don't think you can register successfully. Even if you do manage to register, I'll personally ensure I destroy you during the exams. Ignoring his threats, I walked straight to the registration counter. Slightly inclining my head, I addressed the registrar politely. "Teacher, I'd like to register for the Martial Arts Unified Examination." The registrar, an elderly man with graying hair and bifocals, possessed sharp eyes that seemed to scrutinize deeply. As he examined me, his gaze revealed a fleeting trace of surprise, likely from recognizing me or having heard about me. "You are student Chen Fan?" he inquired. "Yes," I replied with a nod. He didn't press further. From a stack, he retrieved a registration form and handed it to me. "Fill in your basic information here. Then head over there for your ability testing and physical assessment. Passing those will complete your registration." Accepting the registration form, I picked up a pen and began filling it out rapidly. Moving swiftly, my handwriting was neat and orderly. Within a short time, I completed the form. Watching me all the while, Jinhao trembled with rage but was utterly powerless to stop me. The registrar remained firm, giving him no chance to intervene. Glaring at me hatefully, Jinhao lashed out. "Chen Fan, just you wait. The examination grounds are nothing like a school. I'll make sure you understand what it feels like to wish you were dead." Finishing the form, I looked up and met his gaze, a cold smirk forming on my lips. "I'll be waiting. But I'd suggest you worry more about whether you can pass the exams yourself first." With that, I strode off towards the testing area, registration form in hand. Behind me, Jinhao glared at my retreating figure with a gaze filled with murderous intent. His fists clenched so tightly his nails dug into his palms. He knew my rise was unstoppable now. If he couldn't eliminate me during the Martial Arts Unified Examination, any chance for revenge in the future would slip further away. Inwardly, he roared in frustration. "Chen Fan, I will kill you." As for his malicious plotting, I couldn't care less. Even if I knew about it, I wouldn't give it any thought. The current me was no longer a powerless fool at anyone's mercy. His threats were nothing but meaningless noise to me. Reaching the testing area, I found two precision instruments set up, one for ability testing and the other for physical assessment. A young female instructor was in charge there. Spotting me, she nodded and instructed. "Place your hand on the ability tester and concentrate on releasing your ability." Following her instructions, I placed my hand on the cold surface of the tester and channeled my internal lightning ability. All at once, the tester's indicator lights began flashing madly, while the values on its screen surged upward rapidly. A faint buzzing sound emanated from the device before the screen finally displayed a locked-in value. The female instructor's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at the result. This can't be possible," she exclaimed. The setting sun cast a warm, golden hue over the teaching building of Jiangchang No. 1 High School. Carrying a canvas bag, I strolled out of the school gate at an unhurried pace. The registration process in the administration building went quite smoothly. The wildly fluctuating numbers on the device during the abilities test, along with the astonished expression of the female teacher, made me keenly aware of the changes within myself. Although the final test results were temporarily withheld by the supervisor under the pretext of abnormal ability fluctuations requiring further reporting and verification, I understood in my heart the potential of an S-rank lightning ability was more than enough for me to stand out in the martial arts entrance exams. After leaving the school gate, I didn't head straight back to the welfare home. Instead, I walked towards the outskirts of the city, to Beast Alley. From this morning's events, I had discerned the pattern of the system's mechanics: the higher the danger level of a zone, the richer the rewards for signing in. Beast Alley, being a D-level danger zone, was perfect for accumulating resources and satisfaction points. Moreover, I had a hunch that Jinhao wouldn't let this situation slide. There was a high likelihood he'd make a move once I left school. Rather than being passively attacked, it was better to take the initiative, accumulate satisfaction while I was at it, and test the limits of my real combat abilities. I sauntered west along the asphalt road. The roadside shops dwindled in number, gradually replaced by squat shantytowns and abandoned factories. The scent in the air changed from the sweet smell of gardenias to the putrid odor unique to Beast Alley, a mixture of rotting garbage and the feces of savage beasts. When I was about 100 meters away from Beast Alley, my pace faltered slightly. The Thunder Emperor physique granted me heightened senses, and I could clearly perceive the malicious presences hiding in the shadows ahead. These presences exuded a chilling, greedy aura tinged with the scent of blood. At a glance, it was obvious they were no good. A mechanical prompt from the system echoed in my mind. Detected malicious surveillance nearby. Current area danger level escalated to D+. Detected potential ambushers. Condition for triggering villainous scheme met. Satisfaction points can be accumulated. This confirmed my suspicions. A cold smirk played on my lips. I wasn't the least bit afraid. If anything, I was intrigued. I had anticipated Sheen Hao would resort to such underhanded methods but hadn't expected him to enlist scavengers from Beast Alley to deal with me. Beast Alley scavengers were a peculiar group on the fringes of Jiangcheng society. Most of them hadn't awakened any abilities, or if they had, they possessed worthless F-rank abilities, leaving them with no means to survive normally. They were forced to eke out a living by scavenging the remains, teeth, and even the cores of low-tier beasts in Beast Alley. These people, constantly in contact with savage beasts, were notoriously violent, greedy, and bloodthirsty, willing to go to any lengths for profit. They were the outlaws Jiangcheng was infamous for. By involving them against me, Sheen Hao intended to kill two birds with one stone, eliminate a nemesis like me while keeping the Qin family's hands clean of any directly incriminating evidence. Letting out a sneering laugh, I didn't slow down. On the contrary, I quickened my pace, heading straight towards the entrance of Beast Alley. The entrance was a derelict landfill, with towering heaps of garbage that reeked under the scorching sun. A few green-headed flies buzzed relentlessly over the trash. In the shadows of the landfill, four figures stared fixedly at me, their eyes gleaming with a mix of greed and malice. Leading them was a middle-aged man with a face full of coarse, rounded features. A menacing scar marred his left cheek, stretching from the corner of his eye all the way to his chin. This was Scarface, a prominent leader among the scavengers of Beast Alley. Scarface had awakened an F-rank ability called Iron Claws. His fingernails were as tough as iron, easily able to tear through ordinary wood and cloth. Among the scavengers, his strength was considered decent. Standing behind him were three henchmen, all in their 20s, each clothed in rags and sporting grim, hollow eyes. Their bodies were filthy and stained with both grime and blood. In their hands, they clutched rusted steel pipes, machetes, and other rudimentary weapons. A skinny, monkey-like henchman whispered, "Boss, that kid's here. Look at him, soft and pampered, no way he's any good at fighting." Could young Master Qin have overestimated him? Scarface glared at him and growled in a grating voice, rough as sandpaper, "Shut up." Young Master Qin said this kid killed 3 of his lackeys. He's got some skill, but after that battle at school, he's bound to be worn out. The 4 of us together can definitely take him. Licking his cracked lips, Scarface's eyes gleamed with greed. Young Master Qin promised, "Take this kid out, and we'll get 50 lower-grade spirit stones." 50. That's enough for us brothers to live large for a while, and we could even buy some low-grade refining potions. Maybe even break through to the martial disciple stage. For the Qin family, 50 lower-grade spirit stones were nothing. But for these scavengers, perpetually hovering on the poverty line, it was a small fortune. This price alone had been enough for Scarface to eagerly agree to Qin Hao's plan. In their eyes, no matter how capable I was still just a freshly graduated student. Even if I'd managed to kill a few lackeys, I couldn't possibly stand a chance against these scavengers, who had fought tooth and nail in Beast Alley for years. A short and stout henchman was rubbing his hands together, gripping a steel pipe so tightly it trembled in his grasp. Excitedly, he asked, "Boss, should we make our move now?" Scarface pressed his hand down in a calming motion and said, "What's the rush? Wait until he's deeper into Beast Alley. The signal there's bad, nobody will notice. When we strike, it'll be completely under wraps. Even if the Martial Arts Bureau investigates, they won't trace it back to us." The group exchanged cruel smiles, their eyes gleaming with malicious intent. Like venomous snakes lurking in the darkness, they awaited their prey to step straight into their trap. I walked step by step into Beast Alley. The path became more difficult to tread, jagged trash and rubble pressing painfully against my feet. The stench of decay in the air grew thicker, and in the shadowy corners, I could see a few green, glowing eyes flickering. Those were lurking low-tier beast creatures. However, I couldn't care less. In fact, I deliberately slowed my pace, pretending as though I hadn't noticed them, and headed further into the depths of the alley. Behind me, I could clearly sense 4 distinct presences trailing me, getting closer with each step. The malevolence they exuded became increasingly palpable. The system's notifications sounded continuously. Detected ambushers approaching, coolness value plus 200 points. Current accumulated coolness value, 2,150 points. The smile on my lips grew even colder as I thought to myself, it's almost time. Reaching a corner piled high with discarded steel scraps, I stopped abruptly and, with my back still facing my stalkers, said indifferently, following me for so long, aren't you tired? Just come out. Scarface and his 3 accomplices hadn't expected me to notice them so quickly. They froze for a second before sneering and stepping out from the shadows, surrounding me on all sides. Scarface crossed his arms, his scarred face twisting into a grimmer sneer. Kid, I didn't think you'd be this sharp. But since you've noticed, don't even dream of leaving here alive today. The skinny henchman waved a blade arrogantly and said, be smart about it, just lie down and accept your fate. Spare us brothers the trouble, and maybe you'll suffer less. Ignoring their threats, I looked calmly at Scarface and asked, did Chin Hao send you? Scarface was taken aback for a moment before chuckling. Since you know young Master Chin's intentions, you should understand even better that your doom is sealed. Young Master Chin said he wants your corpse torn to shreds. He thought that dropping Chin Hao's name would strike fear into me. But instead, I merely sneered in disdain. Chin Hao really is brainless, sending trash like you to kill me. You sold your lives for 50 low-grade spirit stones. How cheap can you get? Scarface's face darkened in an instant, his eyes flaring with anger. You're asking for death. Get him. Kill him, and the spirit stones are ours. As soon as he finished speaking, Scarface made the first move. His hands were instantly covered in a dark gray keratin layer, his fingernails turning as sharp as iron claws. They gleamed coldly as he slashed toward the center of my back with the wind howling behind his attack. His F-level iron claw ability flared at full power. In his eyes, this strike would pierce through my heart, no matter what trump cards I might hold, instantly killing me on the spot. Simultaneously, the other 3 henchmen moved in unison. The skinny one swung his blade towards my shoulder, the short, stout one raised his steel pipe, aiming for my head, and the tall one lunged at my legs, attempting to trip me up. Their coordination was seamless, and their attack angles were ruthless, clearly the result of years fighting side by side. Against such a synchronized assault, any ordinary beginner martial artist would undoubtedly struggle. But I wasn't just any ordinary beginner martial artist. I had an SSS tier Thunder Emperor physique, S tier lightning abilities, and mastered swordsmanship at the consummate level. In the face of their assault, I didn't panic even slightly. My body shifted like a phantom to the left, effortlessly evading both Scarface's iron claw and the skinny one's blade. At the same time, my right hand instinctively grabbed a discarded steel pipe nearby, channeling my lightning power within. Blue-purple electricity immediately enveloped the pipe, sizzling audibly and emitting a sharp, overbearing aura. Bang! With a backhanded swing, I struck fiercely, the lightning-coated pipe colliding with the short, stout henchman's steel pipe. The violent surge of electricity coursed through his weapon, overpowering him in an instant. His entire body convulsed uncontrollably, his steel pipe clattered to the ground with a resounding crash as he flew backward, slamming hard against the heap of discarded steel. Coughing blood, he fainted on the spot. The system notification chimed again. Eliminated a common martial artist, scavenger, coolness value plus 300 points. Current accumulated coolness value, 2,450 points. One move was all it took to incapacitate a henchman. Scarface and the remaining 2 froze in place, their grins stiffening into expressions of sheer disbelief. Shock filled their eyes, they never expected me to be this formidable. The skinny one widened his eyes, his grip on the blade shaking uncontrollably. The arrogance he'd exuded just moments ago had vanished without a trace. Scarface felt a rising sense of foreboding, but at this point, there was no way out. he bellowed angrily. Attack together. He's just one person, even if we wear him down, he'll die. With that, he lunged at me again, his iron claws aiming for my throat, his gaze ferocious. The lanky man and the tall lackey exchanged a glance, snapped back to their senses, and launched their attack anew, machetes, fists, and kicks all converging towards me. My eyes were chillingly cold. The lightning-charged steel pipe in my hand seemed to come alive as I executed the perfected level of basic swordsmanship. Slash, chop, thrust, flick, sweep. Every move was flawlessly precise, imbued with violent lightning energy, as fast as lightning and as heavy as thunder. Swoosh! With the sound cutting through the air, the steel pipe, sharp like a sword, pierced straight through the tall lackey's shoulder with unerring accuracy. Ah! A scream ripped from his throat as blood spurted out instantly. His body, paralyzed by the electric shock, went limp and collapsed straight to the ground. He convulsed briefly before his life ebbed away. The system's notification sounded again. You have killed a regular martial artist, scavenger. Satisfaction points plus 300. Current total satisfaction points, 2750. The lanky man was utterly terrified, his soul seemingly scared out of his body. He turned to flee. But how could I give him the chance? My feet moved, and I appeared behind him as if teleporting. The lightning steel pipe in my hand swung in a horizontal arc, whistling through the air as it struck the back of his head with a brutal force. I had only just entered the beast alley and already stumbled upon these blind scavengers. That lanky man, arrogant as a firework, was met with a steel pipe from me the moment he acted out. A sickening thud reverberated, and his head burst open like a grotesque watermelon party. Blood and brain matter splattered everywhere, and his body collapsed limply to the ground. A crisp system notification chimed. You have killed a regular martial artist, scavenger. Satisfaction points plus 300. Current total satisfaction points, 3050. It all happened in just about 10 seconds. The three lackeys were utterly annihilated by me, their deaths gruesome, like something out of a horror movie. On the scene, only Scarface was left standing, frozen in place as if trapped by a binding spell. His face was as pale as a sheet of A4 paper, his body trembling like a leaf, and his eyes, as he looked at me, were filled with terror like he'd just seen a ghost out of a horror story. He probably couldn't comprehend how someone who looked like a student, a fresh-faced youngster, had turned into his angel of death. I, alone, had dispatched a group of scavengers who'd long prowled Beast Alley with ridiculous ease, as though it were child's play. With his limited knowledge, he probably couldn't believe that even a mid-level martial disciple could pull off such a thing. Scarface's voice quivered like fluffing cotton. Who the hell are you? His body moved uncontrollably backward, his eyes filled with fear, as if he'd seen a demon. By now, he must have realized that Chin Hao, that conniving liar, had completely misled him. Exhausted? Easy to deal with? I was clearly no ordinary student, I was more like a super scion in disguise. To him, the 50 low-tier spirit stones must have become nothing more than a death warrant. I paid him no heed and stepped towards him one deliberate step at a time, blood dripping from my lightning steel pipe, now practically my signature weapon. The aura of lightning around me grew more intense with every step, and his palpable fear was almost tangible. With a resounding thud, Scarface dropped to his knees, kowtowing frantically and begging for mercy. Spare me. Sir, I was wrong. I shouldn't have listened to Chin Hao's words and tried to kill you. Please, have mercy on me, I won't dare again. At this point, all that was left in his eyes was the desire to live. Spirit stones, Chin Hao's orders, those were all meaningless now, nothing but fleeting illusions. I looked down at him, my gaze cold as ice shards. Spare you? When you tried to kill me a moment ago, did you ever think of sparing me? Chin Hao gave you 50 low-tier spirit stones for this. I'll give you a swift death in return. With those words, I swung the steel pipe directly at his head. His soul seemed to leave his body from fright, as he instinctively raised his hands to shield himself. A crisp crack resounded. Under the power of my lightning attack, his so-called iron claw ability crumbled like paper. Both his hands broke instantly, the sound of shattering bones enough to send shivers down anyone's spine. He screamed in agony, but before he could react, the pipe smashed into his forehead. Bang! Blood sprayed everywhere as his skull split open. His body fell stiffly to the ground, lifeless. The system immediately chimed another notification. You have killed an F-class ability user, Scarface. Satisfaction points plus 500. Current total satisfaction points, 3550. Looking at the 4 corpses on the ground, I felt no waves of emotion. These people cared only for money, and for money, they were willing to kill. It was only fitting that they met this end. More importantly, their deaths had caused my satisfaction points to surge, bringing me ever closer to the golden milestone of 10,000 points. I strolled over to Scarface's body and searched it, finding a cloth pouch containing a few low-tier spirit stones and some scattered coins. It was likely his private stash from usual times. I thought to myself that it was better than nothing as I pocketed the bag. Though the spirit stones were few, they could still assist in my cultivation efforts to a certain extent. I looked up into the depths of Ferocious Beast Alley, where the danger level was even higher. Faintly, I could hear the roars of ferocious beasts echoing from deeper within. It felt like something more formidable was lying in wait there. The system's notification tone sounded, detected increase in danger level of the area ahead to D++ level. Proceed to sign in? A glimmer of anticipation flashed through my eyes. A D++ danger zone certainly promised much better rewards than before. I figured it'd be a good chance to accumulate some exhilaration points as well, maybe even stumble upon something great in the process, so I didn't hesitate and made my way further in. With steady steps, the electric aura around my body shielded me like armor. Those low-level ferocious beasts, upon catching a whiff of it, acted as if they'd seen a plague. They fled in all directions. At this moment, not far outside Ferocious Beast Alley, a black sedan was parked, inside of which Chin Hao was restless, like an ant on a hot pan. Sitting next to him was a bodyguard dressed in black, a late-stage martial apprentice sent by the Chin family to protect him. Frowning impatiently, Chin Hao snapped, "Why isn't there any news yet? Are Scarface and his gang useless? They can't even handle one Chen Fan." The bodyguard remained expressionless as he reassured, "Young Master Chin, please be patient. Scarface has been operating in Ferocious Beast Alley for years. He's experienced and has 4 men with him. No matter how strong Chen Fan is, he couldn't possibly take them all on. News should come soon." Hearing this, Chin Hao calmed down a bit. He pictured the scene of me being ripped to shreds by Scarface and his gang, the corners of his mouth curling into a sadistic grin. The cruelty in his expression was unmatched as he began plotting how to use my death to score points with Su Qingyue, how to stand out in the martial arts entrance exams, and how to become the most dazzling star of Jiangcheng. But what he didn't know was that the Scarface gang he was relying on had already become 4 corpses in Ferocious Beast Alley. And I, the target he aimed to take down, hadn't died at all. Instead, I was growing stronger as I ventured deeper into the alley, climbing ever closer to my peak. I walked for about half an hour into the depths of Ferocious Beast Alley. The surroundings grew increasingly eerie, and the light was dim, as dark as night. I could barely make out faint shapes ahead. The air was filled with the stench of ferocious beasts, and I could even see a few that were larger than iron-toothed rats wandering in the distance, glaring at me with fierce, malicious eyes. Yet, none of them dared to approach. Finally, the system's notification tone rang out, detected that the host has reached the core of the D++ danger zone. Proceed to sign in? Silently, I murmured in my mind, sign in. Sign in successful. D++ danger zone reward issued. Detected current exhilaration value at 3,550. Consume 1,000 exhilaration points to trigger a critical hit? A virtual backpack materialized before me, containing 20 lower-grade spiritual stones glowing faintly white and 5 gray-black ferocious beast crystal cores. Lower-grade spiritual stones were a priceless resource for martial cultivation. A single one could sustain a regular martial apprentice's practice for 3 days. 20 stones were a considerable fortune for me. The F-tier ferocious beast crystal cores would also provide some auxiliary support for my lightning-based abilities. In my mind, I decided against triggering a critical hit. Exchanging 1,000 exhilaration points for a critical hit might grant better rewards, but right now, I was more eager to save up my exhilaration points to hit the critical threshold of 10,000. According to the system's rules, reaching specified thresholds would unlock permanent privileges, and I was beyond excited to see what surprises the 10,000 point threshold would bring. I stowed away the spiritual stones in crystal cores and tightened my grip on the steel pipe in my hand. My lightning abilities surged, cloaking the pipe in a thick, protective layer of blue-violet electricity, making it stand out in the dim surroundings. I could sense at least 3 ferocious beasts watching me from the shadows. Among them, one radiated a particularly powerful aura, far stronger than anything I'd encountered so far. My lips curled into a smirk. Perfect, these beasts would help replenish my exhilaration points. Resolving to face them head-on, I strode toward the area where the aura was strongest. After passing a pile of discarded tires, I found myself in front of a large, abandoned warehouse. The iron doors of the warehouse had been ripped apart, and inside, I could hear the crunching sounds of something being devoured. There was no doubt a ferocious beast was eating inside. Carefully approaching, I peeked through a hole in the wall. Inside, a ferocious beast the size of a wild boar lay on the ground, gnawing on the carcass of some unidentifiable animal. Its body was covered in tough, armored scales, a long, sharp horn protruded from its head, and its blood-red eyes glimmered with bloodlust. It was a top-tier F-class beast, the monohorn armored pig. The monohorn armored pig had incredibly strong defenses, and its horn packed immense strength. An average mid-stage martial apprentice would struggle to take it down. On top of that, it was notorious for its violent temper. Once provoked, it would rampage and attack everything in sight. In a corner of the warehouse, 2 iron-toothed rats were lurking, their beady eyes fixated on the monohorn armored pig's meal. They seemed to be waiting for the right moment to snatch it. I thought to myself, 3 beasts, perfect for a clean sweep. Without hesitation, I charged into the warehouse. The monohorn armored pig immediately sensed someone entering. It stopped eating and turned its head to glare at me with blood-red eyes. Letting out a furious roar, it charged at me, its massive body barreling forward and its horn aimed straight at my chest. Startled by the commotion, the 2 iron-toothed rats darted out like streaks of black, charging at me from both sides, their sharp teeth gleaming in the dim light. Faced with attacks from 3 directions, I remained completely calm. The Thunder Emperor constitution made my reflexes abnormally sharp, allowing me to clearly track the attack trajectory of every ferocious beast. I sidestepped to evade the charging unicorn scaled pig while simultaneously swinging the electric steel rod, smashing it with full force into the iron-toothed rat that lunged at me from the left. With a resounding bang, the iron-toothed rat was struck directly, its body instantly paralyzed by the electric current. The sound of its bones shattering was audible before its massive frame was sent flying, crashing into the warehouse wall. It twitched a few times before it went completely lifeless. The system announced, killed F-class ferocious beast, iron-toothed rat. Satisfaction points plus 100. Current total satisfaction points, 3650. Having taken down 1 iron-toothed rat, I didn't stop. Like a shadow, I pivoted swiftly to dodge the bite of the iron-toothed rat on my right, thrusting the steel rod forward with precision. The lightning energy concentrated at its tip pierced directly through the rat's eye and into its brain in one seamless motion. With a squelching sound, the rat collapsed to the ground, dead without so much as a scream. The system notified me again, killed F-class ferocious beast, iron-toothed rat. Satisfaction points plus 100. Current total satisfaction points, 3750. After swiftly eliminating 2 iron-toothed rats in succession, the unicorn scaled pig erupted in fury. It turned sharply and charged at me again, this time faster than before. A faint earthen yellow glow emanated from its horn, showcasing its use of a defensive ability. Bring it on! I shouted, unleashing the full power of my thunder elemental ability. Blue-violet lightning surged along the steel rod, forming a blade of electricity half a meter long. The sheer intensity of the energy caused the surrounding air to tremble violently. Executing the perfected level of basic swordsmanship with precision, I wielded the steel rod and lightning blade as one, striking like a flash of lightning at the unicorn-scaled pig's horn. With a deafening clang, the lightning blade clashed brutally against the horn, sending sparks flying. The unicorn-scaled pig's horn was incredibly tough, effectively blocking the lightning blade's slash, though the electrical energy coursed through the horn, causing the beast to spasm momentarily and halt its charge. Seizing the opportunity, I exerted force through my legs and leapt onto the unicorn scaled pig's back, plunging the steel rod viciously into the gap between its scaled armor near its neck, its weakest point. With a sharp squelch, the lightning blade effortlessly pierced through the scales and entered its body. The rampaging thunder energy wreaked havoc inside, tearing through its meridians and vital organs. The unicorn scaled pig let out a blood-curdling scream as its enormous body thrashed violently in an attempt to throw me off. But I clung tightly to its bristly mane, continuously driving the steel rod deeper and deeper, the electrical energy surging non-stop. After a few minutes of desperate struggle, the unicorn scaled pig's resistance weakened. Its eyes dimmed and lost their luster before it collapsed onto the ground with a resounding thud, lifeless. The system chimed in, killed F-class ferocious beast, elite unicorn scaled pig. Satisfaction points plus 500. Current total satisfaction points, 4250. I jumped off the pig's body and exhaled heavily. While dealing with these three beasts hadn't been particularly challenging, the repeated use of my abilities had drained a significant portion of my inner energy. I approached the unicorn scaled pig's corpse and used the steel rod to pry open its skull, retrieving a beast core much larger and darker in hue than previous ones. This F-class ferocious beast core contained at least 3 times the energy of a standard iron-toothed rat's core. I silently noted that the hull this time is decent as I stowed it away. In just this one warehouse alone, I had acquired 20 inferior-grade spirit stones, 6 F-class beast cores, and accumulated nearly 1,000 additional satisfaction points. As expected, high-risk zones do indeed yield high rewards. I didn't linger, venturing further into the core zone of Beast Avenue in search of more targets. Whenever I spotted a lone beast, I decisively made my move. With the combined power of my Thunder Emperor constitution, S-rank Thunder Elemental ability, and perfected basic swordsmanship, navigating the core zone felt like strolling through my own backyard. F-class beasts before me were nothing more than paper tigers, unable to withstand even the slightest blow. Time flowed by. The setting sunlight filtered through gaps in the withered trees, casting an eerie yet warm hue over the sinister Beast Avenue. By now, I had slain over a dozen ferocious beasts, 3 of which were elite creatures like the unicorn scaled pig, and my satisfaction points continued to soar. The system notifications came in rapid succession: killed F-class ferocious beast, venomous spine snake. Satisfaction points plus 150. Killed F-class ferocious beast, elite unicorn scaled pig. Satisfaction points plus 500. Killed F-class ferocious beast, Gale wolf. Satisfaction points plus 200. My satisfaction points climbed steadily from 4250 to 5000, then 8000, and finally surged past 9000. I was now just a hair's breadth away from reaching 10,000. Glancing at the dimming sky, I decided it was time to retreat. Although the core zone offered greater rewards, the encroaching darkness would likely bring out even more formidable beasts, E-class ones, perhaps. While not necessarily undefeatable, engaging them could result in injuries, and that wasn't worth it. Moreover, my energy reserves were nearly depleted. It was time to head back, recover, and absorb the energy of the spirit stones and beast cores to push for a breakthrough in the martial disciple realm. I turned toward the edge of Beast Avenue. Along the way, the lingering scent of blood mixed with the aura of thunder emanating from my body caused the low-tier beasts in my path to scatter in fear, unwilling to approach. Walking toward the outskirts of Fiend Beast Alley, still several hundred meters away from the entrance, the danger level here had dropped to the standard D level, and the environment was slightly better. Although trash littered everywhere, at least a bit of sunlight filtered through. The system prompt tone sounded again: detected current area, outskirts of Fiend Beast Alley, D-level danger zone. Meet sign-in conditions. Sign in now? My heart stirred. I'd already completed my daily basic sign-in at the rooftop earlier this morning. The repeated sign-in rewards within the same region would be reduced. It was better than nothing. There might even be a chance of a critical hit, sending my exhilaration value soaring beyond 10,000 points. I shouted, "Sign in!" Sign-in success. Repeated sign-in reward, low-grade spirit stones *3. Detected exhilaration value at 9,850 points. Consume 800 exhilaration points to trigger a critical hit? Without hesitation, I declared, "Trigger it." I was just 150 points away from surpassing the 10,000 point exhilaration threshold. As long as the critical hit brought more than 150 points of exhilaration or directly breached the threshold, it would be a massive gain. Calculating critical hit. 20x multiplier achieved. Congratulations, host. Reward obtained, low-grade spirit stones *60, exhilaration value plus 500 points. Current cumulative exhilaration value, 10,350 points. Congratulations, host. Cumulative exhilaration value breaks 10,000 points, unlocking permanent privilege, critical hit probability plus 10% permanently. Current critical hit probability, base 10% plus permanent privilege 10% equals 20%. The system's prompts fired off like a machine gun. A golden flash dazzled my eyes as my virtual backpack's low-grade spirit stone shot up to 83 pieces. Meanwhile, my critical hit probability had doubled to a whopping 20%. A wide grin spread across my face. A permanent 10% increase in critical hit chance. This massively boosted my chance of landing high multiplier critical hits during future sign-ins. This was crucial for my path to greater strength. What thrilled me even more was that this critical hit alone granted 500 exhilaration points, effortlessly pushing my value past 10,000 points, achieving the first key milestone. The system chimed again, detected host's exhilaration value surpassing 10,000 points. Activate special reward draw by consuming 500 exhilaration points? I froze momentarily before overjoyed excitement surged in. I shouted, "Draw! Draw successful! Congratulations, host! Obtained, Supreme Grade Physical Reinforcement Elixir. Item description, containing pure, refined physical enhancement energy. This elixir completely transforms the host's body, boosting strength, speed, defense, and foundational attributes. Aids rapid breakthrough to martial disciple realm with zero side effects." In my virtual backpack appeared a bottle of pale golden liquid, encased within a transparent crystal vessel. The liquid swirled continuously, emitting faint energy ripples. Upon closer proximity, I could sense a warm current entering my body, instantly washing away my fatigue. My eyes lit up. This was the legendary Supreme Grade Physical Reinforcement Elixir. Ordinary strengthening elixirs could only slightly enhance one's physique and often came with side effects. Yet this Supreme Grade treasure could directly catapult me into martial disciple realm, tailored for me, no less. Without hesitation, I uncorked the bottle and downed the pale golden liquid in a single gulp. Once inside, it dissolved instantly, transforming into a current of gentle warmth that flowed down my throat into my stomach and rapidly spread throughout my body. Unlike the scorching intensity I'd felt when the system previously modified my Thunder Emperor physique, this energy was soft and sublime, nourishing my body like spring rain. I could feel it clearly. My muscle fibers grew denser and stronger under its nourishment, my bones hardened, and my meridians expanded. Simultaneously, the spirit energy within me recovered and surged rapidly. My body trembled slightly, radiating a faint golden glow. The spirit energy in my surroundings frantically swirled toward me, surging into my body. I felt it in my core. The threshold to the martial disciple realm was within reach. The spirit energy inside me grew richer, aligning with the standards of this new stage. Internally, I roared, "Breakthrough!" Channeling the energy within, I launched an assault against the barrier to the martial disciple realm. With a soft crack, I felt a faint fracture resonate inside me, like shackles being torn apart. In an instant, the barrier to the martial disciple realm shattered. A surge of overwhelming power erupted from within. My aura intensified significantly, with the crackling energy of thunder becoming more pronounced. The system's interface updated. Congratulations, host. Advanced to Martial Disciple Stage 1. Physique, Thunder Emperor Physique, SSS Grade, Enhanced. Strength, 1,500 kilograms, Average Martial Disciple Stage 1, 500 kilograms. Speed, 30 meters per second, Average Martial Disciple Stage 1, 15 meters per second. Defense, withstand ordinary blade cuts and full-powered hits from Martial Disciple Stage 2 combatants. Special ability, S-Grade Thunder Elemental Mastery, Beginner, Slight Enhancement. My strength and speed instantly doubled, far exceeding an average Martial Disciple Stage 1. My defense, well, I could now withstand ordinary blade cuts outright. Clenching my fists, I could feel the immense power coursing through me, certain that I could shatter a boulder with one punch. To test my defensive abilities, I picked up a rusty machete from the ground and slashed it against my own arm. With a resounding clang, sparks flew as the blade collided with my arm, leaving only a faint white mark, not even breaking the skin. I was overjoyed. For an ordinary beginner martial artist, getting struck by a steel pipe could still result in injury, but I could now easily withstand a machete. This was the result of my Thunder Emperor physique combined with the effects of the physical enhancement serum. I next tested my speed. With a swift motion, my body moved, and in an instant, I appeared 10 meters away beside a trash can, leaving only a blur behind me. My speed had more than doubled compared to before. The corner of my mouth curled up, confidence swelling within me. I thought, now, even if I were to face a mid-level martial artist, I would have the confidence to win, even crush them. I could feel that while the spiritual energy within me had broken through to the early stage of a martial artist, it was still unstable. I would need to quickly absorb the energy from spirit stones and crystal cores to stabilize my cultivation. Moreover, the martial arts exam was fast approaching. I had to elevate my strength as much as possible before the exam began, aiming for the top rank to show everyone just how powerful I had become. I put away the machete and slung the canvas bag filled with spirit stones and crystal cores onto my back. Although it weighed heavily, it gave me a profound sense of security. Looking up at the sky, I noticed the sun had already set, and the night was closing in. Beast Alley had grown even more dangerous. With the thought, it's time to head back, I turned and made my way toward the entrance of Beast Alley. Emerging from the shadowy alley, I found the neon lights of Jiang City illuminating the streets. The bustling city stood in stark opposition to the sinister aura of Beast Alley. Instead of heading straight back to the orphanage, I chose a quiet corner in the park. Sitting cross-legged, I took out a low-grade spirit stone and began absorbing its spiritual energy to consolidate my early martial artist stage. The spirit stone in my hand gradually dimmed as pure spiritual energy streamed into my body, nourishing my meridians and dantian, stabilizing my breath and cultivation base. Immersed in my training, I failed to notice a pair of venomous eyes glaring at me from within a black sedan parked not far away. Inside the car, Jinhao's face twisted with rage as he stared at me meditating in the park's corner. His fists clenched so tightly that his nails dug into his palms, drawing blood. He had been waiting outside Beast Alley for over 3 hours, from sundown until dark, without receiving any word from Scarface and his men. Instead, he witnessed me emerge from Beast Alley unscathed and now calmly training. Gritting his teeth, he growled, "Those useless fools." Scarface and his lot couldn't even handle a single Chen Fan. The man in black beside him, his bodyguard, responded impassively, "Young Master Qin, it seems Scarface and the others have already failed. Chen Fan's strength is likely far beyond what we had estimated." A sinister glint flickered in Qin Hao's eyes. "So what if he's strong? The martial arts exam is in 3 days. When the time comes, I'll personally cripple him in the arena. I'll make him realize that no matter if he's advanced to the martial artist stage, he's no match for me." The bodyguard nodded. "Young Master Qin, rest assured. You're now at the peak of mid-level martial artist and are only one step away from the late stage. With the Qin family's secret techniques and weaponry, dealing with a newly advanced martial artist like Chen Fan will be no challenge at all." Qin Hao broke into a smug grin. "Of course. Chen Fan, just wait. 3 days from now at the martial arts exam will be your demise." The sedan drove off slowly, fading into the night. In the park's corner, I slowly opened my eyes, a sharp glint flashing within them. During my training, I had already sensed that malicious gaze. Though the observer had hidden themselves fairly well, their presence could not escape the heightened perception of my Thunder Emperor physique. The corner of my mouth lifted into a cold smirk. "Qin Hao, huh?" I muttered. I had guessed he was watching in secret, waiting for the chance to take revenge on me. Inwardly, I mused to myself, the martial arts exam in 3 days, is it? I'm looking forward to it too. Let's see how much weight your so-called mid-level peak is worth. I stood, brushing the dust from my clothes, my eyes brimming with confidence and fighting spirit. Xinhao, Su Qingyue, and all those who would look down on me 3 days from now, at the martial arts exam, will be the first stage of my rise. On that stage, I will shine brilliantly, and everyone will remember my name, Chen Fan. On the final day of martial arts exam registration, the administrative building of Jiang City No. 1 High School was swarming with people, bustling like a grand marketplace. Graduates from all over Jiang City had arrived, dressed in all manner of outfits, school uniforms, martial arts training gear, all with expressions of both nerves and anticipation on their faces. The martial arts exam was a national examination of immense importance. This test not only determined whether one could enter a top-tier martial arts academy but also directly influenced their future prospects. In this era of spiritual energy resurgence, martial strength was the ultimate currency. Gaining entry into a prestigious martial arts academy meant access to more resources, superior teachings, and possibly even a chance to join the official Martial Arts Administration Bureau to rise above the masses. The registration point was located in the lobby on the ground floor of the administration building. It was divided into several counters, each responsible for tasks like information registration, ability testing, and physical fitness evaluation. Long lines stretched before each counter, and the staff scurried about frantically like ants on a hot pan, the air thick with the scent of printer ink and faint energy fluctuations. With a canvas bag slung over my shoulder, I strolled leisurely into the lobby, immediately drawing many pairs of curious eyes. The events of the past few days had made my name somewhat famous, not just in Jiangcheng No. 1 High School but across the entire high school scene in Jiangcheng. I, the so-called F-level loser who had been rejected in an engagement by the school belle, had suddenly turned the tables. I had taken down one of Qinhao's lackeys, defeated Wang Hu, the captain of the martial arts class, and slain numerous fierce beasts in Beast Alley. The stories were everywhere, some were intrigued, some showed respect, while others dismissed me as simply lucky. Used to stares like these, I ignored them and headed straight toward the information registration counter, ready to queue up for the registration. At that moment, a commotion broke out at the entrance. The crowd parted like a tide, creating a pathway. Qinhao entered, dressed in a tailored black martial arts uniform, looking every bit like a domineering CEO. 2 bodyguards from the Qin family trailed behind him. At his side was Su Qingyue, clad in an elegant white dress, walking gracefully into the lobby. Qinhao's martial arts uniform was adorned with golden embroidery, his chest displaying the Qin family crest, flaunting his status with exaggerated arrogance. An arrogant smirk adorned his face as his gaze swept across the crowd, oozing superiority. Beside him, Su Qingyue was as ethereal as ever, her long hair cascading over her shoulders, her skin pale like snow, exuding a faint chill. She looked like a goddess sculpted from ice, drawing everyone's attention wherever she went. Countless male students gazed at her, a mix of admiration and awe written on their faces. Around me, students began whispering. "That's young Master Qin and Su Qingyue, the school belle. Qinhao's strength is at the peak of mid-stage martial disciple. He's definitely getting into a top-tier martial arts academy this year. Su Qingyue's ice control ability is rated A-level. Her talent is extraordinary, a few elite academies have already extended invitations to her. Why are they here together? Are they about to announce something big?" Qinhao basked in the admiration of the crowd, his smirk growing even more satisfied. His eyes locked onto me in the queue, a flash of malice and mockery evident within them. It was clear why he had brought Su Qingyue along today. He wanted to humiliate me in front of everyone, to remind them all that no matter how much I improved, I could never measure up to him or deserve to be linked to Su Qingyue in any way. With Su Qingyue next to him, Qinhao strolled directly toward me, blocking my path. He crossed his arms over his chest and sneered condescendingly. "Well, if it isn't our miraculous comeback loser, Chen Fan. What's this? You actually have the guts to sign up for the martial arts joint exam? I thought you'd be too scared and go into hiding." Behind him, his bodyguards joined in the provocation, their gazes filled with malice as they stared me down. Nearby students paused their tasks and gathered closer, eager to witness the brewing confrontation. Is young Master Qin here to stir up trouble with Chen Fan? Obviously. Chen Fan killed one of his lackeys the other day, of course he's holding a grudge. Chen Fan's pretty strong, but young Master Qin is at the peak of mid-stage martial disciple, plus he's backed by the Qin family. Chen Fan doesn't stand a chance. And with Su Qingyue watching, Xinhao will definitely put on a good show. The murmurs reached my ears, only fueling Xinhao's smugness. He put on a show of addressing Su Qingyue, his voice dripping with mock tenderness. See, Qingyue? Like I said, some people just don't know their place. Clearly an F-level loser, yet he dares to show up for the martial arts joint exam. What a waste of a registration slot. Su Qingyue looked at me, her expression complicated. She remained silent. Over the past few days, she had conducted her own investigation into me. She knew I was an orphan who supported myself with part-time work, that I had been ridiculed relentlessly for awakening an F-level ability. And yet, recently, I had suddenly risen, my strength surging inexplicably. Her findings still listed my ability as F-level with no elemental attribute, but the lightning power I had demonstrated was undeniable and astonishing in its potency. This left her filled with doubt. She couldn't believe that an F-level loser could suddenly wield such formidable lightning abilities without some secret behind it. That lingering curiosity had piqued her interest, which was why she hadn't refused Xinhao's invitation to join him today. She wanted to see, with her own eyes, how much strength I truly possessed. Looking at the arrogant Xinhao, I felt no anger, only a faint trace of ridicule in my gaze. I replied calmly, Xinhao, is talking big the only skill you have? You were begging me for mercy the last time I saw you, yet here you are again, picking a fight. Is your memory failing you? The words ignited a storm among the onlookers. What? Young Master Qin begged for mercy from Chen Fan? Seriously? But he's at the peak of mid-stage martial disciple. No wonder Xinhao is so focused on Chen Fan, he must have been humiliated. Xinhao's face instantly turned ashen. He hadn't expected me to publicly bring up that incident, exposing his humiliation for everyone to hear. Furious, he roared, "You're spouting nonsense. When did I ever beg for mercy? Stop spreading lies." I sneered coldly, "You know very well whether it's deceptive nonsense or not. But don't worry, soon, you'll experience what true despair feels like firsthand." Xinhao scoffed, looking disdainfully at my canvas bag. An F-level loser, no matter how clever your tricks are, it doesn't change the fact that you're trash. The martial arts joint exam isn't some small playground contest at school. It's swarmed with geniuses. For someone like you, entering it is just for show, you can't survive even the first round. He deliberately brought up my F-level ability, clearly wanting everyone to focus on the reality that I was, at my core, still just worthless. Even if I appeared stronger for now, it meant nothing lasting. The surrounding students nodded thoughtfully, agreeing with his logic. F-level abilities inherently had limited potential. Even if I could currently defeat those at the mid-stage of martial disciple, it was likely due to some fleeting stroke of luck or special means. When the martial arts joint exam truly began, facing geniuses awakened with B-level or even A-level abilities, I'd stand no chance. My gaze sharpened, my voice echoing boldly, an F-level ability, so what? Ability ranking doesn't determine everything, real strength is what matters. I raised my head high, scanning the crowd around me, my eyes finally landing on Xinhao and Su Qingyue. With unwavering determination, I declared, this year's martial arts joint exam, I'll take the top spot. Everyone froze, their faces painted with disbelief. The top of the rankings in the martial arts joint exam? How could I even dare to say such a thing? After all, in Jiang City's history, those who claimed the top spot were always A-level or above ability users, their strength reaching the late or even peak martial disciple stage. Xinhao's goal this time was merely to break into the top 10, maybe struggle for the top 5, yet not even he dared to aspire to first place. And me? A once ridiculed F-level failure was now publicly declaring such bold ambition. To them, it sounded like absurd fiction. Xinhao suddenly burst into laughter, as though he'd just heard the most ridiculous joke of his life. Chen Fan, have you gone mad? You think you can claim the top spot in the exam? You're clearly deluded by a minor victory. He sneered, an F-level failure like you, aiming for the top? Let me tell you, Su Qingyue herself wouldn't even say something so outrageous. Su Qingyue's brows furrowed slightly. While it was true that she had the capability to challenge for the top rank, her nature had always been low-key, never one to make such overt declarations. Ha! Just yesterday, when Qin Hao was mocking me with his sarcastic remarks, I'd ignored him. And as for that woman, Su Qingyue, she'd been observing me closely, probably trying to figure out what kind of trouble I'd stir up. Without hesitation, I spoke directly and firmly, whether it's just big talk or not, you'll see for yourself at the end of the exam. At that time, I'll prove to everyone that even an F-level ability user can rise to the pinnacle. You, Qin Hao, and all who look down on me, you'll all end up trampled under my feet. The moment I finished, the chatter around us abruptly ceased. Everyone was stunned into silence by the sheer confidence and powerful aura of my words. Even Su Qingyue's gaze brightened slightly, a spark of interest flashing through her eyes. I had no intention of lingering to blabber on with Qin Hao. Without wasting another second, I made my way directly to the ability testing station to register. The middle-aged male teacher in charge of the tests greeted me with apparent prejudice in his demeanor. Clearly, he'd already heard about me, and his contempt was almost tangible as he shot me a look brimming with disdain. To him, I was just a lucky, but ultimately worthless, failure pretending to achieve something. Casual and dismissive, he asked, name, school, ability level? I answered truthfully, Chenfan, Jiang City First High School, F-level, no attribute. As soon as my words left my mouth, low laughter rippled through the nearby crowd of students. Mocking comments like F-level loser and delusions of grandeur started echoing. I ignored them entirely. Taking the metallic wristband handed to me, I slipped it on and focused, activating the S-level lightning ability hidden deep within me. In an instant, the power of thunder roared to life, surging through my veins like a flood bursting through a dam, channeling into the device via the wristband. The detector whirred loudly, its screen flashing wildly as indicator lights blinked in chaos. The reading skyrocketed, shattering through the limits of F-level, E-level, D-level, C-level, and even B-level, ascending rapidly toward A-level. The testing teacher's eyes widened to an outrageous degree, filled with shock. Even his hands began trembling slightly from disbelief. As for the surrounding students, they all fell silent, fixated on the screen. Finally, with a flash of blue light, the numbers locked in place 1800. The entire room froze in stunned uproar. An 1800 energy fluctuation reading that was mid-stage A-level. In their understanding, such results from someone labeled as an F-level no-attribute ability user completely turned logic on its head. The testing teacher refused to believe it, stammering, "Could the device be malfunctioning?" I responded with a calm smile, "The device isn't broken. My ability, it's indeed an F-level, no attribute. As for why the energy reading is so high, feel free to guess." Of course, I couldn't tell them about my actual S-level lightning ability, that was my ace in the hole. The scene erupted. Exclamations and heated discussions filled the room. Qin Hao's face turned ghostly pale, his hands trembling visibly as though regret was gnawing him alive for provoking a hidden powerhouse like me. Meanwhile, Su Qingyue's gaze now shimmered with even more curiosity and intrigue. I could tell she was determined to uncover my secrets. I paid no attention to their astonishment and proceeded to the physical assessment counter. My physical condition, enhanced by Thunder Emperor physique modification and physical strengthening serums, was far beyond the early stage of ordinary martial trainees. When the results came out, everyone was once again stunned speechless. Physical strength, 1,500 kilograms, speed, 30 meters per second, defense, capable of withstanding a full-powered strike from a late-stage martial trainee. Comprehensive physical evaluation, high A level. This data absolutely crushed Qin Hao. The looks in the eyes of those around me changed, all that was left was reverence and awe. I stepped down from the testing equipment, feeling calm inside. This was just the beginning. My goal was to top the Martial Dao Unified Examination and become the world's pinnacle powerhouse, controlling my own destiny. I gave the supervising instructor a nod and prepared to leave. The crowd parted for me automatically, no one dared to underestimate me anymore. Qin Hao, that guy, was still stubbornly claiming he'd make me pay at the exam venue. I just chuckled, let's see what happens. The day after the martial examination registration ended, bright and early before dawn, Jiang City was still cloaked in a misty veil when I slung a canvas bag full of spiritual stones and beast cores over my shoulder and arrived at the entrance of Beast Alley. This place was downright eerie. The withered tree branches resembled ghostly claws in the fog, the stench of blood and rot was suffocating, and the distant howls of fierce beasts were low and violent, signaling just how dangerous the core area was. After yesterday's events, I had revealed some of my strength, but I knew this was far from enough. The Martial Dao Unified Examination was a gathering of hidden talents. Beyond local geniuses, there would be top fighters from nearby cities, late-stage martial trainees, even pinnacle experts, as well as geniuses possessing awakened B-level or A-level abilities. While my physique and abilities far surpassed my peers, I was still a long way from the very top. To secure the top spot in the exam, I needed to break through to the martial warrior realm as quickly as possible. The martial warrior realm is a critical milestone on the path of martial arts. Breaking through means purer spiritual energy, vastly enhanced ability power, access to advanced techniques, and an exponential surge in combat power. However, solely relying on absorbing energy from spiritual stones and beast cores, breaking through to the martial warrior realm would take at least a week, too slow for the rapidly approaching exam. That's why I came to Beast Alley's core area today, to accumulate resources and excitement value, and to attempt a high-risk sign-in in that dangerous zone in hopes of obtaining treasures that could help me break through. In my mind, I commanded the system, scan for the highest danger level location in the current area. The system sprang to action and reported detecting a D+ danger zone deep in Beast Alley's core, suspected to be a low-level beast den, and asked if I wanted navigation. Without hesitation, I answered, "Navigate," and a pale blue virtual arrow appeared in front of me, leading me deeper into the area. Gripping the steel pipe in my hand tightly, I activated my Thunder Element ability, enveloping the pipe with electric currents, and remained on high alert. Although the D+ danger zone was slightly less hazardous than the previously marked D++ core area, being a beast den meant the quantity and strength of the beasts inside would undoubtedly be higher than those on the outskirts. One misstep here could very well cost me my life. I followed the arrow through the dense fog, the path becoming increasingly treacherous, littered with pits, rubble, and the skeletal remains of beasts. Some of these skeletons bore fresh flesh, indicating recent battles. Thanks to my Thunder Emperor physique's keen senses, I detected several low-level beasts attempting to ambush me and eliminated them with a single strike of lightning each. The system chimed in with continual notifications of increased excitement value, but I did not linger and kept heading toward the beast den with unwavering focus. After trekking for over half an hour, the fog began to thin, and ahead appeared the entrance to an abandoned underground parking lot. The iron gate had been torn apart, its steel rods resembling fangs, exuding a dense, beastly aura. The system informed me that I had arrived at the destination and asked if I wanted to sign in. I didn't hesitate for a moment and chose to sign in. Upon a successful sign-in, the system asked if I wanted to consume 1,000 excitement points to trigger a critical hit. Without thinking, I immediately said, "Trigger." Currently, my critical hit probability was 20%, and rewards from a D+ danger zone would undoubtedly be exceptional. Spending this amount of excitement value was undoubtedly worth it. Well, surprise, 30x critical hit. I directly obtained a single martial warrior breakthrough pill, 100 lower grade spiritual stones, and 10 F-grade beast cores. This breakthrough pill was incredible, containing pure breakthrough energy that could provide a 90% success rate for peak martial trainees to break into the martial warrior realm. Even for early and mid-stage trainees, it offered significant assistance in cultivation. Seeing the jade bottle in my virtual backpack, holding the translucent, snowy white pill and catching its aromatic scent, I could feel the spiritual energy in my body becoming restless, and my meridians felt smoother. I was ecstatic inside. I had never imagined this sign-in would directly yield such an incredible item. With this breakthrough pill in hand, I could now attempt to break through to the martial warrior realm. However, I wasn't in a rush to consume it. With the beast den right in front of me, there were bound to be numerous fierce beasts inside. It was the perfect opportunity to hone my combat techniques and absorb beast core energy to saturate my spiritual energy before taking the pill. This way, the success rate of my breakthrough would be even higher, perhaps I might even reach the pinnacle of the early-stage martial warrior realm. I took a deep breath, tightened my grip on the thunder steel rod, and cautiously entered the underground parking lot. Inside, it was pitch black, only the entrance admitted a faint glow, barely enough to discern the surroundings. The floor was covered in dust and bloodstains, while the walls bore claw marks and bite marks. The air was thick with the suffocating stench of fierce beasts. I could sense 3 powerful F-rank beast auras deep within the parking lot. These were much stronger than ordinary F-rank beasts and were likely the main forces of the nest. Not long after stepping in, 3 shadows darted out and surrounded me. Leading them was a unicorn scale boar, even larger than one I had encountered before. Its single horn glimmered with an earthy yellow hue, marking it as an elite among F-rank beasts. Flanking it were a gale wolf and a venom spike snake. The gale wolf moved as fast as shadows, while the venom spike snake's black-scaled body glistened ominously under the faint light. Its venomous spike atop its head emitted a ghostly green glow, an obvious warning of its toxicity. These 3 beasts coordinated seamlessly, and even mid-stage martial disciples often found it impossible to leave their grasp alive. In my mind, I thought, perfect, I'll take you all down together. Without hesitation, I launched an attack, targeting the unicorn scale boar first. Its defenses were the strongest, taking it down would make it easier to deal with the other 2. I pushed off the ground, rocketing forward like an arrow toward the unicorn scale boar, swinging my thunder steel rod down toward its horn. A resounding clang echoed as sparks flew. Its horn was incredibly sturdy, deflecting my strike. However, the lightning energy transmitted through the rod caused its body to convulse, and it let out a pained roar. Seizing the moment it was paralyzed, I dodged its charge by sidestepping and thrust the rod toward the gap in the scales at its neck. With a shhk sound, the rod pierced through the scale gap, and the lightning energy surged mercilessly through its body. The beast howled in agony, thrashing desperately in an attempt to shake me off. But I clung tightly to its coarse mane, relentlessly driving the rod deeper into its flesh. Just then, the gale wolf and venom spike snake seized the opportunity to attack. Having anticipated their move, I released the boar, leapt backward, and swung the rod in a horizontal arc at the gale wolf. Bam! The wolf took the full force of the blow, its body paralyzed by the lightning while its bones shattered. It crashed into the wall, lifeless. A system notification informed me I had slain the F-rank elite gale wolf, and my exhilaration stat increased. With the wolf down, I turned to face the venom spike snake. This serpent was both fast and venomous, so I refrained from direct confrontation. Instead, I used my speed advantage to evade its attacks throughout the parking lot. Each time it lunged, it missed, growing more agitated and erratic as it lashed out wildly. When its movements became erratic, I saw my opening, circling around to its rear and driving the rod precisely into its 7-inch vital point. The snake spasmed a few times before going limp, and once again, my exhilaration stat increased. Now, only the wounded unicorn scale boar remained. Though it was near death, it stubbornly refused to surrender. I spared it no mercy. In this world, showing compassion to a savage beast was tantamount to cruelty toward oneself. Raising the thunder steel rod high, I unleashed my full lightning ability, forming a condensed blade of electricity. I struck down with all my might. Clang! Its horn shattered, and its skull split open. The boar finally fell, lifeless. My exhilaration stat climbed once more. I retracted the rod and caught my breath. Though dispatching these 3 beasts hadn't been particularly grueling, it had drained a considerable amount of my internal energy. I approached their corpses and extracted 3 F-rank elite beast cores. These cores contained over 5 times the energy of standard F-rank cores and were immensely beneficial for my cultivation. Finding a corner to sit in, I began absorbing the energy of the unicorn scale boar's core. The energy streamed into my body, nourishing my meridians and dantian. I could feel my spiritual energy rapidly increasing, reaching the peak of the early-stage martial disciple realm, and edging toward breaking into the mid-stage. However, I halted the breakthrough. With a boundary-breaking pill in my possession, I could bypass both the mid-stage and late-stage martial disciple levels to directly ascend to the martial artist realm. It's time. I retrieved the jade bottle containing the boundary-breaking pill from my virtual inventory. Opening the lid unleashed an even more potent aroma, and my internal energy grew increasingly restless. Without hesitation, I swallowed the pill. It melted instantly, transforming into a surge of powerful yet gentle energy that coursed through my body. Unlike the ferocity of physical enhancement serums, this energy broadened my meridians and assaulted the barriers of my realm. I felt the spiritual energy within me ignite, charging violently at the barrier to the martial artist realm. My body trembled, while the surrounding energy converged on me, forming a massive vortex. Cracks appeared in the martial artist realm's barrier. In my heart, I roared, "Break for me," and actively directed the energy to smash through. With a resounding crack, the barrier shattered. A system notification informed me that I had successfully ascended to the early-stage martial artist realm. Every attribute of mine underwent a qualitative leap. Strength and speed doubled, far surpassing ordinary early-stage martial artists. My defense became robust enough to withstand a full strike from a mid-stage martial artist, while my lightning ability advanced from beginner to proficient. Its power increased by 50%, allowing for simple shape manipulation and drastically improving my combat capacity. Opening my eyes, I clenched my fists, sensing the immense power coursing through me. Standing to stretch my limbs, I found myself cloaked in a layer of lightning energy, forming a radiant, intimidating armor. Martial Artist Realm. I've finally broken through to the martial artist realm. My heart brimming with joy and confidence, I now felt capable of facing even mid-stage martial artists head-on, perhaps even overwhelming them. Securing the top spot in the martial path exam was now a certainty. I gazed upon the corpses of the fierce beasts in the parking lot and the resources in my backpack, and a satisfied smile spread across my face. This trip to the beast nest had been immensely rewarding. Not only did I break through to the martial artist realm, but I also accumulated substantial resources and a surge of exhilaration. Now, I was ready to return, consolidate my realm, and prepare for the martial arts entrance exam. I walked out of the parking lot, the fog had lifted, and the sun was rising, its rays dispelling the lingering ominous aura. With a light backpack on my shoulder, my steps were brisk as I headed toward the exit. The low-level beasts around me dared not approach, and my mood soared as I brimmed with anticipation for the future. Shinhao, Tsuchingyue, and all those who looked down on me just wait to be utterly humiliated on the exam battleground. Little did I know, it wasn't long after I'd left that Shinhao's bodyguard, who was following me, appeared. Noticing the 3 beast corpses and the bloodstains, he was utterly shocked. He knew that sending this news back to the Qin family would create a massive uproar. A recently graduated student breaking through to the martial artist realm was truly a once-in-a-generation genius. The bodyguard hastily called Shinhao, his voice trembling. When Shinhao heard the news, the spirit stones in his hand dropped to the ground and shattered into pieces. Both astonished and enraged, he refused to believe I could break through to the martial artist realm so quickly, suspecting I'd used some underhanded, sinister method. But the evidence was undeniable. His bodyguard confirmed I was indeed at the early stage of the martial artist realm. Shinhao's body trembled, a mixture of jealousy and fear coursing through him. Taking a deep breath and gritting his teeth, he vowed to kill me with his own hands during the exam. He also thought of the Qin family's heirloom poison dagger, believing it would be his solution to dealing with me. As for me, I was walking toward the orphanage, my heart brimming with hopes for the future, completely unaware that Shinhao was already plotting a deadly scheme against me in secret. A larger storm was quietly brewing. Stepping out from the shadow of Beast Alley and reaching the perimeter of the abandoned factory, jagged sunlight pierced through cracks in the surrounding walls, stabbing painfully into my eyes. My Thunder Emperor physique instantly alerted me to an ambush ahead. 5 waves of spiritual energy at the martial disciple level, laced with palpable malice, emerged from behind the crumbling debris. At the forefront was none other than Shinhao himself. This guy just wouldn't quit. A system notification thundered in my mind. Host has been maliciously ambushed. Danger level of the current area elevated to D+. Event triggered, villainous encirclement, level, B, reward, plus 500 points of satisfaction. Current accumulated satisfaction, 12,400 points. Ha! Shinhao actually thought I was utterly spent after my battle in the beast nest and that he could swoop in to reap the benefits. Wishful thinking. Beast Alley isn't just a danger zone, it's my personal training hall, my sacred ground for growing stronger. From behind the ruins, Shinhao and 5 core members of the martial arts class emerged and encircled me. He was clad in a black martial arts uniform, a poisoned dagger sheathed at his waist. The triumphant smirk on his face made him look like nothing more than a ridiculous clown. The 5 cronies behind him, exuding the spiritual energy of mid-level martial disciples, carried steel pipes and machetes. Their savage auras reeked of ruthlessness. It was clear Qin Hao had spent a fortune recruiting these die-hard henchmen. I crossed my arms, scanning them with disdain. Qin Hao, you really don't know when to quit, do you? Last time you knelt down and begged for mercy, and now you bring along a bunch of nobodies, thinking you can kill me? Qin Hao's face darkened, and anger flashing in his eyes before it was quickly replaced by smugness. Chen Fan, drop the act. I know you used up all your energy in the beast nest, you must be exhausted by now. You think breaking through to the early martial disciple realm makes you unbeatable? Today, I brought 5 mid-level martial disciples. Even if you were made of steel, you'll be torn apart. Li Meng, one of his cronies, brandished his steel pipe arrogantly, yelling, while Zhao Feng chimed in on the side, promising each of them 10 lower-grade spirit stones for killing me. Their eyes instantly lit up with greed. Passers-by scavengers familiar with Beast Alley took one look at the intense standoff and scurried away as though they'd seen something terrifying. Qin Hao glared at me with venomous resolve, spitting about settling scores. I sneered, just you guys? Even though my spiritual energy had been slightly depleted, I was far from exhausted. Having just absorbed 3 F-class elite crystal cores, my spiritual energy had already recovered to 70%. With the boundary-breaking pill in hand, breaking into the martial artist realm would be a matter of minutes. In my eyes, these guys were nothing more than walking satisfaction prizes. Furiously enraged, Qin Hao roared, "Get him! Kill him, and the spirit stones are yours!" Li Meng moved first. His body swelled as his D-class Titan strength ability activated, and the steel pipe whistled through the air, aimed straight at my head. Zhao Feng transformed into a blur, his short blade targeting my back. The remaining 3 lackeys attacked in unison, their teamwork seamless. As Qin Hao watched from the sidelines, arms crossed, a cruel smile spread across his face, convinced this time, I was a dead man. This is the 30th/36th segment of the story. Below is the translated content, maintaining the original structure, paragraph formatting, and overall layout. But I wasn't panicked at all. On the contrary, I felt a faint trace of excitement. Perfect timing, let's test the strength after my breakthrough. I directly took out the boundary-breaking pill from the virtual backpack and stuffed it into my mouth right in front of them. Qin Hao and the rest froze, unsure of what I was doing. The next second, the energy of the boundary-breaking pill erupted. The surrounding air fiercely vibrated, and the rubble on the ground started trembling. Both Li Meng and Qin Hao's expressions changed drastically. They could feel the aura around me skyrocketing, breaking through from the early stage of martial disciple and ascending into a higher realm. The system notification chimed. Detected that the host has consumed the boundary-breaking pill. Initiating realm breakthrough. Breaking through, martial disciple, early, martial disciple, late, martial practitioner, initial. Breakthrough successful. Host, Chen Fan, martial Dao level, martial practitioner, initial. Physique, speed, and strength greatly enhanced. S-tier lightning ability upgraded to proficient level. The aura around me erupted completely. The pressure from the martial practitioner realm spread outward. Before Li Meng's steel pipe even reached me, it was repelled by the overwhelming pressure. Zhao Feng's sneak attack also failed miserably. I was now more than twice as fast as him. Now the game begins. Lightning in shades of blue and purple began to gather in my palm, and my gaze grew cold as if death itself stared out from my eyes. With a low growl, my figure darted forward like a phantom. Without even using basic sword techniques, I relied solely on the speed and strength of the martial practitioner realm, combined with my proficient tier lightning ability, to crush them with ease. I grabbed Li Meng's wrist, allowing the lightning to surge into his body. He screamed in agony, convulsing uncontrollably as his D-tier Herculean strength ability shattered in an instant. His arm turned blackened and charred, his bones fracturing loudly. With a casual flick of my hand, he flew like a kite with a broken string and crashed into the wall, motionless. System notification. You have killed D-tier ability user Li Meng. Plus 800 points to enjoyment value. Current enjoyment value total, 13,200 points. Instant kill. A single move obliterated the mid-stage martial disciple Li Meng. Qin Hao and the others were utterly petrified. Their arrogance and greed were swiftly replaced by unrelenting terror. Zhao Feng tried to run, but in the blink of an eye, I appeared right behind him and snapped his neck. The system promptly chimed in again. You have killed F-tier ability user Zhao Feng. Plus 300 points to enjoyment value. Current enjoyment value total, 13,500 points. I charged into the group of 3 remaining henchmen, lightning erupting continuously. Their shrieks filled the air, they were utterly outmatched. In just a dozen seconds, the 5 mid-stage martial disciples lay lifeless on the ground, their deaths horrifyingly gruesome. System notification. You have killed ordinary martial disciples times 3. Plus 900 points to enjoyment value. Current enjoyment value total, 14,400 points. Outside the factory, only Qin Hao remained. His face was pale, trembling in fear, his legs as heavy as lead, unable to move. He looked at the corpses on the ground, then at me as I steadily approached, his heart pounding in incredulity. He knelt, kowtowing and pleading pitifully. He promised the Qin family's rewards in exchange for sparing his life. I sneered coldly. Rewards? Resources? Do I need them? When he had set out to kill me, he hadn't held back. Begging for mercy now was far too late. I told him that sparing him wasn't mercy, it was so he could live to witness me claim first place in the martial Dao exams, enroll in the top martial Dao academy, and trample both him and the Qin family beneath my feet. Qin Hao's face turned ashen, his body collapsing limply, eyes vacant and hollow. I left him with one final declaration: the next time we meet, I'll take your pathetic life. Then, I turned and walked toward Zheng City. My silhouette carried the aura of an emerging emperor, striding forward with an invincible momentum toward the future. Qin Hao realized there and then that my name would forever haunt him as his worst nightmare. And as for me, this marked the first victorious strike in my journey of revenge. Afterward, I arrived at the abandoned laboratory in the northwest corner of Zheng City High School. The building had once been a chemistry lab, but it had been sealed and abandoned a decade ago following a reagent explosion. Layers of dust covered everything inside, insects swarmed freely, and there were even traces of low-tier ferocious beasts. Designated by students as an E+ level danger zone, no one dared come near under normal circumstances. Carrying a canvas bag, I slipped through a broken rear window. Landing on the dusty floor, the choking air caused me to cough. I had chosen this spot for 2 reasons: 1, to avoid the Qin family's spies, and 2, the place met the system's conditions for a sign-in. Perhaps I could even gain a good reward to give me an edge in the martial Dao exams. The dim lighting inside was oppressive, mingled with a pungent stench, and faint noises could occasionally be heard from upstairs. I moved carefully down the corridor, scanning my surroundings vigilantly, while calling on the system to locate the highest danger level zone. The system signaled an E+ level danger source in the west side lab on the 3rd floor, which matched the requirements for sign-in. I promptly navigated toward it. The stairs were decayed, creaking precariously with each step I took. Fortunately, my enhanced physique prevented any mishap. Arriving at the door of the west side laboratory, I could hear the low growls of a ferocious beast and the sound of claws scraping against the floor inside. The system confirmed that I had reached the designated location, and I unhesitatingly chose to sign in. After a successful sign-in, the system asked if I wanted to spend 1,000 enjoyment points to trigger a critical hit. I made the decision instantly. With a 20% critical hit chance and the reward potential of this E+ level danger zone, it was definitely worth it. This move couldn't fail. Critical hit calculating. 25x critical hit. Congratulations, host. Reward obtained: Thunder Shadow Movement Technique, Perfect Level, 50 lower grade Spirit Stones, 8 F-grade Fierce Beast Cores. The knowledge of the Thunder Shadow Movement Technique surged into my mind instantly. It felt as though I had trained in it for over a decade. I mastered every move to perfection. A wave of energy flowed into my legs, making them light yet powerful. Activating the Thunder Shadow Movement Technique, my body transformed into a faint blue phantom, moving several times faster than before. My steps became almost silent, leaving behind faint afterimages to confuse the enemy. When I channeled my Thunder Attribute ability, my speed skyrocketed again, and the afterimages grew sharper and more defined. This Thunder Shadow movement technique was simply extraordinary. With it, my speed advantage became even more pronounced, and my overall combat power advanced by an entire level. As I reveled in my newfound abilities, I heard voices from Qinhao's remaining lackeys downstairs, threatening to cripple my legs. Qinhao truly doesn't know when to quit. Perfect timing to test the power of the Thunder Shadow movement technique on them, and gain some thrill points in the process. Suppressing my aura, I hid around the corner of the third-floor hallway to ambush them. Footsteps grew nearer and nearer. Li Kuan appeared at the stairway with 4 of Qinhao's lackeys in tow. Li Kuan, a known bully under Qinhao, had awakened an F-grade flame enhancement ability. Armed with weapons, they arrogantly yelled for me to come out and face my death. I walked out from the corner, sneering at them that Qinhao had just sent them to their demise. Though Li Kuan flinched with some fear when he saw me, their numerical advantage made him bold once again. I had no time for pointless banter. Thunder Shadow movement technique activated in an instant. I turned into a blur and darted toward them. My speed was so overwhelming that they couldn't react at all, wildly swinging at my afterimages instead, nearly hitting each other. Like a cat toying with mice, I slipped effortlessly through their group, kicking knees, striking backs, and leaving them dizzy and disoriented. Finally, I stopped and declared the game was over. A lightning bolt of energy formed in my hands and shot toward Li Kuan. With a scream, he fell to the ground. System notification. Injured F-grade ability user Li Kuan, thrill points plus 300. Current cumulative thrill points, 14,700. The remaining 4 lackeys turned to flee. But with the Thunder Shadow movement technique, catching them was effortless. Lightning surged as I incapacitated them one by one. I approached the fallen Li Kuan and ordered him to return to Qinhao with a message. If he dared to send more trash like them, I wouldn't be so lenient next time. With that, I leaped out of the third-floor window using the Thunder Shadow movement technique, heading toward the school's back gate. I knew Qinhao's retaliation would only grow more manic, but I wasn't afraid. The crazier he got, the more thrill points I'd accumulate, and the stronger I'd become. I was no longer the F-grade nobody who could be easily bullied. I was a martial artist on the rise. Anyone who dared to block my path would be crushed underfoot. Exiting the school's back gate, I took a few detours to ensure I wasn't being followed and then headed toward the outskirts of the city. I needed a quiet place to familiarize myself with the Thunder Shadow movement technique, to fully integrate it with my Thunder ability and basic swordsmanship, boosting my combat power further. With the Martial Arts Federation exam approaching, I had to grow as strong as possible, secure the top rank, and enter an elite martial academy. The afternoon sun bathed Jiangcheng No. 1 High School in golden light, filtering through camphor tree leaves to leave dappled shadows on the ground. A soft breeze dispersed the lingering summer heat. As the bell signaling the end of the school day rang, students poured out of classrooms like a tide, filling the hallways with noise and energy. I slung my canvas bag over my shoulder, ready to head for the city outskirts to train in the Thunder Shadow movement technique. Suddenly, a cool, clear voice called out behind me, "Chen Fan, wait a moment." Turning around, I saw Su Qingyue. She was dressed in a pristine white dress, her long, black hair cascading over her shoulders. Her fair skin and well-defined features radiated a frosty elegance, making her resemble a cold and distant fairy. As Jiangcheng No. 1 High School's campus belle and a prodigious user of the A-grade ice manipulation ability, her aloof demeanor was well known. Rarely did she take the initiative to speak, especially to boys. Yet here she was, calling out to me, shocking those around us. I raised an eyebrow in mild surprise, guessing that her reason for seeking me out was likely related to the origin of my ability. She approached and explained that she had encountered a bottleneck in her martial arts training and wanted to ask for my guidance. I chuckled and teased her, saying that as a genius, she hardly needed lessons from someone who used to be an F-grade nobody. The bystanders who overheard our exchange began enthusiastically gossiping, some speculating that she had a crush on me, others insisting she genuinely needed my help. A faint blush crept onto Su Qingyue's face, though her frosty demeanor remained intact. She insisted that, in martial arts, those with superior skill were the teachers, and my strength had surpassed hers. Since she had spoken so earnestly, I agreed. This spot was too crowded, so we headed to the tree-lined path on the school's west side. The path was flanked by towering, dense camphor trees. Dappled sunlight trickled through the canopy, casting shifting patterns on the ground. The air was rich with the fresh aroma of greenery, punctuated occasionally by the chirping of birds. The tranquil setting immediately put both of us at ease. We walked to a secluded bench deep in the path, where we sat down. Without hesitation, I asked her what she wanted to know. She gazed at me with a probing intensity, then asked outright about the origin of my thunder ability. She remembered that I had once been an F-grade, non-attributed individual. As expected, she came here to test me after all. Wow. Su Qingyue, that little curiosity-filled troublemaker, kept chasing after me to ask about my mutated ability. I'd already prepared myself mentally, but on the surface, I kept it cool and casual, saying to her, "Oh, it's just crazy good luck." After awakening my ability, I stumbled upon some serendipity, and the ability mutated. It was a vague explanation, sure, but in this era of spiritual energy revival, mutated abilities aren't exactly unheard of. It worked as a passable excuse, no problem. But Su Qingyue's thirst for answers was like a floodgate bursting open, it just wouldn't stop. She followed up with, "What sort of serendipity, though? To turn an F-rank non-attribute ability into such a badass lightning element one? I heard it's super rare for ability mutations to jump so many levels." Her eyes practically turned into searchlights, staring at me like she was trying to dig out any cracks in my story. I chuckled inwardly. Su Qingyue's curiosity could put a cat's to shame. Still, there was no way I was spilling the secret of the system, not even on my deathbed. I could only keep playing coy, saying, "What kind of serendipity exactly?" "Oh, sorry, that's my little secret." Then I shifted gears, my gaze sharpening playfully as I teased her, "Hey, Su Qingyue, why are you so interested in the source of my ability? Don't tell me you're plotting something shady?" Her face instantly flushed bright red, and she hastily explained, "No. I'm just curious, that's all. No ulterior motives." She genuinely was curious. My meteoric rise, like a rocket straight into the sky, combined with my mysterious vibe, it was impossible for her not to dig into it. What's more, she had this nagging feeling that my ability's origin might be hiding some monumental secret. If she could uncover it, who knows? It might even help her cultivation journey. Watching her flustered little expressions, I found it quite amusing. The corners of my mouth couldn't help turning up. "Alright, since Miss Su was only curious, let me share a little secret with you." Her eyes lit up immediately, glowing like bulbs as she eagerly asked, "What secret?" Feigning mystery, I teased, "Well, the reason my lightning ability is so powerful is that I've got a unique training method." Su Qingyue's curiosity hit maximum levels in an instant. She leaned slightly forward, her eyes brimming with anticipation. Her faint, elegant fragrance, mixed with the fresh scent of grass and trees around us, drifted into my nose, stirring a slight ripple in my mind. I had to admit, Su Qingyue was indeed stunning. Her cool demeanor, tinged with a touch of innocent charm, made her incredibly captivating. But let's not forget, she once publicly broke off our engagement, leaving me thoroughly humiliated. Sure, there was family pressure, but her cold demeanor back then? I haven't forgotten it. So while I appreciated her beauty, it didn't mean I harbored any deeper feelings. Pausing deliberately, I watched her expectant gaze and let my smile grow more mischievous. This training method, well, it's not too hard, but it's not that simple either. If you're really interested, why not become my apprentice? I'll personally teach you. I guarantee your ice control ability will double in strength, you'll take off like a rocket." As soon as I said it, Su Qingyue froze completely. Her face turned as red as a ripe tomato, her eyes full of shock and bashfulness. She clearly hadn't expected me to propose something like this. Become my apprentice? Me, a former F-rank nobody, asking her, an A-rank prodigy, to be my student? It was outright absurd. The atmosphere stalled, the air so still that even Su Qingyue could hear her own heartbeat pounding, thump, thump, thump. Her usual composed demeanor was replaced with nothing but shy awkwardness. She wanted to refuse, but when her gaze met my playful yet confident eyes, the words caught in her throat. She knew I wasn't kidding, I genuinely had the ability. If she really could learn my training method, her power would undoubtedly skyrocket, possibly even breaking through to higher realms. But becoming a disciple of the person she'd once jilted? That was a tough pill to swallow. Caught in a whirlwind of internal conflict, her face grew redder and redder until it seemed like she might start dripping with embarrassment. Her eyes darted around nervously, avoiding my gaze at all costs. Watching her adorable reaction, I couldn't help but feel secretly triumphant inside. Event triggered, flirting with campus queen, grade A, satisfaction points plus 500. Current accumulated satisfaction points, 15,200. The system's notification chimed in my head, making the smile on my lips even brighter. Who would have thought teasing the campus beauty could earn me satisfaction points? What a win! Feigning innocence, I teased further, what's wrong? Su Qingyue doesn't want to? Or do you think I'm not qualified to be your teacher? Su Qingyue took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down. The flush on her face began to fade, and her usual cool demeanor began to return, though her eyes still harbored traces of embarrassment and inner turmoil. That's not what I mean. It's just, becoming your apprentice is too much of a surprise. Plus, we're about the same age. Wouldn't it be better if we just exchanged cultivation insights as friends? I smirked and let it slide, not pressing the issue. Fair enough. But my training method is a secret technique, I can't just give it away for free. If you want to learn it, you'll have to trade me your own cultivation insights. Deal? Su Qingyue's eyes brightened at this, and she nodded fervently. Okay. That works for me. To her, this was the best possible outcome, a way to learn my method without having to formally apprentice herself. A win-win. She wasted no time. So, can we start now? I shook my head. No rush. I've got other things to handle today. Next time. My focus for the day was on familiarizing myself with the Thunder Shadow movement technique to boost my strength. I wasn't in the mood for exchanging cultivation insights with her just yet. Su Qingyue seemed slightly disappointed but didn't insist further. Alright, so when shall we meet again? When I'm free, I'll let you know. Finishing my words, I stood up. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Su Qingyue also stood, nodding. Okay, thank you. I smiled faintly, said nothing, and turned to leave. Activating the Thunder Shadow movement technique, I transformed into a faint blue afterimage, disappearing swiftly down the tree-lined path. Su Qingyue remained rooted in place, staring after me with a complicated expression, mingling curiosity, admiration, a tinge of shyness, and anticipation. She could sense the frighteningly pure thunder elemental energy emanating from me, far stronger than ordinary thunder wielders, even surpassing some martial practitioners of the thunder element. Not to mention my enigmatic movement technique, with an astonishing speed that marked it as a top-tier martial art. This man, what secrets was he hiding? Su Qingyue's heart was flooded with questions, her interest in me escalating rapidly. She thought to herself that building a good rapport with me might prove to be a wise decision. Chen Fan, I must see for myself what kind of person you really are. Su Qingyue murmured to herself firmly, then turned and walked in the opposite direction, resolved to find out more about me, to uncover the mysteries surrounding me. Meanwhile, I had already left the school grounds and headed towards the outskirts of the city. I could sense Su Qingyue's gaze trailing me, lingering until I exited through the school gates. Su Qingyue, huh? An interesting woman, I murmured with an upturned corner of my lips, though I didn't give it much thought. For me, the pathway to greater strength remained paramount. The martial Dao examination was drawing closer, and the threat posed by the Qin family loomed larger by the day. I needed to improve my abilities quickly, secure the top rank, and earn my place at a top-tier martial arts academy. Only then could I access better resources and opportunities, grow rapidly, and break free from the Qin family's clutches to control my destiny. Quickening my pace, I pushed the Thunder Shadow movement technique to its limits, turning into an afterimage and vanishing at the far end of the street in an instant. Unbeknownst to me, shortly after I departed, a black sedan quietly pulled out of a parking lot near the school. The driver made a phone call. "Miss, Chen Fan has left the school and is heading towards the outskirts." A cold but clear voice came from the other side of the call, Suching Yuez. "Keep following him, but don't get detected. Log his every action, especially where and how he trains." "Yes, miss," the driver responded. The black sedan started moving, tailing me in the direction where I'd disappeared. Su Qingyue ended the call with a determined expression. She was resolute in uncovering my secrets, no matter the means. Completely unaware of this, I carried on my way to a quiet spot on the city's outskirts, intending to fine-tune my thunder shadow movement technique and further enhance my strengths. Thus began a covert game of probing and pursuit shrouded in mystery. My journey of rising against the odds had taken a turn for the more thrilling with Su Qingyue's involvement. I didn't yet know what role this school belle, once infamous for publicly breaking off an engagement, would play in my future. But I was certain of one thing: no matter the hardships, I would never back down. My goal was clear: to the pinnacle. At noon, Zhangcheng No. 1 High School's cafeteria was as lively as ever, chaotic and noisy like a bustling marketplace. Dozens of blue dining tables were arranged neatly, all occupied with students. The clinking of utensils, exchanges of chatter, and shouts of food orders meshed together into an overwhelming cacophony. Behind the food counter, the staff bustled around in white uniforms, adeptly serving the students. Braised pork, tomato scrambled eggs, and stir-fried greens were steaming hot, their enticing aroma nearly making my mouth water, while students lined up in long, snaking queues. Carrying a canvas bag, I joined the end of the line with a calm demeanor. I had just returned from training on the city outskirts, where I'd perfected the thunder shadow movement technique and significantly boosted my abilities. My stomach grumbled with hunger. All I wanted was to get my food quickly and find a quiet corner to satiate my hunger. As an orphan, frugality was my way of life. I kept my meals simple: stir-fried greens, tomato scrambled eggs, and a bowl of plain rice, spending less than 10 yuan on the most economical set meal at the cafeteria. With living expenses covered only by part-time jobs and state subsidies, most of my money went into purchasing cultivation resources like spiritual stones. I had no choice but to save on food. After getting my meal, I made my way to a corner seat by the window. No sooner had I picked up my chopsticks to dig in than exaggerated footsteps and sneering voices came from behind, clearly directed at me. Well, well. If it isn't Martial Master Chen Fan. Eating this, are we now?" A taunting voice filled with mockery spoke up. My brows furrowed, and I didn't need to look to know who it was: the remnants of Qin Hao's lackeys. Leading the group was a kid with dyed blonde hair named Zhang Tao, who had an F-level agility ability. He was the type who loved to flaunt power borrowed from the stronger, often hanging around Qin Hao and Li Kuan to bully others. After I injured Li Kuan yesterday, they'd been too scared to show up. But seeing me eating alone in the cafeteria today, they probably chalked it up to luck and grew bold again, ready to humiliate me and avenge their leader. Behind Zhang Tao were 3 lackeys, each with a slovenly appearance and provocative gazes. The commotion caught the attention of nearby students, who stopped eating to watch eagerly for the drama to unfold. It's Zhang Tao and his gang, picking on Chen Fan again. After how awesome Chen Fan was lately, they still dare to mess with him? Truly asking for it. It's hard to say. Zhang Tao has more people on his side, and Chen Fan is eating. Who knows, he might get ambushed. Look, Zhang Tao's making a move. The murmurs reached my ears, and Zhang Tao, grinning smugly, approached my table. He kicked at the leg of the table with a loud bang. The table wobbled violently, and the tomato and egg stir-fry and sautéed vegetables on my plate spilled out completely. Oil stains splattered onto my clothes, and the white rice scattered all over the floor. "Oh dear, my bad, slipped a bit." Zhang Tao feigned surprise, but the smug expression on his face betrayed him. He sneered arrogantly, "Chen Fan, are you all right? Want me to help clean up?" His lackeys burst out laughing immediately and mocked, "Brother Tao, that wasn't slipping. You just can't stand this pauper eating such pitiful food." Exactly. Look at what he's eating: sautéed vegetables and tomato scrambled eggs? Not even a piece of meat. Truly a poor loser. He doesn't even belong in the cafeteria. He should be eating scraps. Their words stabbed into my heart like needles. I could endure people's mockery, but I couldn't stand them wasting food. Though these dishes were simple, they were paid for through my frugal savings. They were my source of energy, the fuel for my cultivation. I slowly put down my chopsticks, raising my head to meet Zhang Tao and his three cronies with an icy gaze. My tone was eerily calm as I asked, "You dirted my meal. How are you going to compensate me?" Zhang Tao flinched from my cold eyes and subconsciously stepped back. But the thought of his numerical advantage emboldened him once again. Compensate? That cheap meal of yours is worth how much, anyway? I'll give you $10. Enough for 3 meals, isn't it? He fished out a 10 yuan note from his pocket and tossed it onto the floor in front of me. It landed amidst the scattered rice and oil stains, glaringly obnoxious. "Pick it up," I said, my voice still unnervingly calm, though my gaze grew even frostier. "Pick it up?" Zhang Tao mocked with a laugh. "You, a loser, asking me to pick it up? Let me tell you, Shen Fan, don't think that beating Li Kuan and Qin Xiao makes you special. In my eyes, you're still a piece of garbage that belongs eating leftovers. Today, I purposely ruined your meal just to humiliate you. What can you do about it?" Zhang Tao's arrogance escalated, while the surrounding students held their breath, waiting to see how I would react. Some sympathized with me, some thought Zhang Tao had gone overboard, while others eagerly anticipated a lesson being taught to Zhang Tao. At that moment, a system notification rang in my mind. Detected, host is suffering malicious humiliation plus property damage, triggering a satisfaction value event, level B, satisfaction value plus 300 points. Detected current region, cafeteria kitchen area, E-level danger zone, with potential risks such as gas leaks, sharp objects, etc. The area meets sign-in conditions. Would you like to sign in? Sign in. I responded silently in my heart. Sign in successful. E-level danger zone reward issued. Detected, current satisfaction value is 15,500 points. Would you like to consume 1,000 satisfaction points to trigger a critical hit? Trigger it. I decided without hesitation. Let's see what kind of reward this cafeteria, an E-level danger zone, has in store. Critical hit in progress. 20x critical hit. Congratulations, host. Reward acquired, Superior Spirit Rice Meal X1, satisfaction value plus 500 points. Superior Spirit Rice Meal, a meal prepared with ancient spirit rice and various spiritual herbs. Contains pure spiritual energy and optimal nutrition. Instantly replenishes physical energy and increases internal spiritual energy concentration by 10%, with no side effects. Exquisite in taste. A finely crafted food container instantly appeared in my virtual inventory. Opening it unleashed a concentrated aroma that wafted through the air, far surpassing the smell of all the cafeteria's dishes combined. The people around me turned their heads instinctively, their eyes brimming with surprise and intrigue. The fragrance was light and refreshing yet irresistibly appetizing. The previously noisy cafeteria grew noticeably quieter as all eyes were drawn toward me. I looked at Zhang Tao, a cold smirk forming on my lips. Want to humiliate me? You're going to pay the price for that. Ignoring the 10 yuan note on the floor and the spirit rice meal in my inventory, I stood up slowly, fixing my gaze on the tray of food in front of Zhang Tao. Zhang Tao's tray was piled with luxurious dishes: braised pork, sweet and sour ribs, butterflied prawns, and a bowl of fragrant chicken drumstick rice. It was clear he had spent a considerable amount on the meal. What do you want to do?" Zhang Tao stammered, his voice faltering as he instinctively stepped back under my menacing stare. I didn't answer him. Instead, I grabbed the tray of food out of his hands in one swift motion. "What are you doing? Give me back my tray!" Zhang Tao yelled furiously and lunged to snatch it back. But I was far quicker than him. He couldn't even get close to touching me. Carrying the tray, I walked straight back to Zhang Tao. Then, in front of the shocked eyes of everyone present, I dumped the entire tray's contents onto his head. Splash! The food, along with its sauces, dripped down his head, coating his hair and face. Greasy pieces of braised pork clung to his hair, while the tangy sauce from the ribs drizzled down his cheeks. His once clean clothes were now stained with oil and food scraps, his appearance utterly pathetic. The cafeteria erupted into a thundering wave of laughter as if the dam had burst. Zhang Tao's face turned a ghostly pale shade, his embarrassment feeding the crowd's amusement. Ha ha ha! That was so satisfying. Zhang Tao is getting what he deserves. Chen Fan is too domineering, he directly dumped the food onto his head. Serves him right for being so arrogant, bet he regrets it now. Amidst the laughter, Zhang Tao's face flushed a deep red, his eyes brimming with humiliation and fury. Gritting his teeth, he glared at me, growling, "Chen Fan, how dare you treat me like this? I'm going to fight you." With that, Zhang Tao lunged at me, clearly intending to get physical. But I merely cast him an indifferent glance, releasing an aura of a warrior tier oppressive pressure that instantly enveloped him. Zhang Tao's body froze as he felt the suffocating force. His steps stalled, and the anger in his eyes was swiftly replaced by sheer terror. He trembled all over, unable to summon the courage to take another step forward. He could distinctly feel that my strength far exceeded anything he had imagined. There was no way he could resist this kind of oppressive force. "Leave." I uttered the word coldly. My voice wasn't loud but carried an undeniable air of authority. Zhang Tao involuntarily retreated several steps. The three followers standing behind him turned pale, visibly frightened. They too stepped back one after another, not daring to approach. "What are you waiting for? Get lost." My gaze turned even colder. Zhang Tao seemed to snap out of his stupor, disregarding his humiliation and rage. He turned on his heel, ready to flee. "Wait." I stopped him. Zhang Tao's body stiffened instantly, thinking I might attack him. He began trembling uncontrollably. What do you want now?" he stammered. I pointed at the 10 yuan on the ground. "Pick up your money, then clean up this mess." Zhang Tao's face turned various shades of green and white. Picking up his money and cleaning the mess was yet another humiliating blow, but he lacked the courage to protest. Gritting his teeth, he bent down to collect the 10 yuan, grabbed a cleaning cloth from nearby, and began to clean up the scattered rice and greasy spills on the floor. His three followers didn't dare slack off either. Each grabbed a cloth and joined in cleaning. The students watching around us burst into laughter again as they observed the four of them awkwardly tidying up. Many even took out their phones to snap photos. I paid them no further attention and retrieved a spirit rice set meal from my virtual storage. I placed it on the table. As I opened the meal box, a bowl of glistening white rice appeared inside. The grains were plump and emitted a faint golden glow. Alongside it were a few delicate dishes: sautéed spirit mushrooms, steamed spirit fish, and a bowl of spirit chicken soup. The rich aroma wafted through the air, tantalizing and irresistible. Picking up my chopsticks, I began eating slowly. The spirit rice was tender as it entered my mouth, carrying a delicate sweetness. The pure spiritual energy it contained instantly spread throughout my body, leaving me feeling extraordinarily invigorated. The energy and spiritual power I'd consumed during cultivation were rapidly replenishing. The spirit mushrooms and spirit fish were equally exquisite, rich in nutrients and spiritual energy. The spirit chicken soup was thick and aromatic. Just one sip filled me with warmth as the spiritual energy within me gradually increased. Around me, students stared at my meal with envy and curiosity. "What kind of food is that? It looks so luxurious. The aroma is amazing, I can't stop drooling. How does Chun Fan have something so extravagant? Did he make it himself? Impossible. That looks like legendary spirit food, something only great families or top-tier martial academies can afford." Though their chatter reached my ears, I ignored them, focusing solely on my spirit rice set meal. I could feel the spiritual energy within my body steadily rising. Based on this pace, by the time I finished eating, my spiritual energy concentration would have increased by 10%, bringing me closer to the mid-tier warrior stage. After Zhang Tao and his crew finished cleaning the floor, they kept their heads low and made for the cafeteria doors, ready to slink away in disgrace. Wait! I called out again. The four of them froze in their tracks, slowly turning around with trembling bodies, their faces filled with fear and unease. Is there something else? Zheng Tao stammered. Placing my chopsticks down, I wiped my mouth and looked at them coldly. Go back and tell Qin Hao this: if he dares send worthless underlings like you to humiliate me again, I won't show mercy next time. I don't want to see any of you again. Get out of my sight. Feeling as though they had been granted a reprieve, Zheng Tao and his lackeys nodded hastily and scrambled toward the cafeteria exit. They fled quicker than rabbits, as though terrified I might change my mind. The surrounding students burst into yet another round of laughter and cheers as they watched the four of them flee. Chen Fan is so cool. Nobody's going to dare mess with him now. Zhang Tao and his gang totally deserved it, serves them right. I paid no attention to their cheers and continued eating my spirit rice set meal. Finishing the last mouthful of spirit chicken soup, I felt the spiritual energy within me significantly replenished. Not only had I regained what I'd expended in training and combat, but my spiritual energy concentration had indeed increased by 10%. The energy in my dantian felt purer and more condensed. Consumed spirit rice set meal, supreme quality, spiritual energy plus 10%. Current spiritual energy concentration, warrior early stage peak, 90%, but current accumulated satisfaction value, 16,000 points. The system notification rang in my ears, and I smiled in satisfaction. This spirit rice set meal was both delicious and effective. Spending 1,000 satisfaction points on it was entirely worthwhile. Packing up the meal box, I stood and headed towards the cafeteria doors. The students around me made way, their eyes filled with reverence and admiration. After this incident, everyone realized my strength and knew I wasn't someone to be trifled with. From now on, no one would dare provoke me easily. Leaving the cafeteria, I slung the canvas bag over my shoulder and headed toward the teaching building. I planned to return to the classroom to rest for a while, then continue my cultivation, striving to break through to mid-stage warrior level as soon as possible. Sunlight poured down on me, stretching my shadow long on the ground. My steps were steady and resolute, and my gaze brimmed with confidence and dominance. I knew this was just a small episode on my road to overturning my fate. Greater challenges and dangers no doubt lay ahead, but I wasn't afraid. Because I had the system, I had immense power, and above all, I had an indomitable will. Qin Hao, Zheng Tao, and all those who looked down on me would be nothing more than stepping stones on my path to glory. My goal was the pinnacle. After the cafeteria commotion ended, I didn't rush to leave the school. I walked slowly along the path beside the camphor trees. The afternoon sunlight filtered through the gaps between the leaves, casting dappled light on the ground. A gentle breeze carried the fragrance of grass and trees, gradually calming the agitation in my heart caused by the earlier conflict. Having eaten the spiritual rice set meal, my body was brimming with spiritual energy, and I was just one step away from reaching the mid-stage warrior level. However, I chose not to hurry the breakthrough. Instead, I decided to head to the rooftop of the teaching building to consolidate my current stage. It was an E-rank danger zone I was familiar with, a place where I could train in peace while staying alert to unexpected events. Along the way, most of the students kept their distance from me. Occasionally, a few bold ones would cast reverent glances my way from afar, but no one dared approach me or strike up a conversation. I had long grown accustomed to this. My gaze calmly scanned my surroundings. The innate heightened perception of my Thunder Emperor physique kept me vigilant at all times. After all, there was a chance that the Qin family's spies were still lurking within the school, and I needed to remain cautious. As I reached the western corner of the teaching building, my steps suddenly halted. An extremely subtle yet immensely powerful aura enveloped me like a lurking beast stalking its prey. Though it carried no outright malice, it radiated an oppressive and superior presence, as if it could see through everything about me. A chill ran down my spine, and the lightning energy within my body instinctively activated, faint bluish-purple arcs of electricity sparkling faintly across my skin. What a terrifying aura! I was startled. This presence far surpassed any opponents I had previously encountered. Compared to it, people like Qin Hao and Li Kuan were as insignificant as ants. It was even several times stronger than the advanced warriors I had imagined. Detected presence of a high-level strong individual. Energy intensity evaluated as SS rank. Due to the presence of this strong individual, local danger level temporarily elevated to D rank. Detected qualification for sign-in conditions, temporary danger zone. Would you like to sign in immediately? The system's urgent notification echoed in my mind, and my pupils contracted sharply. SS rank? In the martial arts hierarchy, which was divided into levels such as apprentice, warrior, martial master, martial king, martial emperor, martial lord, martial saint, and martial sovereign, an SS rank entity would at least belong to the category of a martial king level elite or higher. Why would such a towering figure appear here, at Jiang City First High School, and even take specific interest in me? Keeping my composure, I deliberately slowed my pace and discreetly scanned the surroundings. Soon, I located the source of the aura, a janitor near the flower bed, dressed in a gray jumpsuit and wearing an old straw hat, leisurely trimming some branches. This janitor looked to be in his 60s, with graying hair, a slightly stooped posture, and calloused hands. His movements appeared slow and clumsy, completely indistinguishable from an ordinary retired groundskeeper. But I knew this was merely a disguise. The SS-ranked aura was emanating from his body. He had merely suppressed it with an advanced technique, and if not for the acute perception granted by my Thunder Emperor physique, I wouldn't have noticed it at all. Someone from the Martial Arts Administration? Or a strongman sent by the Qin family? Various possibilities rapidly flitted through my mind. Although the Qin family was a martial arts aristocratic family in Jiang City, their overall strength was limited, making it improbable for them to summon someone above the level of a martial king. On the other hand, my recent actions had been extraordinary, slaying ferocious beasts, defeating Qin Hao, making rapid progress, all of which could have drawn the attention of higher-level authorities. The Martial Arts Administration, as an official organization responsible for overseeing martial arts affairs across regions, had the highest likelihood of taking interest in a promising talent like me. With this realization, my pulse settled slightly. Without revealing any unusual behavior, I casually walked toward the flower bed. I understood that against someone of such caliber, neither avoidance nor vigilance would be of any use. It was better to confront the situation directly and discern their intentions. "Hello there, Elder." "Trimming the branches?" I approached the flower bed and greeted him with a calm tone. The disguised Professor Li paused his movements, slowly raised his head, and revealed a deeply wrinkled face. His cloudy eyes seemed to struggle to focus on me. After a moment, he mumbled, "HM? Oh, yes, just trimming the overgrown trees on campus so the students can get a bit more sunlight." His voice was hoarse and aged, looking exactly like an ordinary school janitor, and the aura around him was restrained even more thoroughly. If not for the system prompt and my keen perception, I would never have guessed he was an SS-rank powerhouse. I silently praised him. The senior's disguise skills were terrifyingly good, his appearance, aura, and tone were all imitated to lifelike perfection. "These trees really are growing lushly, thanks for your hard work," I said with a smile, my gaze falling on the pruning shears in Professor Li's hand as I casually sat down on the stone bench by the flower bed. "I happen to be a bit tired, so I'll rest here for a while." I didn't move too close, keeping a safe distance, while silently chanting in my mind, "Check in." Check-in successful. Reward for the temporary D-rank danger zone has been issued. Detected current pleasure points, 16,000. Consume 1,000 pleasure points to trigger a critical hit? Trigger. I didn't hesitate for a second. A temporary D-rank danger zone brought on by an SS-rank powerhouse, there was no way the reward would be ordinary. Spending 1,000 cool points for a crit was absolutely worth it. Crit settlement in progress. 35x crit. Congratulations, host. Rewards obtained: 1 top-grade mental protection talisman, 150 low-grade spirit stones, 12 F-rank ferocious beast crystal cores. Top-grade mental protection talisman contains a high-tier mental barrier that can withstand all mental attacks, illusions, and soul probing below the martial king realm. Duration: 24 hours. Automatically binds to the host upon use. No manual activation required. No cooldown. In my virtual backpack, a talisman appeared, pure, luminous white all over, exuding a gentle halo. A cool, refreshing aura flowed along my mental power and surged into my mind, instantly relaxing my nerves, which had been taut from the pressure of a powerhouse's presence. At the same time, I could clearly sense an invisible barrier enveloping my spiritual sea. No matter how strong Professor Lee's mental power was, he couldn't see my inner thoughts, much less launch a mental attack on me. Good stuff. I was ecstatic inside. A top-grade mental protection talisman, practically tailor-made for dealing with the SS-tier powerhouse right in front of me. With this talisman, I no longer had to worry about him seeing through the system's secrets, and in future battles I'd also be immune to mental-type attacks, like gaining an extra life-saving trump card. Professor Lee's motions as he trimmed the branches didn't seem to change, but a trace of barely perceptible surprise flashed through his cloudy eyes. He really had been secretly probing my condition just now. As the special commissioner stationed in Jiangqing by the Martial Dao Administration Bureau, his main duty was to discover and supervise young martial artists with potential. My recent performance had been far too dazzling, so it naturally drew his focused attention. He had intended to use a mental probe to learn my true strength and the source of my powers, but he hadn't expected that the instant I sat down, an invisible barrier would suddenly appear outside his spiritual sea, completely cutting off his probing. The barrier was gentle yet tough. With his early-stage martial king realm mental power, he still couldn't budge it in the slightest. Is this a mental protection treasure? Professor Lee was secretly astonished. Mental-type treasures were rare to begin with. Something that could block the probing of a martial king realm expert was, at the very least, a top-grade talisman or a high-tier artifact. How could a high school student who had just graduated have something so precious? Could it be that his fortuitous encounter was even less simple than he had imagined? Professor Lee suppressed the doubts in his heart and continued to pretend to be an ordinary janitor. As he trimmed the branches and leaves, he asked casually, "Young man, you're a student at this school, right? You look pretty young, but your aura is quite steady. Have you awakened an ability too?" "More or less. I got lucky and awakened a pretty ordinary ability." I was vague and didn't reveal any specifics. "An ordinary ability is still pretty good." Professor Lee smiled and said in an even tone, "Now that spiritual energy is reviving and ferocious beasts are running rampant, it's good for young people to learn more skills. You can protect yourself and contribute to society too. When I was young, I also wanted to awaken an ability, but I just didn't have that kind of luck." His words sounded ordinary, but in fact he was steering me to talk more about myself. Of course I caught his meaning. I just smiled and didn't take the bait, instead changing the subject. "Sir, how long have you been working here? I don't think I've seen you before." "Not long. The old caretaker retired, and I came to take his place." Professor Lee lied without changing his expression, the scissors in his hands going snip, snip as he trimmed the branches. "I don't have any real skills, just able to do some rough work. Getting a job at the school and earning a bite to eat is good enough for me." We chatted off and on. On the surface it was an ordinary conversation between a student and a school handyman, but underneath it was full of hidden intent. I stayed on guard and didn't reveal the core secrets about the system and my abilities, only replying now and then with a few inconsequential remarks. Professor Lee didn't press for answers either, he simply watched my words and behavior through casual talk, trying to ferret out my secret from the details. Half an hour later, I figured it was about time, stood up, and said, "Sir, I still have something to take care of, so I'll be going." "All right, take care." Professor Lee lifted his head, a trace of complicated light flickered in his cloudy eyes. "Young man, work hard. The future is boundless for the young." I nodded, didn't say much, turned around, and headed straight for the rooftop of the teaching building. The moment I activated my Thunder Shadow movement technique, I might have looked like I was strolling along, but in truth my speed was insane. Within the blink of an eye, I vanished from Professor Lee's sight. Only after I was completely gone did Professor Lee stop trimming the branches and leaves. He took off the old straw hat on his head and casually tossed it by the flower bed. His previously cloudy gaze instantly became as sharp as an eagle's, and he no longer bothered to conceal his aura. The vast pressure of a martial king realm powerhouse spread out with a whoosh, pressing the surrounding plants so hard they couldn't even straighten up. Such sharp perception, and such steady composure, and that mysterious mental protection talisman, Professor Lee muttered under his breath, his eyes full of shock and curiosity. "This Chen Fan is definitely not simple. He pulled the communicator from the inside of his work uniform, pressed the call button, and said in a businesslike tone, "Headquarters, this is Lee Mo, ID 739, reporting in." A steady male voice came through the communicator. "Lee Mo, how's it going? Have you figured out Chen Fan's background yet?" "Not yet." Lee Mo shook his head and replied honestly. "This kid's perception is insanely strong. I secretly observed him with the aura of a Martial King realm expert, and he spotted me right away. I tried probing him with mental power, but it was blocked by some mysterious mental barrier. I can't peek into his mind at all." "Oh? That can happen?" The voice on the other end sounded a little surprised. "Something that can block your mental probing has to be at least a top-grade mental protection treasure. He's just a high school student from an orphan background. How would he have something like that?" "Not sure," Lee Mo said. "According to our investigation, Chen Fan used to be an F-rank, non-attribute Esper, and recently he suddenly rose up. His strength has been skyrocketing. He's taken out several ferocious beasts and martial artists in succession. His methods are ruthless but still measured. It seems like he got some kind of fortuitous encounter, but what exactly it was, we still can't figure out." "Interesting." The voice on the other end of the communicator pondered for a moment. "A young martial artist with a mysterious opportunity and limitless potential must be closely monitored. You stay at Jiangqing No. 1 High School, keep an eye on Chen Fan's movements, protect his safety, and at the same time try to make contact with him. See if you can bring him into the martial arts administration." "Understood." Lee Mo nodded in reply. "Also, the Qin family seems to be deeply hostile toward Chen Fan. They've sent people to assassinate him several times. I suspect they'll keep making moves, especially during the upcoming joint martial arts entrance exam." "The Qin family?" The voice on the other end of the communicator said coldly. "A mere Jiangqing martial arts clan dares lay a hand on someone the martial arts administration is watching? Tell them, if they behave, fine, but if they dare make a move against Chen Fan again, don't blame us for not being polite." "Yes," Lee Mo replied. After hanging up the communicator, Lee Mo put the old straw hat back on and turned into the image of an ordinary school groundskeeper again. He went on trimming the branches and leaves in the flowerbeds, as if that Martial King realm powerhouse had never appeared at all. But his eyes kept watching in the direction of the teaching building, his interest in me growing stronger and stronger. He knew that I, this young man, might in the future turn the martial arts landscape of Jiangcheng, or an even wider area, upside down, and his task was to watch me grow and point me in the right direction. At the same time, on the rooftop of the teaching building, I sat cross-legged beside the rusted railing, feeling the spiritual energy inside me circulating steadily, along with that invisible protective barrier over my sea of consciousness, and I felt much more at ease. Current accumulated feel-good points, 16,000. Critical hit did not grant additional feel-good points. Rewards have been issued. Skills mastered: Thunder Shadow Movement, perfected; Basic Swordsmanship, perfected; Lightning Shield, active; Mental Protection Talisman, top grade, passive. The information on the system panel was crystal clear, that Mental Protection Talisman had already been automatically bound, becoming my passive skill. Without me needing to activate it, it would remain in effect at all times. The attention of the Martial Arts Administration is both an opportunity and a challenge, I thought to myself. The opportunity is that with the Martial Arts Administration watching, the Qin family might rein themselves in a bit and not dare come after me so openly. The challenge is that my secret could be discovered by these top-tier experts at any time. I need to increase my strength as soon as possible so I can take control of my own destiny. The most urgent thing is to break through to the mid-stage martial warrior realm, then take first place in the martial arts joint exam, get into a top martial arts academy, and secure more resources and protection. I didn't think much more about it. I took out a low-grade spirit stone and held it in my hand, closed my eyes, and began circulating the basic breathing technique, absorbing the pure spiritual chi within the spirit stone and charging at the threshold of the mid-stage martial warrior realm. Sunlight shone on me. Faint blue-purple electric arcs lingered around my body, and spiritual energy surged rapidly within me, continuously scouring my meridians as I steadily advanced toward the threshold of the mid-stage martial artist realm. How would I know that down by the flower bed, Lee Mo was secretly watching me cultivate using a special method, the surprise in his eyes growing stronger and stronger? Such a fast cultivation speed? Just absorbing a low-grade spirit stone, and the efficiency is already this high. This constitution is way too freakish. Liam was so shocked he could hardly contain himself, and it only strengthened his resolve to pull me into the Martial Arts Administration Bureau. As a young man, I'm destined to become a dazzling rising star in the future martial arts world. In the abandoned warehouse on the outskirts of Jiangcheng, the night was as black as ink. Only a few broken streetlights shone through dust-caked windows, casting patches of light and shadow across the ground. The warehouse reeked of rust and the stench of ferocious beast droppings. In the corners lay piles of discarded steel and broken wooden crates, and in the shadows you could vaguely make out two faint green glows, exuding a terrifying, vicious aura. Qin Hao wore a black trench coat, hands in his pockets, his face dark enough to drip ink. He stood in the middle of the warehouse, his eyes filled with spite and unwillingness. Behind him stood two Qin family bodyguards, both at the late-stage martial apprentice level, their faces cold and stern as they watched the area around the warehouse with vigilance, afraid someone might launch a sneak attack. A few days ago, I beat him into the dirt at the exit of Ferocious Beast Alley. The scene of him kneeling and begging for mercy kept replaying in his mind like a nightmare, becoming an eternal humiliation carved into his heart. The cafeteria clash, Li Kuan being injured by me, the martial arts class students all submitting to me, this string of incidents turned him into a joke at school. Even the family elders took issue with him, warning that if he couldn't take first place in the martial arts joint exam rankings, they would strip him of his status as heir. It was all my fault. A former F-rank trash he used to bully whenever he felt like it was now rising up with his foot on his face, becoming the brightest new star at Jiangcheng #1 high. How could he possibly accept that? Chen Fan, I'm going to kill you. Qin Hao roared inwardly, a flicker of madness flashing in his eyes. Even if I can't kill you with my own hands, I'll make sure you're disgraced and never get to take the martial arts joint entrance exam. Just then, the warehouse doors slowly opened. A tall, burly figure walked in, wearing a leather jacket covered in grime, with a vicious-looking scar slashing across his face. This was Jiangcheng's notorious ferocious beast dealer, Brother Dao. Behind Brother Dao followed two underlings. Together they dragged in a huge iron cage. Inside were two massive ferocious beasts, F+ rank venom fawn wolves. These two venom fawn wolves were pitch black all over, their fur as messy as weeds. Drool ran from the corners of their mouths, their razor-sharp teeth gleamed with a cold light, and the venomous spines on their heads gave off a dim green glow. Their poison was extremely potent. If you got stabbed by one, even a late-stage martial apprentice cultivator would be instantly paralyzed and lose all fighting power. If treatment wasn't administered quickly, the poison would flare up and you'd soon die. Young Master Qin, I've brought what you wanted. Brother Dao walked up to Qin Hao, a greedy smile spreading across his face. Two F+ rank venom fawn wolves, both carefully trained. They're extremely aggressive and carry deadly poison. They'll definitely help you get rid of that kid named Chen Fan. Qin Hao stared at the venom fawn wolves inside the iron cage, a trace of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. These two venom fawn wolves were even more formidable than he'd imagined. Even if I broke through to the early stage of a martial warrior, if these two venom fawn wolves ambushed me, I'd still die. Very good. Qin Hao nodded, pulled out a heavy cloth bag from his pocket, and tossed it to Brother Dao. There are 50 low-grade spirit stones in here as a deposit. Once the job's done, I'll give you another 50. Brother Dao took the cloth bag, weighed it in his hand, and grinned even wider. Young Master Qin is refreshingly straightforward. Don't worry, young Master Qin. When I, Brother Dao, handle things, you can rest easy. I guarantee that Chen Fan will die without even a trace left. That's not what I want, without even a trace left. Qin Hao said coldly, a flicker of viciousness flashing in his eyes. I want you to dump these two dire fawn wolves on the suburban back road Chen Fan has to take to get home. That road is close to the edge of Beast Alley, but it isn't part of the feral beast zone. Chen Fan passes through there every day after evening self-study. Have the dire fawn wolves ambush him there. After he's bitten to death by them, move the dire fawn wolves back into Beast Alley and stage it to look like Chen Fan trespassed into the feral beast zone and was killed when the beasts swarmed him. Brother Dao froze for a moment, then immediately understood what Qin Hao meant. Young Master Qin, you want to pin it on Chen Fan so that even if he dies, he'll still be saddled with the crime of trespassing into the ferocious beast zone? Exactly. Xin Hao let out a cold laugh. Chen Fan is making quite a name for himself at school right now, even the martial arts administration has its eye on him. If he's simply bitten to death by a ferocious beast, people are bound to be suspicious. But if he trespasses into the ferocious beast zone, violates the martial arts administration's regulations, and gets besieged to death by ferocious beasts, no one will suspect me. Instead, they'll think he deserved it. When the time comes, he won't just die, he'll be ruined and disgraced, and spat on forever. Xin Hao's words were vicious in the extreme. He not only wanted my life, but also wanted to ruin my reputation, so that even after I died I'd never be able to clear my name. Daoj was secretly shocked. Xin Hao's intentions were far too malicious, but he didn't dare say much. After all, once you take someone's money, you have to take care of their troubles for them. A 50 low-grade spirit stones deposit was enough to make him take the risk. No problem, young Master Qin. I'll do as you say. Daoj nodded, a cruel smile spreading across his face. I'll have my men lie in ambush on that small path. When Chen Fan comes, we'll release the Venom Fang wolves, guaranteed to make him die without anyone knowing why, and we'll even be able to pin it on him smoothly. Very good. Xin Hao nodded in satisfaction, his gaze icy as he said, remember, do it clean and fast. Don't leave a single clue behind. Otherwise, you know the consequences. His words carried a threat. The Qin family held immense power in Jiangcheng. Although Brother Dao was a notorious trafficker of vicious beasts, he still didn't dare to offend the Qin family lightly. You can rest assured, young Master Qin. When I handle things, it's absolutely clean and decisive, Brother Dao hurriedly promised. I've already checked, there aren't many people on that little path at night, and there are no cameras. Even if something happens, it won't be traced back to me. Xin Hao nodded and said nothing more, turning to walk out of the warehouse. When he reached the warehouse entrance, he stopped, turned back to glance at the Venom Fawn wolf in the iron cage, and a flicker of venomous hatred flashed in his eyes. Chen Fan, you brought this on yourself. This time next year will be the anniversary of your death. After speaking, Xin Hao, accompanied by 2 bodyguards, disappeared into the night. Watching Xin Hao leave, Brother Dao slowly wiped the smile from his face. He said to the 2 men behind him, open the iron cage and get ready to move out. Do as young Master Qin said, lie in ambush on the small road in the outskirts. When Chen Fan comes, release the Venom Fawn wolves. Remember, you must make it look like Chen Fan trespassed into the ferocious beast zone. Yes, Brother Dao, the 2 men answered in unison and stepped forward to open the iron cage. Wait. Brother Dao suddenly spoke up, his eyes vicious. If the Venom Fawn wolves don't kill Chen Fan, you go in. Make sure Chen Fan dies there, don't let him walk away alive. Understood. The 2 underlings nodded, a flicker of killing intent flashing in their eyes. They were both Brother Dao's trusted confidants, their hands stained with plenty of blood, killing people was nothing to them. Brother Dao nodded in satisfaction and led the way out of the warehouse. Let's go. We'll head to the small road on the outskirts and set up an ambush right now. We can't afford the slightest mistake. The 2 underlings lifted the iron cage together and followed Brother Dao out of the warehouse. The Venom Fawn wolf in the iron cage seemed to sense that a fight was coming. It grew even more violent, ramming the cage like crazy with loud bangs. Its eerie green eyes were locked on the front, filled with bloodthirsty light. The night grew darker and darker. On both sides of the small road in the suburbs, the trees grew thick and dense, shadows layered upon shadows, like ghosts' claws waiting for their prey to come to them. Brother Dao, with 2 lackeys and 2 Venom Fawn wolves, lay hidden in the woods beside the road, patiently waiting for me to appear. Brother Dao leaned against a large tree, idly toying with a sharp dagger in his hand. He stared viciously toward the end of the road, thinking to himself, Chen Fan, this day next year will be the anniversary of your death. 50 low-grade spirit stones is more than enough to buy your life. His 2 subordinates stood guard on either side of the iron cage, watching the surroundings warily. At the slightest sign of trouble, they would strike immediately. Time ticked by, the night grew darker and darker, and from the woods on both sides of the path came, now and then, a few insect chirps and the roars of ferocious beasts. making this place feel even more gloomy and terrifying. At last, there came a soft sound of footsteps from the distance, and a figure slowly walked this way under the moonlight. It was me, after evening self-study, getting ready to head home. I carried a canvas bag on my back, my steps steady, my gaze calmly sweeping my surroundings. The Thunder Emperor physique made my senses especially sharp. I could feel something was off around me, but I wasn't panicking at all and kept walking forward. I could clearly sense 3 human auras hidden in the woods, along with 2 powerful ferocious beast auras. One of the ferocious beast auras was particularly intense, carrying strong toxicity and aggressiveness, obviously a formidable ferocious beast. So Qin Hao still won't give up. He actually found a ferocious beast trafficker, trying to use a ferocious beast's hand to kill me. I sneered inwardly, a trace of icy killing intent flashing in my eyes. I'd long expected Qin Hao to keep making moves. I just didn't think he'd be this unscrupulous, actually bribing a ferocious beast trafficker to bring in an F+ rank ferocious beast to kill me, and even trying to pin the blame on me. Since you're so eager to die, I'll grant your wish. I thought to myself, not slowing my pace at all, and kept walking deeper down the narrow path. I didn't make a move right away, planning to play along and see what Qin Hao was really up to first, then wipe them all out in one go, not only to kill those 2 venom fang wolves and the beast traffickers, but also to get evidence that Qin Hao had bribed the beast traffickers, so he'd be completely ruined. Brother Dao watched me getting closer and closer, a flash of excitement and killing intent flickered in his eyes. He signaled to his 2 men, telling them to get ready to make their move. The 2 men nodded and quietly opened the iron cage door. Roar! As soon as the iron cage door opened, the 2 venom fang wolves shot out like unbridled wild horses, lunging straight at me. Their ghostly green eyes gleamed with bloodlust, and their razor-sharp teeth and the venomous spikes on their heads were aimed at my vital spots. At the same time, Brother Dao and his 2 lackeys charged out of the woods, weapons in hand, surrounding me with cruel smiles on their faces. "Chen Fan, your time's up," Brother Dao shouted arrogantly. "This day next year will be your death anniversary." I stopped and looked at the 2 venom fang wolves leaping at me and the 3 of them closing in, not panicking in the slightest. Instead, I let a cold smile curl at the corner of my mouth. "You think you can kill me? With just you?" As soon as I finished speaking, the lightning-type ability within me erupted instantly. Blue-violet lightning surged out like a tide, wrapping my entire body and forming a solid lightning shield. Bang! Bang! The 2 venom fang wolves' attacks slammed hard into the lightning shield with 2 thunderous booms. The violet lightning power rushed into their bodies in an instant, making them convulse all over, and their attacks stopped. Brother Dao and his 2 lackeys saw this, and the smiles on their faces froze at once, their eyes filled with incredulous shock. This, what kind of ability is this? It can actually block the venom fang wolves' attacks? Brother Dao shouted in astonishment, both startled and baffled. He knew how formidable the venom fang wolf was, F+ rank strength, and deadly poison. Even a cultivator in the late stage of the martial apprentice realm would find it hard to withstand their full power strike, yet I, just a high schooler who had only just broken through to the early stage of the martial warrior realm, could block the venom fang wolf's attack so easily. This completely overturned everything he thought he knew. Move! Together, kill him! Brother Dao snapped back to his senses and roared, gripping his dagger as he charged at me, a trace of crazed murderous intent flashing in his eyes. He knew that if he couldn't kill me today, not only would he fail to get the remaining 50 low-grade spirit stones, he might also face Qin Hao's retaliation. So he had to risk his life to kill me. The 2 lackeys moved as well, swinging a steel pipe and a machete as they attacked me. Their angles were vicious, and their coordination was pretty tight. Watching Dao Go and the other 2 charge at me, a trace of a disdainful smile flashed in my eyes. I activated the Thunder Shadow movement technique in an instant, and my figure became a pale blue afterimage, rapidly weaving back and forth between the 2 poison fang wolves and Dao Ji's trio. I was incredibly fast, Dao Gu and the other 2 couldn't land a hit on me at all, and instead they nearly struck their own people several times. Bang! Bang! As I dodged their attacks, I counterattacked at the same time, gathering 2 bolts of lightning in my hands and striking the 2 poison fang wolves squarely in the head. The 2 poison fang wolves let out miserable shrieks and collapsed straight to the ground, completely dead. Under the destructive force of the lightning, the toxins in their bodies vanished in an instant. Killed an F+ rank ferocious beast, the Venom Fang Wolf. Feel good points plus 800. Current cumulative feel good points, 16,800. I one-shot an F+ rank Venom Fang Wolf in a single move. When the other Venom Fang Wolf saw its companion die, a flicker of fear flashed in its eyes, but there was even more madness. It pounced at me, the poison spike on its head gleaming with a dim green light, trying to paralyze me with its toxin. I sidestepped the Venom Fang Wolf's attack, then swung backhandedly, sending another lightning slash toward its neck. Put! With another soft sound, the Venom Fang Wolf's neck was severed by the lightning slash. Its head rolled to the ground, dark green blood spraying out. Its body twitched a few times, then it died. Killed F+ rank ferocious beast, Venom Fang Wolf. Satisfaction points plus 800. Current total satisfaction points, 17,600. In just a dozen or so seconds, I cleanly and efficiently took down the 2 F+ class Venom Fang Wolves. I put away my lightning slash and walked over to the bodies of the 2 Venom Fang Wolves, frowning slightly. These 2 Venom Fang Wolves were powerful, but their eyes looked a little vacant. It was obvious they'd been controlled or guided into ambushing me, and they didn't have the feral wildness that the vicious beasts from Vicious Beast Alley should have. If anything, they felt more like they'd been raised in captivity. So it really was Qin Hao. I sneered inwardly. Other than Qin Hao, no one would go to such lengths to kill me, and even try to frame me by using the Venom Fang Wolves. Unfortunately, Qin Hao underestimated my strength and vigilance. Not only did he fail to kill me, he even sent me 2 generous gifts. I crouched down and used the dagger I carried with me to pry open the heads of the 2 Venom Fang Wolves, taking out 2 dark green ferocious beast crystal cores. These 2 cores were a size larger than ordinary F-rank cores, with purer energy, and carried a trace of lightning power, clearly because they were killed by lightning slash, and the cores had absorbed part of the lightning type ability's energy. Just right for boosting my ability. Without hesitation, I gripped the 2 crystal cores in my hands, circulated the basic breathing technique, and began absorbing the energy within them. Pure energy streamed in through my palms and quickly flowed through my limbs and bones, nourishing my meridians and dantian. Unlike ordinary crystal cores, the energy in these 2 F+ grade cores was more violent, but under the conversion of the Thunder Emperor physique, it quickly became gentle spiritual chi infused into my body. I could clearly feel the lightning type ability inside my body rapidly growing. The lightning type ability that had originally been at the peak of the beginner level began to steadily advance toward the minor attainment level. As the energy in the crystal core was continuously absorbed, the lightning type ability within me grew denser and denser. Blue-violet arcs of electricity coiled around my body, becoming more and more tangible, and the aura they gave off grew stronger and stronger as well. Bzzzzz. My body trembled slightly. The lightning type ability within me reached a critical point, and a stronger sense of power surged out from within. Congratulations, host! Lightning type ability has broken through to the minor mastery stage. Lightning type ability, minor mastery lightning power increased by 30%, can initially manipulate lightning form, enhanced paralysis effect, spiritual energy consumption reduced by 20%. The system's prompt sounded, and the aura around me instantly grew stronger. The blue-purple electric arcs around my body condensed into little lightning serpents that slithered around me, giving off a terrifying pressure. I could clearly feel that my control over the lightning type ability had become more proficient. I could freely control the lightning's power, form, and attack range, and my spiritual energy consumption had also dropped by quite a bit, greatly boosting my combat endurance. At the same time, after absorbing the energy from the 2 crystal cores, my feel-good points went up again. Current cumulative feel-good points, 18,000. Feel-good points have broken 18,000, getting closer and closer to the next milestone. I thought to myself. I stood up and dusted myself off. Looking at the corpses of the 2 Venom Fang Wolves on the ground, a trace of icy light flashed in my eyes. I'm not going to let Qin Hao's scheme slide just like that. The corpses of these 2 Venom Fang Wolves, plus the audio evidence I previously found on Brother Dao, are enough to make Qin Hao pay dearly. Qin Hao, you think you can kill me with ferocious beasts? A cold smile curled at the corner of my mouth. You underestimate me and overestimate yourself. Tomorrow, I'll hand all this evidence over to the Martial Arts Administration Bureau and ruin you completely." After saying that, I hoisted the corpses of the 2 poison fawn wolves onto my shoulders and headed toward the Martial Arts Administration Bureau. In the night, my figure was tall and resolute, faint bluish-purple electric arcs coiling around me. Like a god of thunder in the dark, I walked toward the distance with an invincible aura. I knew this showdown with Qin Hao was far from over, but I wasn't afraid at all. Because my strength was growing at a visible pace, and Qin Hao's schemes would only become stepping stones for me to grow stronger. The martial arts joint exam is getting closer and closer. I need to hurry and increase my strength, take first place, get into a top martial arts academy, secure more resources and opportunities, completely break free from the Qin family's threat and take control of your own destiny. My pace quickened. I pushed the Thunder's shadow movement technique to its limit. My figure became a faint afterimage and vanished into the night. What I didn't know was that after I left, a dark figure emerged from deep within the woods, stared at my departing back, a flash of shock and fear passing through his eyes. He quickly took out his phone and called Qin Hao. "Young Master Qin, this is bad," the shadow's voice trembled. "Poison Fawn Wolf, the Poison Fawn Wolf was killed by Chen Fan." On the other end of the line, Qin Hao was sitting in the training room at home, waiting for news of my death. When he heard it, he sprang to his feet from the chair, the smile on his face freezing as his eyes filled with incredulous shock and rage. "What did you say? Poison Fawn wolves were killed by Chen Fan? How is that possible? Those were 2F+ rank Poison Fawn wolves." "It's true, young Master Qin. I saw it with my own eyes." The shadowy figure's voice was still trembling. "Chen Fan is too strong, he killed both Poison Fawn wolves in just 2 moves. His strength has probably already reached the mid-stage warrior realm." "Mid-stage warrior?" Qin Hao's body began to tremble uncontrollably, his eyes brimming with jealousy and fear. How could he break through to mid-stage warrior so fast? That's impossible. He had worked so hard for so long just to barely reach the early-stage warrior realm, while just a few days ago I was still at early-stage warrior, and now I'd actually broken through to mid-stage warrior. How was he supposed to accept that? "Young Master Qin, what do we do now?" the shadowy figure asked cautiously. Qin Hao took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down, a hint of viciousness flashing in his eyes. "What do we do? What else can we do? Chen Fan, you piece of trash, you actually ruined my plan. I won't let you off. At the martial arts joint exam venue, I will definitely kill you. Even if you're a mid-stage martial artist, I still have a way to deal with you." Qin Hao hung up the phone, clenched his fists, and his eyes were filled with resentment and unwillingness. He knew that trying to assassinate me now was no longer possible. He could only hope that at the martial arts joint examination venue, he could use the rules and the trump cards his family had prepared to kill me. Meanwhile, I had already arrived at the entrance of the Jiangchang Martial Arts Administration Bureau. The Martial Arts Administration Bureau was the regulatory body overseeing martial arts affairs in Jiangchang. Staff were on duty around the clock. When the guards at the entrance saw me carrying the corpses of 2 enormous venom-fanged wolves, their eyes were full of astonishment. "Student, what do you want?" the guard stopped me and asked sternly. "I want to report something." My tone was calm. Someone deliberately released a ferocious beast to try to kill me, and they also wanted to frame me for trespassing into the ferocious beast zone. Damn, that day I tossed the 2 poison fawn wolf carcasses onto the ground with a loud clatter, pulled a recording device from my pocket, and handed it to the guard. "This is solid evidence." The guard glanced at the wolf bodies on the ground, then at the device I was holding out, and his face immediately turned grave. He said briskly, "Come with me, the director's on duty right now." I nodded and followed him into the Martial Arts Administration Bureau. Inside the Martial Arts Administration Bureau office, the lights were bright, and a faint scent of sandalwood drifted through the air. Compared with the stench of rot in Ferocious Beast Alley and the bloody reek on the suburban path, it was like heaven and earth. I sat on the sofa. On the coffee table were the recording device and the 2 poison fawn wolf crystal cores. Across from me sat Zhou Zhenghong, director of the Jiangchang Martial Arts Administration Bureau, dressed in a black uniform, his face stern. Director Zhou Zhenghong finished listening to the recording, then carefully examined the wolf carcasses and the crystal cores. His expression grew more and more grave. He asked me, "Classmate Chen Fan, are you sure this recording was found on a feral beast trafficker? And the Qin Hao mentioned in the recording, he's that kid from the Qin family in Jiangcheng, isn't he?" I nodded calmly. "That's right. Last night, after evening self-study, I was on my way home when I was ambushed by these two poison fawn wolves on a small road in the outskirts. After I took down the feral beasts, I searched the traffickers who were lying in wait nearby and found this device. It clearly records the whole process of Qin Hao bribing them to release feral beasts and trying to frame me. Besides, these two wolves aren't wild ones from the feral beast alleys, their fur has been trimmed, with clear signs of being artificially raised. It's obvious Qin Hao prepared them on purpose." Zhou Zhenghong nodded silently, already understanding the situation. The Qin family had considerable influence in Jiangcheng. Qin Hao, a direct descendant of the Qin family, usually acted with arrogance and impunity. The administration had long heard about it. But out of consideration for the Qin family's standing, and without solid evidence, they hadn't pursued it further. Now that I had produced a recording and the feral beast corpses as evidence, the nature of the case was completely different. Deliberately releasing F+ rank feral beasts to attack civilians, and even trying to shift the blame, this was a serious violation of the Martial Arts Safety Administration regulations. If they didn't come down hard, things would definitely spiral out of control. Zhou Zhenghong said firmly, "Don't worry, classmate Chen Fan. The administration will handle this impartially. No matter how powerful the Qin family is, they still have to behave under the rules." With that, he picked up the phone and, after it connected, said, "Notify the Qin family. Have Qin Hao come to the administration immediately. I have something important to ask him." After hanging up, his tone softened a little. "This time, you not only thwarted Qin Hao's scheme, but you also killed two poison fawn wolves, protecting yourself and preventing other citizens from being harmed. The administration will reward you." I waved my hand. "Forget the reward. I just hope the administration gives me justice and makes Qin Hao pay for what he did. What I lacked most right now wasn't material rewards, but time and the chance to grow stronger. As long as Qin Hao got humiliated and his reputation was ruined, it would be a huge win for me." Zhou Zhenghong's eyes flashed with approval. This young man was not only strong, but also far more mature than his peers, not greedy for money, not infatuated with power, clear in purpose. He was bound to accomplish great things in the future. He said, "All right, I understand what you mean. Go back first. I'll let you know when there's a result." I got up to take my leave. When I walked out of the administration bureau, it was just beginning to get light, the east was turning a pale fish belly white, and a new day had begun. I didn't head straight back to the orphanage, I took a detour to the school. I just knew Qin Hao was about to be finished. Sure enough, before the first class of the morning even started, the news that Qin Hao bribed a feral beast trafficker to release a poison fawn wolf and frame me spread through Jiangcheng No. 1 high like it had wings. The martial arts class students were the first to hear about it. They had dealings with both Qin Hao and me, and they knew our conflict inside out. Good lord! Qin Hao's way too ruthless, he actually released an F+ rank poison fawn wolf to kill Chen Fan. No wonder Chen Fan managed to butcher two wolves last night, so it was Qin Hao behind it. Qin Hao is so despicable. Can't win head-on, so he plays dirty, and he even tried to pin it on Chen Fan for trespassing into the feral beast zone. What a shameless bastard. I heard Chen Fan handed the evidence to the administration bureau. Qin Hao got called in for a talk, looks like he's about to be in trouble. The buzz of discussion spread like a tide, from the martial arts class to the regular classes, and then to every corner of the school. Qin Hao's reputation took a nosedive. I'd already crushed him into a laughingstock before, and now he was slapped with labels like despicable and shameless and can't accept losing. Many students looked at him with undisguised contempt, even his former lackeys kept their distance, afraid of getting dragged down with him. When Qin Hao returned from the administration bureau, his face was livid, rage practically pouring off him like a volcano about to erupt. He never expected that not only was I not dead, I'd also turned in the evidence, getting him chewed out by Zhou Zhenghong, forced to write a letter of self-criticism, and even earning the Qin family a warning. It was humiliating beyond measure. Chen Fan. I'll fuck your mother. Qin Hao roared in the teaching building corridor, fists clenched so tight his nails dug into his palms until blood seeped out. You useless piece of trash, you dared to set me up. I won't let you off. His shout drew a crowd of students. People pointed and whispered, the contempt in their eyes even more obvious. Look, Qin Hao got scolded by the administration bureau and he still doesn't repent, and he's still thinking about getting revenge on Chen Fan. Hopeless to the core. Even now, he still won't rein it in. I think he's gone crazy. He offended Chen Fan and got warned by the administration bureau he won't be able to survive in Zhangcheng from now on. These comments pierced Qin Hao's heart like needles. He grew even angrier, yet there was nothing he could do. Right now, even if he wanted to retaliate against me, he had no chance. The administration had already warned the Qin family, if they made another move against me, it would step in. No matter how powerful the Qin family was, they didn't dare go up against the administration. Ah! Qin Hao slammed his fist into the wall in rage. With a loud bang, the wall caved in slightly. His knuckles split open too, blood pouring out. But physical pain was nothing compared to the suffocating humiliation in his heart. From childhood to adulthood, he'd always been the center of attention. When had he ever suffered such disgrace? Being crushed by me, being warned by the administration, being mocked by the entire student body, he was on the verge of going mad. Chen Fan, just you wait. Qin Hao ground his teeth, a crazed light flashing in his eyes. If the martial arts administration won't let me touch you, then I'll kill you in the martial arts joint exam arena. When the time comes, even the administration won't be able to interfere. He plotted in his mind, the practical combat segment of the joint exam was dangerous. He would find a chance to accidentally kill me, then tell everyone it was a run-in with a ferocious beast or a mistake in a duel. No one would be able to do anything to him. Besides, the Qin family had prepared quite a few trump cards for him. They'd be enough to deal with even a mid-stage martial artist. Killing me wasn't impossible. I sat in the classroom, listening to the chatter around me, the corners of my mouth curling into a cold smile. The system prompt sounded in my mind, detected, villain Qin Hao's reputation damaged, anger value off the charts, triggering a thrill value, event, rank, A, thrill value. Plus 1,000 points. Current cumulative thrill value, 19,000 points. The angrier Qin Hao got, the more thrill value I gained, and the faster my strength would improve. This was only the beginning. When the joint exam came, I'd make him despair completely. Zhao Lei, my deskmate, leaned over and asked with excitement and admiration, Chen Fan, did you really report Qin Hao to the management bureau? That's insane. Qin Hao's totally finished now, he won't dare act arrogant again. Zhao Lei was the deputy class monitor of the martial arts class. He had awakened a D-rank bedrock ability and had a straightforward personality. He'd never liked Qin Hao before, but he didn't dare make a move because of Qin Hao's strength and background. After my rise and repeatedly shutting Qin Hao down, he admired me to the core and had long wanted to follow me. I smiled faintly. I'm just making him pay the price. Zhao Lei nodded, a vicious glint flashing in his eyes. That bastard Qin Hao should have been dealt with a long time ago. Back in the martial arts class, he relied on his family background and strength to bully classmates. I'd been fed up with him for ages. Now it's good, he's been warned by the management bureau, his reputation's ruined, and nobody's afraid of him anymore. The students around us also chimed in, recounting Qin Hao's misdeeds, full of dissatisfaction and anger. I listened, feeling no real ripples inside. I knew Qin Hao was arrogant because of his strength and background. As long as I was strong enough to make even the Qin family wary, he wouldn't dare touch me. And the joint martial arts entrance exam was the perfect chance for me to cement my advantage. After the morning classes ended, I walked out of the classroom and saw Su Qingyue standing at the end of the corridor waiting for me. Sunlight spilled over her, her white dress shimmered with a halo, her long hair falling over her shoulders, her skin fair like an angel. She walked over quickly, a complicated light flickering in her beautiful eyes. Chen Fan, I heard about Qin Hao. I nodded. I didn't expect him to be so unscrupulous. She said calmly, Qin Hao has always been narrow-minded and a sore loser. You did the right thing, you should make him pay the price, or he'll just push his luck. She paused, then added, but you need to be careful. The Chin family won't let this go, and Chin Hao will definitely make things hard for you in the joint exam. I said with a smile, I know. I'm waiting for him too. Su Qinyue looked into my confident eyes, and her heart skipped. This F-rank loser she had once broken off an engagement with was now someone even she had to look up to, powerful, steadfast, utterly unafraid in the face of the Chin family's threats, and even full of anticipation. He was far too dazzling, and she couldn't help wanting to draw closer. She worked up the courage and said, the practical part of the joint exam is dangerous. Let's team up, okay? My ice control ability can help with defense and crowd control, and your lightning ability has strong offensive power. Together we complement each other well, so our odds are better. I froze for a moment, then smiled and agreed. Sure. Having the campus belle Sue as a teammate? I couldn't ask for more. I'd long wanted to team up with her. Her A-rank ice control ability was the perfect support. Having her around would make the practical assessment much easier, and I could tell she felt goodwill and curiosity toward me. Su Qinyue revealed a barely perceptible smile, finally at ease. Then it's settled. In the joint exam, we'll move together. No problem. I nodded. Just then, Chin Hao strode over with 2 bodyguards, his face so dark it could drip water. When he saw Su Qinyue and me together, jealousy and rage erupted instantly, like a powder keg being lit. Shen Fan! Su Qinyue, he roared, pointing at us, his eyes filled with venomous resentment and unwillingness. You're actually together. In his eyes, Su Qinyue was his woman. Even if the engagement had been called off, she could only belong to him. A piece of trash like me wasn't worthy to stand beside Su Qinyue. Su Qinyue frowned and said with disgust, Chin Hao, what nonsense are you talking about? Shen Fan and I were just discussing the joint exam. Chin Hao snorted. Discussing something? Su Qinyue, stop pretending you've taken a liking to Chen Fan. You fickle, loose woman. Calling off the engagement back then was the right move, otherwise you would have made my Chin family lose all face. Su Qinyue's face turned pale as she said angrily, you're talking nonsense. My gaze instantly turned cold. My lightning ability quietly started circulating, blue-purple arcs of electricity flickering at my fingertips. Chin Hao dared to insult Su Qinyue, he was simply courting death. I said icily, Chin Hao, watch your mouth. School belle Sue isn't someone you can insult. Keep spouting bullshit and don't blame me for not holding back. Chin Hao was startled by my presence and took a step back, but jealousy and anger made him harden up again. Shen Fan, stop putting on an act. You think beating me a few times makes you something? In the joint exam, I'll definitely kill you and let Su Qinyue see who the real strong one is. His voice was loud, drawing a crowd of students. Everyone talked with disdain, is Chin Hao crazy? Threatening to kill someone openly at school? Chen Fan beat him stupid, and he still dares to provoke? I think he's just gone all in, his reputation's already trash, so he's throwing caution to the wind. Chin Hao's expression turned even uglier, but he still talked tough, Chen Fan, just you wait. At the joint exam, I'll have you dead without a whole corpse. After saying that, afraid I'd make a move, he fled in disgrace with his bodyguards. I watched his back, a flicker of killing intent flashing in my eyes. The joint exam, I'll be waiting for you to come and die. Su Qinyue looked at me, emotions churning, disgust toward Chin Hao, and also gratitude and curiosity toward me. She said softly, thank you, Chen Fan. I smiled and said, no big deal. Stay away from Chin Hao from now on, he's a lunatic, not worth getting angry over. Su Qinyue nodded, the way she looked at me had changed. Let's both do our best for the joint exam. I nodded and headed toward the cafeteria. I knew Chin Hao's madness was only the beginning, there would be plenty more trouble ahead, but I wasn't afraid. As long as my strength was great enough, any trouble could be solved. I had only one goal, take first place in the joint exam, get into a top martial arts academy, break free of the Chin family's shackles, and set foot on the path of the strong. The afternoon sun was blazing, and the rooftop of Jiangcheng No. 1 High's teaching building was as empty and desolate as ever. The rust-speckled railing was so hot it could fry an egg. The wind whistled through window frames with no glass, stirring up dust and dead leaves on the ground and sending them spinning in the air. In the distance, the city's outline was clearly visible under the sun. Nearby, faint sounds of reading drifted from the classrooms, forming a sharp contrast with the rooftops' quiet. This is an E-rank hazardous zone I've checked into before. Last time, I obtained the perfect level basic swordsmanship here, and my combat power increased quite a bit. Now I'm here again for two reasons. First, to avoid all the attention brought by the Chienhao incident. Second, to see whether I can check in a second time in the same hazardous zone and what rewards I might get. I walked to the center of the rooftop and looked around. This time, I sensed a low-tier ferocious beast hiding in the shadowed corner of the roof, a F-rank wind rat that had run over from Ferocious Beast Alley. It was crouched in the corner, staring at me warily, its fur standing on end, but it didn't dare move. This also proves the rooftop really is an E-rank hazardous zone. Occasionally, low-tier ferocious beasts will break in, which is very dangerous for ordinary students, but for me now, it's a small case. I ignored the wind rat and silently said in my mind, "System, check in." Detected that the host has already completed a basic check-in in this hazardous zone, E-rank. A special mechanism has been triggered for a second check-in successful. Second check-in rewards for the E-rank hazardous zone have been issued. Detected current feel-good points, 19,000. Consume 1,000 feel-good points to trigger a critical hit? Trigger. I didn't hesitate. A second check-in chance is rare, I have to seize it. And I know triggering a crit with high feel-good points is very cost-effective. The current crit probability is 20%, and with the second check-in bonus on top, the reward is definitely going to be extraordinary. Critical hit settlement in progress. 32x critical hit. Congratulations, host. Obtain rewards: Thunder Emperor Body Tempering Liquid, Top Grade, X1, Low Grade Spirit Stones X100, F-Rank Ferocious Beast Crystal Cores X15. Thunder Emperor Body Tempering Liquid, Top Grade, a Divine Body Tempering Liquid exclusive to the Thunder Emperor physique, containing pure lightning element energy and body tempering essence. After consumption, it can deeply strengthen the physical body, raise the physique's upper limit, greatly enhance defense, strength, and recovery, and further improve compatibility with lightning-type abilities. It has no side effects and is an excellent aid for breaking through realm bottlenecks. A time-worn little bronze bottle appeared in the virtual backpack. Its body was carved with dense thunder patterns, with faint currents coursing through them. I took it out, pulled the stopper, and a domineering, pure surge of energy burst forth, carrying a light scent of lightning. I drew in a breath, and all the meridians in my body trembled slightly as the lightning-type ability within me grew restless. The body-tempering fluid inside the bottle was pale violet, like flowing lightning, crystal clear, radiating an alarming energy fluctuation. Good stuff! I was overjoyed. The Thunder Emperor Constitution was already SSS tier. With this top-grade body-tempering fluid, my physique would definitely improve by a huge margin. I might even use it to break through to the mid-stage of a martial warrior. I didn't hesitate and tipped my head back, drinking the body-tempering fluid down. It wasn't spicy going down, even a bit mild and soothing. It slid down my throat into my stomach, instantly turning into a vast torrent of energy like a surging river of thunder, charging into every limb and bone. Unlike the physical enhancement solution, the Thunder Emperor body tempering fluid's energy was more overbearing, yet it could act precisely on every cell, as if countless tiny bolts of lightning were darting through my body, peeling impurities bit by bit from my bones, muscles, and meridians while nourishing the cells and making them tougher. Bzzz, bzzz, bzzz. My body trembled slightly. A faint purple halo spread around me, and fine lightning patterns appeared on my skin, resonating with the source power of the Thunder Emperor Constitution. I could feel my bones hardening under the energy's nourishment, my muscle fibers becoming denser, my meridians widening a little, their toughness greatly increased. This energy not only strengthened my fleshly body, it also boosted my affinity with lightning-type abilities. The lightning-type power within me circulated more smoothly, and its might grew stronger as well. I sat cross-legged and began circulating the basic breathing technique, guiding the energy to cycle through my body, absorbing and refining it. Time ticked by, the sun slanted westward, and the rooftop temperature dropped. The torrent of energy within me gradually calmed, but my physique had undergone a complete transformation. I slowly opened my eyes, a sharp light flashed within them, and the aura around me became denser and heavier, as steady as a mountain. I stood up and stretched my limbs, my bones crackled pop pop, and with every movement of my joints I could feel tremendous power. Detected host has consumed Thunder Emperor body tempering fluid, supreme grade. Physique enhancement complete. Physique, Thunder Emperor Physique, SSS rank, deep enhancement strength, 2,800 kilograms, was 2,000 kilograms, early stage ordinary martial artist 1,000 kilograms, speed, 45 meters per second, was 35 meters per second, early stage ordinary martial artist 20 meters per second, defense, can withstand a full power strike from a late stage martial apprentice. Ordinary blades cannot harm it in the slightest, lightning element defense immunity greatly increased current realm, early stage martial artist peak, only a sliver of spiritual energy accumulation away from mid-stage martial artist. The system panel data updated, my strength and speed had skyrocketed, and my defense could even take a full power hit from a late-stage martial apprentice, far beyond an ordinary early-stage martial artist. I have to test it. I took the rusty chopper out of my canvas bag. I tested my defense with it before in Fierce Beast Alley, now was the perfect time to use it again. I gripped the blade, took a deep breath, and hacked down viciously at my arm. Clang! A crisp metallic impact rang out, sparks flying. The chopper struck my arm without leaving even the slightest mark, and the rebound force jolted it from my hand. With a clatter it fell to the ground, and the blade had gained a few more small chips. I looked down at my arm, my skin was as smooth as ever, not even a white trace left behind. So strong. I was ecstatic inside. A full power strike from a late-stage martial trainee was far stronger than an ordinary machete, and now I could tank it head-on. That meant that during the joint exam, against late-stage martial trainee opponents, I could basically ignore their physical attacks and win for sure. I picked up the blade and walked to the corner of the rooftop. The wind rat was still cowering there, trembling from the commotion just now. With a casual swing, the blade whistled through the air as it chopped toward the wind rat. Before it could even react, it was split in two, dark green blood splattering across the ground. Killed F-rank ferocious beast wind rat, thrill value. Plus 100 points. Current total thrill value, 19,100 points. The system notification sounded. I didn't pay it much attention, my mind was filled with the shock and confidence brought by the physique enhancement. I was just one last wisp of spiritual energy accumulation away from mid-stage martial warrior. As long as I absorbed a bit more energy from spirit stones or crystal cores, I could break through to mid-stage martial warrior. When that happened, even someone like Qin Hao at the peak of early-stage martial warrior, I could easily crush mid-stage martial warrior opponents, too. I could fight. The martial arts joint exam, I'm getting more and more confident. The corner of my mouth curled into a confident smile. I walked to the edge of the rooftop and looked down over the campus. Just then, the end-of-class bell rang, and students poured out of the classrooms like a tide, the athletic field coming alive. In the distance, I saw people playing basketball on the courts, couples strolling along the tree-lined path, and martial arts class students gathered in one corner of the field discussing something. My gaze swept over the crowd and quickly found Zhao Lei. He was surrounded by several students from the martial arts class, as if they were trying to persuade him of something. Not far away at the entrance of the teaching building, Qin Hao stared gloomily at the rooftop, his eyes full of malice and unwillingness. Clearly, he knew I was on the rooftop, but he didn't dare come up to cause trouble. I sneered inwardly. Qin Hao was like a clown now, only able to watch me grow stronger with nothing he could do about it. At this moment, I sensed a subtle, concealed presence. It was Professor Li. The Martial Arts Administration Bureau agent disguised as a janitor stood beneath the camphor tree downstairs, looking up at the rooftop, his eyes filled with probing curiosity and shock. Obviously, he had detected the energy fluctuations when my physique was strengthening and had come to check things out. I didn't care. With the spirit protection talisman, his mental probing was useless anyway, and with my current strength, even if he knew my physique had been enhanced, I wasn't afraid. The stronger my strength, the more the Bureau would value me, and I could gain more convenience and protection. Professor Li watched for a while. Seeing nothing unusual, he quietly left, but inside, a storm was raging. In just half a day, his physique has surged again. What level is Chun Fan's fortuitous encounter, exactly? Thunder Emperor physique, could it be the legendary ancient physique? The more he thought, the more shocked he became. He grew even more determined to keep an eye on me, and decided to report to his superiors to give me more resources and protection. Such a genius couldn't be allowed to die young. I didn't pay Professor Lee any mind. I took out a few low-grade spirit stones from my virtual backpack, sat down cross-legged, absorbed spiritual energy, and assaulted the final barrier to the mid-stage martial warrior realm. The spirit stone's pure energy continuously poured into my body, nourishing my meridians and dantian. The spiritual energy I'd had at the peak of the early-stage martial warrior realm began to slowly increase. I could feel it. The barrier to the mid-stage martial warrior realm was right in front of me, like a thin sheet of window paper. With a bit more accumulated spiritual energy, I'd be able to poke through it. Almost, I murmured to myself. The sun slanted westward, turning the sky orange-red, and the rooftop temperature dropped. After absorbing the last spirit stone, the spiritual energy inside me reached a critical point, and tiny cracks appeared in the barrier to the mid-stage martial warrior realm. Just the final step. I didn't rush to break through. I knew a breakthrough required proper preparation. The rooftop wasn't quiet, and it might draw attention. I'd wait until night and break through after returning to the orphanage. I stood up and dusted myself off, reining my aura in until I seemed like an ordinary student. Only the sharpness in my eyes gave away that I wasn't. Walking to the rooftop door, I looked back at this rooftop that had surprised me twice, my heart full of gratitude. This was a key turning point in my comeback. The first sign-in got me basic swordsmanship. The second sign-in gave me the Thunder Emperor body tempering liquid, greatly strengthening my physique. When I've got time, I'll come again, I muttered. I pushed the door open and headed down the stairs. There was no one in the corridor, only my footsteps echoing. When I reached the third floor, a few students from the martial arts class came toward me, the same ones who'd been crowding around Shadowy before. When they saw me, awe and hesitation flashed in their eyes, and they instinctively stopped. Fan. Brother Fan, one student worked up the courage to call out. I raised an eyebrow. What is it? It was Zhao Lei who told us to invite you, the student said hurriedly. All the brothers in the martial arts class want to follow you. They want to ask you to meet on the track field, acknowledge you as big brother. My heart stirred. This was exactly what I wanted, to consolidate the unaffiliated awakened in the school and the martial arts class students into my own force. That would give me more support in the joint exam, and also suppress the remnants of Qin Hao's influence so he wouldn't be able to stay at school. Fine, I'll go with you. I nodded in agreement. Several students broke into ecstatic smiles and hurriedly stepped aside to clear a path, following respectfully behind me as we headed for the athletic field. They could feel that the aura on me was even more terrifying than before. My strength had risen again. Being able to follow me was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I walked in front, my steps steady, my heart brimming with anticipation. The martial arts class's submission was only the first step in consolidating my power. Next, I would establish absolute authority in the school, take first place in the joint exam, enter a top-tier martial arts academy, break free of the Qin family's shackles, and embark on the path of the strong. The afterglow of the setting sun fell over me, stretching my shadow long like an emperor about to ascend the throne, carrying an invincible momentum as I walked toward the athletic field. And in the distance, Qin Hao saw this, his face darkening further, his fist clenched tight, his nails biting into his palm, the venom in his eyes almost spilling out. Chen Fan. Just you wait. So what if the martial arts class submits? Once I break through to mid-stage warrior, I'll kill you and take back everything that belongs to me. Qin Hao roared in his heart, able only to watch as I, surrounded by martial arts class students, walked toward the track field, toward the glory that was mine. He didn't know that I was just one step away from mid-stage warrior. His delusions would soon be shattered. The afterglow of the setting sun spilled across the athletic field of Jiangcheng No. 1 High. By the track, the shadows of the camphor tree swayed, and the evening breeze blew in, cool against the skin. In the open space at the center of the field, more than 20 students had gathered, most from the martial arts class, along with a few unaffiliated awakened from around campus. They stood in small groups of 2 or 3, their eyes filled with awe, hesitation, and anticipation, all fixed on the entrance to the field. Zhao Lei stood at the very front of the crowd with his hands clasped behind his back, a little nervous. From time to time, he looked up toward the teaching building. As agreed, he had summoned the remaining students of the martial arts class, along with a few unaffiliated awakened who had been bullied by Qin Hao and wanted to attach themselves to a strong backer, and now they were just waiting for me to arrive. Ever since Qin Hao was warned by the Management Bureau for releasing a ferocious beast, his reputation had gone rotten. Meanwhile, I kept creating miracles, killing an F+ rank ferocious beast, strengthening my physique, my strength unfathomable, and the martial arts class students' mindset completely changed. Before, they either followed Qin Hao or feared his influence, furious but afraid to speak. Now Qin Hao had fallen from power and I had risen, becoming the school's most dazzling powerhouse, and everyone wanted to cling to me. Zhao Lei, do you think Brother Fan will really come? A skinny martial arts class student asked quietly, a little uneasy. What if Brother Fan doesn't think much of us, what then? Don't worry. Brother Fan isn't a stingy person, Zhao Lei said with certainty, his eyes full of admiration. I've interacted with Brother Fan before. He's upright, and his strength is top-notch. Following him is way better than following that petty man Qin Hao. But Qin Hao is still from the Qin family. If we betray him, will we get retaliated against? Another student said worriedly. Retaliation? Zhao Lei sneered. Qin Hao can barely protect himself. He's been warned by the Administration Bureau, and even his family looks down on him. Where would he find the energy to retaliate against us? Besides, with Brother Fan here, even if he wants to retaliate, he'll have to think twice. The surrounding students nodded one after another, feeling Zhao Lei was right. Qin Hao had completely lost his footing, while I was at the height of my momentum. By following me, they not only wouldn't be bullied by Qin Hao anymore, they could also get guidance in martial arts cultivation, and it would even help with the joint exams. This was a great opportunity for them. Just then, someone shouted, Brother Fan is here. Everyone fell silent and turned to look toward the entrance of the field. There I was, surrounded by several martial arts class students, slowly walking over. I wore a simple school uniform, my posture was straight, my gaze calm. A faint pressure emanated from me, though I wasn't deliberately releasing any aura, it still made the students' hearts tighten, and they unconsciously straightened their backs. I swept my gaze over the 20+ students present and had a clear idea of things. Most of them were lower to mid-tier students from the martial arts class, and the awakened abilities they had were mostly F rank or E rank. Their strength wasn't impressive, but there were quite a few of them, and there were also a few independent awakeners with pretty good talent. Train them up a bit and they could become useful support. I walked to the center of the crowd and stopped, looking at Zhao Lei as I asked, Zhao Lei, why did you call me here? Zhao Lei took a deep breath, stepped forward, and bowed to me respectfully, saying with sincerity, Brother Fan. We invited you here today because we genuinely want to follow you. From now on, you're our big brother. We'll do what you tell us even if it means going through fire and water. After saying that, he turned to the students behind him and shouted, Everyone, say it, am I right? Yes. Brother Fan, we'll follow you from now on. You're our big brother. Brother Fan, please take us in. We don't want to stick with that petty bastard Qin Hao anymore. Brother Fan, we'll behave, train hard, and won't cause you any trouble. The students all echoed him, their attitudes sincere and expectant. Quite a few even bowed, especially respectfully. Watching this, I wasn't surprised at all. Holy crap! In this era of spiritual energy revival, it's a brutal battlefield of the weak get eaten, the fit survive, the undisputed king of cutthroat competition. My strength is seriously rock solid, like a max-level boss in a game. I can be these students' umbrella, carry them, and help them level up, so of course they submit to me like a bunch of starry-eyed little fanboys and fangirls. For me, bringing these students together and building my own power base would have huge benefits. At school, we could grind Qin Hao's leftover faction into the dirt, leaving him nowhere to stand, forced to slink away with nothing but retreat, retreat, retreat. And in the martial arts joint exam, if everyone sticks together like a super squad and takes on the examinees from other schools, taking first place would be a piece of cake. I spoke calmly, you want to follow me? Fine. But I have a few rules, and you'd better follow them to the letter. The moment I said that, every student went quiet as a quail, eyes wide, afraid to miss a single word. First, no bullying the weak, and no stirring up trouble on campus. Otherwise, don't blame me for turning on you. Second, everyone has to stick together and help each other, especially during the martial arts joint exam. You must follow my could you provide the excerpt or details of the novel for translation, no acting on your own, and absolutely no betraying your teammates. Otherwise, that's straight up useless teammate behavior. Third, all of you train hard and improve your strength. From time to time, I'll give you some cultivation resources, and I'll personally guide you as well, but the premise is that you work hard enough and are worth my effort to develop. Don't slack off all day. These 3 rules of mine are simple and straightforward, like rules in a game, cutting right to the point. The students all nodded, saying they would definitely abide by them. We'll follow Brother Fan's rules. Don't worry, Brother Fan, we will absolutely never bully the weak. In the martial arts joint exam, we'll definitely follow Brother Fan's arrangements. I nodded in satisfaction, my gaze settling on Zhao Lei. Zhao Lei, you're the deputy class monitor of the martial arts class. You're upright, and your strength is solid. From now on, you'll be my core lackey responsible for managing these people, relaying my orders, supervising them to follow the rules, and improving their strength. The moment Zhao Lei heard that, the smile on his face was practically spilling off the screen. He said excitedly, "Thank you, Brother Fan. I definitely won't let you down." He knew in his heart that becoming my core lackey was like winning the lottery. Not only would he receive my focused training and get more cultivation resources and guidance, he'd also hold a very high status within the group. It was something he'd never even dared to imagine before. The other students all congratulated Zhao Lei too, their eyes full of envy, but no one was jealous. After all, Zhao Lei's strength and character were obvious to everyone in the martial arts class. With him managing everyone, they were all wholeheartedly convinced. I took 20 low-grade spirit stones and 5 F-rank ferocious beast crystal cores out of my virtual backpack and set them on the ground. These are your welcome gifts. 1 low-grade spirit stone per person, and the crystal cores go to the 5 strongest among you. As long as you perform well, follow the rules, and train hard from now on, I'll give you even more resources and better guidance. When the students saw the spirit stones and crystal cores on the ground, their eyes lit up like light bulbs, their faces filled with surprise and gratitude. Low-grade spirit stones were extremely precious cultivation resources to them. Normally, to get even one, they'd have to scrimp and save for a long time, or complete school tasks to earn it, and F-rank ferocious beast crystal cores were even rarer, containing energy even purer than low-grade spirit stones. Thanks, Brother Fan. Brother Fan is really so generous. We'll definitely work hard at our cultivation and live up to Brother Fan's expectations. The students bowed to me again, their voices full of gratitude and adoration. The way they looked at me had shifted from the initial awe to pure submission and following. I waved my hand. All right. You can distribute the spirit stones and crystal cores yourselves. From now on, come gather here every day after school. I'll help you with issues in your cultivation, and once in a while I'll take you out to train as well, to improve your real combat ability. Yes, Brother Fan. The students answered in unison, then began distributing the spirit stones and crystal cores in an orderly way, all grinning from ear to ear. Watching this, I nodded to myself. My initial power base could be considered formed. Although these people weren't very strong right now, as long as I cultivated them properly, and with the resources and guidance I provided, it wouldn't be long before their strength shot up, and they'd become my capable assistants in the martial arts joint exam. Just then, the system's prompt sounded in my mind, detected host integrating campus forces and subduing core followers, triggering a feel-good value event, level, a feel-good value plus 1,500 points. Current accumulated feel-good value, 20,600 points. The corners of my mouth curled slightly upward. My high points broke through 20,000, and I was getting closer and closer to unlocking the next privilege. Suddenly, a cold snort came from a corner of the athletic field. Humph. A bunch of sycophantic petty men. Chen Fan, you think that just because you've subdued these trash, you can securely take first place in the martial arts joint exam? You must be daydreaming. I followed the sound and looked over, only to see Qin Hao standing in the corner of the field with two Qin family bodyguards. His expression was so dark it looked like the sky before a storm, his eyes full of venom and unwillingness. He'd originally come to the field to train, but when he saw me subduing the martial arts class students, jealousy and rage erupted like a volcano, and he couldn't help but speak up with a sneer. When the students saw Qin Hao, their expressions changed. They instinctively looked at me, waiting for my orders. My gaze turned cold in an instant. Looking at Qin Hao, I said evenly, "Qin Hao, you're not welcome here. Get lost, and be quick about it." "Get lost?" Qin Hao let out a scornful laugh, a trace of madness flashing in his eyes. "Shen Fan, don't get too pleased with yourself. These trash following you won't change the fate that you're doomed to lose. The top spot in the martial arts joint exam can only be mine. And you think that just because you've subdued them, you can rest easy? I'm telling you, the Qin family won't let you off. Once I break through to the mid-stage martial artist realm, I'll definitely kill you and take back everything that belongs to me." Qin Hao's voice was loud, brimming with threats and resentment. The students were so frightened by his words that their faces went pale, and they took a step back. They were still a little afraid of the Qin family's influence. I looked at Qin Hao's hysterical state, my eyes full of contempt. "Qin Hao, besides talking tough, what else can you do? You couldn't kill me by releasing ferocious beasts, and now you want to scare people with threats. Do you really think that's going to work? Mid-stage martial warrior? By the time you break through, I'll probably already be in the late stage. When that happens, you'll be nothing but a little shrimp in front of me, utterly helpless." My words were like a sharp blade, stabbing hard into Qin Hao's heart. His face instantly turned deathly pale, and even his body began to tremble. What he feared most was my strength improving faster than his. Now I was already at the peak of early-stage martial warrior, just a tiny step away from mid-stage, while he was still stuck in the early stage. To break through to mid-stage, he would need at least another half a month. By then, my strength would definitely far surpass his, and he truly wouldn't stand a chance. "No! Impossible!" Qin Hao roared, his eyes filled with madness and despair. "You piece of trash, how could you break through this fast? You must have used some crooked trick. Whether I used some evil trick or I'm just exceptionally gifted, the bottom line is I'm stronger than you," I said coldly. "Now, get the hell out of here, or don't blame me for not going easy on you." As I finished speaking, the lightning-type ability coursing through my body sprang into action. Blue-violet arcs crackled at my fingertips, and a powerful pressure surged toward Qin Hao. Terrified by it, Qin Hao trembled all over and stumbled back a few steps, his eyes filled with fear. He knew I meant what I said, and in his current state he was no match for me. If he kept pushing it, he'd only be asking for trouble. "Shen Fan, just you wait. On the martial arts joint exam battlefield, I'll definitely kill you." Qin Hao spat out a vicious threat, then, with his two bodyguards in tow, fled in disgrace. Watching Qin Hao's battered, scrambling retreat, the students all let out a sigh of relief, looking at me with eyes full of awe and admiration. Even the arrogant, overbearing Qin Hao was so utterly helpless in front of me. Following me really was the wise choice. "All right, Qin Hao's gone. Don't be afraid of him," my voice softened. "As long as you stick with me and train hard, then in the future, whether it's Qin Hao or the Qin family, no one will be able to bully you. We believe in you, Brother Fan," the students shouted in unison, their tone resolute. I nodded. "Now, distribute the resources, go back and cultivate diligently. Tomorrow after school, gather here. I'll help you with any problems you run into during cultivation." "Yes, Brother Fan." The students all agreed, began dividing up the spirit stones and crystal cores, and then left one after another. Zhao Lei walked up to me and said respectfully, "Brother Fan, shall I see you back?" "No need." I shook my head. "You stay here, tally everyone's abilities and strength, draw up a simple training plan, and give it to me tomorrow." "Okay, Brother Fan." Zhao Lei nodded in agreement. I didn't linger any longer and turned to walk out of the track field. The night grew darker and darker, moonlight spilled over me, stretching my shadow long. My initial power base was already in place. Next, I had to seize the time to break through to mid-stage martial warrior, then take first place in the martial arts joint exam and enter a top-tier martial arts academy. Xinhao, the Qin family, and all those who looked down on me would become stepping stones on my path to a comeback. In the center of Jiangcheng No. 1 High School's track field, that temporarily built bluestone arena platform reflected a cold sheen under the sunlight, like a razor-sharp sword. It was packed tight all around, several thousand students crowded along the edge of the field like a tide, each one standing on tiptoe and craning their neck, the chatter rolling in wave after wave. The corridors and windowsills of the teaching building were also filled with teachers and students watching, everyone's gaze fixed on the platform and on me and Xinhao facing off beneath it. Today is the day the school assigns the key recommendation slots for the martial arts joint exam. According to the rules, the school will allocate 3 key recommendation slots for direct advancement to the provincial tournament based on students' strength, real combat performance, and overall score. Among them, the chief recommendation slot even comes with additional cultivation resources and special attention from the Martial Arts Administration Bureau, an opportunity every examinee dreams of. Relying on my recent dominant performance, slaying an F+ rank ferocious beast, beating Xinhao to a pulp, and consolidating the campus factions, whether in strength or in record, I'm firmly the number 1 in the whole school. The chief recommendation slot was already mine for the taking. But who would have thought that Xinhao would actually use the Qin family's influence to pressure the school, claiming I trespassed into the ferocious beast zone and maliciously injured someone, making me unqualified for recommendation, and demanding that the chief slot be given to him, someone who has already broken through to the early stage martial artist realm. With the school leadership forced by the Qin family's pressure, they could only change the rules at the last minute, deciding to use a ring duel to have me and Xinhao fight for the chief recommendation slot, while the other 2 slots would be contested by the remaining students. Xinhao is shameless. He was the one who planted the ferocious beast to set me up, and he still has the nerve to bite back. There's no helping it, the Qin family's influence in Jiangcheng is too great. Even the school doesn't dare offend them. I believe Chen Fan will definitely win. He even managed to kill an F+ rank Venomfang wolf, so even if Xinhao has broken through to the early stage warrior realm, he's still no match for him. Hard to say. After Xinhao's breakthrough, his strength has definitely increased by quite a bit, and I've heard the Qin family gave him plenty of life-saving trump cards. The outcome of this duel is anyone's guess. Amid the chatter, Xinhao, dressed in a bespoke black martial arts uniform, stood below the arena with his head held high and chest out, wearing an arrogant smile. The aura fluctuations around him were dense and solid. He had indeed broken through to the early stage warrior realm, and compared with before at the exit of Ferocious Beast Alley, he was markedly stronger. Chen Fan, if you know what's good for you, hurry up and admit defeat, and hand the chief recommendation slot over to me. Xinhao's voice, amplified by spiritual energy, rang across the entire field. You're an orphan. Even if you get the slot, you won't get far. Instead, you'll just invite a lethal disaster. You might as well give the opportunity to me. The Qin family can even give you some compensation. Every word dripped with superiority and threat, as if he had already won. I stood on the other side of the arena platform, wearing a simple white school uniform, posture straight, gaze calm as a still lake. After being strengthened by the Thunder Emperor body tempering liquid, my physique had long since surpassed that of an ordinary early-stage martial artist. I was only a tiny bit of spiritual energy accumulation away from mid-stage. Facing Xinhao's provocation, I felt not the slightest ripple. Compensation? The corner of my mouth curled into a cold smile. Xinhao, do you really think I'd need your compensation? I'm taking this chief recommendation slot today. No one's going to stop me. Arrogant. Xinhao's face darkened, a flicker of killing intent flashing in his eyes. Since you don't know what's good for you, I'll cripple you on this platform. I'll let you know that even among early-stage martial artists, there are differences. As he finished speaking, Xinhao sprang up in a single bound, leaping onto the bluestone arena like a cheetah. Spiritual energy coursed around his body, his fists clenched tight, his bones crackling with snap, crackle, pop, as a wave of early-stage martial artist pressure bore down on me. What a powerful aura! After Xinhao's breakthrough, his strength really has increased a lot. With this pressure, an ordinary late-stage martial apprentice couldn't withstand it at all. Chen Fan is in danger. He still hasn't broken through to the mid-stage martial artist. Can he hold out?
The onlooking students all cried out in alarm.
Even several teachers standing in the front rows of the crowd couldn't help frowning, clearly worried about my situation. Only Zhao Lei and a few martial arts class students who had submitted to me shouted with determined faces, "Go, brother Fan!
Kill Qin Hao!"
I ignored the surrounding chatter and Qin Hao's oppressive aura, shifting my steps lightly and walking onto the arena as if taking a stroll in a garden.
Every step was as steady as a mountain.
In front of my Thunder Emperor physique, Qin Hao's pressure was like a breeze brushing my face, having no real effect at all. Both examinees, please note, arena duels are to stop at the point of contact.
Lethal weapons and forbidden techniques are prohibited.
Once one side concedes or loses the ability to fight, the duel will stop immediately. The referee was a school martial arts teacher and also an early-stage martial artist powerhouse. Standing at the edge of the arena, he solemnly announced the rules. Qin Hao sneered, not taking the rules seriously at all.
"Don't worry, I'll hold back.
I won't actually kill him, I'll just cripple his cultivation so he can never take the martial arts joint entrance exam."
The referee frowned, but didn't say much.
After all, he couldn't afford to offend the Qin family's power, so he could only silently pray that nothing would happen to me.
"Cut the crap. Let's begin."
My voice was calm, yet carried an unquestionable authority.
"Courting death."
Qin Hao roared and suddenly charged forward, his fists whistling through the air as they slammed toward my chest. A faint yellow aura of spiritual energy coiled around his fists. Clearly, he had awakened an Earth-type ability. His strength was formidable, the power of this punch was enough to shatter a boulder, and an ordinary early-stage martial artist wouldn't dare take it head-on.
First move.
A sharp glint flashed in my eyes as the Thunder Shadow movement technique activated instantly.
My figure turned into a pale blue afterimage, slipping aside like a ghost.
Qin Hao's double punch brushed past the corner of my clothes and missed, then crashed heavily onto the arena platform.
Bang!
Two shallow dents were smashed into the bluestone arena, rubble flying enough to show just how terrifying the power of that punch was. Qin Hao's strike hit nothing, and he was startled, so fast.
What kind of movement technique is this?
He hadn't expected my speed to be this fast, far beyond an ordinary early-stage martial artist, faster even than the speed he had while boosted by his earth element ability. The surrounding students also let out a chorus of astonished cries. Just now, my speed had been so fast that only an afterimage remained, and many people hadn't even seen how I dodged.
That's Fan Ji's Thunder Shadow movement technique. A perfected movement martial skill, its speed is astonishing.
Zhao Lei shouted excitedly, building momentum for me. Qin Hao's expression grew even darker, the unease in his heart surging stronger and stronger. But he was already riding the tiger and couldn't get off, he could only grit his teeth and strike again.
Second move. Earth Dragon Slam. Qin Hao let out an angry roar.
The earth-type power within him erupted at full force as dense yellow spiritual energy gathered around his fists, forming into an earth-yellow dragon-shaped phantom that surged toward me with a violent momentum. This was his signature technique, several times stronger than the ordinary punches from earlier. Even someone at the peak of the early-stage martial warrior realm would have to dodge first. Facing this ferocious strike, I didn't evade, a trace of contempt flashed in my eyes.
Lightning Shield.
I let out a low shout, and the lightning-type ability within me surged forth in an instant. Blue-violet lightning gathered around my body, forming a semi-transparent shield. Arcs of electricity flickered across it, radiating a sharp, imposing aura.
Bang! The Phantom Earth Dragon slammed viciously into the lightning shield with an ear-splitting boom.
Violet earth energy collided with lightning energy, forming a powerful shockwave that spread outward in all directions. On the arena were hurled into the air, and the students watching hurriedly backed away, shock written across their faces. A trace of smugness appeared on Qin Hao's face as he smiled. "Even if you're fast, you still can't block my Earth Dragon crash. Break!" He increased the output of his ability, and the Phantom Earth Dragon's glow grew even richer as it tried to smash through the lightning shield. But in the next second, his smile froze. The lightning shield didn't budge in the slightest. Instead, the blue-purple electric arcs traced along the Phantom Earth Dragon and spread toward his arm. A wave of numbness instantly coursed through his entire body, slowing his movements by a few beats.
How is that possible? Your shield is actually this strong? Xin Hao blurted out in shock, his heart filled with disbelief. His Earth Dragon crash could heavily injure even an early-stage peak martial artist, yet it couldn't even break my shield. My turn. My voice rang out coldly. I didn't give Xin Hao any chance to react. The Thunder Shadow movement technique activated again, and my figure appeared in front of him in an instant. In my right hand, I condensed a razor-sharp thunder blade. This was my signature skill, Lightning Slash. Third move. Lose to me. With a low shout, I swung the lightning slash with a rush of wind straight at Xin Hao's chest. The blue-violet lightning blade blazed with dazzling light, and the violent energy within made the surrounding air tremble. Xin Hao's face changed drastically, and a strong fear of death surged in his heart. He wanted to dodge, but the numbing sensation of the lightning held him back, his movements slowed by half a beat. He could only raise his arms instinctively, using earth element powers to condense a wall of earth for defense. Put. The lightning slash was incomparably sharp, like cutting tofu. It easily sliced through the earth wall and continued on toward Xin Hao's chest. No! Xin Hao let out a desperate, miserable scream, his eyes filled with fear and unwillingness. He didn't want to die. He was a direct descendant of the Qin family, with limitless possibilities ahead of him. He couldn't die here. Just as the lightning slash was about to strike Xin Hao in the chest, I twisted my wrist, and the thunder blade shifted a little, cutting past his shoulder. Ah! A piercing scream rang out. Xin Hao's shoulder was carved open by the lightning slash, leaving a wound so deep the bone was visible. Violent lightning energy surged into his body, wrecking his meridians and instantly stripping him of his fighting strength. He staggered back a few steps and crashed heavily onto the arena, blood staining his martial arts uniform red. I withdrew my move and stood still. The lightning shield and thunder blade around me slowly dissipated. I looked calmly at Xin Hao lying on the ground and said flatly, 3 moves are up. You lost. The entire field fell silent in an instant. Everyone stared at me on the ring, dumbfounded, their faces filled with unbelievable shock. 3 moves. Just 3 moves. I had defeated Xin Hao, who had already broken through to the early stage of a martial artist, and it was a complete crushing victory. That razor-sharp footwork, that solid shield, that overbearing lightning slash had changed everyone's view of me. Fan Ji is too strong. He beat Xin Hao in 3 moves. My God! Is this Fan Ji's strength? That's terrifying. Xin Hao was so arrogant a moment ago, and now he's still getting beaten until he's running for his life. The top recommendation spot truly deserved. After a brief silence, the playground erupted into ear-splitting cheers and applause. The students excitedly waved their arms and shouted my name, the atmosphere so lively it was off the charts. Zhao Lei and the students from the martial arts class were even more pumped, jumping up and waving at me on the ring, their faces full of admiration and pride. Several school leaders and teachers nodded one after another, their eyes showing appreciation. My strength truly deserved the top recommendation spot. Even if the Qin family put pressure on them, they now had grounds to refuse. Xin Hao lay on the ring, the wound on his shoulder in agonizing pain. The lightning energy had damaged the meridians in his body, leaving his spiritual energy circulation sluggish. He stared at me on the stage, brimming with malice, unwillingness, and fear. He lost. He actually lost. And he was crushed by me in 3 moves. For him, it was worse than death. Chen Fan. I'm not reconciled. I'm not reconciled. Xin Hao roared, trying to crawl back up, but he had no strength in his body. He could only stare at me helplessly, his heart filled with frenzied hatred. The referee stepped onto the ring and announced, in this match, Chen Fan wins. The chief's recommended slot goes to Chen Fan. As soon as the words fell, cheers erupted again, lingering for a long time. I walked off the ring. Zhao Lei and several students immediately crowded around, saying excitedly, Brother Fan, you're amazing. You beat Xin Hao in 3 moves. Brother Fan, we've secured the chief recommendation slot. From now on, we'll follow you. Surely we'll get great results in the martial arts joint entrance exam. I smiled but didn't say much. My gaze swept across the crowd, and I quickly spotted Su Qingyue.
She stood near the front, wearing a white dress, her long hair draped over her shoulders. Her beautiful eyes shimmered as she stared straight at me, her gaze full of admiration and warmth. Sensing my eyes on her, Su Qingyue's cheeks flushed slightly, but she didn't look away. Instead, she walked up on her own initiative and flashed me a radiant smile. "Chen Fan, congratulations on winning the chief recommendation slot."
"Thanks." I nodded in reply.
The live combat segment of the martial arts joint exam is very dangerous, going it alone makes it easy to end up at a disadvantage. Su Qingyue took a deep breath, gathered her courage, and said, "I want to team up with you and take the martial arts joint exam together. If we join forces, we'll definitely get better results, maybe even challenge for the top spot in the provincial rankings." As soon as she said that, the students around us fell silent, their faces full of shock and envy.
Su Qingyue was a genius with an A-rank ice control ability, powerful, stunningly beautiful, and the goddess in the hearts of countless boys.
And she was actually taking the initiative to ask to team up with me. This was like a gift falling from the sky.
My heart stirred.
Su Qingyue's ice control ability really was excellent support, capable of defense and crowd control. Paired with my lightning type ability, our combat effectiveness would definitely rise dramatically, and our chances of taking the top spot in the martial arts joint exam would be even greater.
All right.
I didn't hesitate and nodded in agreement.
For the martial arts joint exam, we're a team.
With my consent secured, an even brighter smile spread across Su Qingyue's face, the light in her eyes burning hotter.
That's great.
From now on we can cultivate together, give each other pointers, and get our tactics in sync ahead of time. The surrounding students immediately started talking, their envious, jealous, and resentful gazes all falling on me.
Chen Fan is way too lucky. He actually gets to team up with Su, the school belle. I'm so jealous I could cry.
The school belle, if it were me, I'd agree on the spot. With Chen Fan and Su Qingyue working together, this time in the joint martial arts exam, our Jiangcheng No. 1 high school is sure to shine.
Xin Hao lay on the arena floor.
Seeing how happily Su Qingyue and I were chatting, and that we were even teaming up to take the joint martial arts exam, the jealousy and resentment in his heart erupted like a volcano. He spat out a mouthful of blood, his vision went black, and he passed out on the spot. The surrounding students saw this and all let out snickers, their eyes full of contempt.
Xin Hao fainted from anger, huh? What a loser.
Losing the match and then having to watch the girl he likes team up with someone else, no wonder he got so mad he passed out.
He brought it on himself. Who told him to keep targeting Chen Fan?
I ignored the unconscious Xin Hao. After briefly discussing the teaming details with Su Qingyue, I walked out toward the edge of the track field, surrounded by Zhao Lei and the others. My goal wasn't just the top recommended spot in Jiangcheng, but the provincial No. 1 in the martial arts joint exam and that entry pass to the ancient secret realm.
Xin Hao's defeat was nothing more than a small interlude on my road to a comeback.
Next, I needed to seize the time to break through to the mid-stage martial warrior realm, then coordinate tactics with Su Qingyue and make full preparations for the upcoming martial arts joint exam. Sunlight fell over me, stretching my shadow long. My steps were steady and resolute, my eyes brimming with confidence and fighting spirit.
Martial arts joint exam, here I come. Provincial No. 1, I'm taking it for sure.
On the outskirts of Jiangcheng, an abandoned industrial district lies shrouded year-round in a gray, hazy fog. Those rust-eaten steel frames look like the skeletal remains of ferocious behemoths, casting patchy, mottled shadows beneath the sullen sky. This is Jiangcheng's largest underground weapons market, hidden on the first basement level of a deserted factory, a secret place where awakened, martial cultivators, and feral beast hunters trade weapons, crystal cores, and cultivation resources. The market is a chaotic mix of all sorts, desperados and opportunistic peddlers are everywhere, and brawls and scams are common. Officially designated a D-class danger zone, anyone without sufficient strength who comes in is like a lamb walking into a tiger's den. I wore a black hoodie, pulled the brim low to hide most of my face, and walked down the grease-stained steps into the underground market. The moment I stepped inside, a pungent stench mixed with rust, engine oil, and the bloody reek of feral beasts hit me in the face. In my ears were waves of hawking cries and haggling, with the occasional burst of quarrels and shouted insults. Temporary stalls lined both sides of the passageway.
Most stall owners were dressed in black, their eyes warily scanning the passers-by. Laid out were all kinds of weapons, cleavers gleaming with cold light, ability firearms inlaid with feral beast crystal cores, daggers etched with simple runes, and even some ancient martial weapons of unknown origin, dazzling to the eye, though the quality varied wildly. Most people hurried along, some with weapons slung at their waists, others carrying packs stuffed with crystal cores. More or less, each of them gave off fluctuations of spiritual energy, clearly martial cultivators or awakened. They kept their distance from one another, their eyes full of vigilance, because in a place like this, the slightest carelessness could invite a fatal disaster. My goal was very clear: to find a lightning attribute weapon that suited me. My lightning ability had already made some progress. Paired with the lightning shadow movement technique and lightning slash, my combat power was pretty good, but I was missing a handy weapon that could conduct lightning energy. Ordinary weapons simply couldn't withstand my lightning power, and might even break during a fight, affecting my performance. The practical combat segment of the martial arts joint exam was very dangerous, and a high-quality weapon could take my combat power to the next level. At this moment, the system's prompt sounded in my mind: detected current area, Zhongcheng Underground Weapons Market, D-Level Danger Zone. Meets sign-in conditions. Sign in immediately? My steps slowed slightly, and I silently thought, not yet. The rewards in a D-Level Danger Zone were definitely generous. I planned to first get a clear sense of the market, so I wouldn't be disturbed when signing in, and I also wanted to see if I could trigger a critical hit and get better rewards. I walked slowly along the passageway, my gaze sweeping back and forth over the stalls on both sides, on the lookout for weapons suited to lightning-type abilities. Most of the weapons on the stalls were run-of-the-mill. Either the materials were poor, or they couldn't conduct abilities. Occasionally there were a few that looked decent, but the prices were absurdly high, obviously vendors trying to charge sky-high prices. "Hey, little bro, you look unfamiliar," a warm voice suddenly called out. I followed the sound and saw that behind a stall on the right, a middle-aged vendor with a thin mustache and a floral shirt was waving at me, his eyes sharp as a fox. This vendor was called Wang San, a well-known opportunist in the market who specialized in swindling newcomers, selling fakes or shoddy weapons. On Wang San's stall were quite a few weapons that looked fairly well-made. Among them, a dagger that shimmered with a pale blue glow caught my attention. Rough lightning patterns were etched into the hilt, and the blade gleamed with a metallic sheen, making it look like a lightning-type exclusive weapon. "Little bro, looking for a lightning-type weapon?" Wang San sidled up, lowered his voice, and said mysteriously, "This thunderclap dagger of mine is a relic once used by an ancient lightning cultivator. It can greatly amplify lightning-type abilities, and it's razor-sharp. Even the defenses of a mid-stage martial warrior can be pierced with ease." As he spoke, he picked up the thunderclap dagger and deliberately stirred a wisp of faint spiritual energy. A dim blue glow instantly flashed across the blade, making it look as if it really could conduct lightning element energy. Several passers-by nearby were drawn over, gathering around out of curiosity and talking all at once. "This thunderclap dagger looks pretty good. Can it really amplify lightning-type abilities?" Wang San's stuff, hard to tell what's real and what's fake. "Watch out you don't get scammed. Maybe it's real? Look at these lightning patterns, they don't look ordinary." Hearing the comments, Wang San's smile grew even brighter. He patted his chest and guaranteed, "Everyone, rest assured. I, Wang San, have been in this market for years. Integrity comes first. This thunderclap dagger is absolutely genuine. I just got it today, and I'll sell it cheap to this young fellow, only 50 low-grade spirit stones." 50 low-grade spirit stones was no small sum for an ordinary awakened, equivalent to 3 months' living expenses. I looked at the thunderclap dagger, and a hint of understanding flashed in my eyes. The lightning patterns on this dagger were carved in a complete mess. They weren't runes capable of conducting supernatural power at all. The blade's material was just ordinary alloy steel, too. The so-called amplification of lightning-type abilities was nothing more than an illusion Wang San had cooked up using a small amount of spiritual energy along with fluorescent powder. Any awakened with even a bit of discernment could tell. Clearly, Wang San took me for an inexperienced newbie and wanted to take me for a ride. 50 low-grade spirit stones? The corner of my mouth curled into an amused smile. Is your dagger really worth that price? Absolutely. Wang San slapped his thigh, looking certain. Little bro, I'd say you're a lightning type awakened too, right? With this thunderclap dagger, your combat power will go up by at least 30%. The martial arts joint entrance exam is coming up soon. If you've got a handy weapon like this, you might even have a shot at taking first place. Oh? I said. Then I'll have to try it. I reached out a hand. Let me take a look. A flicker of wariness flashed in Wang San's eyes, but believing his disguise was flawless, he still handed me the thunderclap dagger, secretly delighted. Another sucker's taken the bait. Once he pays, even if he realizes it's fake, there's nothing he can do to me. I took the dagger. It felt light as a feather, and the texture was coarse, nothing like an ancient relic. I pretended to examine it carefully, lightly running my fingers over the lightning patterns on the blade while covertly circulating a trace of lightning type ability and injecting it into the dagger. ZZZZT. The faint blue-violet arc of electricity vanished the instant it touched the dagger. Not only did the blade fail to conduct any ability, but because the material was so poor, the lightning's power scorched a tiny black spot into it. So this is the ancient relic you said could amplify lightning-type abilities? My voice was icy as I tossed the dagger back onto the stall. With a clang, the dagger landed on the stall's iron plate with a grating screech. The faint blue glow along the blade vanished in an instant, revealing the true color of ordinary alloy steel. The onlookers around us erupted at once. So it's a fake. Wang San is scamming people again. I knew it. How could an ancient relic be that cheap? It's all a scam. This dagger can't even conduct lightning-type abilities. It's junk. Wang San's face instantly turned deathly pale, his eyes darting in panic, as he forced himself to stay calm and argued, "Why, you don't understand. This thunderclap dagger needs a specific incantation to activate. If you just inject your ability at random, of course it won't work." Oh? What incantation? I raised an eyebrow, my tone laced with ridicule. Why don't you demonstrate it and let everyone see the power of this ancient relic? I forgot the incantation for a moment. Wang San stammered incoherently, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Forgot? I let out a cold laugh, stepped forward, and a faint thunder element pressure radiated from my body. Didn't you just say this dagger could pierce the defenses of a mid-stage martial artist? Now I'm giving you a chance, use it to attack me. As long as you can scratch my clothes, I'll give you 100 low-grade spirit stones. The onlookers around them started jeering and egging him on. Wang San, hurry up and try it. That's 100 low-grade spirit stones. Don't tell me you're too scared? It's obviously a fake, you're afraid you'll get exposed. I think he's a fraud, he specifically targets and tricks newbies. Wang San's face flushed at the accusation, and my pressure scared him so badly that his whole body trembled. He knew this dagger was just an ordinary shoddy piece of junk, let alone piercing a mid-stage martial artist's defenses. It might not even be able to scratch the flesh of an early-stage martial apprentice. Attacking me now would be asking for trouble. What? Afraid? I pressed in step by step, my gaze icy cold. Since you don't dare, then admit you're selling fake goods and cheating your customers. I'm not. Wang San tried to argue, but the lightning power I suddenly unleashed scared him so much his legs went weak. A thin arc of lightning gathered at my fingertips. With a light flick, I sent it snapping into the thunderclap dagger on the stall. Damn, right after that crisp crack crackle sound, that lousy, cheap dagger was split clean in two by the power of lightning. The break was black as charcoal and even curled with wisps of bluish smoke. I couldn't help but spit out a complaint on the spot. Oh, yeah? This is the ancient relic you were talking about? Are you kidding me? My booming voice carried clearly to everyone around. Then I raised my voice again. Everyone, take a good look, everything this guy sells is fake. Don't get played again and let him fleece you. The moment the onlookers heard that, the crowd exploded. They started pointing at Wang San one after another, their eyes full of contempt and anger, like they were looking at a rat in the street. Quite a few people even pulled out their phones and snapped photos for evidence, afraid Wang San would go on to harm someone else. Someone yelled at the top of his lungs, "Scammer! Refund my money! The weapon I bought from you before was fake too." Others joined the shouting, "That's right. Refund it. Or we'll report you to the Marshall Dow Administration Bureau and you'll be in deep trouble." Wang San looked at the furious crowd, then glanced at me with my icy expression, and knew he was done for today. He didn't dare stay a second longer. He hurriedly packed up the stuff on his stall, squeezed out of the crowd like a headless fly, and bolted toward the depths of the market. The way he fled in that sorry state was something else. At this moment, the onlookers all began cheering for me. Good. Nicely done. Finally, someone exposed this con artist, so satisfying. Bro, you're awesome, solid strength, and you even dare to speak the truth. You're basically a role model for the rest of us. The way everyone looked at me was full of admiration. Just then, the system notification sounded in my mind, exposed a vendor scam and won the onlookers' cheers. Feel good points plus 800. Current total feel good points, 21400. My heart stirred, and I immediately silently said in my head, sign in. Sign in successful. Deranked dangerous zone reward has been issued. Detected current feel good points, 21,400. Consume 1,000 feel good points to trigger a critical hit? Without the slightest hesitation, I shouted, trigger. The base reward for a deranked dangerous zone was already pretty good, and with the momentum from exposing the scam, this crit reward was bound to be solid. I couldn't miss out on this wave of freebies. Critical hit being calculated. 30x critical hit. Congratulations, host. Received, Thunder Pattern Dagger, Top Grade, X1, Low Grade Spirit Stones X120, F Plus Rank Ferocious Beast Crystal Cores X15. The moment the rewards came through, I was ecstatic. Thunder Pattern Dagger, Top Grade forged from 1000-year Thunder Pattern Iron mixed with Deep Sea Dark Iron. It contains pure lightning affinity power, can perfectly conduct lightning type abilities, increases the power of lightning type attacks by 20%. Extremely sharp, it can cut through most defenses of martial artists below the late stage. No spiritual energy consumption. Comes with the Thunder Devour effect. When attacking, it can absorb a small amount of the target's spiritual energy to replenish its own consumption. As soon as I finished reading the description, a cool energy surged into my mind. At the same time, a dark blue dagger appeared in the virtual backpack. With a thought, the Thunder Pattern Dagger instantly appeared in my hand. It was about 7 inches long, with a hilt made of black beast bone, carved with dense thunder patterns. It felt unbelievably comfortable in my grip, like it had grown out of my hand. The blade gave off a faint blue-violet sheen, and the thunder patterns flowed across it as if alive, radiating a fierce yet pure lightning aura. The edge was terrifyingly sharp, and there was even a faint zzzzt of electricity. Just looking at it made my skin crawl. I tried channeling my lightning ability into the dagger. The energy flowed in as smoothly as running water, meeting no resistance at all, and it was even amplified by the weapon. In an instant, the blade erupted with dazzling blue-violet lightning, more solid and more domineering than my usual lightning power. I couldn't help shouting, "What a blade!" This Thunder Pattern Dagger was practically custom-made for me, perfectly compatible with my lightning ability. It not only boosted my attack power, but could also absorb spiritual energy to replenish what I consumed. Whether in close combat or paired with lightning slash, it could tremendous power. With it, my combat strength would increase by at least 30%, and I'd be far more confident going into the practical portion of the martial arts joint exam. When the people around saw the Thunder Pattern Dagger in my hand, their eyes went wide, flashes of envy and shock shining in them. Someone exclaimed, "The lightning aura on that dagger is so strong. It's definitely a high-quality, lightning-exclusive weapon." Another said, "My God. That dagger is more than 100 times better than Wang San's fake just now. Kid's luck is unreal, expose a scam and still end up with a weapon this good. He's basically blessed by the RNG gods." Hearing all this chatter, quite a few vendors and awakeners shot me wary looks. After all, anyone who could casually produce a high-quality lightning weapon like this was definitely not ordinary, and no one dared to provoke me lightly. I put away the Thunder Pattern Dagger, feeling the abundant spiritual energy surging within me and the texture of the dagger in my hand, and I was thoroughly satisfied. Besides the Thunder Pattern Dagger, I also had 120 low-grade Spirit Stones and 15 F+ grade Ferocious Beast Crystal Cores. These resources were enough for me to stabilize my cultivation at the peak of the early warrior stage before the martial arts joint exam. Maybe I could even make a push for the mid-warrior stage. I cupped my hands toward the onlookers and said in an even tone, "Thanks for showing up, everyone. If you do business in this market in the future, keep your eyes open, don't let shady vendors fool you, or you'll end up being taken for a ride." With that, I turned and headed toward the market exit. With the thunder pattern dagger already in hand, there was no need for me to stay in this motley underground market. Getting back to familiarize myself with the weapon and improve my strength was what mattered. The crowd consciously made way for me, their eyes full of awe and admiration. I strode down the passageway, and when I passed a few stalls, the stall owners all wore ingratiating smiles and proactively recommended their high-quality resources to me, but no one dared try to pull one over on me anymore. After all, the scene of me exposing Wang San just now had made everyone realize that I, this young lightning element awakened, was not only strong but also meticulous and not someone to mess with. Leaving the underground market and returning to the surface of the abandoned industrial zone, the gray fog was still as thick as ever. I glanced up at the gloomy sky, tightened my grip on the thunder pattern dagger, and felt brimming with confidence. With the thunder pattern dagger, plus the thunder shadow movement technique, lightning slash, and my enhanced thunder emperor physique, I was confident I could stand out in the martial arts joint exam, take first place, and secure an entry pass to the ancient secret realm. As for the Qin family's threat, I didn't take it seriously at all. I'd already humiliated Qin Hao several times, and the Qin family's peripheral members were even less worth fearing. So long as my strength was sufficient, any plot or scheme would be nothing but a paper tiger. I quickened my pace and headed toward the orphanage. After I got back, I planned to first use low-grade spirit stones and ferocious beast crystal cores to solidify my cultivation, then properly familiarize myself with how to use the thunder pattern dagger, blending it perfectly with my skills. As the sun sank in the west, it stretched my shadow long behind me. My steps were steady and resolute, and the thunder pattern dagger in my hand occasionally flashed a streak of blue-violet lightning. Under the gloomy sky, it was like a star in the night, lighting my road to a comeback. I knew the battlefield of the martial arts joint exam was drawing closer and closer, and my weapon was already ready, just waiting for me to win fame in a single fight. Outside the exit of the underground weapons market, in the abandoned industrial zone, the fog was thicker than when I'd arrived. Gray, hazy moisture coiled around those rusted steel frames, slicing the sunlight into scattered flecks that spilled across ground slick with oil stains and strewn with broken stones. In the air, besides the tang of rust, there was also a faint, elusive note of blood. One look told you this place wasn't peaceful. Brawls, even killings, happened from time to time. I had just stepped off the stairs when the gravel beneath my feet went crack, shattering the industrial zone's silence. I tightened my grip on the thunder pattern dagger hidden at my cuff. The beast bone hilt felt warm and smooth like jade, and the lightning patterns on the blade glimmered faintly with a pale blue sheen in the fog, ready to show its power at any moment. Just then, 3 shadowy figures darted out from behind an abandoned factory building on the left like ghosts, cutting off my path in an instant. Leading them was a burly brute, nearly 2 meters tall, muscles piled like small hills, like an iron tower planted there. He was bare-chested, his bronzed skin covered in vicious tattoos from his neck all the way down to his waist. The most striking was the black tiger head inked across his chest, its gaze fierce and savage, like it was about to devour someone. This guy is Black Tiger, a peripheral member of the Qin family. His strength has reached the peak of the late warrior trainee stage, and with a body-tempering style and a reckless, suicidal way of fighting, he has made a bit of a name for himself in Jiangqing's underworld. He's a pawn Qin Hao specifically found to deal with me. Behind Black Tiger followed 2 lean, wiry underlings, both at mid-stage warrior trainee. They wore black short jackets and had gleaming machetes in their hands, their eyes sinister as they stared me down like 2 vicious dogs waiting to pounce. Black Tiger roared at the top of his lungs, "Kid, stop right there. Hand over the thunder pattern dagger on you and the top recommendation slot for the martial exam, and I can spare your life." His greedy gaze stayed fixed on my sleeve cuff. Even though he couldn't see the dagger in full, back at the underground market in trance he'd already received Qin Hao's message saying I'd gotten a top-grade lightning attribute dagger from Wang San. That was his main objective this time. The martial exam top recommendation slot was secondary. Qin Hao's real goal was to ruin my eligibility to take the martial exam,
and incidentally snatched the dagger that could amplify lightning-type abilities, leaving me with zero competitiveness. I stopped, the look beneath my cap brim cold as ice, the corner of my mouth curling into a mocking smile. The Chin family's dog, pretty quick on the draw, huh? That word dog enraged Black Tiger, the thick flesh on his face twitching. You're courting death. Kid, don't refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. Young Master Chin thinks highly of you, that's why he's letting you hand it over willingly. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless, I'll cripple you. As he spoke, a faint earth-yellow aura surged around him, clearly he had awakened Earth-type powers. Though only F rank, it was enough to reinforce his body, making his strength and defense far superior to an ordinary late-stage warrior trainee. He clenched both fists, his bones crackling, his arm muscles swelling like balloons, thicker by a full round than before, brimming with explosive power. I sneered. Cripple me? With you, you stupid tiger that can only yell? Arrogant. Black Tiger let out an angry roar. Without another word, he sprang forward, lunging at me like a cannonball. He was so fast he kicked up a gust of wind, both fists smashing toward my chest at the same time. Earth-yellow spiritual energy condensed into two fist phantoms, powerful enough to pulverize a boulder. Even an early-stage martial cultivator wouldn't dare take it head-on. Several underground market traders passing by stopped when they saw this, gathering at a distance to watch, their faces full of gawking curiosity. No one dared step in. Black Tiger had a bit of a reputation around here, and I looked like some young kid. In their eyes, I was probably about to be in for a bad time. Just then, a startled cry suddenly came from the crowd, "Brother Fan, watch out!" I followed the voice and saw it was Shadowy. No idea when he'd come over here, but he was looking at me with a worried face. He was probably concerned about my safety and had tailed me all the way to the underground market entrance. I gave Shadowy a slight nod to tell him not to worry, then refocused my attention on Black Tiger's attack. Faced with his ferocious punch, I didn't dodge. Instead, my gaze sharpened, and the lightning-type ability within me began to surge at once, rushing along my arm into the lightning-patterned dagger. BZZZ. Pale blue lightning burst from the dagger, coiling around the blade with a crackling ZZZTZZZT, and the surrounding fog, seared by the electricity, instantly evaporated in a patch. The lightning-patterned dagger was razor-sharp to begin with, empowered by my lightning ability. It now radiated a chilling, razor-edged aura. I shouted, "Lightning-patterned dagger, break for me!" I shifted slightly to the side, activating the Thunder Shadow movement technique in an instant, slipping past Black Tiger's fists like a wraith, while the lightning-patterned dagger in my hand wreathed in dazzling arcs, chopped toward his shoulder. Black Tiger's fist grazed my clothing and struck nothing, slamming into the ground with a thunderous boom. Gravel flew everywhere, and the impact blasted a crater half a meter deep into the earth. Before he could even react, he felt a bone-chilling cold and a powerful sense of danger coming at him from the side. No! Black Tiger's heart lurched. He wanted to twist aside and dodge, but I was moving too fast, he simply didn't have time. PFF. The lightning-patterned dagger pierced Black Tiger's shoulder as easily as cutting tofu. Blue-violet lightning surged into his body along the blade, spreading through him in an instant. Ah! Black Tiger's piercing scream echoed through the abandoned industrial zone. His whole body convulsed violently, and the earth-yellow spiritual energy dissipated at once. His body-tempering training, before that domineering lightning power, was like paper utterly unable to hold. The lightning not only wrecked his meridians, it numbed his entire body, and he lost control in an instant, crashing heavily to the ground, unable to move. When Black Tiger's two underlings saw their boss defeated in a single move, the ferocity on their faces froze, their eyes filled with fear and disbelief. They never imagined that I, a young upstart who looked so youthful, could be this terrifyingly strong. Black Tiger was at the peak of the late-stage martial apprentice realm. A fight they thought was a sure win was actually ended by me in one move. One of the underlings mustered his courage, roaring as he swung his machete and charged at me. Get him! All together! Kill him! The other underling snapped back to his senses and followed close behind. The two machetes came at me from left and right, chopping toward my vital spots. My gaze turned cold, showing no mercy. I drew the thunder pattern dagger, bringing up a spray of blood as I turned to face the two underlings rushing at me. The thunder shadow movement technique activated again. My figure became a pale blue afterimage, weaving between the two of them. Crack! Crack! Two crisp sounds rang out, along with two screams. Before the two underlings could even see what I did, the machetes in their hands had been severed by the thunder pattern dagger. A bone-deep gash split open on each wrist, blood spurting out. Lightning power surged into their bodies, paralyzing them instantly. They collapsed to the ground, groaning in agony. The whole process took only 10 short seconds. Black Tiger, a peak late-stage martial disciple, had his shoulder pierced through by a single strike, and his two mid-stage martial disciple underlings had their wrists cut, completely losing their combat capability. The onlookers around us, other traders, had the curious, just here for the show looks on their faces instantly turn into shock and fear. They all backed up several steps, and the way they looked at me was full of awe. This young man was too brutal. Zhao Lei let out a sigh of relief, a worshipful smile spreading across his face as he jogged over to my side. Brother Fan, you're insane. You took Black Tiger down in one move. I ignored the eyes around me, walked up to Black Tiger, and pointed the lightning pattern dagger at his throat, asking coldly, "Who sent you?" Black Tiger's whole body was twitching. The wound on his shoulder hurt so badly it made him grimace, and with the numbing sensation of the lightning, he couldn't even speak clearly. But he knew what the Qin family was capable of. If he sold out Qin Hao, even if he lived, the Qin family would make him suffer horribly, so he clenched his teeth and forced himself to say, "And no, nobody sent me. I just couldn't stand you, and wanted to steal your stuff." Still pretty stubborn. My gaze turned icy, and I put a little more force into the thunder pattern dagger in my hand. The keen blade sliced through Black Tiger's skin, and a thin thread of blood seeped out. "Ah! I'll talk. I'll talk." Black Tiger was scared out of his wits and shouted at once. "It was Qin Hao. Young Master Qin sent me. He told me to snatch your thunder pattern dagger, ruin your martial exam slot, and make sure you can't take the martial arts joint entrance exam." He didn't dare hide anything anymore, blurting out Qin Hao's orders in full, afraid I'd kill him in a fit of rage. I'd already guessed it was Qin Hao. Hearing Black Tiger's words, the coldness in my eyes deepened. That kid Qin Hao really was like a lingering ghost. After losing the arena match, he actually sent to launch a sneak attack, trying to destroy my eligibility for the martial exam. The tactic was utterly despicable. I said coldly, "Go back and tell Qin Hao, if he dares send this kind of trash to bother me again, I won't mind making it so he'll never have a chance to take the martial exam." Black Tiger hurriedly nodded like he was pounding garlic. "I'll pass it on. I'll definitely pass it on. Please spare me." I withdrew the thunder pattern dagger and didn't bother with Black Tiger and his two lackeys anymore, turning and walking out of the industrial district. The bloodstains on the thunder pattern dagger, under the scorching of lightning-type supernatural power, instantly evaporated clean, restoring its original pale blue sheen. When Black Tiger and his two lackeys saw me leave, it was like they'd been granted amnesty. They struggled up from the ground, not daring to linger, and fled in the opposite direction in a sorry state, several times faster than when they'd arrived, afraid I might change my mind. The onlookers around watched my departing back, chattering among themselves. Someone said, "Who is this young man? He's way too strong, isn't he? He beat Black Tiger with a single move. Judging by his lightning-type ability and that dagger, he's probably the guy who exposed Wang San's scam at the underground market earlier. No wonder he dared to offend someone from the Qin family, turns out he's that strong." Qin Hao kicked an iron plate this time. He picked a fight with a ruthless character like this, he's going to have a hard time. Zhao Lei followed behind me and said excitedly, "Brother Fan, Qin Hao is seriously shameless, he actually sent Black Tiger to ambush you." I said evenly, shameless people will always do shameless things. But the more he acts like this, the more it proves he's afraid of me, afraid I'll take first place in the martial arts joint exam. Zhao Lei said with certainty, "Exactly. With your strength, Brother Fan, taking the top spot in the martial arts joint exam would be a piece of cake." I smiled and didn't say much. Qin Hao's little tricks are, to me, just minor interludes on the road to a comeback. Now that I have the thunder pattern dagger in hand and my strength has increased quite a bit,
even if Qin Hao sends someone stronger, I'm confident I can handle it. Defeated Black Tiger, an outer member of the Qin family, and his subordinates. Feel-good points plus 600. Current accumulated feel-good points, 22,000. The system's notification sounded in my mind, and something stirred in my heart. The feel-good points had already broken past 22,000, getting closer and closer to unlocking the next privilege. I quickened my pace, heading toward the orphanage. The martial arts joint exam was getting closer and closer. I didn't have time to waste on Qin Hao's schemes and tricks. Breaking through to the mid-stage martial warrior as soon as possible and getting familiar with how to use the thunder pattern dagger, that was the top priority. As for Qin Hao, when the martial arts joint exam comes, I'll let him know what despair really means. The afterglow of the setting sun filtered through the fog and fell over me, stretching my shadow long. My steps were steady and resolute. The thunder pattern dagger in my hand occasionally flashed with a trace of bluish-purple lightning. In this gloomy industrial district, it was like a blade in the dark, heralding a storm about to arrive. The Qin family's obstruction not only didn't make me back down, it only strengthened my resolve. My goal is first place in the martial arts joint exam, the entry ticket to the ancient secret realm, and a path to a higher, farther pinnacle. Anyone who tries to stand in my way will be crushed by me one by one. On the third floor of Jiangcheng No. 1 High School's administrative building, the office on the far west side has, year-round, a sign that reads storage room, and normally no one goes there. At this moment, the office door was left ajar. The lights were off inside, only the faint glow filtering in from outside the window illuminated the wall-to-wall bookshelves. The shelves were packed with yellowed ancient volumes, most of them pre-spiritual energy revival ancient martial arts manuals. The edges of the pages were worn and frayed, yet they still gave off a faint scent of ink and a subtle, barely perceptible ripple of spiritual energy. I stood at the doorway, my fingers touching the cold wooden door, a trace of wariness in my heart. Half an hour ago, I had just dealt with Black Tiger and returned to school when a janitor told me that Professor Lee was waiting for me in the storeroom. This Professor Lee was the Martial Arts Administration Bureau agent who had previously disguised himself as a janitor, someone I'd sensed carried the aura of an SS-rank powerhouse. I didn't push the door open right away. The Thunder Emperor physique made my senses keen. I could feel not only Professor Lee's presence in the office, but also a faint, intermittent pressure of ancient martial might permeating the air. It seemed those old books weren't ordinary at all, but genuine treasures containing martial inheritance. The danger level of this place had reached E+. Come in, student Chen Fan. Professor Lee's voice came from within, gentle yet carrying an unquestionable authority. I know you're on guard, but I called you here to bring you a stroke of fortune. I took a deep breath, pushed the door open, and walked in. The office was simply and quaintly furnished. Aside from the wall-to-wall bookshelves, there was only an old wooden desk and 2 rattan chairs. Professor Lee sat in one of the rattan chairs, having already shed his disguise as a janitor. He wore a cyan Zhongshan suit, his hair neatly combed, his gaze sharp yet gentle. The aura around him was restrained to just the right degree, neither oppressive, yet still making one feel how unfathomable he was. I didn't sit down, keeping a safe distance from him, and asked calmly, Professor Lee, why did you want to see me? I was sure Professor Lee meant no harm, but since this involved the Martial Arts Administration Bureau and some unknown opportunity, I still had to be careful. Professor Lee smiled, pointing to the rattan chair opposite. Sit. We can talk slowly. First, a formal introduction. My name is Liam O. I'm a commissioner with the Jiangcheng branch of the Martial Arts Administration Bureau, at the early stage of the Martial King realm. I previously disguised myself as a janitor in order to observe you in secret. Early stage of the Martial King realm. My heart jolted. Although I'd long guessed Professor Lee was very strong, I hadn't expected him to be a top powerhouse at the Martial King realm, 2 full major realms above a late-stage martial artist. In Jiangcheng, that was absolutely combat power at the very top of the pyramid. I hesitated no longer, sat down in the wicker chair, and waited for Liam O to continue. Liam O saw my shock and said calmly, You don't need to be surprised. The Martial Arts Administration Bureau's duty is to discover and protect gifted awakened ones like you. Your recent performance has already drawn the attention of headquarters. I came to see you today mainly for 2 things. Liam changed tack and grew serious. The first is about the upcoming martial arts joint exam. The joint exam's practical assessment, on the surface, is hunting ferocious beasts at an abandoned testing ground on the outskirts. But in fact, beneath the testing ground, there's an entrance to an ancient secret realm hidden underground. An ancient secret realm? My heart stirred, and a flicker of curiosity flashed in my eyes. That's right. Liam nodded, a trace of yearning flashing in his eyes. It's a secret realm left behind by an ancient martial cultivator.
Inside are abundant ancient resources, and there may even be a crucial treasure needed to break through to the martial king realm.
But the realm is extremely dangerous. Only the candidate who ranks first in total score on the martial exam gets priority entry. I understood at once this was the opportunity Liam meant. A crucial treasure for breaking through to the martial king realm was far too enticing for me. My current goal is the peak. The martial king realm is only a necessary path. This secret realm, I have to take it. The second matter is about the Qin family. Liam's tone turned grave.
The Qin family won't accept that you took first place in the martial exam. They've already planted people in the exam, possibly proctors, possibly other candidates. Their goal is to stop you from getting the realm entry token, and they may even target you in the live combat assessment.
I'm not surprised.
Qin Hao has made repeated moves against me. The Qin family definitely won't just watch me rise.
It's only natural that they would plant people in the martial arts exam. I said sincerely, "Thank you, Professor Li, for the warning. I'll handle it carefully." Liam shook his head. Being careful isn't enough. The Qin family has been operating in Zhang City for many years. Their influence is deeply entrenched. The people they've planted won't be weak. There may even be mid-stage martial artists disguised as examinees. You may be talented, but your realm is still low.
You must make thorough preparations.
He paused, then continued,
but don't worry too much either. The Martial Dao administration has already noticed the Qin family's little tricks and will protect you in secret. But because of the rules, we can't directly interfere with the exam process. In the end, you'll still have to rely on yourself.
I nodded. I understood.
A true powerhouse has to rely on himself. The Martial Arts Administration's protection is only auxiliary.
If I want to obtain a secret realm qualification, I must be strong enough myself. Just then, the system's notification sounded in my mind. Detected current area, Liam's office, E+ danger zone.
Danger source, martial pressure contained within an ancient martial arts tome.
Sign-in conditions met. Sign in immediately? Sign in. I didn't hesitate. The rewards for an E+ danger zone, plus the boost from Liam, a martial king realm powerhouse, would definitely be anything but ordinary. Sign in successful.
E+ danger zone reward has been issued.
Detected current feel-good points, 22,000. Consume 1,000 feel-good points to trigger a critical hit? Triggered. Critical hit tallying. 38x critical hit.
Congratulations, host. You have obtained rewards: basic breathing technique, perfected, 50 mid-grade spirit stones, 8 ancient martial Dao insight fragments. Basic breathing technique, perfected, the most basic cultivation method. Upon reaching the perfected level, it can perfectly match all constitutions. Cultivation speed doubles, spiritual energy conversion rate increases to 100%, with no side effects. It is the foundation for cultivating higher tier techniques later on.
Ancient martial Dao insight fragment contains the cultivation insights of ancient martial cultivators.
Collect 10 fragments to synthesize a complete insight, greatly improving your understanding of the martial Dao and reducing the difficulty of breaking through realms. A massive torrent of information surged into my mind. The perfected level operating method of the basic breathing technique and its chi guiding techniques were instantly mastered by me. At the same time, 50 mid-grade spirit stones radiating rich spiritual energy and 8 insight fragments shimmering with faint light appeared in the virtual backpack. I could clearly feel that the circulation speed of the spiritual energy inside my body instantly doubled. That slight sluggishness I'd had when absorbing spirit stones was completely gone. My spiritual energy conversion rate had reached a perfect state. Every wisp of spirit stone energy could be fully absorbed by me, without the slightest waste. This meant my cultivation efficiency would double, and the speed at which I'd break through to the mid-stage martial artist realm would greatly accelerate. What a huge boost! I was overjoyed inside. The basic breathing technique looked ordinary, but the effects at the perfected level were downright heaven-defying, especially the 100% spiritual energy conversion rate, something many high-tier techniques couldn't achieve. Liemo keenly noticed the change in my aura, and a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. Just now, you broke through? You could say I gained something. I didn't hide it, nor did I reveal the system, and said vaguely, maybe Professor Lee's words woke me up and gave me a new insight into cultivation. Liemo nodded and didn't probe further. Opportunities that come to geniuses are hard to explain in the first place. He could sense that my cultivation aura had become more solid and smoother, clearly indicating a significant boost in cultivation efficiency. That was definitely a good thing for me in dealing with the martial arts exam and the Qin family's threat. Liemo smiled and said, "That's a good thing. Your talent was already heaven-defying, and now your cultivation efficiency has improved as well. I believe it won't be long before you break through to the mid-stage martial warrior realm. When that happens, you'll be much more confident in handling the Qin family's methods." He took down a yellowed ancient book from the bookshelf and handed it to me. This is a copy of an ancient foundational sword technique. Its rank isn't high, but it contains the essence of ancient martial arts and will help you improve your practical combat skills. Consider it a bit of support from the Martial Dao administration. I took the ancient book. It felt quite heavy. The pages were engraved with archaic diagrams of sword forms, and faint spiritual energy flowed through them. I could tell this ancient book was a treasure, so I quickly thanked him. "Thank you, Professor Lee." Liemo waved his hand. "No need to thank me. Our Martial Dao administration exists to cultivate more young powerhouses like you, to resist ferocious beasts and protect humanity's home. Just remember, don't abuse your power, hold fast to your original intent, and your future achievements will be limitless." "I understand." I nodded solemnly. I knew Liemo's words were not only a reminder, but also an expectation. In this era of spiritual energy revival, ferocious beasts were everywhere, and humanity needed more strong guardians. Since I had a system and heaven-defying talent, I naturally had to shoulder this responsibility. "All right, I've said everything I needed to say." Liemo stood up. "When you go back, train hard. The martial exam is coming up. Raising your strength as quickly as possible is what matters. The opportunities in the secret realm are rare, and the Qin family's threat can't be ignored. Everything will depend on you. If you run into danger you can't resolve, use this to contact me." Liemo handed me a small black communicator. This is the Martial Dao administration's dedicated communicator, and it can only be used in emergencies. I took the communicator, carefully put it away. "Thank you, Professor Lee." "Go on." Liemo waved his hand. I turned and walked out of the office, my steps steadier than when I'd arrived, my eyes brimming with confidence and fighting spirit. Basic breathing technique, perfected, doubled my cultivation speed. The mid-grade spirit stones and the ancient martial arts insight fragments were powerful aids. Add to that the secret realm information Professor Lee let slip in the ancient book he gave me, and I felt a few degrees more certain about handling the martial exam and the Qin family. Stepping out of the administration building, the sunlight fell on me, warm and comforting. I tightened my grip on the ancient book, my heart full of anticipation. The hidden secret realm and the martial arts joint exam, the Qin family's underhanded sabotage, these were all trials on my road to turning the tables. But I wasn't afraid. With the system's boost, the Martial Dao Administration Bureau's covert support, and my steadily rising strength, I was confident I'd stand out in the martial exam, secure a secret realm entry pass, and make the Qin family's scheme fail completely. I didn't go back to the classroom. Instead, I went straight to the rooftop of the teaching building. It was the perfect place for my cultivation, quiet and safe. I needed to seize the time, use the perfect level basic breathing technique and a mid-grade spirit stone, and break through to the mid-stage of the martial warrior realm as soon as possible, preparing for the upcoming martial exam and the trip to the secret realm. On the rooftop, I sat down cross-legged and took out a mid-grade spirit stone, gripping it in my hand. As the perfect level basic breathing technique began to circulate, the pure spiritual energy inside the stone surged into my body like a tide, without the slightest waste, quickly flowing through my meridians and into my dantian, nourishing my cultivation. I could clearly feel it. The barrier to the mid-stage of the martial warrior realm was loosening rapidly. At this pace, in at most 3 days, I would break through completely. Qin Hao, the Qin family, and those opponents in the martial exam. A sharp glint flashed in my eyes. Just wait. I'll show you what real strength is. Under the sunlight, a faint halo of spiritual energy lingered around me, like a blazing sun about to rise, radiating an invincible presence. My path of rising against the odds was accelerating. And that ancient secret realm hidden beneath the martial exam grounds would soon open its gates for me as well, bringing a broader world and greater power. On a weekend morning, on a highway outside Zhangchang, a black SUV was racing toward misty forest. Outside the window, the city's silhouette gradually faded away, replaced by rolling green mountains and dense woods. The morning fog hadn't yet lifted, draping the mountains like gauze and blurring the scenery in the distance. The air was filled with the fresh scent of grass and trees and a faint dampness, wonderfully pleasant. I sat in the passenger seat, watching the landscape whip past outside the window, idly toying with the thunder-patterned dagger in my hand. Its dark blue blade gave off a faint sheen in the morning light, the lightning patterns flowed as if alive, crackling with a ZZZT, faintly resonating with the lightning-type power within me. In the driver's seat, Su Qingyue wore a set of camouflage that allowed for easy movement, her long hair tied into a high ponytail, revealing a smooth forehead and a refined profile. Her driving was steady, both hands held the steering wheel, her eyes focused on the road ahead. Every so often, she would turn her head, and there was a hint of curiosity and anticipation in the way she looked at me. Su Qingyue broke the silence in the car, her voice as crisp as a mountain stream. "Chen Fan, have you been to the misty forest before?" I shook my head. "No, but I've heard this is a D-rank danger zone with tons of ferocious beasts, especially the mist leopard. It's fast and can even turn invisible, so it's really hard to deal with." Su Qingyue smiled, a hint of approval flashing in her eyes. "You know quite a lot. The mist leopard is indeed one of the main dangers in the misty forest, an F+ rank ferocious beast. Its speed is about the same as a mid-stage martial artist's, and it can use the fog to hide itself. Its ambush ability is incredibly strong. A lot of awakened ones who come here for training end up falling into their hands. This time, inviting you along is for 2 reasons. First, to get our tactics in sync ahead of time and prepare for the martial arts exam's practical combat assessment. Second, my father said there are a small number of F+ rank ferocious beast crystal cores deep in the misty forest, which are very helpful for improving abilities." Su Qingyue explained frankly. I understood. Su Qingyue's A-rank ice control ability leaned toward support and crowd control. Up against a mist leopard that was fast and good at ambushes, she really did need a teammate with strong attack power and speed to coordinate with her, and my lightning ability and lightning shadow movement technique happened to cover that weakness. I said evenly, "No problem. We'll work together and try to take down a few more ferocious beasts." My tone was calm, but the convincing force behind it was not lacking in the slightest. I looked at Chen Fan's steady profile, and the little thoughts in my heart were like riding a roller coaster, clattering and churning nonstop. Ever since the arena match on the sports field, I'd realized Chen Fan was anything but simple. His strength was rock solid, his thinking was extremely meticulous, and he was as upright as a utility pole. Compared with Qin Hao, that arrogant, domineering scion of a noble family, the difference was like heaven and earth. Especially last time, when he exposed Qin Hao's plot and protected me like some kind of superhero, not letting that bastard Qin Hao humiliate me. My fondness for him shot up, like riding a rocket. This time, I took the initiative to ask him out. On the one hand, I was thinking we could train and build some teamwork together. On the other hand, I just wanted to get to know him better. This F-rank good-for-nothing I once broke off an engagement with was now growing at a cheat code pace, like he had a treasure bag hidden on him, full of secrets. The off-road vehicle came to a stop in the clearing at the edge of the forest. The 2 of us got out. I took 2 hiking backpacks from the trunk, handed one to Chen Fan, and said, "There's drinking water, compressed biscuits, a first aid kit, and some insect repellent powder specially made by my Sioux family.
The mosquitoes in this misty forest all carry a bit of toxin. This powder will keep us covered. Chen Fan took the backpack and slung it on, gauging its weight. I could tell he had a tiny bit more respect for me. This girl, I do things carefully and thoroughly. I really am a reliable teammate. We finished sorting our gear and walked shoulder to shoulder into the misty forest. The moment we stepped in, that thick fog rushed at us like it was free, several times denser than the morning fog on the highway, and visibility dropped to under 5 meters in an instant. The trees around us were tall and massive, their branches and leaves so dense they were like a green canopy tent. Sunlight couldn't get in at all, only scattering a few speckled patches of light on the ground. Thick vines coiled around the branches, and the ground was covered in a deep layer of fallen leaves. When we stepped on them, they went rustle, rustle. In this quiet forest, it was like beating a drum, startlingly clear. In the air, besides the fresh scent of grass and trees, there was a faint, lingering rank smell, the stench of ferocious beasts, reminding us that this was a D-class danger zone, and danger, like an assassin hidden in the dark, could leap out at any moment. At that moment, the system's notification sounded in my head: current area detected, misty forest, D-rank dangerous zone. Danger assessment basis: dense fog, low visibility, numerous varieties of ferocious beasts, F+ rank ferocious beasts present, and in some areas there is hallucinogenic miasma that may affect mental judgment. Sign-in conditions met. Sign in immediately? In my mind, I silently said, sign in. Sign in successful. D-rank dangerous zone rewards have been issued. Current feel-good points detected, 22,600. Spend 1,000 feel-good points to trigger a critical? I didn't even think. I shouted, trigger. With the D-rank dangerous zone reward plus the high feel-good points I'd saved up, the crit chance had to be pretty decent. No way was I missing this wave of lucky juice. Critical calculation in progress. 29x critical. Congratulations, host. Rewards obtained: Misty Antidote Pill, Top Grade, *3, Lightning Type Ability Amplification Talisman, Duration, 1 hour, x1, Low Grade Spirit Stones x90. Misty Antidote Pill, Top Grade, cures all hallucinogenic miasma and ferocious beast toxins within the misty forest. After consumption, grants immunity to poisoning for 12 hours and rapidly restores internal damage caused by toxins. Lightning Type Ability Amplification Talisman, after use, for 1 hour, Lightning Type Ability power increases by 30% and consumption is reduced by 15%, suitable for high-intensity combat. In an instant, my virtual backpack had 3 emerald green pills, a talisman crackling with lightning, and 90 low-grade spirit stones. I could clearly sense the misty antidote pills giving off a faint, clean fragrance, packed with pure detoxifying energy. The lightning type ability amplification talisman was even more, filled with a violent lightning aura. One look and you could tell it was insanely powerful. Just in time. I secretly rejoiced. The hallucinogenic miasma in the misty forest and the toxins of ferocious beasts were major threats. With this top-grade mist miasma antidote pill, I could treat those threats as if they were nothing and focus on hunting the beasts. Without giving anything away, I took out a mist miasma antidote pill and handed it to Su Qingyue. Take this. The miasma in the misty forest and the ferocious beasts might be poisonous. This is an antidote pill I got earlier, works like a charm. Su Qingyue froze for a moment, looking at the emerald green pill in my hand. She could sense the pure energy contained within, clearly not an ordinary antidote pill. She didn't hesitate, she took it and swallowed it. The pill melted the instant it entered her mouth, and a cool stream of energy spread through her body in an instant. The slight discomfort she'd felt from the fog vanished, and she immediately felt refreshed and full of energy. Thank you, Chen Fan, Su Qingyue said sincerely. I could feel her favor toward me shoot up another notch. She was probably thinking that not only was I strong, I was also thoughtful enough to have an antidote pill ready for her, something not just anyone could manage. I smiled, took a mist antidote pill myself, put away the remaining one, and said, let's go. We'll head deeper into the forest. Mist leopards usually move around where the fog is thickest. The two of us walked forward side by side. My Thunder Emperor physique gave me a much wider perception range than most, so I could clearly pick up any movement around us. Su Qingyue, meanwhile, circulated her ice control ability and formed a thin layer of icy mist around herself. It let her sense energy fluctuations nearby, and also defend quickly if we were ambushed. Deeper in the forest, the fog grew even thicker. Visibility was under 3 meters. The surroundings were terrifyingly quiet, only our footsteps, and the occasional chirp of birds and insects. Suddenly, I stopped, raised a hand to signal Tsuchinue to halt, and whispered, "Careful. There's the aura of a ferocious beast ahead. It should be a mist leopard." Tsuchinue immediately stopped, her expression turning wary. She pushed her ice control ability to the limit, ready to strike at any moment. In the mist, 2 dark figures crept in like ghosts, moving astonishingly fast and making almost no sound. They were 2 F+ rank ferocious beasts, mist leopards. Both mist leopards were grayish-white all over, their fur blending into the fog so perfectly you could hardly tell them apart. They were slightly larger than ordinary leopards, with thick, powerful limbs, their sharp claws glinted with cold light, and their eyes were icy, carrying a bloodthirsty gleam. One look told you they'd already marked the 2 of us as prey. "Left is mine, right is yours," I barked in a low voice. Thunder's shadow movement instantly activated, my figure turning into a pale blue afterimage as I charged toward the mist leopard on the left. At the same time, the lightning-type superpower within me started coursing, and the thunder pattern dagger was wrapped in arcs of lightning, radiating a razor-sharp aura. Seeing me rush in, the left mist leopard let out a deep growl. Not only did it not retreat, it used the fog as cover and lunged at me, its sharp claws shooting straight for my throat. My gaze hardened. I didn't dodge back, instead I pushed Thunder's shadow movement to the limit, twisting aside to slip past its attack, while the thunder pattern dagger in my hand, wreathed in dazzling lightning, slashed toward the mist leopard's belly. PSHHK. A flash of lightning, then the thunder pattern dagger sliced open the mist leopard's abdomen with ease, and dark green blood sprayed out in spurts. But the mist leopard was surprisingly tough, even gravely wounded, it didn't die. Instead it became even more frenzied, wheeling around and pouncing at me again. Courting death. I snorted coldly. The lightning-type ability within me erupted again, and a lightning slash condensed into shape. With a whistling gale, it chopped straight toward the mist leopard's head. Bang! The lightning slash struck the mist leopard's head with pinpoint accuracy. The violent lightning energy instantly destroyed its brain tissue. The mist leopard's body toppled stiffly to the ground, completely devoid of life. Killed an F+ rank ferocious beast, mist leopard. Plus 1000 cool points. Current total cool points, 23600. At the same time, Tsuchinue had engaged the mist leopard on the right. Her ice control ability erupted at full power, and the surrounding fog froze in an instant, turning into razor-sharp ice blades that shot toward the mist leopard. But this mist leopard was far too fast, it nimbly dodged every ice blade, then used the fog to hide itself again, preparing for a sneak attack. Watch out for its sneak attack, I warned, simultaneously channeling my lightning ability and condensing a lightning sphere, which I fired into the mist to Tsuchingue's right. Bang! The lightning sphere exploded in the mist, and the violent power of lightning instantly dispersed the surrounding fog, revealing the mist leopard's figure. Tsuchingue seized the opportunity, bringing her hands together as countless ice blades gathered and formed an ice wall that trapped the mist leopard. Then the ice blades fired in unison, shooting toward the mist leopard. Put! Put! The ice blades fell on the mist leopard like raindrops. Though they didn't kill it, they left it covered in wounds, and its movements became sluggish. I seized the opportunity and charged forward. The lightning pattern dagger crackled with electric light as I drove it straight through the mist leopard's heart. Roar! The mist leopard let out a shrill, miserable scream, collapsed to the ground, and was dead for good. Killed an F+ rank ferocious beast, mist leopard. Pleasure points plus 1000. Current cumulative pleasure points, 24600. Working together, the two of us took barely 10 minutes to finish off both F+ rank mist leopards, insanely efficient. Tsuchingue looked at the mist leopard corpses on the ground. There was a hint of fatigue on her face, but even more excitement. Chen Fan, you're way too strong. That lightning slash just now, its power was insanely overbearing. She had just felt, up close, the terror of my lightning-type ability.
That violent force made even her a little afraid. I put away the lightning-patterned dagger, walked over to the Miss Leopard corpses, took out the dagger again, pried open their heads, and removed 2F+ tier ferocious beast cores. The cores were a pale gray, containing pure energy, and carried faint traces of lightning and ice abilities, clearly because the two of us had killed them together, and the cores had absorbed part of our ability energy. Still, it's mainly because we worked well together. I smiled and handed one of the cores to Tsuchinue. This one's for you. Absorbing it will help your ice control ability. Tsuchinue didn't refuse. She took the core, feeling its icy chill in her hand, and the pure energy made the ice control ability in her body stir restlessly. She looked at me, a strange glimmer flashing in her eyes, and said, "Chen-fan, you're not only strong, you're also so considerate. Teaming up with you really makes me feel at ease." Her cheeks flushed slightly, and under the shroud of mist, she looked especially captivating. I didn't notice anything unusual about Tsuchinue, or rather, my mind was completely occupied with getting stronger. I put away the other crystal core and said, "Let's go deeper and see if we can run into a few more ferocious beasts. If we stockpile more crystal cores, it'll help with the martial exam." "Okay." Tsuchinue nodded and followed my lead, but her heart was thumping like a little rabbit. She realized that the longer she spent around me, the more she discovered my strengths: powerful yet not arrogant, meticulous and still considerate of teammates, completely different from those lofty aristocratic airs. Because of the broken engagement, she'd harbored deep prejudice against me before, thinking I was a hopeless good-for-nothing. But now she realized just how wildly wrong she'd been. This boy she once looked down on had already grown to a height that made her look up to him. The two of us continued deeper into the forest. The fog grew thicker and thicker, and there was even a faint purple miasma, but with the effects of the top-grade mist antidote pill, neither of us was affected at all. Along the way, we ran into 3 more F-rank ferocious beasts, windwolves. I took the main offensive role while Tsuchinue provided support and control. Our coordination grew more and more seamless, and we quickly dealt with the windwolves, gaining 3 F-rank crystal cores. Tsuchinue watched how calm and unhurried I was in battle, watched the figure of my back as I stood in front to protect her, and her favorability toward me shot up while her heartbeat quickened uncontrollably. She could feel that her feelings for me had gradually shifted from the initial curiosity and probing into admiration and an indescribable affection. "Chen-fan, let's take a break." Tsuchinue spoke up. She could tell that although I looked relaxed, after consecutively slaying multiple ferocious beasts, my spiritual energy had also been depleted quite a bit. I nodded. The two of us sat down under a large tree and took out drinking water and compressed biscuits to replenish our energy. Tsuchinue watched me drink, hesitated for a moment, then asked, "Chen-fan, why is your lightning-type ability so strong? And your movement technique, it looks like the perfect level Thunder Shadow movement technique. That's not something an ordinary awakened can have." This was a question she had been curious about for a long time. My rate of growth and the skills I possessed were simply too absurdly overpowered. It didn't seem like something an ordinary orphan could achieve. I set down the kettle. Seeing the curious look in Tsuchinue's eyes, I smiled. You could call it a bit of fortuitous chance. I ran into a reclusive senior and received some guidance and an inheritance. I couldn't expose the system's secret. This was my biggest trump card, not something I could casually tell anyone. Tsuchinue didn't press the issue. She knew everyone had their own secrets, and that my willingness to tell her even this much already meant I trusted her. "Whatever the opportunity was, you earned it," Tsuchinue said earnestly. "Your hard work and talent are worthy of those opportunities." My heart stirred. I looked at Tsuchinue and found her gaze clear and sincere, without the slightest impurity. Just then, the system's notification chime sounded. Detected a significant increase in Tsuchinue's favorability, current favorability, 70/100, triggering a feel-good value event, level, B rank. Feel-good value plus 800. Current cumulative feel-good value, 25,400. I was delighted. Breaking past 70 favorability meant Tsuchinue had fully acknowledged me, and we'd have even better teamwork going forward. After resting for a while, the two of us set off again, heading deeper into the forest. The fog was still as thick as ever,
but our figures grew more and more resolute. After dealing with the 2 mist leopards' corpses, I put away the 2 faint, pale gray F+ rank crystal cores and turned to look at Tsuchinua. Tsuchinua had just taken a mist antidote pill, and the cool energy was still coursing through her body, dispersing the slight discomfort brought on by the forest fog. She watched me expertly process the ferocious beast's remains, setting aside the usable hide and sharp claws, and couldn't help saying, "You know far more about ferocious beasts than I imagined. You even know how to make use of these scraps." I stayed in Ferocious Beast Alley for a while, so I know these materials can be traded for some cultivation resources, I replied casually, tidying the pack and slinging it over my back. Let's keep heading deeper and try to find a few more ferocious beasts and stock up on crystal cores. It'll help with the practical portion of the martial arts exam. Tsuchinua nodded and followed. Our figures vanished once more into the thick, clinging mist. After the coordination just now, her trust in me had grown by a few more degrees, her steps also became more in sync, and we kept a distance where we could support each other at any time. The F-rank wind wolves we ran into along the way were easily dealt with by the 2 of us. Tsuchinua's ice control ability was responsible for sealing off their escape routes, while my lightning ability handled precise kills. Our efficiency was through the roof. Just as we were pushing through a dense patch of shrubs, my footsteps suddenly stopped. The heightened perception granted by my Thunder Emperor physique let me instantly pick up 3 rapid, urgent breaths. Stop. I lowered my voice, my right hand instinctively gripping the lightning pattern dagger at my waist. Something's coming, fast. More than one. Tsuchinua immediately tensed up. Her ice control ability kicked into gear in an instant, and the chill swirling around her made the surrounding mist condense into tiny ice crystals. She followed my gaze and looked over, only to see the fog ahead suddenly churn violently. 3 jet-black figures shot out like arrows loosed from a bow, a fetid wind carrying ghostly green poisonous light, lunging straight at our faces. Poison fawn wolves. And 3 of them. These 3 were more robust than the ones I'd cut down on the suburban path before. Their black fur was slick and glossy, matted with rotting leaves and bloodstains. Their limbs were powerfully muscled, and they made almost no sound as they ran. Most terrifying of all were the 4-inch venomous spines standing erect atop their heads, gleaming in eerie ghostly green, clearly packed with stronger toxins than ordinary poison fawn wolves. If you got nicked by one even slightly, you'd be in for it. They're F+ rank peak poison fawn wolves. They're good at group ambushes. Tsuchinua's expression changed as she immediately drove her power. Ice wall. Pale blue spiritual energy burst open in front of us, instantly condensing into a half-meter thick wall of ice. Its surface was as smooth as a mirror, radiating biting cold. This ice wall was enough to block a full-force strike from a late-stage martial apprentice, and it was the fastest defensive measure she could deploy right now. Bang! 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 3 muffled, thunderous booms exploded in quick succession as the 3 venom fawn wolves almost simultaneously slammed into the ice wall. The massive impact made the wall shudder violently, its surface instantly webbed with spider-like cracks. The one on the far left was especially ferocious. After smashing off a spray of ice chips, it actually climbed up along the jaws yawning wide, razor-sharp fangs glinting with cold light, the venomous spike atop its head pointing straight at Tsuchinua's brow. Tsuchinua's heart jolted, and she quickly split off part of her power to condense an ice blade, trying to force the venom fawn wolf back. But the moment she formed the thought, the other 2 wolves had already skirted around both sides of the ice wall, pouncing like 2 black shadows at her and at my lower body, their movements swift and tightly coordinated, clearly a hunting tactic forged by years of living in packs. Her ice-controlling ability was better suited to wide-area control and defense. Faced with this kind of high-speed, assaulting pack attack, she was instantly a bit overwhelmed. The venom fawn wolf climbing the ice wall was already within arm's reach, fetid drool dripping onto the back of her hand and bringing a bone-chilling cold, while the one lunging from the right had also reached her, leaving her no time to deal with both crises at once. Watch out! As my voice rang by her ear, blue-violet lightning had already burst forth in a sudden blaze. Lightning shield! With a low shout, violent lightning-type power surged out of my body, instantly condensing around the 2 of us into a semi-transparent, spherical barrier. The shield's surface was covered in fine, dense lightning patterns. Countless tiny lightning serpents slithered and darted across it, giving off a zzzzt crackle of ionization.
The surrounding fog was seared by the electricity and instantly evaporated into a vast whiteness of water vapor, forming a thin mist outside the shield.
Clang! A venom fang wolf climbing the ice wall sank its teeth into the lightning shield.
Its sharp fangs slammed into the tough barrier with a crisp metallic ring. Violet lightning surged into its body along its teeth in an instant. The venom fang wolf let out a piercing scream. Its body was immediately paralyzed, and it fell from the ice wall, crashing heavily onto the ground carpeted with rotting leaves. Its limbs twitched uncontrollably, temporarily losing the ability to move.
The attacks of the other two venom fawn wolves struck the shield at the same time and were likewise firmly blocked.
The numbing effect of the lightning made their forward charge falter, their movements slowed, and a flicker of fear flashed in their eyes. Clearly they hadn't expected this seemingly thin barrier to be so formidable.
Xingyue, hold them off.
My voice carried through the shield as a basketball-sized sphere of lightning had already taken shape in my hand. Blue-violet arcs danced across the lightning sphere's surface, and the violent energy made the surrounding air subtly warp. This was a new skill I developed after reaching the minor mastery stage of my lightning ability, stronger than a lightning beam, with an added area paralysis effect, tailor-made for situations like this where I was being swarmed.
Hearing that, Su Qingyue steadied her mind and drove her ice manipulation ability at full force.
Countless razor-sharp ice blades formed in front of her, shooting toward the fanged wolves on the right like a torrential downpour, while the ground beneath her feet instantly froze into a slick sheet of ice. On the left, the fanged wolf that had just shaken off the paralysis stepped onto the ice and immediately lost its balance, crashing heavily to the ground and rolling into a tree.
Lightning orb, go!
I seized this fleeting opportunity, swung my arm hard, and the lightning orb in my hand, howling through the air, slammed accurately into the still-twitching venom fang wolf in the middle.
Bang!
The lightning orb exploded on the venom fang wolf's head, and a blue-violet thunderstorm instantly swept out, the violent energy directly blasting the wolf's head to pieces. Dark green blood mixed with brain matter splattered down, carrying the burnt, acrid stench of lightning scorch, permeating the surrounding air.
Killed an F+ rank peak ferocious beast, venom fang wolf. Feel good points plus 400.
The moment the system prompt sounded, I had already activated the Thunder Shadow movement technique, my figure turning into a faint blue afterimage as I instantly appeared before the fallen poison fang wolf on the left. The thunder pattern dagger in my hand flickered with lightning as I slashed hard down along the poison fang wolf's neck, the sharp blade cutting through the tough hide and muscle as if slicing tofu. PSHHK. Dark green blood sprayed out. With a twist of my wrist, the dagger drove through and pierced the poison fang wolf's heart, completely cutting off its life.
This poison fang wolf didn't even have time to let out a scream before its body went limp, utterly motionless. Killed an F+ rank peak ferocious beast, poison fang wolf. Satisfying points plus 400.
The venom fang wolf on the right saw its companions killed one after another, its eyes filled with terror.
No longer daring to fight, it turned and tried to burrow into the mist to flee. Su Qingyue was prepared.
Her hands rapidly formed seals, and countless ice blades instantly condensed into a massive ice net that swept down over the venom fang wolf's escape route. The venom fang wolf was incredibly fast and barely avoided the ice net head-on, but its hind legs were still slashed by the razor-sharp ice blades, blood pouring out. The searing pain made its movements stall for an instant, and I was already on its heels, condensing a fist-sized ball of lightning in my hand again and smashing it precisely into the back of its head.
Bang!
The lightning orb exploded, and the paralysis effect instantly spread through its entire body.
The venom fang wolf staggered a few steps and collapsed to the ground.
I stepped forward, plunged the thunder pattern dagger into its skull, and completely ended its life.
Killed an F+ peak ferocious beast, venom fang wolf. Feel good points plus 400. Current total feel good points, 26,600. 3 system notification chimes rang out in succession. All 3 F+ peak venom fang wolves had been slain, and the entire battle had taken no more than 2 minutes.
I withdrew the lightning shield, and my lightning-type ability slowly receded.
I casually used my ability to sear the bloodstains on the dagger dry.
Su Qingyue also stopped channeling her ability, raised a hand to wipe the fine beads of sweat seeping from her forehead. That bout of high-intensity defense and control had drained a good deal of her spiritual energy. She turned to look at me, her eyes full of shock. In the instant the lightning shield unfurled just now, blue-violet arcs of light set off my figure, making me look especially tall and straight. My calm judgment, decisive strike, and that overbearing, unrivaled lightning ability all sent a jolt through her heart. Especially at such close range, feeling the violent energy radiating from the lightning shield, the sense of safety of being firmly protected made her heartbeat speed up uncontrollably, and a faint blush rose on her cheeks. "Are you okay?" I walked to her side, my gaze landing on the back of her hand where the poisonous saliva had splattered earlier. A faint red mark had already surfaced there. "I'm fine." Tsuchinue quickly pulled her hand back, her voice carrying a slight tremor that was hard to detect. "Thanks to you just now." That lightning shield was incredible. It not only blocked the attack, it could also paralyze the ferocious beast. Between teammates, looking out for each other is only right. I smiled, turned, and walked over to the 3 poison fawn wolves' corpses, starting to pry out their crystal cores. These 3 venom fawn wolves are all at the peak of F+ rank. The energy in their crystal cores is purer than that of the mist leopard from before, and it's also tainted with lightning element energy, which will be very helpful for improving my ability. Tsuchinue stood to the side, watching me skillfully deal with the corpses, and the admiration in her heart deepened a few more degrees. Not only was I powerfully strong, but I also handled things with steady, efficient composure. Whether it was my calm in the face of sudden danger or my unhurried ease after battle, both made her feel I was exceptionally dependable. I took out 3 dark green crystal cores, wiped the bloodstains off them, and handed one to Tsuchinue. "This one's for you. Even though it's a lightning-type ferocious beast's core, the energy is very pure, and it will also help you stabilize your ability realm." Tsuchinue accepted the crystal core. It felt icy cool in her hand, and she could clearly sense the pure energy contained within. She softly thanked me and carefully put the crystal core away. We did a quick sorting of our gear, replenished some fluids, and ate a bit of compressed biscuits, getting ready to push deeper into the forest. The instant I turned around, the perception granted by my lady physique suddenly caught something off, a faint, deliberately restrained presence, hidden in the depths of the dense woods not far away. During the fight just now, interference from the ferocious beast's aura had masked it, but now that the surroundings had fallen silent again, that presence became clear. This presence felt very unfamiliar. It didn't belong to any ferocious beast in the forest. It was more like the fluctuation of human spiritual energy, and the other parties seemed to be deliberately concealing their form, clearly watching us from the shadows. My gaze turned cold in an instant. Without giving anything away, I shot Tsuchinue a look, signaling her to stay alert. Tsuchinue was sharp as they come. She immediately sensed something off about me. Her ice control ability began circulating in secret, and her eyes swept warily through the surrounding mist. That aura hidden deep within the dense forest seemed to realize it had been discovered. It shifted slightly, trying to quietly withdraw. I didn't make a move right away, I merely sneered inwardly. Deep in the misty forest, where few people ever come, who else would be secretly watching us here besides someone sent by the Qin family? It seemed Qinhao's retaliation had come faster than I'd imagined. After giving Tsuchinue a wary look, I pretended nothing was amiss, brushed the rotten leaves clinging to my shoulder, and smiled at her. "We just killed 3 poison fawn wolves in a row, and that took a lot of spiritual energy. There's a long, narrow valley up ahead. Let's go over there and rest for a bit. We can absorb the crystal cores to recover, too, so we'll be ready for any ferocious beasts we might run into later." Tsuchinue understood at once and immediately played along, letting a trace of fatigue show as she raised a hand to rub her brow. "It really is a bit taxing. The ambush from those 3 poison fawn wolves was too sudden. I've used up nearly 30% of my ice control ability. We should find a safe place to regroup." We deliberately slowed our pace, and as we talked, we would occasionally wipe sweat and regulate our breathing, putting on a show of being exhausted and in need of a break. In truth, my Thunder Emperor physique had already taken in every movement within 100 meters. That presence hiding deep in the dense woods did indeed follow us, deliberately lightening its footsteps, but in its rush to earn merit, it gave itself away. This aura belonged to Qinhao. Ever since he'd been crushed by me in 3 moves during the schoolyard ring match, and then warned by the Martial Arts Administration for releasing ferocious beasts, the resentment in Qinhao's heart had been growing wild like weeds. He couldn't accept that I, once an F-rank piece of trash, was now riding above him, and he was even more jealous of Su Qingyue's favor toward me. After learning that the two of us were heading to the Misty Forest for training, he immediately brought along the Qin family's poison dagger and an earth element enhancement drug, covertly tailing us the whole way. He planned to launch a sneak attack when we were exhausted after slaying ferocious beasts, getting rid of me and saving face in front of Su Qingyue at the same time. Xinhao hid among the branches of a thick ancient tree, watching as Su Qingyue and I entered the long, narrow mountain valley ahead, a trace of viciousness flashing in his eyes. On both sides of the valley were sheer rock walls, with only a narrow path running through the middle, an ideal spot for an ambush. He tightened his grip on the earth element dagger in his hand, its blade treated with a paralyzing toxin. A yellow-brown crystal core was embedded in the hilt, slightly amplifying his earth element ability. Chen Fan, Su Qingyue, you killed 3 F+ rank Venom Fang wolves. Even a mid-stage martial artist should be out of spiritual energy by now. Xinhao licked his cracked lips, his heart full of venomous hatred. This time, let's see where you run. Once I cripple Chen Fan, Su Qingyue will know who the real powerhouse is. He swallowed a bottle of earth element enhancement potion. The earth element power within him surged instantly, and the aura of an early-stage martial artist temporarily rose to the peak of the early stage. He took a deep breath, activated his earth-type ability to mask his aura, and, like a leopard, slid down the tree trunk without a sound, feeling his way toward the valley. Inside the valley, Su Qingyue and I were sitting on a flat rock, pretending to take out crystal cores and prepare to absorb them. Out of the corner of my eye, I caught sight of Qinhao's figure appearing at the valley entrance. The corners of my mouth curved into a cold arc as I said softly to Su Qingyue, "He's here. Get ready." Su Qingyue gave a slight nod, a faint trace of ice element spiritual energy already gathering at her fingertips, ready to coordinate with me and strike back at any moment. Seeing the two of us completely off guard, Xinhao's eyes blazed with killing intent. He suddenly unleashed his earth-type ability, Chen Fan, die. Boom! The rock walls on both sides of the valley suddenly trembled, countless fragments of stone tumbling down. At the same time, 3 earth-yellow stone pillars thrust up from the ground, stabbing toward the backs of Su Qingyue and me like sharp swords. The pillars were astonishingly fast, carrying a whistling wind, clearly an ability attack driven by Xinhao with all his strength. At the same time, Xinhao gripped a poison-coated dagger and lunged forward like an arrow released from a bow, his target aimed straight at the center of my back. The paralytic toxin on the dagger glimmered with a faint green sheen in the sunlight. Once struck, even an early-stage martial artist would instantly lose the ability to move. Finally can't hold back anymore? My voice carried a trace of mockery as my body moved in an instant. With the Thunder Shadow movement technique unleashed at full power, my figure turned into a pale blue afterimage as I twisted sharply to the side. At the same time, I reached out and grabbed Su Qingyue by the wrist, pulling her with me as we instantly dodged the attacks of the 3 stone pillars. Bang! 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 The stone pillars slammed heavily onto the rock where the two of us had been sitting just moments ago, shattering it to pieces as fragments sprayed everywhere. Seeing this, Xinhao's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. He hadn't expected me to still be able to move so fast while in an exhausted state. But he had no way out. The dagger still stabbed toward me as he roared inwardly, "Even if you're not exhausted, you still have to die today." My gaze turned cold. I released Su Qingyue's hand. My left hand condensed a lightning shield to block the dagger, while my right hand instantly formed a lightning beam as thick as an arm. Clang! The dagger stabbed into the lightning shield, producing a crisp metallic clash. The violent power of lightning surged along the dagger into Qinhao's body, making his arm go numb. The hand holding the dagger involuntarily loosened, and he let go. "That's impossible. How is your spiritual energy still so abundant?" Xinhao cried out in shock and rage, trying to retreat. But Su Qingyue had already anticipated his escape route. The ice aspect spiritual energy in her hand erupted, and 2 ice blades instantly condensed and shot toward Xinhao's ankles. "Xinhao, your sneak attack failed, and you still want to run?" Xinhao felt a chill underfoot and quickly sidestepped to dodge. Though he avoided a direct hit from the ice blades, his pant leg was still slashed open, and the cold seeped into his skin, slowing his movements for half a second. In that half second, my lightning beam had already finished condensing. "Leave him to me." I barked in a low voice, swinging my arm as a blue-violet bolt of lightning, carrying violent energy, shot with pinpoint accuracy at Qin Hao's thigh. Ah! A piercing scream echoed through the valley. The lightning bolt punched straight through Qin Hao's thigh, and blood instantly gushed out, staining his black martial arts uniform red. Rampaging lightning energy tore through his body, not only wrecking his meridians but also bringing a fierce numbing sensation, causing his left leg to go completely dead in an instant as he stumbled and crashed to the ground.
Chen Fan! I'm going to kill you!
Qin Hao lay sprawled on the ground, clutching his bleeding thigh, his eyes filled with crazed hatred as he struggled to crawl back up. But the paralyzing effect of the lightning and the searing pain made it impossible for him to get up. He could only watch helplessly as I walked toward him step by step. Su Qinyue walked to my side, looking down at the disheveled Qin Hao on the ground, her eyes full of contempt. Qin Hao, you're truly despicable, sneaking an attack from the shadows.
Despicable? Qin Hao sneered, his eyes brimming with resentment. Chen Fan, you're an orphan, what right do you have to be this strong? What right do you have to win Su Qingyue's favor? What right do you have to snatch the top recommendation slot that should have been mine? All of this should be mine. Yours?
I crouched down, looking at him with icy eyes.
You're not as strong as others, so you resort to dirty tricks.
Someone like you, no matter how many chances you're given, will never amount to anything.
I didn't kill Qin Hao. First, killing someone in the Misty Forest would easily draw an investigation from the Martial Arts Administration Bureau.
Second, I also wanted Qin Hao to stay alive and see how I would win the martial arts joint exam, how I would snatch away the secret realm slot the Qin family coveted, and leave him in utter despair. Qin Hao looked at my icy gaze, and a powerful fear surged in his heart.
He knew that killing him right now would be effortless for me. But the instinct to survive made him roar, Chen Fan, don't get cocky. I'm a direct descendant of the Qin family. If you hurt me, the Qin family won't let you off. The Qin family?
I snorted, stood up, and said, I told you long ago, if you've got the guts, come.
I'll be waiting.
Su Qinyue walked over to Qin Hao, kicked away the dagger that had fallen to the ground, and said coldly, Qin Hao, this time is just a lesson. If you dare sneak attack again, it won't be as simple as injuring one leg.
Qin Hao looked at the two of us, resentment and fear intertwined in his heart.
He knew there was no way he could kill me today, and that if he stayed, things would only get worse. He forced himself to endure the searing pain and numbness, circulating the last traces of spiritual energy in his body to prop himself up.
Limping, he fled toward the mouth of the valley, roaring as he ran, Chen Fan. Su Qinyue.
Just you wait. When the martial arts joint exam comes, I'll team up with others and tear you to pieces.
I'll make you pay for what you did today.
I didn't chase after him, only watching his desperate, bedraggled retreat with cold eyes. Injured Qin Hao, thwarted his ambush plan, gratification points plus 900.
Current total gratification points, 27,500.
The system notification sounded in my mind, and I felt not the slightest ripple. Qin Hao's threats were nothing more than the dying struggles of a desperate man. Su Qinyue watched Qin Hao's back as he disappeared at the valley entrance, her brows knitting slightly. Chen Fan, Qin Hao definitely won't let this go.
He said he'd join forces with others. Will he really make a move against us during the martial exam? Most likely. I nodded, my gaze turning grave.
Professor Li warned us before, too. The Qin family has planted people in the martial exam. Qin Hao has suffered setback after setback. He'll definitely lash out in desperation and join other forces to deal with us. Just now, when Qin Hao was fleeing, I vaguely sensed a faint aura outside the valley. Although the other party had hidden it well, my Thunder Emperor physique still caught a trace of it. That aura didn't belong to Qin Hao, it was clearly a helper Qin Hao had brought along. It was just that, seeing Qin Hao's sneak attack fail, they didn't dare act rashly and had already quietly withdrawn. This shows that Qin Hao's ambush this time wasn't a solo operation. Behind the scenes, he most likely had already contacted other forces, or the Qin family had sent someone to assist in secret. I lowered my head and glanced at the bloodstains left on the ground and the earth element crystal core dagger Qin Hao had dropped, my gaze turning cold. Qin Hao's threat is not something I can afford to take lightly. The practical assessment in the martial arts joint exam is dangerous enough as it is.
with the Qin family sabotaging us in secret and the external enemies allied with Qinhao, this assessment will only become even more perilous. Let's leave here first and continue training, I said, putting my thoughts away, to Su Qingyue. Qinhao is already injured and has fled, he won't come bother us again for a while. We need to seize the time to improve our strength so we can handle all kinds of dangers in the martial arts exam. Su Qingyue nodded. The two of us packed up our things and headed deeper into the valley. Sunlight streamed through the gaps of the valley and fell onto the ground, casting mottled patches of light and shadow. The air still reeked of blood and the scorched stench of lightning. And in the dense forest outside the valley, a black figure watched as my and Su Qingyue's silhouettes disappeared into the depths of the valley. He took out a communicator and said in a low voice, "Young Master Qin's ambush failed. He was injured in the thigh by Chen Fan and has already withdrawn. Chen Fan's strength far exceeds expectations, his lightning-type ability is overbearing, his movement technique is elusive. Su Qingyue's ice control ability coordinates with him seamlessly. I suggest we join forces with more people before making a move on him again." From the other end of the communicator came a cold, sinister voice, "Understood. Notify the others, carry out the original plan." During the practical assessment of the martial arts joint entrance exam, Chen Fan must be eliminated, and the secret realm slot seized. The shadowy figure answered, put away the communicator, and silently vanished into the depths of the forest. Inside the valley, I suddenly stopped in my tracks, my eyes warily fixed on the direction outside. Just now, I caught that retreating presence again. Although they had already gone far, I was certain they would never let it rest. A greater crisis was quietly brewing. And all of it would erupt completely in the upcoming martial arts joint exam. As soon as I limped out of the valley, Chen Fan withdrew his gaze, turned to Su Qingyue, and said, "We can't stay here long. The helpers Qinhao brought might still be lurking nearby. Let's head deeper into the forest, there are more ferocious beasts there. Perfect chance to farm some more crystal cores and go for a resource bumper harvest." Su Qingyue nodded briskly. The two of us packed up our gear and took off toward the heart of the forest. After that last ambush, our teamwork was smooth as butter. I used the Thunder Shadow movement technique for scouting and surprise strikes, while Su Qingyue used her ice control ability for lockdowns and defense. Along the way, the few F-rank ferocious beasts we ran into got dealt with like chopping vegetables. After pushing deeper into the forest, the fog was still so thick it felt like an unshakable emo cloud, but the vegetation was insanely lush. Towering trees interwove with knotted branches and roots, like natural defensive fortifications. The stench of ferocious beasts in the air grew stronger and stronger, and my Thunder Emperor physique sensed that not far ahead, an F+ rank Windblade wolf was out hunting for food. I quietly warned Su Qingyue, "There's a Windblade wolf up ahead, fast like the Flash, and it can fire Windblade attacks. We've gotta be careful." As I spoke, I silently drew my thunder pattern dagger, blue-violet lightning crackled and danced across the blade with a ZZZTZZZT. Su Qingyue understood immediately. Frost aspect spiritual energy gathered at her fingertips, and cold air billowed off her, freezing the surrounding mist into tiny ice pellets. This would both disrupt the Windblade wolf's vision and let us anticipate its movements in advance. The two of us crept closer and saw a lanky Windblade wolf lying atop a large boulder, gnawing on the corpse of some unknown ferocious beast. Its whole body was silver gray, its fur so sleek it was like satin. Its limbs were slender yet packed with explosive power, and its tail whipped back and forth like a steel lash. Every so often, it would even flick out a few small wind blades, shredding the rotting leaves on the ground into pieces. "Let's do this!" I shouted. My Thunder Shadow movement technique went straight to full throttle, my figure turning into a pale blue afterimage as I went whoosh and rushed right up in front of the Windblade wolf. The lightning patterned dagger, wreathed in violent arcs of lightning, chopped toward its neck. The Windblade wolf's reaction was insanely fast. It jerked its head up with a sharp whoa, and its body instantly rolled sideways, dodging my fatal strike. At the same time, it snapped its tail, firing 3 razor-sharp wind blades at me. They came with a howling wind, ch, slicing through the air. Ice wall. Su Qingyue struck just in time. With a bang, a pale blue ice wall rose up in front of me, firmly blocking the 3 wind blades. I seized the chance to close in.
My lightning type ability erupted at full power as a lightning slash condensed into shape.
The blue-purple lightning blade, carrying an aura of destruction, chopped toward the Windblade Wolf again.
Seeing this, fear flashed in the Windblade Wolf's eyes. It tried to turn and run, only to find that Su Qingyue had already circled behind it.
Countless ice blades gathered into an icy net, sealing its escape route completely.
PSHHK.
The lightning slash hit the Windblade Wolf squarely in the back. Violent lightning energy instantly pierced through its body.
The Windblade Wolf let out a miserable cry, twitched a few times, then collapsed to the ground and went still. A system notification sounded, killed F+ rank ferocious beast Windblade Wolf, plus 600 cool points.
Current total cool points, 28100. I stepped forward, pried open the Windblade Wolf's skull, and took out a pale cyan crystal core.
It contained pure wind element energy. It felt chilly in my hand, making it a pretty good cultivation resource. Su Qingyue walked over to my side and said with a look of approval that Windblade Wolf was way too fast.
If I'd run into it alone, it really wouldn't have been easy to deal with.
Good thing you pinned it down, otherwise I wouldn't have been able to seal off its retreat so quickly. I put the crystal core away and said with a smile, we just work well together. Your ice control ability sealing its escape route was crucial, otherwise it would have been long gone.
After a brief rest, we kept moving forward. Over the next 2 hours, we took down another 4 F rank ferocious beasts and 2 F+ rank ferocious beasts.
My lightning element ability was getting more and more proficient, and Su Qingyue's ice control ability was also steadily leveling up in real combat.
Our coordination was becoming smoother by the minute.
Su Qingyue watched how calm and decisive I was every time I made a move, and her affection shot up. She realized that not only was I strong, I was also especially good at looking after my teammates. In every fight I created a safe output environment for her, and whenever danger appeared I was always the first to step in front of her. That sense of security from being protected made her gaze toward me turn gentle, and from time to time she would even take the initiative to hand me water or share compressed biscuits.
The atmosphere was incredibly harmonious.
The system notification sounded again, detected a significant increase in Su Qingyue's affection, current affection, 80 out of 100, triggering a feel-good points event, level A, a feel-good points plus 1200.
Current accumulated feel-good points, 30500.
At that moment I had just taken down an F+ rank rock-armored beast. The violent lightning element energy shattered the rock-armored beast's defenses to pieces, and dark green blood sprayed everywhere. I had just put away the thunder pattern dagger when an urgent system alert sounded in my mind.
Ding!
Detected that the host's accumulated feel-good points have exceeded 10,000, meeting the conditions to unlock privileges.
Permanent privilege 1 unlocked, backpack expansion, 10 slots.
Current total backpack capacity increased to 20 slots, allowing you to store more items.
Permanent privilege 2 unlocked, crit rate plus 10%.
During subsequent check-ins and when triggering thrill value events, crit rate will increase by an additional 10%, stacking up to 50% at most.
Privileges unlocked. The host may spend thrill value to raise their cultivation realm or ability level. Proceed now?
I was delighted, didn't expect my thrill value to have already broken 30,000 points, far exceeding the 10,000 points needed to unlock privileges. The backpack expansion solved my earlier problem of having nowhere to put my stuff, and the plus 10% crit rate was even more practical, letting me snag more rare rewards. Immediately spend 5000 thrill value to upgrade my lightning ability from minor mastery to major mastery.
I silently recited in my mind without hesitation. Lightning ability is my core combat power.
Once it reaches the major mastery realm, its power won't just increase dramatically, it'll also unlock more high-tier skills, giving me more confidence in dealing with the upcoming martial exam and the Qin family's threat.
5000 inch thrill value, consumed. Lightning ability begins breakthrough. Breaking through, 10%, 50%, 100%.
Congratulations, host. Lightning type ability has successfully advanced from minor mastery major mastery. A vast surge of energy rushed into my body in an instant. My lightning ability, which had already hit a bottleneck, was like having its shackles shattered, skyrocketing wildly. I could clearly feel the lightning power within me becoming more violent and more condensed, and it also felt smoother to control. The lightning slash that previously required me to push with all my strength to unleash could now be formed with a mere thought, and its power had increased by a full 50%. The surrounding air began to warp. Blue-violet arcs of lightning leaked uncontrollably from my body, forming a faint electric aura around me. Bits of gravel on the ground were drawn up and began to float under the pull of the lightning force, and the mist around us was ionized, giving off a zzzzt sound. Su Qingyue was startled by the sudden change. She quickly took several steps back, her eyes filled with shock.
Chen Fan, you broke through?
I took a deep breath, reined in the lightning radiance spilling off my body, felt the surging lightning-type ability within me, and said with a smile, pretty much. My lightning-type ability has reached the great completion stage. I can feel that as I am now, even if I face a powerhouse in the mid-stage of the martial artist realm, I have the strength to fight. After my lightning-type ability reached great completion, lightning's destructive power, penetrating force, and numbing effect all improved drastically. Coupled with the lightning shadow movement technique and the thunder pattern dagger, my combat power has at least doubled. To test the power of the ability, I raised my hand toward a large tree not far away and condensed a lightning slash. This lightning slash was more condensed than before. The blue-purple lightning blade was as thick as an arm, carrying a whistling rush of wind, and with a crack it slashed toward the tree. The tree was cut cleanly in half at the waist. The cut was charred black and still giving off wisps of bluish smoke. The surrounding trunk was covered in dense lightning patterns, clearly showing that the force of lightning had completely destroyed its vitality. Su Qingyue stared, dumbfounded. She could clearly feel that the power of this lightning slash was more than a whole tier stronger than when I killed the Venomfang wolf earlier. She acknowledged my strength even more, and felt even luckier that she'd teamed up with me. The system prompt sounded again, lightning-type ability upgraded to mastery, combat power greatly increased, triggering a gratification event, rank S, gratification points plus 1500.
Current total gratification points, 27,000. I was pretty satisfied.
Although I'd spent 5,000 gratification points, the boost in combat power from upgrading my ability was far more valuable than holding onto the points.
The two of us continued training in the forest. Riding the momentum of reaching mastery, I took down a few more F+ rank ferocious beasts, and my gratification points climbed steadily.
Su Qingyue's coordination also became more and more practiced. She could precisely anticipate my attack rhythm, cutting off the beast's escape routes in advance, making the fights a lot easier. Just as the two of us were getting ready to head back, my phone buzzed. It was a message from Zhao Lei, your brother Fan. The school just notified us, tomorrow at 9 a.m. they'll announce the detailed rules for the martial arts joint exam on the sports field.
All candidates must be present.
After reading it, I said to Su Qingyue, they're announcing the rules for the martial arts exam tomorrow.
Let's call it a day.
Head back and get some proper rest so we're ready for tomorrow's announcement.
Su Qingyue nodded. We packed up our things and headed out of the forest.
After a full day of training, we'd gained a lot. Not only had we taken down over a dozen ferocious beasts and obtained a large number of crystal cores, my lightning-type ability had also advanced to the major completion realm. Su Qingyue's ice control ability had improved as well, and our coordination had reached a whole new level. By the time we stepped out of the misty forest, the sun was already sinking in the west. Golden afterglow spilled across the road at the forest's edge, stretching our shadows long behind us. I walked Su Qingyue to her off-road vehicle and watched her drive away before turning toward the orphanage.
After walking only a few steps, my Thunder Emperor physique picked up a familiar aura, hidden in the patch of woods not far away.
The aura was very faint, clearly deliberately concealed, but I recognized it at a glance. It was someone from the Qin family, exactly the same as the aura I'd sensed outside the valley before. Obviously, the Qin family hadn't given up on tailing me. They'd been watching me in the dark the whole time. My gaze turned cold. I didn't take the initiative to go over, only quickened my pace. I knew the Qin family had eyes everywhere. Making a move now would only alert the enemy. Better to wait until the martial exam and deal with all the trouble in one go. After returning to the orphanage, I took a quick shower, then sat cross-legged on the bed and began absorbing the ferocious beast crystal cores I'd obtained today. A thunder-type ability at the Great Completion realm demanded more energy, and the pure energy within these crystal cores was just right for stabilizing my realm and preparing to break through to the mid-stage martial warrior. Bluish-purple lightning coursed over my body. The energy within the crystal core was continuously absorbed, transformed into pure lightning-type power, and merged into my dantian. I could clearly feel my realm steadily rising, drawing closer and closer to the mid-stage of a martial artist. At this moment, in the Qin family villa in Jiangcheng, Qinhao was sitting on the sofa, his right leg wrapped in thick bandages, his face as dark as the bottom of a pot. Several Qin family guards in black stood before him. The one in the lead was the same shadowy figure who had been lying in wait outside the misty forest. Trash! All of you are trash! Qinhao slammed the table and roared, "You can't even deal with a single Qin fan, and you even let him break through to great completion of lightning-type power. Tell me, what use are you to me?" The shadow lowered his head, not daring to argue. "Young Master Qin, Chen Fan is far stronger than we imagined. After reaching great completion in lightning-type power, his combat strength is even more unfathomable. We're not his match for now. But we've already pinned down his movements. Tomorrow he'll go to school for the announcement of the martial exam rules. That may be an opportunity." A trace of malice flashed in Qinhao's eyes. "An opportunity? What opportunity?" "We can set up an ambush near the school and make our move when he leaves," the shadowy figure whispered. "This time we'll deploy a Qin family Earth-rank assassin. We'll definitely be able to get rid of him." Qinhao thought for a moment, then shook his head. "No. There are people from the Martial Arts Administration secretly patrolling near the school. If an Earth-rank assassin makes a move, it'll be easy to expose us." He paused, the corners of his mouth curling into a crazed smile. "Once the martial examination rules are announced, the live combat assessment will begin soon after. When that happens, we'll act inside the assessment grounds and use the ferocious beast's hands to eliminate him. Even if the Martial Arts Administration investigates, they'll only think he died in a ferocious beast attack. No one will suspect us." A hint of approval flashed in the shadowy figure's eyes. "Young Master Qin is wise. We can set traps in advance at the assessment site, then join forces with other martial arts family heirs among the contestants to surround and kill Qin Fan, leaving him no way to escape." "Good. We'll do it that way." Qinhao slammed the table, his eyes filled with venomous hatred. "Chen Fan, just you wait. The practical assessment of the martial arts exam will be your day of death. I'll make you pay the most painful price for everything you did to me in the misty forest." The night grew darker and darker, and the conspiracy in the Qin family villa was quietly brewing. Meanwhile, at the orphanage, I had just finished absorbing the last crystal core. The lightning-type ability within me had stabilized at the Great Accomplishment realm, only one step away from mid-stage martial artist. I opened my eyes, a blue-violet flash of lightning flickered across them, and the aura around me grew ever more condensed. I still didn't know that the Qin family had already drawn up a plan to ambush me during the martial arts exam, but the keen instincts brought by the Thunder Emperor physique made me vaguely sense that an even greater storm was waiting for me on the battlefield of the exam. Early the next morning, the playground of Jiangcheng No. 1 High School was bustling like a wet market. Martial arts exam candidates from all the city's schools had arrived, wearing the standard candidate uniforms, gathering in small groups of 3 to 5 as they discussed the exam rules that were about to be announced. Warning lines had been set up around the field, and several staff members in Martial Arts Administration Bureau uniforms were maintaining order. The aura fluctuations radiating from them kept the candidates from daring to make a loud commotion. When I arrived, Zhao Lei was already waiting for me at the entrance to the track field. The moment he saw me, he ran over, his face lit up with excitement. "Brother Fan, you finally made it. So many candidates have been talking about you, saying you're the top favorite to win this martial exam." I nodded, my gaze sweeping across the field. Quite a few familiar faces stood among the candidates, students of mine in martial arts class uniforms, as well as awakeners from other middle schools. Many people who saw me had awe and curiosity in their eyes, while some scions of martial arts families wore hostile expressions, clearly having been led astray by Qinhao. I quickly spotted Su Qingyue in the crowd. She was standing under the shade of the trees on the east side of the field, dressed in flowing white, completely out of place amid the noisy surroundings.
Su Qingyue saw me too and smiled, waving at me.
Zhao Lei and I walked over, and Su Qingyue said softly, "I heard the rules for this martial exam have changed drastically, and there are special rewards."
Everyone's been guessing what they are.
No matter what it is, the top spot is definitely going to Brother Fan. Zhao Lei patted his chest, brimming with confidence in me. I didn't speak, my gaze settling on the rostrum by the field. Several big shots were seated up there, the principal of Jiangcheng No. 1 High School, officials from the Martial Arts Administration, and Professor Li as well. He was wearing a Zhongshan suit, his eyes calmly sweeping over the examinees. They paused on me for a moment, and he gave a slight nod. At exactly 9 in the morning, the field gradually fell quiet. The principal picked up the microphone and cleared his throat.
All examinees, welcome to this Jiangcheng Martial Arts Joint Exam.
This joint exam is held to select outstanding martial arts talent, to deliver fresh blood to the Jiangcheng Martial Arts Academy, and it will also grant a special opportunity to the most outstanding performer.
Next, Commissioner Wang from the Martial Arts Administration will announce the detailed rules. A middle-aged man with an upright build, dressed in a black uniform, stood up.
He was Commissioner Wang from the Jiangcheng branch of the Martial Arts Administration. His strength had reached the early stage of martial master, and the aura about him was solid and intense, making the examinees unconsciously hold their breath. This martial arts joint exam is divided into 3 stages, with a total of 1,000 points.
Rankings will be based on score, and the top-ranked candidate will receive an exclusive reward. Commissioner Wang's voice, amplified by spiritual energy, spread across the entire sports field.
The first stage is a written test, worth 200 points, covering martial arts theory, ferocious beast knowledge, basics of ability usage, and more. It will be at 9 a.m. tomorrow, in the teaching building of Jiangcheng No. 1 High School. The second stage is a physical assessment, worth 300 points, testing 4 metrics: strength, speed, defense, and spiritual energy purity.
Each is worth 75 points. Meet the standard and you get the points, exceed it and you'll earn bonus points. It will be held the day after the written test ends.
The third stage is a combat assessment, worth 500 points, divided into 2 parts.
The first part is survival in the ferocious beast zone, located at an abandoned examination grounds on the outskirts of the city.
Candidates must hunt ferocious beasts within the grounds and exchange crystal cores for points. F rank ferocious beasts are worth 10 points, F plus rank 30 points, E rank 100 points, E plus rank 300 points.
For C rank and above, points are doubled.
Limited competition between candidates is allowed, but violations such as intentional killing and sneak attacks causing severe injury are prohibited.
Offenders will be disqualified immediately.
This will take place on the 3rd day after the physical assessment ends, and will last 2 days.
The second part is an arena tournament. The top 10 candidates by survival points in the ferocious beast zone advance to a single elimination bracket.
Each victory is worth 50 points. In the end, points will be added based on the arena ranking to determine the overall top scorer. As soon as Commissioner Wang finished speaking, the field erupted.
An abandoned exam site?
That's a Class C danger zone, and there was even a ferocious beast riot there.
They're actually allowing examinees to compete, aren't they encouraging people to snatch crystal cores? Double points for Class C ferocious beasts? That reward is way too tempting. What exactly is the exclusive reward for first place? It can't be the legendary ancient secret realm, can it? The examinees burst into discussion, their faces full of shock and excitement. Everyone knew how dangerous the abandoned test site was, but the huge points reward also had everyone eager to try. I had a good idea of it. Professor Li really hadn't lied to me. The core of the practical assessment was the ancient secret realm beneath the abandoned test site, and the first place reward was definitely related to the realm. Commissioner Wang raised a hand to signal the examinees to be quiet, then continued, "The overall first place on the total score leaderboard of this joint exam will receive 3 rewards. First, a fully guaranteed admission to Jiangcheng Martial Arts Academy, with no need to take part in the subsequent provincial competition. Second, 100 low-grade spirit stones. Third, a priority entry pass to the ancient secret realm meteor planes, allowing you to enter the realm first to explore and obtain ancient resources." Lu Xingyuan's secret realm. So it really is the Lu Xingyuan secret realm. The legendary secret realm said to contain resources for breaking through to the martial king realm. My god! No wonder the Qin family values this martial exam so highly, turns out it's for the secret realm entry ticket. The entire venue erupted in an uproar. The examinees' eyes all grew fervent, and especially the scions of martial arts clans, who were already itching to get started. Everyone had heard of the Luxing Yuan secret realm. Its resources could drive any martial artist mad. Even obtaining just a small clod of secret realm soil could greatly increase one's cultivation speed. Xin Hao stood in the crowd, his face full of greed and malice. Beside him stood two youths in the uniforms of other secondary schools, disciples of the other two great martial arts families in Jiangcheng, Lin Hao of the Lin family and Wang Peng of the Wang family. Both were at the mid-stage warrior level, clearly allies Xin Hao had recruited in advance. Chen Fan, the entry pass to the meteorite plane's secret realm is mine. Xin Hao growled in a low voice, his eyes brimming with venomous hatred. This time in the martial arts exam, I'll make sure you die in the abandoned test site. Lin Hao patted his shoulder, speaking arrogantly, young Master Qin, don't worry. We've already contacted several other examinees. When the time comes, we'll join forces at the abandoned test site. Even if Chen Fan's lightning ability has reached mastery, he won't get away. Wang Peng let out a cold laugh. Not only will we seize his points, we'll ruin his reputation. Even if the Martial Arts Administration investigates, they'll only think he died at the hands of a ferocious beast. The three exchanged glances, a conspiracy quietly brewing in the shadows. I saw it all clearly. With my Thunder Emperor physique, I could distinctly hear the conversation between Xin Hao and the other two, as well as their malicious intent. I didn't take it to heart, my gaze only grew more resolute. I was determined to claim the resources of the meteorite origin secret realm, and Xin Hao and his allies were nothing more than small fry on my road to the top. Brother Fan, that guy Xin Hao is up to something again, should I bring some people to warn him? Zhao Lei said through clenched teeth. No, I shook my head. On the martial exam grounds, strength does the talking. When the time comes, he'll naturally pay the price. Su Qinyue also noticed Xin Hao's movements and softly reminded me, Xin Hao is teamed up with Lin Hao and Wang Peng. They're both mid-stage martial artists, and Lin Hao's earth element ability has insanely strong defense, while Wang Peng's metal element ability has domineering offensive power. We need to handle this carefully. Don't worry. I have my own way. My tone was calm, but it carried a convincing strength. After the rules were announced, Commissioner Wang emphasized the penalties for violations and then declared that candidates were free to leave and prepare for tomorrow's written test. The candidates left one after another. Su Qinyue, Zhao Lei, and I also got ready to leave. Just as we reached the exit of the sports field, Professor Li hurried after us and said in a low voice, Chen Fan, come with me for a moment. I gestured to Su Qinyue and Zhao Lei, then followed Professor Li to a quiet spot on the west side of the athletic field. Professor Li, what is it? I asked. Professor Li looked around, and after making sure no one was nearby, he lowered his voice and said, the dangers of the meteorite origin secret realm are far greater than you imagine. Not only are there powerful ferocious beasts inside, there are also martial artists from other factions lying in wait. For the secret realm's resources, the Qin family will definitely play dirty against you during the martial exam, and they may even use power at the martial master level. Power at the martial master level? Won't the Martial Dao Administration Bureau intervene? I frowned. The rules only restrict the examinees, not the behind-the-scenes interference from outside forces. Professor Li's tone was grave. The Martial Dao Administration will do its best to protect you, but it can't keep an eye on you at all times. You need to break through to the mid-stage martial warrior realm as soon as possible and increase your strength. He took a small jade vial from his pocket and handed it to me. There are 3 qi-gathering pills in here. They can speed up spiritual qi accumulation and will help you break through to the mid-stage martial warrior realm. Remember, during the practical assessment, try to hunt as many ferocious beasts as you can and rack up enough points. The arena matches aren't just for taking first place on the leaderboard, they're also to help you build real combat experience before entering the secret realm. I took the small jade vial, feeling the pure spiritual qi inside, and quickly thanked him. Thank you, Professor Li. No need to thank me. This is what you deserve. Professor Lee waved a hand.
There are key resources inside the Meteor Plane's secret realm that are crucial for breaking through to the Martial King realm. It's not just the Qin family that wants them, other martial Dao clans have been coveting them for a long time too. Only by taking first place can you seize the initiative. Also, the underground passages beneath the abandoned examination grounds are very complex, and the entrance to the secret realm is hidden in the deepest part.
During the assessment, keep an eye out, maybe you'll be able to find the entrance ahead of time.
After saying that, Professor Lee turned and walked away, disappearing into the crowd. I clenched the small jade bottle in my hand, my heart filled with gratitude toward Professor Lee. I could tell that he truly wanted to help me. I'll remember this kindness.
After returning to the orphanage, I immediately began cultivating.
I took out the chi-gathering pill Professor Lee had given me and swallowed one. The pill melted the moment it entered my mouth, and pure spiritual chi instantly surged through my body. With the perfected basic breathing technique, it was rapidly converted into lightning-type power. I could clearly feel the spiritual chi within me growing more and more abundant, and the barrier to the mid-stage warrior realm loosening more and more. At this pace, in at most 2 days, I'll break through to the mid-stage warrior realm. At this moment, in the Qin family villa, a conspiracy targeting me was escalating.
Qin Hao sat on the sofa. Standing before him was an old man in a black robe.
The aura on the old man was extremely concealed, yet it carried a pressure that even Qin Hao feared, clearly a martial master-level powerhouse. Elder, Chen Fan's strength is getting stronger and stronger. He's already broken through to the major completion of lightning-type abilities.
Will there be any variables in our plan?
Qin Hao asked, his tone tinged with worry. The black-robed old man sneered.
He's just a green kid.
Even if his lightning-type abilities have reached major completion, he's still no match for a martial master. Inside the abandoned exam site, I'll arrange manpower to cooperate with you in secret.
As long as Chen Fan enters the underground passage, we'll immediately activate the formation to trap him.
When the time comes, even if he has 3 heads and 6 arms, he'll die for sure.
Many thanks, Elder.
Qin Hao's face lit up with wild joy. As long as we can get rid of Chen Fan and obtain the secret realm entry token, I'll definitely help the family secure the resources to break through to the Martial King realm. The old man in a black robe nodded. The Thunder Marrow in the Meteor Plane's secret realm is very important to the family.
We must not let it fall into anyone else's hands.
During the martial exam, do your best to draw Chen Fan's attention. I will make my move in the shadows to ensure nothing can go wrong. The night grew deeper and deeper, and the Qin family's plot, like an invisible net, slowly spread toward me. As for me at the orphanage, I had just finished absorbing the energy of the chi-gathering pill. The spiritual energy within me had already reached the peak of the early-stage martial practitioner realm, only a single step away from the mid-stage. I opened my eyes, a flash of blue-violet lightning streaking across their depths, and the aura around me became even more condensed. I still didn't know that the Qin family had already mobilized power at the martial master level, nor did I know that deadly traps had been set up inside the abandoned exam site. But the keen intuition brought by the Thunder Emperor physique made me faintly sense that the danger of this martial exam was far greater than I had imagined. The written test, physique assessment, practical combat evaluation, and arena match, every stage could be hiding lethal intent. The temptation of the Meteor Plane's secret realm, the Qin family's frenzied counterattack, and the covetous eyes of other martial clans all turned this joint martial arts examination into a life-and-death contest.
I took a deep breath and put away any thoughts of cultivating.
I knew that the most important thing now was to rest up and be ready for tomorrow's match, then break through to the mid-stage of the warrior realm as soon as possible, meeting the coming storm in my strongest form.
In the night, I stood tall, my eyes gleaming with unwavering resolve.
This martial exam is not only the stepping stone to a top-tier martial arts academy, but also the pivotal battle in my path to a comeback. I must win, and I must win spectacularly so that every enemy knows what a true powerhouse really is. And somewhere beyond my knowledge, a death trap aimed at me had already been quietly set up inside the abandoned exam venue. The morning after the martial exam rules were announced, the area in front of Zhengcheng No. 1 High School's teaching building was as lively as New Year's. Su Qingyue, Zhao Lei, and I walked over together. As soon as we reached the entrance, we were surrounded by the other candidates' gazes. After the earlier arena match and the trial in the misty forest, my name had already spread through the city's martial arts examinee circle. Quite a few people looked me over with awe and curiosity, and a small number of scions from martial arts families wore outright hostility, clearly led astray by Qin Hao.
Fanbro, look at Qin Hao.
That guy's whispering with Lin Hao and Wang Ping again.
It can't be anything good.
Zhao Lei pointed at the three of them not far away and said through gritted teeth. I followed his gaze. Qin Hao was wearing a black examinee uniform. The injury to his right leg seemed to have healed. He stood with Lin Hao and Wang Ping, and all three fixed me with sinister eyes, malicious smiles at the corners of their mouths. Noticing my look, Qin Hao even deliberately lifted his chin in provocation, his eyes full of disdain.
Don't mind them. It's just a written test, they can't stir up any trouble.
My tone was flat, my steps unhurried, as I headed straight into the teaching building.
Su Qingyue softly echoed, the written test covers theoretical knowledge.
Qin Hao's martial arts theory has always been pretty lousy, so even if he wants to play dirty, it won't help.
We entered the designated exam room.
Quite a few examinees were already seated inside.
On each desk lay a sealed exam paper and a specially made answer pen.
The proctors were two staff members in Martial Dao Administration Bureau uniforms. Their presence was solid, and their sharp eyes swept over the entire room. They were clearly martial artists of no small strength.
I found my seat and sat down.
No sooner had I settled in than the system's prompt sounded in my mind.
Detected current area, martial arts exam written test venue, E-level danger zone,
Danger assessment basis, a weak mental detection formation has been set up inside the exam hall to prevent candidates from cheating. Those with weaker mental strength may be mildly affected.
Sign-in conditions met. Sign in immediately? Sign in. I silently recited in my mind without the slightest hesitation. Check-in successful. Rewards for the E-rank danger zone have been issued. Detected current feel-good points, 27,000. Spend 1,000 feel-good points to trigger a critical hit? Trigger it. The theoretical knowledge for the written exam assessment isn't difficult for me, but with a critical hit reward on the table, there's no way I'm letting it slip. Maybe I'll get an item that helps with the written test. Critical hit being calculated. 22x critical hit. Congratulations, host. You have obtained rewards: Photographic Memory Talisman, duration, 1 hour, *1, Compendium of Martial Arts Theory, Abridged Edition, 1, 60 low-grade Spirit Stones. Photographic Memory Talisman, duration, 1 hour after use. For 1 hour, you can instantly memorize all text and image information you've seen, and recite it accurately, perfect for written exams and other theoretical assessments. Compendium of Martial Arts Theory, Abridged Edition contains all key theory knowledge for the martial arts exam, ferocious beast habits, and ability usage techniques. Easy to understand and quick to master. A cool stream of energy surged into my mind. The moment the photographic memory talisman took effect, a virtual compendium of theory unfurled in my head. The key points were crystal clear, covering every major focus of the martial arts exam's written test. Joy surged in my heart. With these two items, I had this written test in the bag. Without showing it, I quickly skimmed through the compendium of theory. The photographic memory talisman's effect let me memorize everything instantly, whether it was obscure martial arts theory formulas or analyses of rare ferocious beasts' weak points. Each detail was imprinted in my mind, even more thorough and accurate than what I'd deliberately tried to memorize before. Clang! At exactly 9 o'clock in the morning, the bell in the exam hall rang on time. The proctor stood up, opened the sealed exam packet, and began handing out the papers. All candidates, the written test lasts 120 minutes. No cheating, no whispering, no leaving early. Anyone who violates the rules will have their martial arts exam eligibility revoked immediately. You may begin. When the exam paper was handed to me, I opened it and took a look. Sure enough, it was just like what the theory compendium said. The question types included multiple choice, fill in the blank, short answer, and essay questions. The content covered basic martial arts theory, classifications of ferocious beasts and how to deal with them,
formulas for converting supernatural energy, general knowledge of ancient martial arts texts, and more. It was far from easy, quite a few questions were even beyond the middle school curriculum. Even candidates who specialized in theory might not get everything right. After seeing the paper, most of the examinees around me frowned. Some scratched their heads, some bent over in deep thought, and others pulled out their pens and started calculating rapidly on scratch paper. In the exam room, the only sound left was the soft scratch of pen tips across paper. Zhao Lei was seated diagonally behind me. As he looked at the questions on the paper, his face fell in an instant. He only half understood a lot of the knowledge points, especially that question analyzing the habits of the E+ rank ferocious beast Nether Cat. He'd never even seen any relevant material and could only stare blankly at the paper. Damn, during the written test, Su Qingyue was ridiculously calm. Her family's well off, she's been exposed to plenty of high-level martial arts theory, and she was blazing through the questions. Still, when she ran into a few out-of-syllabus essay questions, she had to stop and really think them through. I sat in the front row of the exam room, staring at the questions on the paper, my expression like I was riding a roller coaster. My grasp of theory was never that great to begin with, and these questions were insanely hard. I didn't know a single one of the key short answer questions, so I could only scribble some nonsense. I even secretly turned my head to try to peek at the person next to me's answers, but the invigilator's sharp gaze glared me back into place, and I could only withdraw my eyes in embarrassment. As for me, with the eidetic memory talisman and the theory compendium backing me up, my answering speed was basically rocket launch. There was no need to think at all, the answers just popped into my head. My pen flowed across the paper like moving clouds and flowing water, my handwriting neat, my answers precise. For the essay questions, I was even clearer in structure and richer in supporting arguments, better than the model answers. In only 40 minutes, I finished every question, checked the whole thing from start to finish, made sure nothing was wrong, and set down my pen. "Teacher, I'm handing in my paper." I raised my hand and said. My voice wasn't loud, but in the quiet exam room it was like tossing in a bomb. What? Turning in the paper after only 40 minutes? Did he not know how to do it and just give up? No way, right? Even if Chen Fan's theoretical knowledge is a bit weak, he wouldn't turn it in this fast, would he? All the examinees looked up at me, their faces filled with surprise and confusion. Xinhao, that guy, even wore a mocking smile, probably thinking, "Chen Fan, you really are a good-for-nothing. You don't know the first thing about theory, now you can only hand in early and make a fool of yourself." The proctor was also quite surprised. He walked over to me and picked up my paper to take a look. His surname was Zhang, a veteran commissioner from the Martial Arts Administration, who had proctored the written portion of the martial arts exam many times. He'd seen plenty of genius examinees, but this was the first time he'd ever encountered someone turning in so quickly. He had assumed my paper would either be completely blank or answered terribly, but when he saw the answers, his expression changed. Every multiple-choice question was correct, the fill-in-the-blank answers were precise and flawless, the short answer questions hit every key point, and the essay was even more tightly reasoned with original insights. It even cited viewpoints from several rare ancient martial arts classics far beyond the level of ordinary examinees. Even if he answered it himself, he might not do as well as I did. This, you answered it yourself? Teacher Zhang couldn't help asking, his tone full of disbelief. Yes, teacher. I nodded, my tone calm. Teacher Zhang carefully checked the paper again. After confirming there were no signs of cheating and that the answers were accurate and complete, he was utterly shaken. The look in his eyes as he stared at me was filled with admiration. Good, good. I never expected that not only are you strong, but your theoretical knowledge is also this solid. You really are a genius. His voice wasn't loud, but all the examinees around heard it, and the surprise on their faces grew even stronger. What? Mr. Zhang actually praised him for answering well? No way, he finished in 40 minutes and still got everything right? Chen Fan is way too freakish. Being strong is one thing, but his theoretical knowledge is this insane too? Xinhao's smile froze instantly, his eyes filled with disbelief and jealousy. He stared hard at my test paper as if trying to find something wrong with it, but all he could see was Mr. Zhang's satisfied expression. The resentment in his heart spread like wild weeds. Teacher Zhang put away the test papers and nodded at me. "You can go now." I stood up and walked out of the exam room. As I passed by Su Qingyue, she looked up at me. Her eyes were full of admiration and surprise. In a low voice, she said, "You're really amazing." I smiled, said nothing, and walked straight out of the exam room. Handed in early, shocking the proctor and the examinees. Satisfaction points plus 400. Current accumulated feel-good points, 27,400. The system prompt sounded in my head, and I didn't feel much. The written test, to me, was just a small interlude in the martial exam. I waited at the entrance of the teaching building for about an hour before Su Qingyue and Zhao Lei finally came out. The moment Zhao Lei came out, he said with a look of admiration, "Fanji, you're insane. You handed it in after 40 minutes and still got praised by Teacher Zhang." I just saw that guy Qinhao, his face was green. Su Qingyue also walked over, smiling. "Your theoretical knowledge is even more solid than I imagined. Those few out-of-syllabus essay questions took me quite a while to finish, yet you answered them so well. Just good luck." I smiled, not explaining anything about the photographic memory talisman. The three of us were just about to leave when Qinhao, Linhao, and Wang Peng suddenly came over and blocked our way. Qinhao wore a vicious grin. "Shen Fan, don't get cocky too soon. The written test is only the beginning. In the upcoming physical assessment and combat evaluation, I'll show you what real despair looks like." "Qinhao, what are you trying to do?" Zhao Lei stepped forward, blocking my way, his eyes wary. "Trying to do?" Qinhao let out a cold laugh. "I'm just here to tell you that during the physique test, you'd better pray nothing goes wrong, otherwise you won't even be qualified for the live combat assessment." His words were an obvious threat. A trace of malice flashed in his eyes. Clearly, he meant to sabotage me during the physique test. My gaze turned icy. "Qinhao, if you dare to play tricks during the physique test, you'll bear the consequences." "Bear the consequences yourself?" Qinhao sneered. "Shen Fan, you're too naive. In Jiangcheng, there's nothing our Qin family wants to do that we can't do. Just wait, at the physique test, I'll make you utterly disgraced." With that, Qinhao swaggered off with Lin Hao and Wang Peng. Zhao Lei gritted his teeth in anger. "Brother Fan, Qinhao is way too arrogant. Should we make preparations in advance, in case he tries to pull something?" "No need." I shook my head, a sharp glint flashing in my eyes. The physique test is supervised by people from the Martial Arts Administration Bureau. Even if he wants to play dirty, it's not certain he'll succeed. Besides, my physique isn't something he can easily affect. Su Qingyue nodded as well. All the physique testing equipment is specially made by the Martial Arts Administration and has extremely strong anti-cheating measures. Qinhao probably won't dare be too blatant, but we still need to be careful. He might use some underhanded methods, for example, before you enter the testing room, using a special drug to interfere with your spiritual energy fluctuations. I'll be careful. I nodded. The three of us didn't linger and headed out of the teaching building. Not far behind us, at a corner of the corridor, a shadowy figure watched our backs, took out a communicator, and said in a low voice, "Young Master Qin, Shen Fan has already left the exam hall. His written test performance was excellent, there wasn't any opening to exploit. The preparations for the physique test are already in place, we'll make sure he humiliates himself, and even loses his qualification for the practical assessment." From the communicator came Qinhao's vicious voice, "Very good. Make sure he's completely finished. I want him to know that going against me, Qinhao, leads to only one road: death." The shadowy figure replied, put away the communicator, and quietly vanished into the depths of the corridor. When we walked out of the teaching building, the sunshine was just right, yet the air was thick with the scent of conspiracy. I could feel it, Qinhao's threat wasn't a joke. In the Constitution test, there was definitely a plot aimed at me. I still didn't know that, in order to bring me down during the physique test, Qinhao had not only prepared special drugs but also bribed an assistant staff member for the physique testing, planning to secretly tamper with the instrument's data while I was being tested so that my results would be drastically reduced, or even judged as physique not up to standard, stripping me of my eligibility for the practical combat assessment. A conspiracy targeting the physique test had already quietly begun. I looked up at the sky, my gaze resolute. No matter what tricks Chinhao tries to pull, I'm confident I can handle them. The Constitution test is not only the second stage of the martial exam, but also the stage where I will reveal the true power of the Thunder Emperor physique. I'm going to make everyone know that my strength lies not only in lightning-type abilities, but even more in this heaven-defying Thunder Emperor physique. And Chinhao's scheme is doomed to be wasted effort. But the Qin family behind Chinhao clearly won't be satisfied with merely interfering with the Constitution test. A greater crisis is quietly brewing, and what awaits me will be an even more perilous challenge. The day after the written exam ended, the physique testing center of the Jiangcheng Martial Arts Administration Bureau was bustling. It was like a wet market. This was the most professional martial arts physique testing venue in the entire city. Energy shielding formations were set up all around, and the testing equipment was custom made by the Martial Arts Administration Bureau, with extremely high precision, capable of comprehensively measuring 4 core indicators: a candidate's strength, speed, defense, and spiritual energy purity. When Su Qingyue, Zhao Lei, and I arrived, Chinhao was standing at the entrance of the testing center with Lin Hao and Wang Peng, staring at us with a sinister look. Beside him was a middle-aged man in a staff uniform with shifty eyes, the assistant examiner Chinhao had bribed with a hefty sum. Fan Ji, look at that staff member next to Chinhao. He's definitely been bought off, we need to be careful. Zhao Lei lowered his voice and pointed at the middle-aged man. I nodded. My Thunder Emperor constitution had long since sensed the unusual aura on the middle-aged man. There was a custom-made jammer hidden inside his body, clearly meant to interfere with the instrument's data during the test. But I wasn't worried at all. After being enhanced by the Thunder Emperor tempering fluid, my Thunder Emperor constitution had long surpassed ordinary martial artists. A mere jammer couldn't affect my constitution data at all. Don't worry. My constitution isn't something he can interfere with. My tone was calm as I walked straight into the testing center. Su Qingyue followed close behind me and said softly, no matter what, be a bit more cautious. To stop you, Chinhao is capable of doing anything. In the testing center, the examinees lined up in order for their assessments. Each test item had dedicated equipment and an examiner in charge. On the huge screen in the middle of the venue, the candidate's test data was displayed in real time. The standard for an F-rank candidate was 500 kilograms in strength, 10 meters per second in speed, defense able to withstand 300 kilograms of impact force, and 60% spiritual energy purity. The standard for early-stage martial warriors was 800 kilograms in strength, 15 meters per second in speed, 500 kilograms in defense, and 80% spiritual energy purity. Most candidates' readings fell between F-rank and late-stage martial apprentice. Occasionally, there were a few early-stage martial warrior candidates. The moment their data barely met the standard, it sparked a wave of exclamations around them. Chinhao's test was near the front. His strength was 820 kilograms, speed 16 meters per second, defense 530 kilograms, and spiritual energy purity 81%, just enough to meet the early-stage martial warrior standard. He deliberately walked up in front of me and said arrogantly, Shen Fan, see that? This is my physique. You're an orphan, so even if you got lucky and did well on the written exam, your physique is destined to be a total weakling. I ignored him. Zhao Lei couldn't help snapping back, Chinhao, what are you so smug about? Brother Fan's physique is definitely 100 times stronger than yours. Just wait and see. Chinhao let out a cold laugh, then returned to Lin Hao and Wang Peng and shot a meaningful look at the middle-aged staffer he'd bribed. The middle-aged staffer understood immediately. Without drawing attention, he walked over to the strength testing device and pretended to inspect it. Hidden from view, his finger flicked the jammer switch concealed in his cuff. The value on the instrument's screen wavered slightly for an instant, then quickly returned to normal. He didn't dare make it too obvious, and could only wait to increase the interference when it was my turn to be tested. Soon it was Su Qingyue's turn. Her strength was 750 kilograms, speed 18 meters per second, defense 480 kilograms, and spiritual energy purity 85%. Although her strength and defense were a bit worse than Xinhao's, her speed and spiritual energy purity far surpassed his. In particular, the refinement of her ice-type ability made the examiners nod repeatedly. The big screen showed her overall score as 280 points, temporarily placing her first. Su Qingyue is really amazing, her overall score is almost close to full marks. As expected of an A-grade ice control ability user, her physique is this strong too. Can Shen Fan surpass her? The examinees were buzzing with discussion. Xinhao's expression grew even uglier. He stared hard at the middle-aged staff member, signaling that he had to succeed. Finally, it was my turn. I walked up to the strength testing device. It was an alloy machine weighing over 1,000 jin, and the examinee had to strike the pressure plate in the center with full force. The device would automatically display the strength value. The middle-aged staffer pretended to record the data, standing beside the instrument as his finger pressed the jammer again. This time the interference was several times stronger than before, and the instrument's screen instantly filled with obvious garbled characters. No matter how strong your physique is, once it's interfered with it can only show trash data, the middle-aged staffer sneered to himself. I didn't pay attention to the instrument's abnormality. Taking a deep breath, I activated the Thunder Emperor physique. The lightning-type ability within me stirred faintly, gathering into my right fist. I didn't use my full strength, just a casual punch, driving it into the pressure plate. Bang! A dull, thunderous boom. The strength testing device shook violently, the garbled text on the screen vanished in an instant, and then a shocking number popped up, 1,500 kilograms. What? The entire place fell so silent you could hear a pin drop. Everyone's eyes went wide, unable to believe the number they were seeing. 1,500 kilograms? Am I seeing things? This is the strength standard for an intermediate martial artist. How could a single exam candidate possibly reach that? Is the machine broken? It even spit out garbled characters just now. Xinhao's face turned deathly pale in an instant. He whipped his head toward the middle-aged staffer, his eyes full of accusation. The middle-aged staffer was stunned too. The jammer had clearly been switched on, so how could it still be reading such a high value? He hurriedly pretended to check the machine. This machine might be malfunctioning. I'll calibrate it again. No need to calibrate it. Your jammer just isn't working. My voice rang out. I turned to look at the middle-aged staffer, my gaze sharp as a blade. That jammer in your cuff, you'd better put it away, so the examiners don't spot it and you don't lose your job. The middle-aged staff member's expression changed. He instinctively covered his cuff, his eyes flustered. The examiners nearby also noticed something was off and gathered around. One examiner grabbed the middle-aged staff member by the wrist and searched out a signal jammer hidden in his cuff. You dare use a jammer during the physique test, what nerve you have? The examiner's face was livid as he immediately had someone take the middle-aged staff member away for investigation. Xinhao was so scared he shuddered all over and didn't dare say another word, afraid of getting implicated. With the jammer issue dealt with, I continued with the remaining tests. The speed testing site was a 100-meter track, the ground covered with energy sensors. I stood at the starting line, and at the examiner's command, I instantly activated the Thunder Shadow movement technique. My figure turned into a faint blue afterimage, sprinting across the finish line like lightning. Beep! The speed device displayed 30 meters per second. Another wave of uproar. The speed benchmark for mid-stage martial artists is 25 meters per second, yet I actually reached 30 meters per second, far surpassing the standard. My God! 30 meters per second, this is even faster than some early-stage martial masters. What kind of physique does he have? How can he be this freakishly overpowered? In the earlier arena match, he didn't even go all out. Su Qingyue stood to the side, her eyes shining with a blazing light. She could sense that my physique was not only formidable, but also contained pure lightning element energy. This kind of physique was definitely the legendary top-tier physique, more overbearing than any physique she had ever known. Next came the defense test. Candidates had to withstand the energy impact emitted by the device. The maximum impact intensity they could resist would be their defense value. The device was adjusted to the early stage martial artist's maximum impact intensity of 500 kilograms. I stood where I was, neither dodging nor avoiding, letting the energy impact strike my body. Bang! The energy impact hit my chest. I didn't budge an inch, even my clothes didn't flutter. Defense value, 1,000 kilograms. The value reported by the instrument once again shocked everyone present. This was already the defensive standard of the peak of the mid-stage martial practitioner realm, enough to withstand head-on a full-power strike from an early-stage martial master. Last came the spiritual energy purity test. I placed my hand on the testing crystal, and pale blue lightning power surged into it. The crystal instantly erupted with dazzling light, the intensity far surpassing that of every previous examinee. Spiritual energy purity, 98%. The examiners completely blew up, crowding around me, their eyes full of disbelief and excitement. Student, what level is your physique, exactly? You've actually reached the mid-stage martial practitioner standard, and every metric is far beyond that of martial practitioners your age. Yes, have you taken any rare heavenly treasures? Or do you have some special inheritance? Following the line I'd already prepared, I replied vaguely, nothing special. I just like working out, and maybe I was born with a slightly better physique. That answer obviously didn't satisfy the examiner's curiosity, but I didn't want to say more, so they could only drop it. In their hearts, though, they took me even more seriously. Someone this talented was definitely the future of Jiangcheng martial arts and had to be cultivated as a top priority. The physique test shocks the whole venue, all indicators reach the mid-stage martial artist standard. Feel good points plus 1,500. Current cumulative thrill value, points, 28,900. The system notification sounded in my mind, and I felt no ripples in my heart. This was only the tip of the iceberg of the Thunder Emperor physique, its true potential was still far from being revealed. The inspection ended, and my overall score hit a staggering 298 points, far surpassing the second-place Su Qingyue's 280, firmly taking first. Zhao Lei jumped up in excitement. Fan bro, you're incredible. This is downright heaven-defying. Su Qingyue walked over to my side, her face showing sincere admiration. Your physique is even stronger than I imagined. The standard for mid-stage martial artists, even some veteran martial artists might not be able to reach it, yet you've done it at your age. I smiled. Just good luck, that's all. On the other side, Xinhao's face was deathly pale, his eyes filled with jealousy and resentment. No matter how he thought about it, he couldn't understand how the staff member he had bribed with a large sum of money hadn't managed to interfere with my test data, and how my physique could be this strong. Young Master Qin, what do we do now? Chen Fan's physique is this strong, we're no match for him at all in the practical assessment. Wang Pang said with an ugly expression. Lin Hao frowned as well. His strength, speed, and defense have all reached the mid-stage warrior level, and his lightning ability is a major accomplishment. Even if the three of us join forces, we might not be able to beat him. Xinhao ground his teeth, a trace of madness flashing in his eyes. What's there to be afraid of? The practical assessment is held at an abandoned test site. That place is a Class C danger zone, plenty of ferocious beasts, and the terrain is complicated. We can rally more people, form a squad, and encircle and kill him inside the test grounds. But the Martial Arts Administration forbids deliberate murder. Wang Peng said hesitantly. Idiot. Xinhao let out a cold laugh. We can use the ferocious beasts as our hand, or create an accident so he dies without anyone knowing why. When the Martial Arts Administration investigates, they'll only think he was killed by a ferocious beast attack. No one will suspect us. He paused, then continued, I've already contacted 3 martial arts family heirs from 2 other high schools. They're all mid-stage martial artists, and they all covet the resources in the Meteor Plane's secret realm. As long as we promise them a share of the resources, they'll definitely agree to join forces. A flicker of temptation flashed in Lin Hao and Wang Peng's eyes. All right. We'll do as young Master Qin says. In the live combat assessment, we must get rid of Chen Fan. The 3 of them plotted in hushed voices, their gazes sinister. A plan to surround and kill me quietly took shape after the physique testing ended. I seemed to sense the malice from Qin Hao and the other 2, and turned to look at them, my eyes icy. The perception of the Thunder Emperor physique let me clearly feel that the killing intent on the three of them was stronger than before. Obviously, they were planning an even bigger scheme. After the physique testing ended, the examinees filed out of the testing center. Suchinue, Zhao, and I also prepared to go back and rest up, to face the live combat assessment 3 days later. No sooner had I stepped out of the testing center's main entrance than Professor Li caught up with me, an approving smile on his face. Chen Fan, your performance was outstanding. A mid-stage martial artist's physique, even at Zhongqing Martial Arts Academy, that's top tier. Thank you for the compliment, Professor Li, I said. Professor Li patted my shoulder, his tone turning serious. The abandoned exam grounds for the practical assessment are more dangerous than you think. The Qin family definitely won't let this go. They've planted plenty of people inside the grounds, and there may even be martial master-level powerhouses lying in wait. You must be careful of the other examinees Qin Hao is teamed up with. They'll very likely try to surround and kill you inside the grounds. Also, in the underground passages beneath the abandoned exam site, there's not only an entrance to a secret realm, but also many ancient, leftover traps. During the assessment, avoid going alone as much as possible, and watch each other's backs with Su Qingyue and Zhao Lei. I nodded. I understand. Thank you for the reminder, Professor Li. Professor Li gave me a few more words of advice, then turned and left. I watched Professor Li's retreating figure, fully aware that the live combat assessment would be a tough battle. Qin Hao had joined forces with several examinees at the mid-stage warrior level, and with Qin family operatives lying in wait, the danger far exceeded anything I'd faced in any previous trial. But I wasn't afraid at all. If anything, I was brimming with fighting spirit. My Thunder Emperor physique has reached the mid-stage warrior standard, my lightning type ability is fully developed, and I also have skills like Thunder Shadow Movement, Lightning Slash, and Lightning Shield. With Su Qingyue and Zhao Lei working with me as well, I'm confident I can handle any challenge. The three of us headed off into the distance. Sunlight fell over us, yet the smell of gunpowder hanging in the air wouldn't dissipate. Qin Hao stood at the entrance of the testing center, staring at my back, his eyes brimming with venomous hatred. Chen Fan, the practical assessment will be your death date. I'll make you pay the most painful price for your arrogance today. He turned to Lin Hao and Wang Peng and said, notify the others, gather outside the abandoned exam site tomorrow. We'll set up traps in advance. Once Chen Fan enters the exam site, we strike immediately. He won't be able to escape even with wings. A life and death struggle centered on the live combat assessment had already quietly begun. And beneath the abandoned testing grounds, that hidden ancient secret realm was also quietly waiting for the true strong to arrive. I didn't know that, beyond the Qin family and the covetousness of other martial arts clans, deeper within the secret realm there were even more powerful beings lying dormant, and an even greater crisis was quietly brewing. On the morning of the third day after the physique test ended, the open ground outside the abandoned testing grounds on the outskirts of the city was packed with examinees taking the martial exams live combat assessment. The scene looked like dumping dumplings into a pot. This C-class danger zone, where a ferocious beast riot had once erupted, was now surrounded by an energy barrier from the Martial Arts Administration. Outside the barrier stood dozens of uniformed staff members. The standard-issue weapons at their waists gleamed with a cold light as they tightly monitored every movement inside the exam grounds. Su Qingyue, Zhao Lei, and I stood side by side in the line of examinees, all three of our sets of gear having been carefully prepared. Zhao Lei carried a dirt element defensive shield that had been polished to a bright shine. His fingers unconsciously rubbed along the rim of the shield, his face full of excitement, and he kept rising onto his toes to peer into the exam grounds. Su Qingyue had 3 specially made ice blades hanging at her waist, and spare antidote pills hidden under the hem of her skirt. She was lowering her head to check the battery on the points counter, her long lashes casting a faint shadow beneath her eyelids, her expression focused and calm. I tucked the thunder pattern dagger at my waist, the thunder markings on the hilt polished to a shine. I lowered my gaze slightly as my Thunder Emperor constitution quietly began to circulate. Inside the exam grounds, the thick stench of blood and the faint aura of ferocious beasts were all captured clearly by me. Not far away, Qin Hao was standing in the shadows with a 5-man squad including Lin Hao, Wang Peng, and the others. Qin Hao was dressed in a black combat uniform.
The old injury in his right leg had long since been cured by his family's spiritual medicine.
At this moment, he was toying with the poison-tempered earth element battle saber in his hand, the dark green venom patterns on the blade giving off an eerie sheen in the morning light. His gaze was glued to me, the corner of his mouth curling into a savage grin, just like a venomous snake locked onto its prey. "Brother Fan, look at Shinhao's group, their eyes are practically stuck on you." Zhao Lei lowered his voice and nudged me with his elbow.
"They're definitely up to no good, planning to ambush us in the exam hall."
I slowly raised my eyes, my gaze sweeping over Shinhao's squad. All 5 of them were wreathed in deliberately restrained killing intent. Clearly this had been planned long ago. I nodded lightly, my tone calm. "Don't worry.
If they want to make a move, they'll have to weigh whether they're up to it."
Su Qingyue turned her head slightly, her voice clear and mellow. "My eyes control ability can seal off their movement routes."
"Zhao Lei, you handle frontal defense, Shen Fan, you take the main offense." She paused, then added, "We'll maintain a triangular formation. No matter what happens, don't ever leave each other's line of sight."
Zhao Lei nodded vigorously.
"No problem." With Brother Fan's lightning ability and Sister Qingyue's ice control, even if the 5 of them join forces, we're not afraid. Just then, Commissioner Wang from the Martial Arts Administration Bureau walked to the front of the team, holding an energy counter in his hand. His voice, amplified through spiritual energy, carried across the entire venue. "All candidates, the live combat assessment officially begins. After entering the exam venue, each of you will receive a points counter.
After hunting ferocious beasts, you must place the crystal core into the counter to exchange it for points: F rank, 10 points, F plus rank, 30 points, E rank, 100 points, E plus rank, 300 points, C rank and above are doubled. Limited competition among candidates is permitted within the exam venue, but violations such as deliberate killing or sneak attacks that cause severe injury are prohibited.
Once discovered, you will be immediately disqualified and held accountable. The assessment lasts 2 days.
After 2 days, assemble at the signal tower in the center of the exam venue. Anyone who fails to arrive on time will be deemed to have forfeited." Commissioner Wang's gaze swept over the entire crowd, his tone turning solemn. "One last reminder, there are many ferocious beasts in the abandoned exam grounds, and there are also lingering energy residues left behind by the beast rampage back then.
Danger is everywhere. All candidates must act within their limits, safety first."
After saying that, he waved to signal the staff to open the energy barrier.
The assessment begins. Candidates, enter in order.
The energy barrier parted like rippling water, and the candidates streamed into the abandoned exam grounds one after another. Some were excited, some were nervous, and others gathered in small groups of 3 to 5, clearly teams arranged in advance. The 3 of us were in the middle of the group. The moment we stepped into the exam site, a thick, rancid stench hit us head-on. The smell was a mix of rotting building odor and a faint energy turbulence, so choking that Zhao Lei couldn't help frowning and instinctively covered his mouth and nose. The exam site was in utter disarray. The shattered classroom buildings leaned at all angles, and the broken walls and rubble were covered in claw marks of varying depths, prints left behind by ferocious beasts. The ground was overgrown with waist-high weeds. Now and then, you could see scattered beast skeletons, some still had broken weapon fragments embedded in them, silently bearing witness to the brutal riot back then. Current area detected: abandoned suburban exam site, Class C danger zone. Danger assessment basis: a ferocious beast riot occurred here. A large amount of ferocious beast aura and energy turbulence remains. There are F rank to E plus rank ferocious beasts, and some areas have a risk of collapse.
Sign-in conditions met. Sign in immediately?
The system's notification sound rang out in my mind, and I silently thought, sign in.
Check-in successful. Rewards for the Class C danger zone have been issued. Detected current feel-good points, 28,900. Spend 1,000 feel-good points to trigger a critical hit? Trigger it.
Without the slightest hesitation, I curled my fingers slightly, masking the excitement in my heart.
Critical hit being tallied. 33x critical hit.
Congratulations, host. You have received Thunder Dragon Roar,
perfection level, 120 low-grade spirit stones, 1 ferocious beast detection talisman, duration, 24 hours. Thunder Dragon Roar, perfection level and area of effect attack skill. Condenses lightning-type supernatural power to form a Thunder Dragon Phantom, unleashing a roaring shockwave that covers a 10-meter radius, dealing massive lightning damage to enemies within the area and applying a paralysis effect. Moderate spiritual energy consumption. Cooldown, 5 minutes. Ferocious Beast Detection Talisman, duration, 24 hours after use. It can detect the location, level, and weaknesses of all ferocious beasts within a 50-meter radius, with 100% accuracy. A warm current surged into my body in an instant. The Thunder Dragon Roar's circulation method stamped itself into my consciousness like a brand. Without giving anything away, I absorbed the skill's information. A faint flicker of lightning flashed across my fingertips and vanished just as quickly. I quietly took out the Ferocious Beast Detection Talisman and, under the guise of straightening my cuff, let it activate silently in my palm. An invisible probing wave spread outward with me at its center, and everything within 50 meters appeared in my mind as clearly as a map. 30 meters to my left front, 2 F-rank ferocious beasts Ironclaw rats were crouched over a skeleton and gnawing at it. Their weak point was the abdomen, where the stiff bristles were the sparsest. 45 meters ahead to the right, an F+ rank ferocious beast, the Windblade Wolf, lay in ambush in the weeds, its emerald green eyes fixed on a lone examinee not far away, clearly waiting for a chance to launch a sneak attack. Let's go to the left first. I raised my hand and pointed toward the weeds ahead to the left, keeping my voice very low. When we passed by earlier, I vaguely saw some movement. It should be a low-tier ferocious beast. Let's earn some points first and get used to the environment. Su Qingyue looked in the direction I indicated. She didn't ask any questions, only nodded lightly. She trusted my perception, knowing I could always pinpoint danger or opportunity with precision. Zhao Lei was even more decisive, raising his shield in front of him without hesitation. Let's go. I'll lead the way. The three of us advanced in a triangular formation, Zhao Lei in front, Su Qingyue in the middle, and me bringing up the rear. Our steps were steady, and we did our best not to make any unnecessary noise. Just as we neared the iron-clawed rat's hiding place, 2 gray shadows suddenly darted out from beside the bones. 2 iron-clawed rats. They were about the size of house cats, their bodies covered in iron-gray bristles. Their sharp claws glinted with a cold light, and they were smeared with dark red blood. Clearly they had just killed some other creature. The iron-clawed rats were incredibly fast. With piercing screeches, they lunged straight at Zhao Lei at the front. Good. Zhao Lei barked in a low voice as his earth-type power erupted in an instant. The ground suddenly bulged up, and a half-meter-thick earthen shield appeared out of thin air, blocking the Ironclaw rat's head-on. Bang! The Ironclaw rat slammed hard into the shield. The tremendous impact made it tremble slightly, leaving 2 deep claw marks. Clearly, they hadn't expected to be stopped. They froze for a moment, then turned and tried to circle around to the side to attack Zhao Lei's weak spot. Don't even think about running. Su Qingyue's voice rang out. 2 ice blades gathered at her fingertips, radiating bone-chilling cold as they shot with pinpoint accuracy toward the Ironclaw rat's eyes. The Ironclaw rat reacted swiftly, twisting aside to dodge, but the icy chill still made it shudder, its movements slowing by half a beat. In that half beat, I moved. Lightning flashed beneath my feet as I activated the Thunder Shadow movement technique, my figure instantly charging to right in front of the Ironclaw rat. Thunder Dragon Roar! I let out a low shout, and the lightning-type power within my body surged wildly, condensing before me into a half-meter-long phantom silhouette of a thunder dragon. This was a new skill I'd only recently comprehended after mastering my lightning-type power, spending no small amount of effort on it, and I'd deliberately chosen this moment to unleash it for the first time. The thunder dragon opened its gaping maw and let out an ear-splitting roar. A blue-violet lightning shockwave spread outward in an instant, blanketing the entire battlefield. 2 Ironclaw rats were struck by the shockwave, their bodies instantly paralyzed, frozen midair for a full 3 seconds, their eyes filled with terror. I didn't waste the opportunity. The lightning-patterned dagger flashed from its sheath, carrying a faint electric glow. Like 2 streaks of light, it precisely pierced the weak points in the 2 Ironclaw rats' abdomens. Put. Put. After 2 crisp sounds, the Ironclaw rats collapsed to the ground, their bodies twitching a few times before going completely still. Killed F-rank ferocious beast Ironclaw rat *2, exhilaration value plus 200 points, points plus 20. Current cumulative exhilaration value, 29,100 points, current points, 20. The system notification sounded in my mind. I bent down to pick up the Ironclaw rat's crystal core. It was a pale gray color and contained faint earth element energy. I put the crystal core into the points counter, and the number on the counter's display instantly jumped to 20. Fan GE. This new skill is way too awesome. Shadowy dropped his earth shield and looked at me with a face full of admiration. The moment that Thunder Dragon Phantom came out, those 2 Ironclaw rats were completely stunned. When did you comprehend such a powerful AoE skill? I wiped the blood off my dagger, my tone calm. I happened to grasp it by chance during training. It's just right for dealing with this kind of group situation. Tsuchinue walked up to my side, a trace of approval flashing in her eyes. The range and power of this skill are far beyond expectations. From now on, whether we're dealing with ferocious beasts swarming us or examinees launching sneak attacks, we'll be much more confident. She didn't press me on where the skill came from. Everyone has their own secrets, and the fact that I was willing to show it in real combat was already a sign of trust in my teammates. I smiled and put away the dagger. Just good luck. Let's keep moving while the light's still good. We'll hunt a few more vicious beasts. The 3 of us set off again. Using keen perception as an excuse, I could always pinpoint the beasts' locations with precision, avoiding the formidable E+ rank ones and targeting only F rank and F+ rank prey. No one knew that the beast detection talisman in my hand was continuing to work, marking every danger within 50 meters. Shadowy's earth shield always blocked attacks at the most critical moments, Tsuchinyua's ice control abilities sealed off their retreat, and my Thunder Dragon Roar handled the AoE damage, occasionally paired with Lightning Slash for precise finishing blows. The 3 of us were working together more and more in sync. In just 2 short hours, we had killed 8 F-rank ferocious beasts and 3 F+ rank ferocious beasts. The number on the points counter jumped to 580, firmly putting us at the top of the leaderboard among all the examinees. Damn, as the night grew darker, that reek of blood in the abandoned test ground was like it had been switched to cheat mode, getting stronger and more intoxicating by the second. Shadowy, Tsuchinue, and I had just finished off an F+ rank nether cat ferocious beast, and we were squatting on the ground fiddling with its crystal core. Shadowy dropped the nether cat's crystal core into the points counter, and the number on the screen shot up to 610. His grin stretched ear to ear like a huge ladle. Brother Fan, Sister Chinue, we're almost at 700 points, no question we're first place in the whole arena. We're basically invincible. Tsuchinue wiped the blood off her ice blade while scanning the surroundings like a radar. High points make you a juicy target. The other examinees will be staring at us like hungry wolves. We'd better be careful, don't let ourselves get taken down in some stupid way. I nodded. My Thunder Emperor physique was always online. Even though the energy turbulence in this abandoned test ground had shrunk my sensing range a bit, anything within 50 meters so much as rustling in the grass wasn't getting past my notice. Just as we were talking, 3 figures darted out from behind a broken wall off to the front, ghost-like, and lunged straight for the bag of crystal cores in Shaolei's hand. Tsuchinyue's reaction was lightning fast, her ice control ability burst out with a whoosh, and 3 ice walls slammed into place in front of us with a bang. The green-haired youth in the lead smashed the ice wall to pieces with a single punch. The pale green wind-type ability on him looked like some kind of special effect, and he was absurdly fast. Chen Fan, hand over your crystal cores. Don't make me do this, otherwise you'll suffer for it. The 2 behind him weren't idle either, one unleashed flames, the other condensed wind blades, and they both came straight at us. I took a closer look, these 3 were examinees from Jiangcheng number 3 high. The green-haired guy was Lin Feng, a late-stage peak martial apprentice wind-type ability user. The other 2 were Zhang Hao, a fire-type, and Wang Kuan, an earth-type, both late-stage martial apprentice level. They were probably jealous of our high points, and after hearing the rumor that Qin Hao had been spreading, Chen Fan is secretly hoarding high-tier crystal cores, they wanted to ambush us. This was downright a rat being a cat's escort, making money at the cost of its life. Zhao Lei bellowed, just the three of you, and you dare try to rob us? Take a look at how much you're really worth. As he spoke, he raised an earth shield in front of him. The flames slammed into the shield with a sizzling sound, scorching its surface pitch black. Lin Feng let out a cold laugh, pushing his wind ability to the max. His whole body turned into a green shadow as he circled around the earth shield and lunged for the bag of crystal cores in my hand. Chen Fan, don't think you're so great just because your physique is strong. The three of us together, you might not be a match for us. He was indeed fast, but in front of my thunder shadow movement technique, he was still a bit green. I sidestepped to dodge his grab, my gaze turning cold. If you want to snatch the crystal core, see if you've got the ability first. Xingyue, hold them off. The moment Su Qingyue heard that, dozens of ice blades instantly gathered at her fingertips and shot toward Zhang Hao and Wang Kuan like a torrential downpour. Carrying bone-chilling cold, the ice blades forced the two of them to retreat again and again, leaving them no time to worry about Lin Feng. Seeing his companions pinned down, Lin Feng grew frantic. His wind-type power erupted again, and two wind dragon phantoms formed in his hands as he launched them straight at me. Wind Dragon Break. With a howling gale, the two Wind Dragon Phantoms were pretty formidable enough to badly injure even a peak late-stage martial apprentice. I had no intention of dodging. The lightning-type power inside me surged wildly. Thunder Dragon Roar. A blue-violet Thunder Dragon Phantom condensed in an instant, even more solid than when I'd killed the Ironclaw rat earlier. After a single roar, a lightning shockwave burst outward with a boom, directly shattering both Wind Dragon Phantoms and violently blasting Lin Feng away. PFF. Lin Feng hit the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. His face turned deathly pale as terror filled his eyes when he looked at me. This, what kind of skill is this? How is it so powerful? Zhang Hao and Wang Kuan were also caught in the lightning shockwave, their movements slowing, faces full of shock. They probably never expected my area skill to be this overbearing, not even peak late-stage martial apprentice Lin Feng was a match for it. Just then, a rustling came from the weeds not far away. A massive ferocious beast charged out. It was an E-rank blaze boar. Its entire body was crimson, with faint flames licking over it. Its sharp tusks glinted with a cold light. One look told you it was trouble. It was probably drawn here by the sounds of the fight earlier. Wang Kuan's expression changed. It's an E-rank ferocious beast, the blaze boar. Its flame attacks can scorch away abilities were no match for it. Greed flashed in Lin Feng's eyes. We found this blaze boar first. Chen Fan, hand it over to us, and we won't snatch your crystal core. He was clearly scheming, thinking that as long as he killed this blaze boar, he'd get 100 points. Even if he couldn't take my crystal core, he could still close the gap in points. I snorted with a laugh and didn't bother with him. The cooldown on Thunder Dragon Roar hadn't ended yet, but against an E-rank ferocious beast, I didn't need to use an area skill. I drove my lightning shadow movement technique, turning into a pale blue afterimage as I shot to the blaze boar in an instant. Seeing this, the blaze boar let out an angry roar, its tusks wreathed in flame as it slammed toward me. I sidestepped, dodging its attack. The thunder pattern dagger slid from its sheath, carrying a faint arc of lightning as it stabbed toward the blaze boar's neck. This blaze boar's hide was tough and covered in flames, ordinary weapons couldn't hurt it at all. But my thunder pattern dagger could conduct lightning-type abilities, perfectly countering its flame defense. Put! The lightning pattern dagger effortlessly pierced through the flame boar's neck. Violent lightning-type power surged into its body, instantly destroying its nervous system. The flame boar let out a miserable scream, its massive body swayed a few times before collapsing to the ground, motionless. A system notification sounded in my mind, killed E-rank ferocious beast flame boar, feel good points plus 700, points plus 100. Current accumulated feel good points, 29,800, current points, 710. I bent down to pick up the flame boar's crystal core. The core was crimson red, containing pure fire-type energy. Lin Feng, Zhang Hao, and Wang Kuan watched the scene, their faces full of disbelief. They didn't even dare get close to the flame boar, yet I had taken it out with a single move. The gap in strength was like a vast, impassable chasm. How is this possible? An E-rank ferocious beast actually got one-shot by him?
Zhang Hao said in a trembling voice, his eyes filled with fear.
Wan Kuan unconsciously took a few steps back, wanting to get out of here as fast as possible.
Only now did they realize my strength was far beyond anything they could afford to provoke earlier. Their sneak attack was nothing but asking for trouble. Holding the crystal core, I walked up to Lin Feng and looked at him coldly.
Just now, you said you were going to snatch my crystal core?
Lin Feng shuddered all over in fright and hurriedly waved his hands.
And no. I won't dare again. Chen Fan, we were wrong. We shouldn't have ambushed you. Please spare us.
Right now, he must be regretting it to the point his guts had turned green. If he'd known I was this strong, he wouldn't have dared to come even if you'd given him 100 times the courage.
I didn't make a move.
The martial Dao administration forbids intentionally severely injuring examinees, and there was no need for me to break the rules over these three small fry.
Get lost.
I spat out a single word, my tone carrying an unquestionable authority.
Yes, yes, yes. We'll get lost right now.
Lin Feng felt as if he'd been granted amnesty. He quickly scrambled to his feet and, with Zhang Hao and Wan Kuan, fled in a sorry state toward the distance, not daring to look back even once.
Zhao Lei said a bit unwillingly, Brother Fan, we're just letting them go like that?
They were just trying to ambush us, too hateful. I put away the crystal core and said indifferently, no need to stoop to their level. Our goal is the top spot, not wasting time on people like this.
Su Qingyuan nodded in agreement. Chen Fan is right.
These people are just blinded by profit, they can't stir up any real trouble. The real threat is still Qin Hao's team. The three of us sorted out our gear and continued deeper into the exam grounds. The noise from the fight earlier had attracted the flame boar, but it also scared off the low-tier ferocious beasts nearby, so for the moment it was rather quiet. After walking for about half an hour, I suddenly stopped, my gaze sharp as I looked toward the abandoned classroom building on the right.
Someone is tailing us. Su Qingyue and Zhao Lei immediately halted, their expressions turning wary. Is it those three guys from before? Zhao Lei asked in a low voice.
No, it's another group, stronger.
At least 5 people. I shook my head.
Their aura is well concealed. They were probably lying in wait here already, planning to make a move once we let our guard down.
Su Qingyue frowned. Could they be Qin Hao's people? Most likely. I nodded.
Qin Hao spread those rumors to stir up hostility against us among the other examinees. From the looks of it, quite a few have already been taken in by him.
Just then, a burst of footsteps came from the abandoned classroom building on the right.
5 figures emerged from the darkness and blocked our path.
Leading them was a tall young man in black named Zhou Yang, the ringleader among Jiangcheng No. 5 High's examinees. He was an early-stage martial artist and an earth element esper.
Behind him were 4 late-stage martial apprentices, each specializing in metal, wood, water, and fire abilities. One look told you they were an elite squad that had teamed up in advance. Zhou Yang folded his arms across his chest, his greedy gaze fixed on the points counter in my hand.
Chen Fan, I heard you've been hiding a high-tier ferocious beast crystal core, and you even killed an E-rank ferocious beast, the blazing flame boar. If you know what's good for you, hand over the crystal core and all your points, and give up your spot for the secret realm entry pass. Do that, and we can spare your life.
The 4 examinees behind him also released their abilities, staring at us with murderous intent.
It looked like they were ready to make a move.
Zhao Lei raised his earth shield and shouted angrily, "Don't listen to Qin Hao's bullshit.
Brother Fan hasn't been hiding any crystal core.
If you've got the guts, settle it with strength, don't play these schemes."
Zhou Yang let out a cold laugh. Strength? With the 5 of us working together, even if you, Chen Fan, have a mid-stage martial artist physique, you might not win.
A wise man knows when to yield, don't force us to do it.
At Su Qingyue's fingertips, an ice blade condensed, her tone icy.
If you want to steal our crystal core in our spot, you'd better see whether you have what it takes. I looked at Zhou Yang and the other 4, a flicker of impatience flashing in my eyes. These examinees Qin Hao had incited were like flies, annoying as hell.
Seems like if I don't show a bit of real skill, I won't be able to keep them in line.
I took a step forward, the lightning type ability within me surging quietly, a faint arc of lightning swirling around my body.
One last chance. Get lost.
Zhou Yang's expression changed. Sensing the pressure radiating from me, he felt a little afraid. But thinking of the temptation of the secret realm entry pass, he still gritted his teeth and said, "Brothers, do it. Kill Chen Fan, the crystal cores and the slots are all ours." As soon as the words fell, the 5 of them attacked at the same time. Zhou Yang's earth-type ability erupted, the ground bulging as several earthen spikes shot up and thrust toward us. The metal-type examinee condensed several metal blades and fired them at Su Qingyue. The wood-type examinee drove his ability, and countless vines sprouted from the ground, wrapping around Zhao Lei's feet. The water-type and fire-type examinees launched a combined assault, a water dragon and a fire dragon intertwining as they slammed toward me. Their coordination was pretty tight, sealing off our retreat with their attacks. It looked like they'd drilled this many times.
My gaze turned cold. The cooldown on Thunder Dragon Roar had already ended. Thunder Dragon Roar.
A blue-violet Thunder Dragon Phantom condensed again, even more solid than before. The roar was deafening as a lightning shockwave spread out, instantly blowing apart the water dragon and fire dragon, snapping the entwining vines, and knocking away the metal blades and earthen spikes. Zhou Yang and the other 4 were struck by the lightning shockwave. Their bodies were instantly paralyzed, their movements turning sluggish, their faces filled with shock and dread. They hadn't expected my area skill to be this terrifying. Not even Zhou Yang, in the early stage of the warrior realm, could withstand it.
Go!
I barked in a low voice, activating the Thunder Shadow movement technique.
My body turned into a blur as I charged straight at Zhou Yang.
Su Qingyue and Zhao Lei struck at the same time. Their ice blades and earth shields worked in perfect coordination as they attacked the other 4 examinees. Zhou Yang was shocked to the core and hurriedly activated his earth-type ability to form an earthen shield, trying to block my attack. But in front of my thunder-patterned dagger, his shield was like papier-mâché.
Put! Wrapped in crackling lightning, the thunder-patterned dagger pierced the earthen shield with ease and stabbed toward Zhou Yang's chest.
Terrified out of his wits, Zhou Yang instinctively twisted aside to dodge. The dagger tore a deep gash across his shoulder, and blood sprayed out.
Ah!
Zhou Yang screamed and turned to run. I didn't chase him, only said coldly, "If you dare come bother me again, next time it won't be as simple as injuring an arm."
Zhou Yang nodded frantically. With his 4 equally injured companions, he fled the scene in disgrace, not daring to look back. After dealing with that group of examinees, the 3 of us continued forward. But we all knew this was only the beginning. The rumors Qin Hao had spread were already circulating. Next, there would definitely be more examinees blinded by profit coming to ambush us. Beneath the signal tower at the center of the exam site, Qin Hao was listening to Zhou Yang's report through a specially made communicator. Useless trash. You can't even handle a single Chen Fan.
Qin Hao roared and viciously smashed the communicator to pieces. Lin Hao stood to the side and said gravely, "Young Master Qin, Chen Fan's strength is far beyond our expectations.
The area and power of Thunder Dragon Roar are too great. Ordinary examinees are no match for him at all. If ordinary examinees can't do it, then send someone stronger."
A trace of malice flashed in Qin Hao's eyes.
"Notify those martial arts familiars we've joined forces with. Have them rush to the signal tower immediately.
We'll take action ourselves and surround and kill Chen Fan."
Wang Peng nodded. "All right. I'll contact them right now."
In the night, in the shadows beneath the signal tower, more and more figures gathered. Besides the 5 from Qin Hao's squad, there were 3 martial arts clanners from other high schools as well. All of them were mid-stage martial artists, specializing respectively in lightning, wind, and darkness abilities, and each was formidable. Qin Hao looked at the people gathering and a hint of madness flashed in his eyes. "Chen Fan, this time, even if you had 3 heads and 6 arms, you won't be able to escape. I'm not only going to take your points and your secret realm entry pass, I'm going to make you die in the abandoned test site." Meanwhile, the 3 of us were heading toward the signal tower. My Thunder Emperor physique had already sensed the powerful auras converging near the tower, and I understood that an even greater storm was about to arrive. I wasn't afraid in the slightest. If anything, my fighting spirit surged. Shinhao, and those examinees he had deceived, it was time to deal with them once and for all. What I didn't expect, though, was that in the shadows around the signal tower, besides the examinees Shinhao had joined forces with, there were two even more concealed, powerful auras quietly lying in wait. They were instructor-level powerhouses planted in the test site by the Qin family, and their target wasn't just my points and secret realm entry pass, it was my life. After dealing with Zhou Yang and the others' ambush, the night completely shrouded the abandoned test site. The three of us walked forward along the ruined streets, and the rubble underfoot creaked with each step. In the deathly stillness of the night, the sound was especially grating. Zhao Lei gripped the points counter, staring at the number 710 on the screen. He couldn't help smacking his lips and said bitterly, "Brother Fan, that bastard Qinhao is way too good at stirring up trouble. He's inciting a bunch of people to come mess with us. This isn't earning points, this is basically entering a deal with ambushes competition." Su Qingyue walked in the middle, her fingertips unconsciously rubbing the ice blade at her waist. Frost mist gathered at her fingertips into tiny ice crystals, then quietly dispersed. Her gaze swept over the shadows on the broken walls and rubble on either side, her brows knitting slightly. "He just wants to drain our spiritual energy. Once we're too exhausted to go on, he'll come out and pick up the leftovers. That's vicious." I gave a slight nod. With the perception of my Thunder Emperor physique like a vast net, any movement within 50 meters couldn't escape my notice. The sounds of the fight just now had alarmed the ferocious beasts in the abandoned teaching building not far away. Dense auras of ferocious beasts came from inside, like a swarm of enraged locusts. That building was preserved a bit better than the surrounding structures, only half the top floor had collapsed. Moonlight seeped through the pitch-black windows like the eye sockets where ferocious beasts lay in wait. "There's a cluster of ferocious beasts in the teaching building ahead." I stopped, raised a hand and pointed at the building, the corners of my mouth lifting slightly. "Mostly F rank. Perfect to wipe them out in one go, saves us from having to search everywhere." Zhao Lei's eyes lit up instantly, the stifled frustration from just now vanished in one go. Gripping his earth shield, he was about to charge forward. "Really? Then let's go, hurry. If we clear it in one wave, won't our points break 800? What's the rush?" Su Qingyue reached out and pulled him back, her gaze fixed warily on the main entrance of the teaching building. "Look at that door, it'll probably collapse with a push. The structure inside definitely isn't stable. If there are ferocious beasts lying in ambush around a corner, or other examinees hiding and waiting to steal the kill, we could end up on the back foot." I nodded in agreement, lightly tapping the thunder-patterned dagger at my waist with my fingertips. "There's definitely risk, but it's worth a try. This is also a good chance to show the people watching us that if they want to pick up bargains, they'd better have a life to spend." The three of us quickly adjusted our formation. Zhao Lei held the earth shield and took point, keeping his steps extremely light. Su Qingyue followed close behind, a thin layer of icy mist gathered in her palm, ready to erupt at any moment. I brought up the rear, lightning-type powers slowly circulating through my body, faint arcs of electricity lingering around me. As soon as we neared the teaching building, a heavy, rancid stench hit us in the face, mixed with the musty smell of rotten wood. It was so choking that Zhao Lei couldn't help covering his nose, muttering, "This smell is way too strong. How long has it been since these ferocious beasts took a bath?" Su Qingyue didn't speak, her eyes only grew heavier. With a stench this concentrated, there had to be a lot of ferocious beasts inside, and they'd been squatting there for a long time. Zhao Lei reached out and gave the main doors a push. The rotten wooden doors slammed to the ground with a boom, and in the cloud of dust were flecks of fine beast fur. Inside the teaching building it was pitch black, only moonlight slanted in through broken windows, casting crooked, wavering shadows on the floor. Shattered desks and chairs lay scattered along both sides of the corridor. Several dried-out vicious beast skeletons leaned at an angle in the corners, their finger bones still frozen in a clawing posture. The system notification sounded in my mind, detected current area, abandoned teaching building, C+ class danger zone, basis for danger assessment, building structure unstable with risk of collapse, large concentration of F-class vicious beasts, possible unknown traps concealed. Sign-in conditions met. Sign in immediately? I silently recited, "Sign in. Sign in successful."
Rewards for C+ class danger zone have been issued.
Detected current pleasure value, 29,800 points.
Consume 1,000 pleasure value to trigger a critical hit?
Trigger. My fingertips curled slightly, masking the excitement in my eyes. Rewards from a C+ class danger zone really were generous.
Critical hit calculating. 28x critical hit.
Congratulations, host. You have obtained Vicious Beast Bait, Advanced, X3, 150 low-grade Spirit Stones, Lightning Element Defense Talismans *5. Vicious Beast Bait, Advanced contains dense spiritual energy, can attract F-class to E-class vicious beasts within a 50-meter radius, ineffective against high-tier vicious beasts, duration 10 minutes. Lightning Element Defense Talisman, upon use, forms a high-intensity lightning defense barrier, resisting attacks below mid-stage Martial Warrior, duration 5 minutes, cooldown 30 minutes. A warm, mellow energy surged into my body.
Without showing it, I put the bait and talismans into my virtual backpack.
This high-grade bait had come at the perfect time, just right for luring all the ferocious beasts in the building out at once, saving me from having to clear them out one by one. Using the motion of straightening my collar as cover, I quietly took out a ferocious beast bait.
With a slight stir of spiritual energy at my fingertips, the bait instantly gave off a rich aura that spread down the corridor like honey.
This aura was lethally attractive to ferocious beasts, several times more tempting than ordinary crystal cores, and even the roars of beasts in the distance grew hurried.
Find a place to lie in wait.
I lowered my voice and led the two of them into a corner of the classroom at the end of the corridor. The walls of this classroom were relatively intact, with only one side window damaged. It let us keep an eye on the corridor while guarding against a sneak attack from behind. Shadowy raised the earth shield in front of him, leaning forward slightly, so tense his breathing grew faint. Brother Fan, can this bait really draw all the ferocious beasts over here?
Don't let it end up being only 2 or 3, where's the fun in that?
Don't worry. I'll make sure you get plenty to kill. No sooner had I finished speaking than dense footsteps came from deep in the corridor, along with the ferocious beast's distinctive low growls, as if something were rapidly closing in. The lure of spiritual energy made the ferocious beasts in the building completely lose their minds.
The first to rush out were 3 F-rank Ironclaw rats.
They scampered up the wall at high speed, their sharp claws carving 3 deep gouges into the surface as chips of stone clattered down. Right after them, 2 F-rank Windblade wolves darted out, their streamlined bodies carrying a whistling rush of air. Drool hung from the corners of their mouths, and their vicious eyes fixed on the direction of the spiritual energy's source. Last came an F+ rank nether cat, pitch black all over, with only a pair of eyes glowing an eerie green. Its steps were as light as a feather, yet it carried a killing intent that made one's blood run cold. In barely half a minute, 5 ferocious beasts had gathered in the corridor, exactly the full fighting force of this teaching building. Dazed by the bait's spiritual energy, they charged straight for the classroom with single-minded focus, completely unaware of the hidden killing intent.
They're coming, they're coming!
Shadowy gripped his shield so tightly his knuckles turned white, yet there was excitement in his voice. Su Qingyue formed dozens of ice blades at her fingertips, the blades gleaming with bone-chilling cold. 3 Ironclaw rats, 2 Windblade wolves, 1 nether cat.
Watch the nether cat's speed, its claws are poisonous.
My gaze sharpened as lightning-type power surged rapidly through my body, a blue-violet flicker of electricity flashing in my eyes. Qingyue, seal off their retreat.
Shadowy, hold the doorway.
I'll take the main offense.
Understood. The two of them answered in unison.
At the instant the 5 ferocious beasts were about to rush into the classroom, Su Qingyue suddenly raised her hand.
Ice wall. A pale blue wall of ice instantly condensed at the classroom doorway and at both ends of the corridor, like 3 icebergs trapping the beasts in the middle. Fine frost flowers formed densely across the surface, gleaming with a cold light.
Sensing something was wrong, the beasts slammed into the ice wall like mad. The Ironclaw rat's claws scraped against it with a piercing screech, the Windblade wolf spat out wind blades that struck the wall and sent ice shards flying everywhere. The nether cat circled the wall at high speed, searching for a weak point. The bang 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 of impacts kept coming, and web-like cracks quickly spread across the surface of the ice wall.
Now!
I barked, as my lightning ability erupted at full force.
Thunder Dragon Roar! The blue-violet thunder dragon's phantom form was even more solid than before, a full meter long, its scales clearly visible. It opened its gaping maw and let out a deafening roar. The lightning shockwave spread instantly, like a giant net blanketing the entire enclosed space. All 5 ferocious beasts were hit head-on, their bodies locking up at once, convulsing as arcs of electricity danced over them. The Ironclaw rat and the Windblade wolf were weak in defense to begin with. Under the might of Thunder Dragon roar, their bodies were pierced straight through by lightning. They collapsed, twitched a few times, and went still, their corpses still giving off faint bluish smoke. Only that F+ rank nether cat, relying on its relatively faster speed and stronger defense, barely withstood the shockwave, but it was also paralyzed, unable to move. Black blood seeped from the corner of its mouth, and those ghostly green eyes were filled with fear. System notifications rang out one after another. Killed F-rank ferocious beast Ironclaw rat X3, feel good value plus 300 points, points plus 30. Killed F-rank ferocious beast Windblade wolf X2, feel good value plus 400 points, points plus 40. Current accumulated feel good value 30,500 points, current points 780. I didn't pause for even a moment. With the Thunder Shadow movement technique activated, my figure turned into a faint blue afterimage and instantly dashed to the nether cat. The lightning pattern dagger, carrying violent lightning, stabbed precisely toward the nether cat's head. A trace of despair flashed in the nether cat's eyes. It strained with all its might to twist its body, yet it was paralyzed by the lightning and couldn't move at all, only able to watch helplessly as the dagger closed in. PFF. The lightning pattern dagger easily pierced through the nether cat's skull. Dark green blood erupted, splattering onto the ground with a sizzle, corroding small pits one after another. Defeated an F+ rank ferocious beast, nether cat. Satisfaction plus 600 points, points plus 30. Current total satisfaction, 31,100 points. Current points, 810. After dealing with all the ferocious beasts, I sheathed my dagger. With a slight twitch of my fingertips, I dispersed the lightning radiance around me. Tsuchinue also dismissed the ice wall. It shattered into a skyful of icy flakes that fell to the ground and quickly melted into water. Zhao Lei strode up, bent down to pick up the crystal cores on the ground, and stuffed them into the points counter one by one. The number on the screen jumped a few times before finally settling at 810. Holy shit! 810 points. Zhao Lei was so excited he nearly jumped up, holding the counter up and waving it in front of us. Fanji, Sister Qingyue, we're definitely number 1 on the whole field right now. Even if Qinhao's bunch work themselves to death, they won't catch up to us. Su Qingyue looked at the ferocious beasts' corpses on the ground, the corners of her lips lifting into a faint smile. This bait worked better than expected. It can gather the ferocious beasts precisely, and paired with Thunder Dragon Roar, the efficiency is indeed astonishingly high. She didn't ask where the bait came from, just as she'd never asked where Thunder Dragon Roar came from. Everyone has their own secrets. Mine always manages to help them at critical moments, and that's enough. I smiled and patted the dust off myself. Don't waste time. That commotion just now wasn't small, someone might already be heading this way. Let's move. The 3 of us packed up the crystal cores and were about to leave the classroom when my ears twitched slightly. The Lei Emperor physique picked up an extremely faint presence, hidden at the collapsed area on the top floor of the teaching building. The other party was keeping their breathing extremely low. If the energy fluctuations from the Thunder Dragon's roar hadn't disturbed them just now, I probably wouldn't have noticed at all. Someone's upstairs. My gaze turned cold as I raised a hand to signal Su Qingyue and Zhao Lei to stay quiet. Zhao Lei immediately covered his mouth and lowered his voice. One of Qinhao's people? Or an examinee trying to pick up scraps? Late-stage martial apprentice Aura, probably here to scavenge. I shook my head. No need to waste time on him. Let's go. I deliberately raised my voice and said to Su Qingyue and Zhao Lei, we've cleared out the ferocious beasts in this building. Let's check the east side and try to push our points to 1,000 before daybreak, so the others won't even think about chasing. After that was said, the 3 of us deliberately slowed our pace. Our footsteps echoed through the empty corridor, unusually clear.
At the collapsed section of the top floor, a thin, small figure was curled up in the corner. It was the examinee Sun Hao from Jiangcheng No. 4 High School. His strength was only late-stage martial apprentice, and he didn't dare hunt ferocious beasts alone, so he could only trail behind others and pick up scraps. When he saw the three of us enter the teaching building just now, he quietly followed, planning to pick up the remaining crystal cores after we left. He hadn't expected to witness a one-sided slaughter, and he was so scared he didn't dare breathe loudly. Hearing that the three of us were leaving, Sun Hao let out a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to climb down to pick up the crystal cores, a series of heavy footsteps suddenly came from outside the teaching building.
Sun Hao, what are you doing up there?
A cold voice sounded. It was Wang Pang, one of Qin Hao's lackeys. Sun Hao's heart jolted, and he nearly fell from the collapsed section. He hurriedly climbed down, forcing a flattering smile onto his face.
Wang Pang, bro, I'm not doing anything, just passing by. I wanted to find a place to hide for a bit. Wang Pang leaned against the doorframe, with two of Qin Hao's lackeys behind him.
The three of them stared at him with unfriendly eyes.
Passing by?
Looks to me like you're trying to pick up the crystal cores Chen Fan and the others left behind, huh? Man, that day I was just walking along when Sun Hao suddenly came running over like a startled quail, tears still on his face.
Panting, he told me, Chen Fan, Qin Hao told me to pass on a message. He's waiting for you under the signal tower.
He wants to trade 100 low-grade spirit stones for your points counter. And he said if you don't go, he's teamed up with 10 mid-stage martial artist examinees and they can trap you to death in the exam arena.
I laughed as soon as I heard that.
Qin Hao really knows how to play these straight-up a seasoned, scripted murder mystery veteran. Zhao Lei, with his explosive temper, rolled up his sleeves on the spot, ready to throw down.
Bullshit.
Qin Hao's trying to trick us over there so he can surround and kill us.
Bro Fan, ignore him, we'll go east and hunt ferocious beasts. Su Qingyue frowned too. The terrain around the signal tower is complicated. It's all cliffs and ruins, perfect for an ambush. This is obviously a trap. The corner of my mouth curled as I let out a cold laugh. 10 mid-stage martial artists? Qin Hao's really going all in, thinks sheer numbers can pin me down? What a joke.
I, Chen Fan, am not someone to be trifled with. Calmly, I said to Sun Hao, go back and tell Qin Hao, if he wants my points counter, let him come take it himself. Stop playing these cheap tricks that don't even deserve to be seen.
Sun Hao was so scared he nodded repeatedly and ran off fast. Zhao Lei asked me with a baffled look, Bro Fan, are we really going to the signal tower? That place is a dragon's den and a tiger's lair.
I said decisively, we're going. If he wants to surround and kill us, we'll turn the tables and use his own plan against him, solve all the trouble in one go, so we don't have people coming to bother us later. Su Qingyue said firmly as well, I'm fine with it, but we have to be fully prepared. They've got the numbers, we can't be careless. I pulled 2 lightning element defense talismans out of my virtual backpack and handed them to Su Qingyue and Zhao Lei.
These are defense talismans.
At a critical moment, they can block 1 full power strike from a mid-stage martial artist. Keep them, just in case. Zhao Lei took the talismans, his eyes lighting up.
Wow. Brother Fan, this is good stuff. With this, I won't be afraid of them ambushing us. Su Qingyue took hers as well and nodded at me. Thank you.
The three of us adjusted ourselves and headed toward the signal tower. The night grew darker and darker, the roars of ferocious beasts and the surroundings faded into the distance, replaced by faint human voices. Looks like we were already close to the examinees' gathering area. I could clearly sense that 12 mid-stage martial artist auras had converged around the signal tower, along with several obscure energy fluctuations from traps obviously set up by Qin Hao and his people.
But I wasn't nervous at all.
If anything, my fighting spirit surged, and my grip on the thunder pattern dagger tightened slightly.
Qin Hao and those examinees blinded by profit, it was time to settle this.
When we reached the base of the signal tower, that guy Qin Hao walked out from behind it, with his 5-man squad behind him. A crowd of examinees stirred up by rumors surrounded us, hemming the three of us in.
Xin Hao folded his arms and said arrogantly, Chen Fan, hand over the E+ grade crystal cores and the points counter you've been hiding, and give me the slot for the secret realm entry pass. Then I can spare your life. The surrounding examinees also jeered along. Hand them over. Hand over the crystal cores. Zhao Lei shouted angrily, bullshit. Xin Hao, stop spreading rumors here. Brother Fan hasn't been hiding any crystal cores, you're all being fooled by him. Su Qinyue also said coldly, Xin Hao, you deliberately spread rumors and incited everyone to besiege and kill us. Aren't you afraid the Martial Arts Administration will hold you accountable? Xin Hao snorted with laughter. Hold me accountable? Who can prove I spread rumors? Once you're dead, I'll say you were killed by ferocious beasts, and that I just picked up the crystal cores. Who would suspect anything? After speaking, Xin Hao suddenly waved his hand. Do it! The 5-man squad struck at the same time. Zhao Feng's metal-type ability erupted, and several golden swords shot toward me. Li Tao drove his wood-type ability, and countless thick vines burst from the ground, coiling toward us. Wang Hao's water-type ability condensed into a huge curtain of water that came down over me. Zhang Hao's fire-type ability turned into a fire dragon and launched a fierce assault at me. Meanwhile, Qin Hao spurred his earth-type ability, triggering the traps on the ground. Several earthen spikes shot up in an instant, stabbing at my feet. The surrounding examinees were stirred up as well and began releasing their abilities one after another, all kinds of attacks slamming toward us. What a chaotic scene! I shouted, Qinyue, move! Su Qinyue's ice control ability erupted at full power. Frozen domain. Pale blue cold air spread out in an instant, covering a 20-meter radius. The ground froze immediately, and countless ice blades rose from the earth, blocking the surrounding examinees' attacks. The vines that had been winding in were frozen solid, the water curtain was also frozen into an ice wall, even the earthen spikes rose far more slowly. I shouted again, Zhao Lei, hold the line. Zhao Lei raised an earth shield. His earth-type ability flared, and the shield expanded instantly, blocking most of the examinees' attacks. Although the shield was covered in cracks, it still successfully held the defensive line. I fixed my gaze on Xin Hao's 5-man squad, my eyes turning cold. I activated the Thunder Shadow movement technique, my figure becoming a faint blue afterimage as I dodged the golden swords and the fire dragon, charging straight at Xin Hao. I said coldly, you want to kill me? You're not qualified. Xin Hao's expression changed, he hadn't expected me to be so calm, still able to evade with ease under the 5-man squad's combined assault. He barked sharply, don't just stand there. All of you, go in together, he can't hold on much longer. But the examinees were intimidated by my momentum just now and, for a moment, didn't dare step forward. The members of the 5-man squad were also somewhat flustered, they hadn't expected my speed to be this fast, their combined attack not even grazing the edge of my clothes. Zhao Feng let out an angry roar, his metal-type ability erupting again as countless metal blades shot toward me. I didn't dodge. The lightning-type ability within me surged wildly, and a lightning shield activated instantly, blocking every metal blade. At the same time, I slashed backhand with a bolt of lightning, a blue-violet thunder blade carrying violent energy cleaved toward Zhao Feng. Bang! The lightning slash struck the golden shield, and the violent lightning energy instantly shattered it. Zhao Feng was blasted backward, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his face turning deathly pale in an instant. Xin Hao's expression changed, he hadn't expected my strength to be this terrifying. One strike had heavily injured Zhao Feng. The surrounding examinees were so frightened that they kept retreating, no longer daring to step forward. I didn't pursue them, my gaze icy as I fixed on the 4 of them. Next, who is it? The 4 wore grave expressions. They hadn't expected my strength to far exceed their expectations. Their combined attack of 5 not only failed to hurt me, it had instead left Zhao Feng severely wounded. Xin Hao gritted his teeth. All together. He's already burned through a lot of spiritual energy, he won't hold out much longer. As he spoke, he again drove his earth element ability, and more earthen spikes rose from the ground, thrusting toward me. Wang Hao, Li Tao, and Zhang Hao also struck at the same time, water dash, wood dash, and fire element abilities interweaving into a powerful web of attacks that descended over me. My eyes narrowed, the cooldown on Thunder Dragon Roar had already ended. Thunder Dragon Roar. A blue-violet thunder dragon phantom instantly condensed, even more solid than before. After an ear-splitting roar, a lightning shockwave spread outward, scattering the four's attacks and blasting them away viciously. Shinhao and the other three crashed to the ground, spitting blood, their faces pale and their eyes filled with terror. The surrounding examinees were completely cowed. They all retreated, not daring to come any closer, their eyes on me full of awe and fear. I walked up to Shinhao, looking down at him with an icy gaze. Shinhao, you thought teaming up with a few people and spreading a few rumors would be enough to kill me? Shinhao lay prone on the ground, trembling all over, his eyes full of hatred and fear. Chen Fan, don't get cocky. Even if you beat us, you can't beat the Qin family. The Qin family won't let you off. The Qin family? I let out a snort of laughter. I said long ago, if you've got the guts, come. I'll be waiting. Just then, my Thunder Emperor physique suddenly picked up several faint auras rapidly closing in from the other side of the signal tower. They were powerful, far beyond Shinhao and the other three, clearly Qin family operatives planted inside the exam grounds. My gaze turned cold. It seemed Shinhao still had a backup plan. The surrounding examinees also sensed those powerful auras, their faces filled with shock as they fled into the distance, terrified of being caught in the crossfire. A crazed smile flashed in Shinhao's eyes. Chen Fan, you think this is the end? I'm telling you, the real show has only just begun. He struggled to his feet and shouted toward the signal tower, elders. Come out, now. Kill Chen Fan. Behind the signal tower, two shadowy figures slowly emerged. Dressed in black robes, their presence was concealed yet overwhelming, two martial master-level experts sent by the Qin family. The two elders stared at me with icy eyes, a crushing pressure radiating from them that made the air around us grow heavy. Brat, you dare injure a member of the Qin family and steal the secret realm slot? Our Qin family had its eye on, you're courting death, the elder on the left said coldly, his voice brimming with killing intent. My expression tightened. A martial master was far stronger than a mid-stage martial warrior. Though my strength was formidable now, facing two martial masters at once would still be a struggle. Su Qingyue and Zhao Lei also moved to my side, their faces solemn. They could clearly feel the immense pressure emanating from the two elders and knew we were facing real danger this time. Zhao Lei's voice trembled slightly. Brother Fan, what do we do? They're martial master level. Su Qingyue tightened her grip on the ice blade in her hand, her tone resolute. We'll fight them. I said nothing, my eyes locked on the two elders as the lightning-type power within me surged madly. The Thunder Emperor physique was also fully activated, ready for the battle to come. I knew this crisis was far more perilous than I'd imagined. The two martial master-level powerhouses exchanged a glance and struck at the same time, their formidable abilities surging toward us. One was an earth element giant fist, the other a metal element cutting blade, both bearing a world-destroying momentum as they came crashing down over us. My gaze hardened as my lightning ability erupted at full power. Thunder Dragon Roar detonated again as I shoved Su Qingyue and Zhao Lei aside. You two, go now. Fan Ge. Zhao Lei shouted, wanting to stay and help. Go! I barked. The shockwave from Thunder Dragon Roar collided with the two elders' attacks with an ear-splitting boom. I was blasted backward by the tremendous force and spat out a mouthful of blood. Su Qingyue knew staying would only hold me back. She gritted her teeth, grabbed Zhao Lei, and fled into the distance. Chen Fan, we'll come back to help you. Shinhao tried to stop them, but my lightning shockwave injured him, leaving him unable to move at all. Seeing Su Qingyue and Zhao Lei escape, the two elders didn't pursue. Instead, they locked onto me. Brat, no one can save you now. Die. Two powerful attacks surged at me again. I wiped the blood from the corner of my mouth. There wasn't the slightest fear in my eyes, only surging battle intent. I knew this fight would end in only one way, live or die. Just then, a system prompt suddenly rang out in my mind. Detected host under attack by martial master level powerhouses, triggering desperate survival event. Current area, around the signal tower, B-rank danger zone, sign-in conditions met. Sign in immediately? Later, on the open ground at the center of the exam site, Shinhao's 5-man squad had me pinned dead center. That guy Lin Hao drove his earth ability, and the ground beneath his feet glowed with a yellowish-brown halo. Wang Peng's metal ability condensed sharp golden blades at his fingertips. The other 3 each held weapons infused with water dash, fire dash, and wood element abilities. Every one of them was swaggering and full of bluster. Clearly this had been planned for a long time. Shinhao stood at the rear of the squad. The old injury in his right leg throbbed faintly, as if reminding him of past humiliation. His face was twisted with vicious malice as he shouted, "Chen Fan, you won't get away. Today, this is where you die. The secret realm entry ticket and your points are both mine." Lin Hao stepped forward. His earth element ability erupted, and a heavy earthen wall surged up from the ground, cutting off all my escape routes. He said arrogantly, "If you know what's good for you, surrender without a fight and we might leave you a whole corpse. Otherwise, you'll get a taste of what it's like when 5 elements join forces." More than a dozen other examinees, stirred up by the rumors, had gathered around as well. They held up their weapons, their eyes greedy yet wary, but no one dared to make the first move, just waiting to pick up the scraps after Shinhao's squad wore down my strength. I stood in the center of the encirclement, frighteningly calm. My Thunder Emperor physique had long since picked up the ability fluctuations of the 5-man team. Earth, metal, water, fire, and wood interwove, indeed a countering combination aimed at lightning-type powers. But in the face of my absolute strength, so-called countering was nothing but a joke. The corner of my mouth curled into a cold smile as I said, "Shinhao, you think teaming up with these pieces of trash is enough to kill me?" Wang Peng roared, pushing his metal element ability to the limit. Several blades of metal shot toward me like meteors. "Today I'll show you who the trash is." At the same time, Lin Hao's earthen wall suddenly exploded, and countless earth spikes fired toward my limbs. The water-type examinee condensed a high-pressure water cannon in his palm, blasting toward my chest with a shriek through the air. The fire-type examinee unleashed raging flames, forming a wall of fire to seal off the path ahead. The wood-type examinee, meanwhile, spawned thick vines that lashed toward my neck like venomous snakes, winding in to bind me. The combined assault from the 5 of them was airtight. The 5 element abilities amplified one another, their power far beyond what any of them could produce alone. Even the surrounding air was torn apart, releasing a piercing screech. The examinees on the outside all retreated, afraid of being caught by the aftershocks, yet their eyes were full of anticipation as they waited to see me crushed. Shinhao let out a cold laugh. "Chen Fan, this is the price for your arrogance. Die." Faced with the overwhelming barrage of attacks, I wasn't flustered in the slightest. My Thunder Shadow movement technique surged into action, my figure turning into a faint blue afterimage as I wove nimbly between earthen spikes, golden blades, water cannons, raging fire, and vines. Every dodge was precise to the extreme, my clothes didn't even get brushed by an attack. How is that possible? How can he be that fast? Lin Hao's eyes went wide as he roared in disbelief. Wang Peng was even more shocked and furious. Golden blades poured down like a rainstorm, yet always missed by a hair, so angry that veins bulged on his forehead. "Stop him. Don't let him move around." My figure suddenly halted behind the fire element examinee. The thunder-patterned dagger, wrapped in blue-violet lightning, pointed straight at his back. First, the fire element examinee's face went deathly pale. In a panic he spun around and released a flame defense, only for it to be pierced through in an instant by the lightning. Put! After the crisp sound of the dagger entering flesh, the fire element examinee let out a muffled grunt and crumpled to the ground. His supernatural aura collapsed in an instant, leaving only the points counter on the ground, flickering with a faint glow. Killed a mid-stage martial artist fire element examinee, exhilaration points plus 600. Triggered the desperate counter-kill event, exhilaration points doubled. Current exhilaration point gain efficiency times 2. The system prompt exploded in my mind. My eyes lit up, and the lightning-type supernatural power within me grew even more violent. "You dare kill my people!" Shinhao's eyes split with fury as he shouted harshly. "Everyone, attack with everything you've got, don't give him a chance to catch his breath." The remaining 4 unleashed their strongest abilities at the same time. The earth-type earthen wall closed in again, the metal-type golden shield protected their bodies,
the water-type curtain of water formed a cage, and the wood-type vines grew wildly, trying to trap me completely. Just then, the system's sign-in prompt rang out in my mind. Detected current area, exam center, B-class danger zone, but basis for danger assessment, ambushed and jointly hunted down by 5 mid-stage martial artists, trapped in a dead end, with fatal risk present. Sign-in conditions met. Sign in immediately? Sign in. I murmured to myself, and my lightning ability erupted at full power. Sign in successful. B-class danger zone reward has been issued. Detected desperate counter kill event. Critical hit chance plus 20% extra. Consume 1000 Schwung points to trigger a critical hit? Trigger. Calculating critical hit. 45x critical. Congratulations, host. Reward obtained, lightning domain, temporary skill. For 10 minutes, lightning damage plus 50%, enemies within range continuously paralyzed, cooldown 1 hour. Current total Schwung points, 34,100, doubled. A violent surge of lightning energy poured out of my body, no longer the restrained state from before, but condensing into a tangible domain that spread outward with me at its center. Within a 10-meter radius, blue-violet arcs formed a dense web, the ground was scorched into charred patterns, and the air reeked of pungent ozone. What is this? My ability, it won't move. The instant the lightning domain unfolded, the 4 members of Qin Hao's squad cried out in alarm at the same time. Lin Hao's earth ability was disrupted by the lightning, and his earthen wall collapsed in an instant. Wang Peng's metal blades slipped out of control and clattered to the ground. The water element examinee's water screen was evaporated by the lightning, and the wood element examinee's vines were struck straight into charcoal. The 4 convulsed as electric arcs flickered over their bodies, continuously paralyzed, so much so that even lifting a finger was unbearably difficult. The examinees gathered outside were so frightened they kept retreating, their faces filled with shock and terror. They could clearly feel the dreadful pressure within the domain and energy fluctuation far beyond the mid-stage martial artist level, so much so that none of them even dared to approach. So this is Chen Fan's true strength, someone said in a trembling voice, the greed that had been stirred up moments ago instantly replaced by fear. I paid no attention to the reactions around me. Within the domain, my Thunder Shadow movement technique was even faster, and I flickered in front of the wood element examinee like a wraith. With a 50% damage boost, the lightning pattern dagger effortlessly pierced his defenses, clean and decisive, without the slightest hesitation. Killed a mid-stage martial artist wood element examinee, plus 1200 refreshing points, after doubling. Current total refreshing points, 35300. Next, I turned and charged at the water element examinee. He was still struggling to condense his ability, but the lightning had paralyzed him so completely that he couldn't move, he could only watch helplessly as the dagger stabbed toward his throat. PSSHT. Another crisp sound rang out as the water element examinee collapsed, and the points counter rolled off to the side. Killed a mid-stage martial artist water element examinee, plus 1200 refreshing points, after doubling. Current total refreshing points, 36500. Lin Hao and Wang Peng were scared out of their wits. They hadn't expected my domain to be so terrifying. Within a mere dozen seconds, I had already slaughtered 3 teammates. Lin Hao forced himself to the limit, driving his Earth-type ability, trying to form one last defense, but I shattered his earthen shield with a kick, and my lightning slash cleaved straight into his chest. Ah! Lin Hao spat out a mouthful of blood. His body flew backward, slammed hard into a broken wall, and went completely still. Killed mid-stage martial artist Earth-type examinee, plus 1200 refreshing points, after doubling. Current accumulated refreshing points, 37,700 points. Of the 5-man squad, only Wang Peng was left. His legs turned to jelly, he spun around to run, but the lightning within the domain coiled around his ankles and sent him crashing to the ground. I walked toward him step by step, my gaze so cold it held not a trace of warmth. Chen Fan, spare me! Wang Peng lay prone, kowtowing again and again. Qin Hao forced me. I didn't want to kill you, please let me go. I didn't stop. I raised the lightning pattern dagger, but just as it was about to fall, I abruptly turned it aside. A bolt of lightning struck Wang Peng's shoulder, leaving him badly wounded but alive. I wanted to keep a survivor, so everyone would know what happens when you provoke me. A mid-stage heavily injured metal element examinee, satisfaction points plus 600, after doubling. Current cumulative satisfaction points, 38,300. The entire open ground fell into deathly silence in an instant, with only the crackle of the lightning domain and Wang Peng's wails. The examinees gathered around the outside trembled all over in fright. No one dared mention snatching crystal cores anymore. They all lowered their heads, wishing they could disappear immediately. Xinhao stood where he was, his face as pale as paper, his whole body shaking. He couldn't believe that the 5-man squad he had painstakingly put together had been crushed by me so easily, without even a chance to fight back. Fear flooded over him like a tide, his earlier arrogance and viciousness vanished without a trace, leaving only profound despair. "Xinhao, you're next." I turned to look at him. The lightning domain slowly contracted, yet it still radiated a heart-stopping pressure. Xinhao stumbled back again and again, his back pressed against a broken wall, his hands and feet ice-cold. "Shen Fan, don't come over. I'm from the Qin family. If you kill me, the Qin family won't let you off." "The Qin family?" I snorted and closed in step by step. "From the moment you first schemed against me, you should have expected today's outcome." My pace was slow, yet every step landed on Xinhao's heartbeat. Seeing the icy killing intent in my eyes, Xinhao finally broke down, his legs went soft and he dropped to his knees. "Shen Fan, I was wrong. I shouldn't have plotted against you, shouldn't have joined them to surround and kill you. Please spare me. I'll give you all the Qin family's resources, I'll be your dog." The other examinees looked on as the once arrogant Xinhao knelt and begged for mercy, their faces a tangle of emotions, contempt, vindictive satisfaction, and, more than anything, awe of me. I stopped and looked at him with indifferent eyes. "I don't need a dog." I raised my hand and condensed a bolt of lightning, but instead of killing Xinhao outright, I struck his knee. Crack! The sound of bone shattering was unmistakable. Xinhao let out a blood-curdling scream, his legs drooping limply. It was clear his meridians had been crippled. "I'm leaving you alive so you can go back and tell the Qin family." My voice was cold as iron. "Don't provoke me again, or next time it won't be as simple as crippling your legs." Crippled Xinhao's legs, satisfaction points plus 3,000, after doubling. Current total satisfaction points, 41300. The system notification sounded. I retracted the lightning domain, and the arcs of light around me faded. I didn't spare Xinhao another glance, turning to walk toward the examinees who were still watching. The examinees recoiled in fright, afraid I might take it out on them. "Get lost." I spat out a single word, my tone carrying unquestionable authority. As if granted amnesty, they spun around and fled, scrambling and stumbling as they escaped the open ground that filled them with terror, vanishing without a trace in the blink of an eye. Only Wang Peng, badly wounded, Xinhao, crippled, and the corpses and shattered point counters littering the ground remained in the clearing. I bent down, picked up the 5-point counters from Xinhao's squad, and transferred all the crystal cores inside into my own counter. The score on the screen instantly jumped to 1560 points, far surpassing every other examinee. Just then, several figures rushed over. It was the proctors from the Martial Arts Administration. They had come after hearing the sounds of a fierce fight. Seeing the gruesome scene on the ground, their expressions immediately turned grave. "Shen Fan, what happened here?" the lead proctor asked in a low voice, his gaze sweeping over Xinhao and Wang Peng, as well as the bodies on the ground. Xinhao looked as if he'd seized a lifeline and roared, "It was Chen Fan. He deliberately killed people. He was hiding high-tier crystal cores. After I discovered it, he killed us to cover it up." Wang Peng hurriedly echoed him, "Yes. He attacked first, we were forced to fight back." My eyes turned cold. I didn't argue. I simply took out a recording talisman from my chest, an item I'd obtained when signing in earlier. When Xinhao's squad tried to gang up and kill me just now, I had quietly activated it. Xinhao's vicious words came out of the recording talisman, "Today will be your burial ground. The secret realm entry ticket and your points are all mine."
Everyone, attack with everything you've got, don't give him a chance to catch his breath. The crystal clear recording made the proctor's expression change instantly, and the way he looked at Chin Hao turned icy in a heartbeat. They were all seasoned martial artists, so of course they could tell who the ringleader was. Take them away. The lead proctor gestured, and two staff members immediately stepped forward, dragging away Chin Hao and Wang Ping, who were still trying to argue their way out of it. Before leaving, the lead teacher looked at me, his tone complicated. Chen Fan, next time, try to leave them alive. The Martial Dao administration will handle it fairly. I nodded without speaking. After the proctors left, I was about to clean up the battlefield when a system notification suddenly rang out in my mind. Completed the desperate counter-kill event. Total thrill points have exceeded 40,000. Temporary privilege unlocked, lightning type ability damage plus 20%, lasts 24 hours. My heart stirred. I was just about to feel out the effects of this temporary privilege when I suddenly sensed a faint energy fluctuation coming from the ground at the center of the exam hall. The fluctuation came from where Chin Hao had been standing earlier. Something underground seemed to be resonating with the lightning type power within me. I bent down and brushed aside the crushed stones. On the ground, discovering a plain-looking stone slab etched with intricate runes. The runes gave off a faint glow. It was exactly what my lightning domain had just activated. I could sense deeper energy hidden beneath the slab, as if it were the entrance to some kind of passage. Recalling Professor Lee's earlier mention that there was the entrance to the secret realm. Beneath the abandoned exam site, my gaze sharpened. Could this be the clue to the entrance? Just as I was about to investigate further, a ferocious beast's roar suddenly came from the distance, deafening, carrying a world-destroying pressure. It was an aura far beyond E-rank and F-rank ferocious beasts, even stronger than any I had encountered before. My expression changed. The Thunder Emperor. Physique senses told me that a terrifying beast was rapidly closing in, its target the center of the exam site. I raised my head toward the direction of the roar. Behind a broken wall in the distance, an enormous black shadow was moving, heavy iron armor reflecting the moonlight. It was the C-rank ferocious beast boss, the iron-armored bear. Clearly, the sounds of the earlier battle had completely roused this slumbering tyrant. A far more perilous fight was about to begin. Damn! After the proctors hauled away Chin Hao and Wang Ping, the two of them like deflated basketballs with the valve cores yanked out, I was the only one left standing in the middle of the exam hall. The air was thick with that scorched lightning stench and the reek of blood, like stinky tofu, drilling straight into my nose. In the moonlight, the shadows of the broken walls and rubble stretched long across the ground. It was bleak as hell, like when I'm gaming and lose until I've got only 1 HP left. I put away the points counter and rubbed my fingers along the crackling glow on the lightning pattern dagger. That fight just now was exhilarating, like riding a roller coaster, but my spiritual energy felt like it hadn't even been used up much. And that clutch comeback play? It shot my hype meter straight to max. My condition basically took off on the spot. Right then, a familiar figure emerged from the shadows. So it was Professor Lee, disguised as a janitor. He was still in that washed faded gray work uniform, and the way he walked was steady as a mountain. When he stopped in front of me, there was praise in his eyes, but also a hint of gravity that was hard to read. Chen Fan, I saw that whole fight just now, Professor Lee said in a lowered voice, like a thief, afraid the proctors in the distance might hear. That 5-man squad of Chin Hao's totally had it coming, but you were still a bit heavy-handed, I didn't argue with him either, just replied lightly, show mercy to your enemies, aren't you just digging a hole for yourself? Professor Lee nodded slightly, seeming to agree with me. You're not wrong. This world is the law of the jungle. If you're soft-hearted and hesitant, you're just asking for trouble. He paused, then shifted gears, his gaze turning as sharp as an eagle's. But do you know why that kid Chin Hao is dead set on killing you? He'd even break the martial exam rules and bring in outsiders to gang up and ambush you? My heart skipped a beat, and I had a vague guess. It has something to do with the secret realm? Exactly. Professor Lee gave me an approving look. This abandoned testing ground for the martial exam's live combat assessment isn't nearly as simple as it looks. Beneath the testing ground is the entrance to an ancient secret realm called Meteor Plane. Inside are inheritances of primordial martial arts,
as well as key resources for breaking through to the Martial King realm. The top overall scorer in the martial exam not only gets guaranteed admission to Jiangcheng Martial Arts Academy, but also gets priority access to the secret realm. That's what the Qin family has been obsessed with all along. Hearing that, my pupils constricted. Now I finally understood why the Qin family had been hounding me so relentlessly. That so-called secret realm entry pass was just a smokescreen. The real prize was priority entry into the underground secret realm. The resources inside could drive any martial arts clan mad, like a miser seeing a pile of gold. The Qin family has planted quite a few people in the martial exam. There might even be martial master-level powerhouses hidden deep within the exam grounds. Professor Li looked grave. They originally planned to have Qin Hao take first place, enter the secret realm, and snatch resources. Your appearance has completely thrown their plans into chaos. So in the next stages of the assessment, you'd better be careful. The Qin family won't just let this go. I nodded, already prepared for it. From the moment Qin Hao first tried to scheme against me, I knew I'd become sworn enemies with the Qin family. With the secret realm's resources so tempting, this struggle was bound to grow more and more dangerous. Thank you for the warning, Professor Li, I said sincerely. If Professor Li hadn't guided me time and again, I wouldn't even have known there was a secret realm underground, much less been able to guard against the Qin family's schemes in advance. Professor Li smiled. You're a rare genius. The Martial Arts Administration doesn't want such a promising talent like you to be ruined by schemes and intrigue. He raised his hand and pointed to a patch of ground beneath the signal tower. The entrance to the underground passage is right there. It's been covered with earth element runes. You'll need lightning element abilities to activate it. The secret realm entrance is sealed by a powerful restriction. Only the top scorer in the martial exam can undo it. So you just hold on to first place and get the key to unlock it. After saying that, Professor Li turned to leave. He took 2 steps, then stopped and looked back to add, the passage is extremely dangerous. There are energy turbulences and traps left behind from ancient times. If you go in, you'd better be careful. I watched Professor Li's receding figure, my heart full of gratitude. The seemingly ordinary janitor has helped me every time it mattered. He must have been sent by the Martial Arts Administration Bureau to protect me in secret. I didn't hesitate and walked toward the ground beneath the signal tower. The ground looked no different from anywhere else, covered in gravel and weeds, but I could sense a faint energy fluctuation beneath it, vaguely resonating with the lightning-type ability inside me. I crouched down and brushed aside the gravel and weeds, revealing a stone slab carved all over with earth element runes. The runes glowed with a faint earthy yellow light, like an invisible wall sealing the passage below tight. Detected current area, underground passage entrance beneath the exam site, B-class danger zone. Hazard assessment basis, there are ancient traps and energy turbulence within the passage, high-tier ferocious beasts may be inhabiting it, and loosening restrictions could trigger a collapse. Sign-in conditions met. Sign in immediately? The system's prompt sounded in my mind, and I silently recited, sign in. Sign in successful. Rewards for the B-rank hazard zone have been issued. Detected current refreshing value, 41,300 points. Consume 1000 refreshing value to trigger a critical hit? Trigger it. The rewards from a Class B danger zone are definitely related to the secret realm. I agreed without a second thought. Critical hit being calculated. 37x critical hit. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Secret Realm Map Fragment, 1/3, 3 Ancient Lightning Runes, and 200 low-grade Spirit Stones. Secret Realm Map Fragment, 1/3 records information on part of the Meteor Plains Secret Realm, including safe routes, low-tier resource points, and a hidden ferocious beast nest. Collect all 3 fragments to unlock the complete map. Ancient Lightning Rune contains pure ancient lightning energy. It can be inlaid into a weapon to increase lightning damage, or absorbed directly to enhance the purity of your ability. Each rune increases lightning damage bonus by 1%. A warm current surged into my body, and I could feel my lightning ability becoming purer. At the same time, a palm-sized bronze fragment appeared in my virtual backpack. The fragment was engraved with complex patterns. Faintly, you could make out that it was part of a map, labeled with things like East Safe Zone, Spirit Herb Garden, and Venom Stinger Bee Nest, and there was also a route marked in red. At a glance, it was a safe passage to low-tier resource points. The 3 ancient lightning-type runes radiated dense lightning energy. I could feel that if I inlaid them into the lightning pattern dagger, its power would increase by at least 3%, which would definitely be useful against the ferocious beasts and the Qin family's people later on. I didn't rush to absorb the runes. Instead, I first activated my lightning ability and poured it into the earth-type rune on the stone slab. The moment the lightning ability collided with the earth rune, it crackled zzzt, zzzt, and the yellow-brown glow slowly dimmed as the slab began to tremble slightly. Crack! With a soft crack, a fissure split open in the slab, and a cold, damp aura seeped up from below, carrying faint fluctuations of ancient energy. I could tell the energy turbulence in the passageway was extremely intense, and there were also several weak ferocious beast auras, all at E rank or above. I didn't rush in, only craned my head to peer into the passage. It was pitch black inside, with only the energy turbulence occasionally flashing with light. Vaguely, I could make out steep stone steps winding down, and blurred ancient runes carved into the walls, giving off a mysterious aura. Looks like this underground passage is anything but ordinary, I thought to myself, withdrawing my gaze. Now wasn't the time to explore the passage. The iron-armored bear's aura was drawing closer and closer. I needed to deal with this C-rank ferocious beast boss first, and only then consider exploring the secret realm entrance. Just then, there was sudden movement inside the passage. A dark shadow shot out from the stone steps at high speed and lunged at me. It turned out to be an E+ rank ferocious beast, the nether bat. It was huge. Its wingspan was 2 meters wide when fully spread. Its fangs gleamed with a cold light, and its eyes emitted an eerie green glow in the darkness. This nether bat had clearly been startled by the energy fluctuations at the entrance to the passage and took me for an intruder. Its attack was brimming with killing intent. My gaze turned cold. I activated the Thunder Shadow movement technique, flickering aside to evade the nether bat's attack. The thunder pattern dagger crackled with lightning as I swung backhanded, slashing toward the nether bat's wing. Put! With a flash of lightning, one of the nether bat's wings was severed, and blood sprayed out with a pft. It let out a miserable scream, lost its balance and crashed to the ground, struggling as it still tried to take off. I didn't give it the chance. My lightning-type power condensed into a bolt beam that struck the nether bat squarely in the head, instantly killing it. Killed an E+ rank ferocious beast, nether bat. Feel good points plus 900, points plus 300. Current accumulated feel good points, 42,200. Current points, 1,860. The system notification chime sounded. I picked up the nether bat's crystal core and put it into the points counter. The points on the screen shot up, already at 1,860, far higher than the other examinees. My spot at the top of the leaderboard was rock solid. I glanced again at the underground passage, my gaze turning even more resolute. The secret realm was tempting, sure, but it was also dangerous. The Qin family's people definitely knew about this passage too. They might have already set an ambush inside. I didn't go any farther in. I set the stone slab back in place and covered the entrance's traces with broken rocks and weeds. I knew that, right now, the most important thing was to take down the iron-armored bear, complete the live combat assessment, claim first place in the martial exam, and then, using the secret realm map fragment and priority entry rights, go explore the underground secret realm. Just then, a thunderous roar came from the distance, and the whole ground shook with it. The iron-armored bear's presence was getting closer and closer, less than 100 meters from the center of the test ground. Those heavy footsteps were like thunder, making my scalp go numb. I stood up and looked toward where the roar was coming from. There I saw an enormous ferocious beast striding this way, 3 meters tall, wrapped head to toe in thick black iron armor like a moving fortress. Its razor-sharp claws and fangs glinted with a cold light. This was the C-rank ferocious beast boss Ironclad Bear. The ironclad bear's eyes were savage. Clearly, it had been enraged by the noise of the fight just now and the bloody stench of the nether bat. Every step it took carried an earth-shattering momentum, and the surrounding broken walls and ruins toppled with the lightest brush from it. The examinees watching nearby were scared out of their wits and bolted in the opposite direction, terrified of being caught up in the ironclad bear's rampage.
So this is a C-rank ferocious beast boss? That's way too terrifying. Its iron armor looks impenetrable, there's no way to break through it at all. Chen Fan is in big trouble this time. Even if he's strong, he might not necessarily be able to beat the iron-armored bear.
The examinees' cries of alarm rang out, filled with fear and despair. Facing a C-rank ferocious beast boss, they were like ants utterly helpless.
My gaze hardened as I pushed the Thunder Emperor physique to its limit, searching for the iron-armored bear's weak points. Though its defense was strong, its eyes and belly were vulnerabilities, especially the eyes.
With no iron armor protecting them, they were the best target. But the iron-armored bear isn't slow either, and with that suit of iron armor on it, it's not easy to land a hit on its eyes.
I need to find a helper, I thought to myself, and Su Qingyue and Zhao Lei came to mind. Su Qingyue's ice control ability could freeze the iron-armored bear's movements, and Zhao Lei's earth-type ability could restrain its mobility.
With the three of us working together, we'd have a better chance of taking down this C-rank ferocious beast boss. I took out my communicator to contact Su Qingyue and Zhao Lei, but found there was no signal. Clearly, the iron-armored bear's powerful aura was interfering with it, making normal communication impossible.
Looks like I'll have to figure something out on my own.
I tightened my grip on the thunder pattern dagger as my lightning-type ability surged wildly through my body.
The lightning domain's cooldown had already ended, it could erupt at any moment.
The iron-armored bear drew closer and closer, glaring at me with a vicious look. It let out a furious roar and charged straight at me. Its heavy paws slammed into the ground, leaving deep footprints behind. The surrounding air seemed to be torn apart, letting out a piercing sound.
I didn't dodge.
Instead, I charged straight at the iron-armored bear. Pushing the Thunder Shadow movement technique to its limit, my body turned into a faint blue afterimage, weaving nimbly through the gaps in the iron-armored bear's attacks.
Thunder Dragon Roar.
A blue-violet phantom thunder dragon condensed into shape and roared toward the iron-armored bear's head. The lightning shockwave struck the bear's iron armor with a loud clang, sparks flying everywhere, but the armor was completely unharmed, only jolting it into a brief pause.
Such strong defense. My heart lurched in shock. I hadn't expected that even the power of Thunder Dragon Roar couldn't break through the iron-armored bear's defenses.
The ironclad bear was completely enraged, swinging its massive paw and sweeping it sideways at me. The paw carried a terrifying gale, enough to smash an E-rank ferocious beast into a meat pancake. I hurriedly dodged, the paw grazed past my shoulder and slammed into the broken wall behind me. With a thunderous boom, the wall collapsed, kicking up a cloud of dust. At that moment, the system's notification sounded in my mind. Detected: the host has encountered an attack from a C-rank ferocious beast boss.
Triggered the Hunt the Boss event. Pleasure value gain efficiency temporarily plus 30%. Consume 5,000 feel-good points to temporarily enhance the lightning domain effect, granting an additional plus 30% lightning damage for 5 minutes? My eyes lit up, and without a second thought I chose yes. Feel-good points successfully deducted.
Lightning domain effect temporarily enhanced.
An even stronger surge of lightning energy poured out from within me.
I could feel it, the power of the lightning domain had risen to a whole new level. I didn't hesitate and immediately unleashed my lightning domain. Blue-violet lightning radiance spread over a 15-meter radius, enveloping the ironclad bear. The ironclad bear's movements instantly slowed, arcs of electricity crackling over its body. It was clearly paralyzed by the lightning.
Now! I shouted. The lightning pattern dagger, wreathed in violent lightning, stabbed straight toward the ironclad bear's eye.
At that moment, voices rang out from afar, Su Qingyue and Zhao Lei shouting.
Chen Fan! We're here!
When I turned my head, I saw Su Qingyue and Zhao Lei running over this way, their faces full of anxious expressions. Obviously, they hadn't been affected by the signal interference. They sensed the aura of the ironclad bear and rushed over specifically to help. Su Qingyue activated her ice control ability, her fingertips condensing a massive ice spike that shot toward the ironclad bear's limbs. Zhao Lei, meanwhile, raised an earth shield and slammed it into the ironclad bear's leg, trying to restrain its movement.
With Su Qingyue and Zhao Lei helping, our chances of taking down the ironclad bear were much greater.
But I didn't notice that at the entrance to the underground passage behind me, the stone slab had cracked open another seam, and a shadowy figure quietly stepped out of the passage, eyes viciously fixed on my back. This was the martial master level expert the Qin family had planted in the exam site. This powerhouse didn't make a move right away. Instead, he hid in the shadows, waiting for the best moment, planning to give me a fatal blow once I'd taken down the iron-armored bear and my spiritual energy was nearly depleted. An even more perilous crisis was quietly brewing in the dark. The iron-armored bear's massive paw swept over with a howling gust, carving deep gouges into the ground and sending crushed stones flying everywhere. I pushed the thunder shadow movement technique to its limit, my body slipping aside like a wraith. The huge paw brushed past the hem of my clothes and then slammed hard into the broken wall behind me. With a thunderous boom, the wall collapsed, kicking up a vast cloud of dust. "Chen Fan, we're here to help you." Su Qingyue's voice carried through the smoke and dust as she formed several thick ice spikes at her fingertips, shooting them like sharp swords toward the ironclad bear's limbs. Zhao Lei followed close behind, unleashing his earth-type ability at full force. The ground beneath his feet suddenly bulged up into a half-meter-thick earthen wall, blocking the ironclad bear's path. At the same time, he tightened his grip on his earth shield and charged hard at the bear's hind legs. "Brother Fan, I'll hold it back." With its way blocked by the earthen wall, the ironclad bear let out a furious roar and slammed its head into the wall. Cracks immediately spread across it. Zhao Lei was jolted back several steps, blood even seeping from the corner of his mouth, but he still gritted his teeth and drove his earth-type ability again. A mass of earthen spikes burst from the ground, stabbing toward the ironclad bear's belly. Perfect chance. Su Qingyue's eyes lit up as she unleashed her ice control ability at full power, pale blue frost instantly shrouding the ironclad bear's forelimbs. As soon as the iron-armored bear lifted its paw, it was frozen solid by the chill. A thick layer of ice pinned the paw firmly to the ground, leaving it unable to move. It let out a furious roar and tried to wrench itself free, only to find the ice incredibly tough. The more it struggled, the faster the cold spread, and even its lower legs were about to be frozen in place. I seized the opportunity. The lightning-type power within me surged wildly, and a temporarily boosted lightning domain snapped into existence. Blue-violet arcs of electricity blanketed a 15-meter radius. The iron-armored bear was engulfed by the domain, and its body was immediately numbed by the current. Its struggle slowed to a crawl, its eyes filled with rage and pain. "Now!" I shouted. The lightning-patterned dagger was wrapped in crackling light, razor-sharp. I knew the iron-armored bear's plating was exceptionally hard. Ordinary attacks couldn't harm it at all. Its only weakness was its eyes. There was no heavy armor protecting them, the thinnest point in its defenses. I kicked off the ground with both feet, launching myself toward the bear's head like an arrow loosed from a bowstring. Sensing danger, the iron-armored bear thrashed its head wildly, trying to dodge, but hampered by the numbing lightning and trapped by the ice, it reacted a beat too slow. "Stop right there!" Zhao Lei roared, once again driving his earth-type ability. Two earthen pillars rose from the ground, bracing firmly against the iron-armored bear's neck and limiting how far it could turn its head. Su Qingyue quickly reinforced the ice control as well. More layers of ice spread upward from the ground, locking the iron-armored bear's body even tighter. At the same time, she condensed several ice blades and shot them at the bear's eyes to draw its attention. The iron-armored bear had to split its focus to fend off the ice blades. Seizing this fleeting opening, I burst out with the thunder shadow movement technique and lunged straight to the bear's front. The thunder-patterned dagger, carrying violent lightning energy, stabbed directly into its left eye. Put! A flash of lightning, like piercing tofu, the thunder-patterned dagger sank easily into the iron-armored bear's left eye. Blue-purple lightning energy surged along the blade into the bear's head, wreaking havoc on its nervous system. Roar! The iron-armored bear let out a shrill, miserable roar that made the surrounding air tremble. The examinees watching nearby all clapped their hands over their ears, faces deathly pale. It began to struggle wildly, a powerful surge of energy erupting from its body. Cracks immediately appeared in the ice encasing it, and the earthen pillars Zhao Lei had set up were smashed to pieces. Zhao Lei was blasted away by the energy wave and slammed heavily to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood.
His earth shield was covered in cracks. Fan Ji, hurry. It's about to break free. Su Qingyue was also shaken back several steps, her breathing a little ragged, but she still gritted her teeth and condensed ice blades again, firing them at the iron-armored bear's other eye. Chen Fan, don't give it a chance. I didn't draw my dagger. Instead, I drove my lightning-type ability again, sending even more lightning energy surging into the iron-armored bear's head. I knew that, right now, we had to finish it off completely, otherwise, if it broke free, its frenzied attacks in its dying moments would be unthinkable. Thunder Dragon Roar! I bellowed, and a blue-violet phantom thunder dragon condensed above the iron-armored bear's head. After a furious roar, the lightning shockwave surged straight into the iron-armored bear's wound, completely destroying its brain's nerves. The iron-armored bear's roar abruptly stopped. Its massive body stiffened in place, the ferocity in its eyes gradually faded, replaced by a deathly stillness. A few seconds later, its huge body crashed to the ground with a thunderous boom, kicking up a cloud of dust, and it completely lost all signs of life. Killed C-rank ferocious beast boss iron-armored bear. Feel good points plus 5,000, additional plus 30% for the boss hunt event. Current cumulative refreshing value 47,200 points. The system notification sounded in my mind. I let out a long breath, put away the thunder pattern dagger, and wiped the sweat from my forehead. The fight just now hadn't lasted long, but it was especially perilous. If Su Qingyue and Zhao Lei hadn't coordinated so well, taking down this ironclad bear with its absurdly strong defense would probably have cost us far more. Zhao Lei struggled up from the ground. Even though his whole body ached and there was still blood at the corner of his mouth, his face was full of excitement. Fan Ji. We did it! We took down a C-rank boss. Su Qingyue walked over as well. Her breathing was still a little ragged, her cheeks flushed, but her eyes were full of approval. Chen Fan, your lightning-type ability combined with the thunder pattern dagger is terrifyingly powerful. You actually managed to pierce the ironclad bear's defenses. I smiled and looked at the armored bear's corpse. Mainly because we worked well together. Without you keeping it pinned down, it would have been hard for me to find an opening to strike its weak point. I walked over to the armored bear's corpse, bent down, and pulled out a crystal core about the size of a fist from its head. The core was pitch black, containing exceptionally pure earth element energy, dozens of times denser than that of an ordinary E-rank crystal core, and it gave off a faint glow. This was the crystal core of a C-rank ferocious beast boss, priceless. Not only could it be exchanged for a lot of points, it could also be absorbed directly to rapidly increase one's cultivation. I didn't hesitate. Gripping the crystal core in my hand, I activated the basic breathing technique and began absorbing the energy within. The refined earth element energy surged into my body through my palm. Although it didn't match my lightning-type ability, under the conversion of the Thunder Emperor physique, it quickly turned into pure spiritual energy, nourishing my meridians in Dantian. A warm current instantly spread through my entire body. I could clearly feel the spiritual energy within me growing denser and denser, and the bottleneck I'd been stuck at, peak mid-stage martial warrior, began to loosen. The lightning-type ability within me also became more violent. Nourished by the refined energy, the Thunder Emperor physique awakened further, and the lightning radiance around my body became more solid. Crack! A faint sound rang out from within my body. The bottleneck was shattered in an instant, and an even more powerful aura erupted from me, sending ripples through the surrounding air. My cultivation successfully broke through to the late-stage martial warrior. After my breakthrough, my aura felt more solid. The power of my lightning-type ability increased by at least 30%, and the defense and recovery capabilities of the Thunder Emperor physique were also greatly enhanced. I could clearly feel that my strength, speed, and defense had all undergone a qualitative leap. Now, even if I faced an early-stage martial master powerhouse, I would still have the ability to fight. Zhao Lei and Su Qingyue sensed the aura erupting from me, and their faces were filled with shock and delight. Fan Ji. You broke through? Zhao Lei's eyes widened as he said in disbelief. How long has it even been? You went from mid-stage martial warrior to late stage, this is insane. A glimmer flashed in Su Qingyue's eyes.
She could sense that after the breakthrough, my aura had become more mysterious, already surpassing martial artists of the same age, and was even stronger than some veteran late-stage martial warrior experts.
"Congratulations, Chen Fan,"
Su Qingyue said with a smile, her tone filled with sincere congratulations. I reined in my aura, feeling the surging power within me, my heart brimming with confidence. Having broken through to the late stage of the martial warrior realm, and with powerful skills like Thunder Dragon Roar in the lightning domain, plus the Thunder Pattern Dagger in the Secret Realm map fragment, even if the Qin family sent another martial master a level powerhouse, I was confident I could handle it. Breakthrough to late stage martial warrior refreshing, value plus 2000 points. Current cumulative refreshing value 49,200 points. The system notification sounded again. I put the crystal core fragments that had finished absorbing energy into the points counter. The number on the screen shot up all at once, jumping straight to 2,860 points, far surpassing the other examinees. My top spot was as steady as it could be, no one could shake it. The examinees around us who hadn't managed to flee in time looked at the three of us with eyes full of awe and envy. They hadn't expected that I would not only wipe out Qin Hao's 5-man squad, but also join everyone in taking down the C-rank ferocious beast boss, and even break through to the late stage of the martial practitioner realm. That level of strength was beyond their imagination.
Too strong. Chen Fan's strength is unfathomable.
So he never used his full strength before.
After breaking through to the late stage of the martial practitioner realm, I'm afraid even an early stage martial master might not necessarily be his match.
Good thing we didn't make a move just now, otherwise we'd be in the same boat as Qin Hao and the others. The candidate's chatter reached my ears. Zhao Lei's face was full of pride, and Su Qingyue also showed a relieved smile. Ignoring the talk around us, I turned to Su Qingyue and Zhao Lei and said, "The ironclad bear is down, and we've got enough points. Now head to the signal tower at the center of the exam site and assemble there, and wait for the live combat assessment to end."
Okay.
The two of them nodded at the same time. The three of us I've organized my gear, and headed toward the signal tower. Zhao Lei was still excitedly talking about the process of hunting the boss just now, and Su Qingyue would occasionally chime in with a few words.
The atmosphere was relaxed and harmonious. I walked in the middle, and my Thunder Emperor constitution remained on alert. After breaking through to the late stage of a martial artist, my perception became keener, and I could clearly sense any movement around me. Just then, my brows knitted slightly. In the dense woods not far from us, I sensed an especially well-concealed yet powerful aura. This aura was more terrifying than any I'd encountered before, clearly a martial master level powerhouse, and it carried an intense killing intent, with me as the target. I understood, this had to be a martial master level powerhouse the Qin family had planted in the exam venue. He'd been hiding in the shadows the whole time, clearly planning to make a move once I'd used up most of my spiritual energy after killing the boss. He hadn't expected that not only had I barely consumed any spiritual energy, I'd actually broken through to the late stage of the martial artist realm. I didn't make a fuss, I simply, without drawing attention, gave Su Qingyue and Zhao Lei a look, telling them to be careful. Su Qingyue and Zhao Lei immediately understood.
Their expressions turned serious as they watched the surroundings vigilantly. That martial master level presence stayed concealed in the dense forest and didn't strike rashly, clearly assessing my strength after the breakthrough and waiting for the best moment to act.
I sneered inwardly.
Since the other side didn't dare to make a rash move, it meant they weren't fully confident they could take me out. Now that I'd broken through to the late stage of a martial practitioner, and with Su Qingyue and Zhao Lei working with me, even if they make a move, I'm confident I can drive them back, or even counter-kill them. The three of us continued toward the signal tower. That presence in the dense forest was like a leech, trailing behind us the whole time and keeping a certain distance. The aura of the ferocious beasts around us grew fainter and fainter, while the aura of the examinees became more and more numerous. Clearly, we were almost at the signal tower's rally point. I knew the live combat assessment was about to end, and next would be the arena match phase. But before that, I had to deal with this tail behind us, or it would be an endless source of trouble later. I turned my head and said in a low voice to Su Qingyue and Zhao Lei, "There's a tail behind us, a martial master level 1.
Don't worry about it, I'll handle it." Su Qingyue's face changed. Martial Master level? Do you want us to help?
No, I shook my head, my tone resolute.
You two head to the signal tower and regroup. I'll come after I take him out.
Zhao Lei wanted to say something else, but my look stopped him. He knew that if I said so, then I definitely had it covered. The two of them didn't hesitate. They nodded and quickened their pace toward the signal tower.
I slowed down instead.
After Su Qingyue and Zhao Lei had gone farther away, I suddenly turned around and charged toward that presence in the dense woods, pushing the thunder shadow movement technique to its limit, my body becoming a faint blue afterimage.
Since you're here, stop skulking around.
My voice was icy, carrying an unquestionable authority. The presence in the dense woods paused for a moment, clearly not expecting me to strike without warning.
The next second, a dark figure shot out of the dense forest.
He wore tight black combat clothes, a ferocious mask on his face, and his body radiated the powerful aura of an early-stage martial master. This was the martial master level powerhouse the Qin family had planted in the exam grounds. Kid, I didn't expect you to break through to the late stage of a martial warrior, and you even sensed my presence. You've got some skill, the masked man rasped, a hint of surprise in his voice, but more of it was viciousness. But even if you've broken through to the late stage, in front of me you're still just a little ant. As soon as the masked man finished speaking, his martial master aura erupted at full force and bore down on me. The surrounding trees shook from the shock of it, fallen leaves whirled through the air, and the crushing pressure made the air itself feel congealed.
My expression was solemn, but I wasn't afraid at all.
After breaking through to the late stage of a martial warrior, my strength was nothing like before. The Thunder Emperor physique roared to life at full power, thunder-type supernatural energy surged wildly through my body, and the lightning on me grew even brighter.
Is that so?
Then let me see just how capable an early-stage martial master really is. I shouted loudly, and the thunder-patterned dagger, wreathed in violent lightning, charged straight at the masked man.
A peak showdown between a late-stage martial artist and an early-stage martial master was about to erupt. Meanwhile, at the signal tower rendezvous point, Su Qingyue and Zhao Lei were anxiously waiting for me to return.
They didn't know that, in some corner of the exam site, Professor Li from the Martial Arts Administration Bureau was standing in the shadows, his gaze complicated as he watched the direction where I faced off against the masked man. He made no move, as if waiting for something. The bell marking the end of the live combat assessment rang out, carrying through the energy barrier and across the entire abandoned exam site. On the open ground beneath the signal tower, the surviving examinees gathered one after another. Every face was worn with exhaustion, but the excitement and unease in their eyes were impossible to hide. Points from hunting ferocious beasts determined the martial exam rankings, and the ultimate top prize reward had everyone fired up like they'd been injected with adrenaline. Su Qingyue, Zhao Lei, and I stood in the crowd. Zhao Lei was still rubbing the shoulder he'd injured from the iron-armored bears, but his face was full of excitement. Fanji, our points are definitely locked in this time.
Taking down a C-rank boss, that's a one-of-a-kind contribution. Su Qingyue gave a light nod.
The icy mist at her fingertips was long gone. She smoothed the slightly rumpled hem of her skirt, her gaze landing on the proctor not far away. Once the points are tallied, we'll know the advancement list for the arena matches. I calmly swept my gaze across the crowd. The Thunder Emperor Constitution let me sense that quite a few examinees around me looked at me with awe. The occasional defiant glance would only flick over me before quickly looking away. After the ambush by Qin Hao's squad and the iron-armored bear hunt, no one dared to underestimate this suddenly emerged lightning-type powerhouse anymore.
Everyone, quiet.
Commissioner Wang from the Martial Dao Administration Bureau walked to the front of the crowd, holding an energy terminal that compiled the total points. His voice was amplified through spiritual energy.
We will now begin tallying the final points for the live combat assessment.
When your name is called, step forward to receive your advancement token.
The top 10 candidates by points will advance to tomorrow's arena matches to compete for the final top spot.
The examinees immediately fell silent, holding their breath, eyes fixed tightly on the terminal in Commissioner Wang's hand, afraid of missing their own name.
Zhang Yu, 680 points, ranked 10th. Li Tao, 750 points, ranked 9th. Wang Peng, 820 points, ranked 8th.
As one name after another was read out, the candidates who advanced stepped forward with delighted faces to collect their certificates, while those who didn't advance looked dejected and began discussing it among themselves. I can't believe 8th place is only 820 points. I was just a bit short of advancing. Chen Fan and the others are definitely at the top of the leaderboard. They took down a C-rank boss, so their points must be way higher than everyone else's. I wonder how many points Chen Fan actually has. Could it be over 2,000? Amid the chatter, Commissioner Wang continued reading out the rankings. The points kept getting higher and higher, and when he reached 2nd place, the whole venue gasped. Zhao Feng, 1,250 points, 2nd place. 1,250 points was already far ahead of the other examinees. Zhao Feng's face was full of smug satisfaction, and he even shot me a provocative look, as if 2nd place were some tremendous honor. Just then, Commissioner Wang paused, his eyes fixed on the terminal. A flicker of shock flashed in his eyes, and then he loudly announced, Chen Fan, 2,860 points, ranked 1st. Whoa! The entire venue instantly erupted. The examinees' eyes went wide, their faces full of disbelief. 2,860 points, almost more than double the 2nd place. A gap like that was nothing short of a dimensionality reduction strike. My God! 2,860 points? That's way too outrageous. Taking down a C-rank boss can add this many points, no wonder Chen Fan can be so far ahead. With a gap like this, even in a tournament, I'm afraid no one would be able to beat him. Zhao Lei was so excited he jumped up, patted my shoulder, and said, Fan bro? 2,860 points. That's insane. It's in the bag. Su Qingyue also showed a relieved smile, with a hint of pride in her eyes. She knew that behind those points were the results of me turning the tables again and again in danger, and breaking through my limits time and time again. I stepped forward and took the promotion credential from Commissioner Wang. The credential was a metal token engraved with the character drumbeat emitting a faint ripple of energy. Commissioner Wang looked at me, his tone a bit complicated. Chen Fan, your points have set the highest record in the history of the martial exam's practical assessment. Prepare well for tomorrow's arena match, the reward for 1st place is worth giving it your all. I nodded in thanks, turned around, and returned to Su Qingyue and Zhao Lei. Just then, 2 staff members escorted Qin Hao over. Qin Hao's legs were crippled, his face was deathly pale, and his eyes were full of resentment as he stared at me fixedly. Chen Fan! Don't get cocky. So what if you're 1st in points? In the arena match, I'll make sure you die without a whole corpse. Commissioner Wang's face darkened as he shouted, Qin Hao. For colluding with other examinees to ambush and kill someone, you have been disqualified from the martial exam. If you dare act up again, don't blame me for being rude. Qin Hao was forcibly held down by the staff, but he still yelled, Chen Fan. I won't let you off. The Qin family won't let you off either. Just you wait. Watching Qin Hao's back as he was escorted away, my gaze remained calm, with no reaction at all. Qin Hao's threats were a joke to me. Achieved 1st place on the practical assessment points leaderboard, gratification value plus 1,000 points. Current accumulated gratification points, 50,200. The system notifications sounded in my mind. I put away the voucher and said to Su Qingyue and Zhao Lei, let's go back and rest first. Tomorrow we'll get ready for the arena match. Okay. Both nodded at the same time. Just as the 3 of us were about to leave, Commissioner Wang spoke again and announced the rules for the arena match. All candidates who have advanced, please note, tomorrow at 9 a.m., you will face off on the arena platform in the center of the exam venue. The arena tournament will use a single elimination format. Candidates with lower point rankings will duel first, and the final winner will challenge Chen Fan, who is ranked 1st in points, for the ultimate top spot. The arena tournament allows the use of supernatural abilities and weapons, but forbids rule-breaking acts such as intentional killing and sneak attacks that cause severe injury. Once discovered, the offender will be immediately disqualified and held accountable. The ultimate top-ranked contender will receive guaranteed admission to Jiangcheng Martial Arts Academy, an entry pass to the ancient secret realm Meteor Plains, and 100 low-grade spirit stones. As soon as the words fell, the entire venue erupted in astonished cries again. 100 low-grade spirit stones was an enormous fortune to a martial artist enough to cultivate all the way to the martial master realm. Coupled with an entry pass to a secret realm, such a reward could drive anyone crazy. 100 low-grade spirit stones. That's way too tempting. Even if we can't beat Chen Fan, we still have to put on a good performance in the arena matches. Maybe a martial arts academy will take notice of us. Chen Fan's luck is just too good, isn't it? Not only is he ranked first in points, he even gets such a generous reward. The examinees chatted animatedly, their eyes filled with greed and envy. The three of us ignored the chatter around us and headed toward the temporary rest area outside the exam venue. The rest area was made up of temporary tents set up by the Martial Arts Administration. Every candidate who advanced had their own tent, making it convenient to rest and cultivate. On the way, Zhao Lei said excitedly, "Fan Ji, in tomorrow's arena match, you'll definitely take first place easily. Then we can enter the secret realm together, seize the ancient resources, and break through to the martial master realm." Su Qingyue calmly reminded us, "Don't be careless. None of the candidates who make it to the arena match are easy to deal with. Especially Zhao Feng, who's ranked second. He's a metal-type ability user, with both strong defense and offense. And Lin Hao, ranked third, is an earth-type ability user. His defense is even known as unrivaled among peers of the same rank. Either of them could pose a threat to you." I nodded. "I know. In the arena match, I can't let my guard down." I knew full well that the Qin family definitely wouldn't just let this go. Even if Qin Hao was disqualified, they might still arrange for someone else in the arena matches, or bribe other candidates to come after me. Crack.